Kanto region. Where it all began, Pallet Town. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the sleepy town. Inside Professor Oak's laboratory, Gary Oak was already up and about, his reddish-brown hair catching the light as he prepared for the day. "Gary, why are you up so early?" Professor Oak asked, clearly puzzled. "There's still an hour before the rookies report in." Gary turned to his grandfather, a confident grin on his face. "Today's the day, Gramps. The selection of the starter Pokémon. Of course I'm up early." Professor Oak chuckled knowingly. "Or is it because you're worried the Pokémon you've had your eye on will be chosen by someone else?" Gary's grin widened, but he didn't deny it. He had his reasons. After all, he wasn't just Gary Oak, grandson of the esteemed Professor Oak. His real name was Qin Mao, a time traveler who had been reborn into the Pokémon world. When he realized he had become Gary, a character with immense potential but unfulfilled dreams, he vowed to rewrite his destiny. No longer would he falter in his journey to become a Pokémon Master. This time, Gary would aim for the top. The true reason he was up so early was the activation of the system, a mysterious power that had awakened just the night before. System alert. Current task: select Squirtle as your starter Pokémon. Reward: Deluxe Gift Pack X1. Gary's plan aligned perfectly. In the original timeline, Gary had chosen Squirtle as his starter, and with good reason. Squirtle's final evolution, Blastoise, boasted immense power, with Mega Evolution and Gigantamax forms making it a top-tier choice. Gary, having cared for this batch of starter Pokémon during his grandfather's preparations, knew Squirtle was the strongest among them. "Today marks the beginning of a new path," Gary murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. An hour later, the laboratory buzzed with energy as families and trainers gathered. Among the crowd, only two other trainers were there to receive their starters: Orange, a brash and overconfident boy, and Yellow, a quiet and gentle girl. "Gary, you're here early," Orange called out with a mocking tone. "Guess you're scared I'll take the Pokémon you want. After you pick, let's battle." Yellow glanced nervously between them, saying nothing. Gary raised an eyebrow at Orange's challenge. He considered declining until the system chimed in. System alert. Temporary task: defeat Orange in a battle. Reward: Rare Candy X3, low level, +1 level for Pokémon below level 30. Gary smirked. "Fine, Orange. I'll show you what a real trainer looks like. You're going down." Orange snapped back. Professor Oak sighed but didn't intervene. Battles are a natural part of a trainer's journey. You can use the backyard after the selection. He led the group to the selection area, where 3 Pokeballs awaited. As they opened, 3 iconic Pokémon emerged. Bulba, Charm, Squirtle. Orange and Yellow stared in awe, while Gary remained calm, his gaze locked on Squirtle. "Gary, you're up first," Professor Oak said. "Gladly." Gary stepped forward confidently, crouching in front of Squirtle. "Squirtle, let's aim for the top together." "Squirtle." The little turtle Pokémon beamed, leaping into Gary's arms. System alert. Task completed: select Squirtle as your starter Pokémon. Reward delivered: deluxe gift pack added to inventory. Suppressing his curiosity about the gift pack, Gary focused on the moment. He gently patted Squirtle's head, earning a happy coo. Next, Yellow approached Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, will you join me?" "Bulba." The grass type eagerly extended its vines to her. That left Orange with Charmander. "Ha! Charmander is mine," he declared triumphantly, oblivious to the type disadvantage he'd face. With the selections complete, Orange wasted no time. "Gary, let's battle." Gary sighed inwardly. Does this guy even know water beats fire? No wonder he struggles later on. But a battle was a battle, and Gary was ready to start his journey with a victory. The backyard battle. "Well, since you're so eager to experience defeat, follow me to the backyard." Gary's smirk was as confident as ever. For the system's mission reward, Gary had no intention of refusing the battle with Orange. "I won't lose," Orange retorted, his voice full of determination. He couldn't stand Gary's arrogance, acting as if the outcome was already decided. Fueled by pride and resolve, he followed Gary, ready to prove him wrong. Gary led the way through the familiar corridors of Professor Oak's laboratory to the temporary battle arena in the backyard. The space was modest but well suited for rookie trainers to test their skills. Professor Oak and Yellow followed closely, intrigued to see how the match would unfold. Gary and Orange each took their positions at opposite ends of the field. "I'll act as the referee," Professor Oak announced, stepping into the role with a nostalgic smile. Though the stakes were low, he cherished the moment. It reminded him of his own early days as a trainer. Watching his grandson embark on a similar journey filled him with pride. The match between Gary and Orange will be a one-on-one battle. Trainers, release your Pokémon.
Come on out, Charmander.
Orange shouted confidently, tossing his Pokeball. I'll leave this to you, Gary said coolly as he sent out Squirtle. The two Pokémon materialized onto the battlefield. Charmander, fired up by the prospect of battle, snarled as it locked eyes with Squirtle. The two had shared a pen during their time at the lab, but all traces of camaraderie vanished in the heat of competition.
Johnny!
Squirtle cried, clearly irritated by Charmander's sudden hostility. It let out a series of sharp squeals that sounded suspiciously like taunts. Seeing both Pokémon raring to go, Professor Oak raised his hand. Let the battle begin.
The battle begins.
Charmander, use Ember.
Orange called out.
Charmander opened its mouth, releasing a burst of fiery sparks aimed directly at Squirtle. Withdraw, Gary commanded calmly. Squirtle retreated into its shell just as the sparks landed. The embers harmlessly bounced off its sturdy exterior, leaving Squirtle completely unscathed.
What? Orange's jaw dropped.
He hadn't expected such an easy counter. Gary crossed his arms, his tone dripping with condescension. Your Charmander's Ember is too weak. It couldn't even boil water, let alone damage my Squirtle.
You?
Orange stammered, anger bubbling in his voice. Fine Charmander, charge in and grab it. Charmander sprinted towards Squirtle with determination, its claws ready to strike. Gary's eyes gleamed.
Now water gun.
Johnny. Squirtle popped its head out and unleashed a powerful jet of water, hitting Charmander square in the face. The fire Pokémon screeched as the cold water doused it, steam rising from its body.
Charmander, no.
Orange shouted, watching in dismay as his Pokémon stumbled. Finish it with tackle. Gary ordered. Squirtle wasted no time, charging forward and slamming into Charmander with full force. The fire Pokémon collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling in defeat. Victory and rewards. Charmander is unable to battle.
Squirtle wins.
Professor Oak declared, signaling the end of the match. Gary smirked as the familiar system notification echoed in his mind.
System alert. Task completed.
Rewards have been delivered to the space backpack.
I lost.
Orange's voice trembled as the reality of his defeat set in. His first Pokémon battle had ended in failure, a tough pill to swallow for a rookie trainer. Don't be so down, Gary said, his tone smug. After all, the one who beat you is the future Pokémon Master. You just wait. Orange snapped, his frustration bubbling over. I'll surpass you someday. Gary waved dismissively.
Sure.
But for now, take your Charmander to the lab for treatment. Grumbling, Orange recalled his fallen Pokémon and stormed back to the laboratory. Yellow, sensing it was time to begin her own journey, quietly excused herself and left without fanfare, unveiling the deluxe gift pack. With the excitement over, Gary retreated to the lab's lounge. Finally, he could address the reward he'd been eagerly anticipating. System, open the deluxe gift pack, he thought silently. System rewards. Eye of Insight, view detailed stats and attributes of any Pokémon. Bronze Crown, boosts potential by 1 level for Pokémon below Elite Tier. Silver Crown, boosts potential by 1 level for Pokémon below Champion Tier. Rare Candy X10, instantly increases the level of any Pokémon below level 30. Gary examined the items in awe, his excitement growing with each reward.
Not bad at all, he muttered.
The crowns, in particular, had the potential to transform an average Pokémon into a powerhouse. Let's see how Squirtle measures up, Gary thought, holding up Squirtle's Pokeball.
Pokémon data. Name, Squirtle. Type, Water. Level 8. Potential, Elite.
Ability, Torrent, Water-type moves increase by 1.5x when HP is low. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw. Intimacy, 156 out of 255. Gary grinned as he studied the stats. Squirtle was everything he hoped for, strong, dependable, and full of potential. With this kind of foundation, we'll climb to the very top, Gary murmured, his confidence unwavering. The journey had only just begun, and Gary was determined to leave his mark on the Pokémon world.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Novel image. Kanto region. Where everything started, Pallet Town. Gary, why did you get up so early today? Professor Oak looked at Gary, who suddenly got up early and couldn't help but feel puzzled. There was still an hour before the rookie reported. Of course, today is the day to select Earl Dervish Pokémon, so of course I have to get up early, said the handsome boy with reddish brown hair. I think you got up so early because you are worried that the Pokemon you like will be challenged by other rookies. Professor Oak saw Gary's thoughts at a glance. Professor Oak was responsible for the rookie training and selection of Earl Dervish Pokemon in Pallet Town. As Professor Oak's grandson, Gary was naturally close to the water and got the moon first. He came into contact with Earl Dervish Pokemon earlier than other rookies, and knew that Pokemon had higher potential. Hehe. Gary smiled slightly and didn't deny it. He wouldn't say that he came so early to open the system. Gary, whose real name is Qin Mao, is a time traveler who traveled to the Pokemon world. Qin Mao was happy to learn that he was transferred to the Pokemon world and became the grandson of Professor Oak. Although he is not the protagonist, Gary is the grandson of Professor Oak, a top second-generation scientist, and a perfect start. Since he has become Gary, he must make up for Gary's regrets. He was ranked 32nd in the Indigo Plateau Conference and 16th in the Silver Conference, and finally gave up his dream of becoming a Pokémon Master, abandoned martial arts and became a Pokémon researcher. Since he was reborn, Gary would never give up halfway. Even if he wanted to become a Pokémon researcher, he would wait until he won the Pokémon World Championship. The reason why Gary came to Professor Oak's laboratory so early was not just to be the first to choose Earl Dervish Pokemon, but because the system would be activated after choosing Earl Dervish Pokemon. Just last night, the system suddenly woke up and assigned Gary a task. Current task, get Earl Dervish Pokemon Squirtle / task reward, Deluxe Gift Pack X1. According to the original work, Gary did choose Squirtle as the Earl Dervish Pokemon. Squirtle is a very good Pokemon, and its final evolution Blastoise is also quite powerful. After all, it has Mega Evolution and a unique Gigantamax form, so it is absolutely no problem to be the main pet. And the Squirtle in the Earl Dervish Pokemon selected for Rookie this time is definitely not weak, at least it has the potential to be an elite. Gary himself also plans to choose Squirtle in this Rookie Pokemon. After all, after taking care of it for a while, Gary can see that Squirtle is the best among the 3 starters this time. An hour later, Professor Oak's laboratory was full of people. Most of them were the family members of this batch of rookie trainers, and only 2 people really chose Pokemon. Professor Oak also welcomed the other 2 rookie trainers in. Gary looked at the 2 rookies, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy was called Xiao Cheng and the girl was called Xiao Huang. Like Ash and Gary, they grew up together in Pallet Town. Gary, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. It seems that you have already decided which Pokemon to choose. After you choose the Pokemon, let's have a battle. Xiao Kang's tone was full of taunt. Xiao Huang looked like a good girl, and didn't dare to talk. She just looked at Gary and Xiao Cheng silently. Gary wanted to refuse this meaningless battle, but... Ding! Temporary mission released, defeat the Challenger Orange / task reward, low-level rare candy X3, for Pokemon below level 30, level +1. Okay, then let me let you taste your first defeat as a trainer. Gary said arrogantly. What? You will be the one to taste defeat. Orange said unconvinced. Then wait and see. Gary was in no mood to argue with a 10-year-old kid. Gary didn't take Orange and Yellow in front of him seriously at all. After becoming trainers, these 2 guys had a smooth early stage, but they had difficulty in the middle stage and gave up their dream of becoming trainers. How could Gary take someone who hadn't even participated in a Pokemon conference seriously? Professor Oak looked at Gary and Orange who were confronting each other, and he was helpless, but he didn't dissuade them. Trainers naturally have to have a temper. It is common for trainers to have Pokemon battles with each other. Then you can have the battle in the backyard later. Professor Oak was very considerate and provided a venue for the 2. Okay, follow me. Professor Oak took Gary and the other 2 to the test nearby, took out 3 Pokeballs from the pocket inside his white coat and opened them. Great. Seeds. Here, Johnny. The classic first generation of the 3 Pokemons appeared. When Orange and Yellow saw the 3 Pokemons, their eyes were full of stars. Even though Gary had taken care of these 3 little guys, he was still very excited. Okay, this is the Earl Dervish Pokemon provided for you. According to the order of first come first served, Gary, you choose first. Professor Oak said. Then I won't be polite. Gary walked over generously. Orange and Yellow became nervous instantly. They naturally had their favorite Pokemons and were worried that they would be chosen by Gary. Gary walked straight towards Squirtle, stretched out his hand, and said, Squirtle, come with me, I will let you stand on the top of the world. Johnny. Squirtle nodded frequently with his round head. He was very happy to follow Gary and hugged Gary's arm directly. Hehe, you are my first Pokemon. Gary also touched Squirtle's head lovingly. Johnny, Johnny. Squirtle squinted his eyes and enjoyed Gary's touch. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been issued to the space backpack. The sudden system prompt brought Gary back to his senses. Gary is now very curious about what is in the luxury gift package, but the current situation is not good to open the luxury gift package, so he can only wait. Okay, it's your turn next, Xiao Huang. Professor Oak. Yes. Little Yellow nodded, walked directly to Bulbasaur, lowered his body, and said, Bulbasaur, come with me. Seed. Bulbasaur did not hesitate at all, stretched out Vine Whip on both sides, and started fighting with Little Yellow. Okay, Charmander is mine. Little Orange said excitedly. Little Orange's favorite Pokemon is Charmander. Just now, I was worried that Gary and Little Yellow would snatch Charmander away. In this way, the 3 of them all chose the Pokemon they liked. Gary, let's fight. After getting Charmander, Little Orange immediately challenged Gary. Gary didn't know what to say to Little Orange. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the Pokemon I chose was Squirtle? Water type restrains fire type, okay? It seems that this Little Orange doesn't know much about Pokemon knowledge, which is comparable to Ash. No wonder he gave up becoming a trainer later. Well, since you are so anxious to taste failure, then follow me to the backyard. Gary Salation said. For the mission reward, Gary naturally had to fight with Xiao Chang. I won't lose. Xiao Chang didn't like Gary's arrogant attitude. As if he was sure that he would lose, he immediately followed and decided to defeat Gary. Gary was very familiar with the layout of Professor Oak's laboratory and took Xiao Chang to the temporary venue behind the laboratory. Professor Oak and Xiao Huang also followed, wanting to see the battle between the two trainer rookies. Gary and Xiao Chang each walked to the command area on both sides. Then I will be the temporary referee. Professor Oak was also interested. Although the battle between the two seemed very low-end to Professor Oak, he missed it very much. He also went through this way. Now seeing that his grandson also started as a rookie trainer like himself, he felt very relieved while missing it. The next Pokemon duel between Gary and Orange will be 1v1. Please send out your Pokemon at the same time. Professor Oak announced in a serious manner. Come out, Charmander. I'll leave it to you. The two released Pokeballs at the same time, sending out Charmander and Squirtle respectively. Yes. As a fire-type Pokemon, Charmander is quite aggressive. After only a few minutes of separation, when he knew that he was going to fight, he immediately gave up his previous friendship with Squirtle's roommate and was ready for battle. Johnny. Squirtle was very upset to see his former partner change his face so quickly. He yelled more and more impolitely, as if he was scolding Charmander, a piece of shit. Seeing that the contest condition of both sides was in full swing, Professor Oak announced, the battle begins. Charmander, use Ember. Orange gave the order first. As a trainer rookie, Xiao Cheng had done some basic research and knew what skills Charmander had. Hey! Charmander spread his arms and spit up a ball of hot sparks, which fell on Squirtle. Hide in the shell. Gary ordered. Squirtle withdraw easily blocked Ember without even taking any damage. Reality is not a game, any attack can cause damage, and the Ember used by Xiao Cheng's Charmander is too weak to even break Squirtle's shell defense. What? Xiao Cheng was a little confused, and didn't expect Squirtle to be able to block Ember. Your Charmander's control over the fire element is too weak, and such an Ember has a hard time boiling water. Gary complained. You. Xiao Cheng said angrily, since Ember is useless, then Charmander should approach Squirtle and grab it. Yes. Upon hearing this, Charmander immediately rushed towards Squirtle, without any movement, and ran straight at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Gary looked confident, and when Charmander was 2 meters away from Squirtle, he immediately ordered, now, water gun. Johnny. Squirtle quickly stuck his head out, spit up a water gun, and hit Charmander's face directly. Charmander, who was attacked, howled, as if a hot iron block was poured with cold water, and the contest condition plummeted. He didn't fall down. Squirtle, use tackle to give Charmander the last blow. Gary ordered. Johnny. Squirtle rushed towards Charmander, and while Charmander was not recovered, tackled Charmander's head and knocked him to the ground. Well, Charmander fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Charmander loses combat ability, Squirtle wins. Professor Oak also made a judgment at this moment. What? I lost. Xiao Cheng couldn't accept it immediately. As a rookie, he lost in the first Pokemon battle, which was really a blow. After all, Xiao Cheng will get 2 or 3 badges in the future. He is a person who gives up when encountering setbacks. Judging from the level of the 2 gyms in Nibi City and Cerulean City, they are still at the rookie stage. In other words, Xiao Cheng almost gave up the trainer path at the rookie stage. Don't be too upset. After all, the person who defeated you is the future Pokemon Master. Gary still said arrogantly. You, wait, I will surpass you sooner or later. Xiao Cheng was furious when he heard Gary's words. Don't say some irrelevant words, send Charmander to the laboratory for treatment quickly. Gary urged. Without saying much, Xiao Cheng put Charmander back into the Pokeball and returned to the laboratory for treatment. Xiao Huang did not stay any longer and set off for a trip. Gary did not rush to leave, but went to the lounge in the laboratory. System, what's in the deluxe gift package? Gary has been thinking about the things in the deluxe gift package since he got Squirtle, and now he finally has time. The host only needs to silently say to open the deluxe gift package. Open the deluxe gift package. Ding! Obtain the Eye of Insight, can view the basic data of Pokemon, can view the detailed attributes of your own Pokemon. Ding! Obtained the Bronze Crown, for Pokemon below Elite Potential, Potential Level +1, x1. Ding! Obtained the Silver Crown, for Pokemon below Champion Potential, Potential Level +1, x1. Ding! Get Low-Level Rare Candy x10. Looking at the light and shadow image that suddenly appeared in front of him, Gary asked worriedly, will outsiders be able to see this? Host, please rest assured that everything in the system can only be seen by you. That's good. Gary almost scared himself. He didn't want the fact that he had the system to be exposed. The reward is okay. The things in the luxury gift package are quite standard, but the crown given is not bad, which can improve the potential of Pokemon. Let's take a look at Squirtle's data. Gary now really wants to see what his Squirtle is like. Gary picked up the Pokeball with Squirtle in it and checked its attributes. Pokemon, Squirtle. Attribute, Water. Level, LV8. Potential, Elite. Ability, Torrent. When physical strength decreases, the power of Water type moves increases by 1.5 times. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shrink Shell. Intimacy, 156, maximum value 255. Sure enough, Gary was right. The Squirtle chosen by Earl Dervish has great potential and is at the elite level. The ability is also very good. Fortunately, it is not the Rain Pan ability. The Rain Pan ability is the ability used by the Rainy Day team. Currently, the only Pokemon that can use the Rain Pan ability is Ludicolo. However, Blastoise can Mega Evolve in the later stage. It doesn't really matter whether it is the Rain Pan ability or not. But in the early stage, Squirtle is better to have the Torrent ability, which is more convenient for breeder and has more advantages in battle. System, how to use the Silver Crown. Gary decided to train Squirtle as the main force. Since the Silver Crown can improve the potential of Pokemon below the champion level, he used it directly. The host only needs to silently recite what kind of props to use on what Pokemon, and it can be used automatically. Then use the Silver Crown on Squirtle. Gary said silently. Ding! Use successfully, Squirtle's potential is increased to the champion level. Well, not bad. Gary nodded with satisfaction, so that Squirtle can continue to breed. The level growth of Pokemon is closely related to the potential of Pokemon. Pokemon potential is divided into Normal, LV 129, Elite, LV 3039, Gym, LV 4049, Quasi-Elite, LV 5059, Elite, LV 6069, Champion, LV 7079, Quasi-Legend, LV 8089, Legend, LV 9099. Now it is Champion level. If it develops normally until the Silver Conference period, Blastoise will definitely not lose to Ash's Charizard. Gary doesn't want to repeat the defeat in the Silver Conference. Not to mention the Silver Conference, the Indigo Plateau Conference in Kanto region is also the same. Gary wants to win the Quartz Conference champion this time. Let's go. Having improved Squirtle's potential, Gary plans to travel immediately. As for the low-level rare candy in the backpack, since it can only be used on Pokemon below level 30, Gary does not plan to use it now. At present, Squirtle's level is low. Gary can train it by himself, and use low-level rare candy after breeding Squirtle to level 20, which will be more effective. Gary has not had the system for long, and the tasks currently issued by the system are completely random. Gary also needs to spend time to slowly explore the rules of the system's task release, so the current resources must be used on the cutting edge. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Gary came out of the room and greeted Professor Oak. Gary, are you sure you don't want to take an assistant with you? Professor Oak asked with concern. Professor Oak dotes on his grandson. This can be seen from the plot of the original edition. Gary was directly arranged to travel in a Rolls-Royce and a special assistant. Gary even found a lot of girlfriends, which made others envious. He was definitely a rich second generation. Unfortunately, the Gary in front of him was not the arrogant Gary in the original book. Even without the system, Gary planned to travel alone. Only in this way could he experience the fun of traveling. Okay, tell me if you encounter any difficulties outside. Professor Oak reminded. Don't worry, Grandpa. If there are any difficulties, I will definitely tell you. Gary said. Take this. This is the Pokemon Pokédex I developed. If you encounter any Pokemon on the road, the Pokédex will tell you what the Pokemon you encountered looks like. Professor Oak took out a red Pokemon Pokédex from his pocket. The founder of Pokemon Pokédex is Professor Oak, and the subsequent Pokemon Pokédex has developed into the Rotom mobile phone Pokédex. However, the current Pokemon Pokédex is still too simple, only recording the Pokemon in the Kanto region. Pokemon in other regions are also recorded, but only the names and photos of Pokemon in other regions are recorded, and there is no data information at all. Gary took the Pokemon Pokédex handed over by Professor Oak, and looked at it carefully. It was indeed very honest, so he suggested, Grandpa, why don't you try to integrate Pokemon into the electronic Pokédex, so that Pokemon Pokédex will be more intelligent. Oh, Pokemon integrated into Pokédex Pokemon. Professor Oak was suddenly shocked. Why didn't he think of this before? He was surprised and said, Gary, how did you think of this? Grandpa, I remember that there is a Pokemon called Rotom in the Sinnoh region that can attach itself to home appliances and make them smarter. You can try it. Then I'll leave first. Gary said nothing more. After all, he was a 10-year-old kid, and it was good enough for him to come up with a concept idea. If he really made Rotom Pokédex, it would be scary. Rotom and Pokemon Pokédex. I think we can try it. Professor Oak thought about Gary's suggestion silently. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and he forgot that Gary had gone far away. Outside Professor Oak's laboratory. Come on. Come on. Gary. Great. Gary. There was a lot of noise outside the door. They were all people in the town. Because they knew that 4 rookie trainers appeared in the town, they all came to cheer and see him off. At this moment, Gary pushed the lightning car to the door, and Gary's cheerleaders cheered. I am still so cool after 2 lives. Gary shook his head and deliberately let his bangs shake, which immediately attracted the hearts of the cheerleaders. Gary didn't want to do this, but he was too handsome, and he was the grandson of Professor Oak, so it was hard for the Stephanies in Pallet Town not to be attracted to him. But Gary knew very well that these Stephanies were too superficial. They were all women who coveted men's beauty and were vain. They were just for fun and could not be girlfriends at all. And Gary had no interest in these little girls. Ash is late again. Gary looked around and didn't see Ash. He was obviously late. As a time traveler, Gary didn't change the plot. After all, if Ash wasn't late, he wouldn't have met Pikachu. Sorry, let me go. Not long after, a boy in green pajamas squeezed in from the crowd. Isn't this Ash? Seeing Ash, Gary was immediately happy and immediately mocked. Ash, you were late from the beginning. Gary. Ash had just squeezed in from the crowd and was still a little confused, but he still recognized Gary. As my rival, you were late on the first day of becoming a trainer. You lost to me from the first step. Gary said. So, Gary, you have already got the Pokémon. Ash didn't care about Gary's ridicule at all. Instead, he was curious about what Pokémon Gary got. Gary was also speechless with Ash. He was obviously mocking Ash, but he was still paying attention to Pokémon. It must be said that this is also Ash's advantage. Gary admires Ash's sincere love for Pokémon. Instead of asking me this, you should go to my grandfather to get the Pokémon quickly. You are late. It is a problem whether Earl Dervish Pokémon can be received. Gary said. What? My Pokémon, Gary, I won't talk to you anymore. Ash panicked and rushed into Professor Oak's laboratory immediately. Watching Ash run into Professor Oak's laboratory, Gary also rode away on a mountain bike. Hum, hum hum. After leaving Pallet Town, Gary hummed a little tune while riding on the forest path. Gary's first stop was naturally Viridian City. To go to Nibby City, he had to pass Viridian City first. There is a small forest between Pallet Town and Viridian City. The Pokémon living here are not very powerful, which is very suitable for novice trainers to level up. The way to upgrade Pokémon is similar to the game, and fighting is the fastest way to upgrade. Of course, in reality, the level can also be improved by training Pokémon's performance and skills. The speed of improving Pokémon's level by efficient training is not slower than fighting. However, there is a flaw in training Pokémon levels alone, that is, Pokémon's battle experience is insufficient. After all, Pokémon has its own good fighting methods. If you just train behind closed doors, the fighting style will be very simple, and the rivals you can deal with will also be limited. For example, a Pokémon standing on the ground will be at a disadvantage when fighting against a Pokémon that can fly. If you meet it in a competition, you will most likely lose. Therefore, a Pokémon must master multiple fighting modes, otherwise it will be at a disadvantage when it encounters an unfamiliar Pokémon in the future competition. Swish, swish, swish. During the ride, a sound came from the dense grass around. Gary immediately pulled the brakes and stared at the grass where the sound came from. After a while, a purple Rattata jumped out of the grass. Rattata seemed to have seen humans before. No one was panicked and walked past Gary. Ding! Release task. Complete Rookie's first capture of Pokémon, and capture any wild Pokémon. /task reward, low-level rare candy x5. Oh my god. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect the system to issue a task at this time. But what does this task mean? I only got 3 low-level rare candies for defeating Little Orange before, but I got 5 rare candies for catching a wild Pokémon. Could it be that Little Orange is not as strong as a wild Pokémon? LV6 Rattata female sign/normal. Gary looked at the passing Rattata through the eye of insight, and saw the basic information of Rattata. Not bad, the level, gender and potential can be seen directly. Gary said with satisfaction. With the data eye, the potential of Pokémon can be seen at a glance, which is very convenient for Gary to catch Pokémon in the future. Although there are many Pokémon in the Pokémon world, the potential of most Pokémon is below the gym level. Although the task issued by the system this time only requires catching any Pokémon, Gary does not intend to catch the Rattata in front of him. Gary will not capture Pokémon that he can't use. Even if Gary is a collector, he will only capture rare Pokémon, such as Rattata. Especially since the Rattata in front of him is of ordinary caliber, Gary will not capture it. According to the plot in the original book, Gary collected more than 200 Pokémon, but there were not many Pokémon that he could really use. Most of them were kept in Professor Oak's laboratory. In fact, this is also the reason why Gary stopped at the top 36 in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary captured too many Pokémon in the Kanto region. Each Pokémon would be bred for a period of time to test the potential of the Pokémon, wasting a lot of time and resources. But Ash is different. Ash captured a total of 11 Pokémon in the Kanto region, of course, excluding the duplicate Tauros. Among them, Butterfree was released by Ash, and Infernape was given away, so Ash only had 9 Pokémon in the Indigo Plateau Conference chapter, and naturally all his energy was concentrated on these 9 Pokémon. However, this is also because Ash is the protagonist. Normal trainers will capture several more of the same Pokémon when they choose to breed a Pokémon, compare them with each other, keep the best ones, and choose to release the rest. Ash is also the child of destiny. Although he has not captured many Pokémon, most of them have high potential, and the average potential is above quasi-elite. Now that Gary has the Eye of Insight, he doesn't have to worry about the potential of the captured Pokémon. See if there is a useful Pidgey nearby. Gary plans to capture Pidgey as the first Pokémon. Pidgey has a second-order evolution, and can eventually evolve into Pidgeot. Pidgeot is a very useful home bird. Although its species strength is not good, it has strong mobility and high applicability. In addition, Pidgeot also has a Mega Evolution Stone, so it is also worth breeding as a main force. At least in Kanto region, among flying Pokemon, except for the 3 sacred birds and Dragonite, Pidgey is undoubtedly the top one. Pidgey is also easy to find. As a first-generation home bird, it is definitely a common Pokemon, but most Pidgey cannot evolve into Pidgey. In a Pidgey population, the leader is at most a few Pidgeotos, and Pidgey only exists in a Pidgey population of about 50. At least only Pidgey with elite potential have the opportunity to evolve into Pidgey, so it is very difficult to capture a Pidgey with good potential in the wild. Ash also has a Pidgey, but after the Indigo Plateau Conference, he was released by Ash. That Pidgey was captured by Ash when it was Pidgeotto, and Gary estimated that the Pidgey must have elite potential. Only Ash, a fool, would release such a high-potential Pokemon. He said he would pick up Pidgey later, but more than 10 years later, he became a Pokémon Master, but he didn't pick him up. What a stupid person. Where is Pidgey? Found. Oh my god, elite potential, no way. Gary searched for Pidgey near the forest near Viridian City, but unfortunately he couldn't find even a Pidgey with gym potential. Most of the Pidgey he encountered were of normal potential, and occasionally he would find a few elite potential, but he had never encountered a Pidgey with elite potential or above. Jenny. Squirtle asked if he wanted to fight. Gary was looking for Pidgey's things, and he kept letting Squirtle fight. He killed many Pidgey along the way, and Squirtle's level was upgraded from level 8 to level 9, and he also awakened the skill Rapid Spin. No, let's go back. Gary shook his head. It was already noon when he arrived in Viridian City. Gary spent the whole afternoon looking for Pidgey in the forest outside Viridian City. It's 5 p.m. now, and it's getting dark. We have to go back, or we'll get lost when it gets dark. Johnny. Squirtle nodded and followed Gary to protect him. Seeing Squirtle's dedication, Gary smiled. The Pokemon in this forest are not very high level, and Gary can defeat the Pokemon here by himself. Huh? Why are the leaves over there moving? Johnny. As they walked, Gary and Squirtle found that there were leaves in the grass in front of them on the left that moved without wind. It didn't look like they were blown up by the wind, which was a bit let's go and have a look. Gary was very brave and was not afraid of encountering any unclean things. He quietly approached with Squirtle. Gary assisted with the advantage of height. He could see clearly what was behind the grass. It was a small pile of leaves. There were leaves and weeds floating around the small pile of grass. It was very strange. What Pokemon is it? Gary knew that it was Pokemon who did it, but he couldn't think of any Pokemon in the Kanto region that would cover itself in this way. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that only the Wormadam in the Sinnoh region would do this. Wormadam would use leaves to cover its body to deceive its natural enemies. Squirtle, use the water gun on that pile of grass. Gary immediately picked up Squirtle and gave an order. Johnny. The picked up Squirtle also saw the small grass pile, and spit up a water gun, hitting the target accurately. The small grass pile hit by the water gun was instantly dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the Pokemon inside. Egg. There were 6 light pink eggs, except for the egg in the middle without cracks. The other 5 eggs had cracks, and the expressions of each egg were different. 1 was a smiling face, 4 were angry faces, and 1 was a sad face. Not only was the shell of the sad egg cracked, but the yolk inside could also be seen. LV10 execute male sign/gym. Execute. Gary was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet an execute with gym potential. Execute is a very good grass-type Pokemon, and its second attribute is still Psychic, which can be evolved into Executor with Leaf Stone. Executor's species is as high as 530, which is 5 points higher than Venusaur in the 3 starter Pokemons. In addition, it also has a rare Psychic attribute, which has a high breeder value. Moreover, Execute's evolution method requires Assist Evolution Stones, which is different from Mikey. When high-quality evolution stones are used to evolve Pokemon, the potential after evolution will be improved. Although high-quality evolution stones are expensive, who is Gary? He is the grandson of Professor Oak. How could he not afford a mere top-quality evolution stone? In an instant, Gary decided to capture this Execute. Execute was also very panicked. It was already dusk. As a grass-type Pokemon, its combat power would decrease at night. This Execute used weeds and leaves to cover itself because it felt that the sun was about to set. Unexpectedly, it was still discovered. Water gun. Gary immediately issued an attack order. Johnny. After an afternoon of fighting, Squirtle's contest condition was hot, so he quickly spit up water gun. When Execute was in a panic, a transparent rainbow light barrier appeared in front of him, but the barrier did not block the water gun, and the water gun went straight through and hit Execute. This is Execute's Reflect, which can be used to defend against physical attack skills, but water gun is a special attack skill, so Reflect naturally does not work. The Execute in front of him is a wild Pokemon, so naturally he doesn't understand so many things. After all, Pokemon living in this area basically use physical attacks, and Reflect can naturally defend against the attacks of those Pokemon. But facing Squirtle who has special attack skills, Execute's Reflect is useless. Very good, continue the water gun attack. Gary saw that Execute had little combat experience, and even if the attribute restrained Squirtle, it could not play an advantage. Execute was just as Gary guessed, wondering why his Reflect didn't block Squirtle's attack. However, Execute didn't give up and continued to use Reflect to defend, but it still didn't work. He was hit by Water Gun again. After being hit by Water Gun twice in a row, Execute's physical strength also dropped significantly. Execute knew that he would be defeated if he continued like this, and the 6 Executees sprayed emerald green seeds at Squirtle. Leech Seed. Use Rapid Spin to bounce it. Gary saw what skill this was and ordered immediately. Squirtle retracted its body into its shell, used Rapid Spin, bounced all the seeds and rushed towards Execute. Tackle on Execute's Reflect. Keep this station and use Water Gun. Gary ordered immediately. Rapid Spin's shell sprayed Water Gun at the hole. Water Gun was accelerated by Rapid Spin, like a water blade, and kept hitting Execute, knocking it several meters away. Execute fell to the ground, and the eyes of the 6 eggs were spinning in circles, losing their combat ability. Go, Pokeball. Gary threw the Pokeball in his hand towards Execute. Bang! The Pokeball hit Execute accurately and took Execute in. The Pokeball fell on the grass, shook slightly, and then stopped shaking. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Great, I captured Execute. Gary said happily. This was his first time to capture a wild Pokemon through battle. It felt great. Johnny. Squirtle also waved to congratulate. It had been fighting for an entire afternoon, but still didn't know what Pokemon Gary was going to capture. Now it finally had a result. Johnny. Squirtle trotted over, picked up the Pokeball, returned to Gary, and handed the Pokeball to Gary. Thank you. Gary touched Squirtle's head, took the Pokeball, and checked the specific attributes of this Execute. Pokemon, Execute. Attribute, Grass, Psychic. Level, 10. Potential, Gym. Ability, Chlorophyll. Speed will be increased when exposed to sunlight. Skills, Absorb, Hypnosis, Reflect, Leech Seed. Intimacy, 121, maximum value 255. Chlorophyll ability, not bad. Gary is very satisfied with the ability of this Execute. If it is the harvesting ability, it will be a headache. The effect of the harvesting ability is that there is a 50% chance to copy the berries carried by the body. This ability is completely designed for the game. In reality, the harvesting ability does not help in battle, but it helps fruit farmers a lot, allowing the fruit trees to produce more fruits. For fruit farmers in the orchard, Pokemon with the harvesting ability are good at planting and are very popular with them. Ding! Issued task, Green Champion Team, capture and breed the following 6 Pokemon, Blastoise, Pidgeot, Alakazam, Radon, Arcanine, Executor. Rewards, 10 high-level rare candy, for Pokemon below level 70, level +1, and 10 intermediate rare candy, for Pokemon below level 50, level +1, and 1 bronze crown and 1 silver crown and 1 gold bottle cap, for Pokemon below legendary potential level +1. Team Turquoise. Gary was surprised by the task suddenly released by the system. He saw that the task required 6 Pokemon to be breeder. Obviously, this was the team of Champion Turquoise in the Origin chapter. Champion Turquoise was actually Gary himself. The rewards are very rich, and these Pokemon are also very worthy of breeder. Gary thought this task was pretty good. The Pokemon captured by the Champion Green are all very powerful. Except for Pidgeot, the species strength of the other 6 Pokemon are all above 500, which are all popular Pokemon, and breeder is not at a loss. With this team, it is enough to win the championship of Indigo Plateau Conference. Squirtle, let's go back. Gary took out his mountain bike, put Squirtle on the front of the bike, and rode away. When Gary was about to reach the gate of Viridian City, soaring in the sky was suddenly covered by a layer of dark clouds. Boom! A thunder exploded in the dark clouds. Gary suddenly stopped and looked back in the direction of Pallet Town. Ash should be fine, Gary said worriedly. Although he knew that Ash was a Megatrue rookie, he couldn't help but sweat for Ash when he saw such a terrifying power of heaven and earth. However, this is also the growth path of Pikachu. The reason why Ash's Pikachu is so powerful is related to this thunder baptism. Pokemon Center in Viridian City. Guest, any Pokemon will receive the best treatment here. You can rest assured to leave your Pokemon here. Nurse Joy introduced enthusiastically. Viridian City is not a normal city. It is also a very developed city in Kanto region. The neighboring Pallet Town has benefited from it and is the most developed town in Kanto region. However, the fact that Viridian City is so developed has a lot to do with Team Rocket. In order to better cover themselves up, Team Rocket invested in making Viridian City so prosperous. The strongest gym in Kanto region is also Viridian Gym. Team Rocket leader Ban Mew also personally serves as the gym owner. I don't know if Mutwo has awakened now, Gary thought secretly. Mutwo has been created by Team Rocket, but has been in a deep sleep. According to the development of the plot, Mutwo will wake up within 3 months before the Indigo Plateau Conference. Calculating the time, from now on, it will wake up within the next 3 months. In the original plot, Gary even tasted Mutwo's power himself and was defeated by Mutwo. Gary has no interest in eradicating Team Rocket and tries not to provoke them. Even though Gary is Professor Oak's grandson, he is not qualified to compete with the giant Team Rocket. After all, Team Rocket existed when Professor Oak was young and has been operating for decades. It has a deep foundation and its forces are distributed in Kanto and Johto regions. It also has subbases in other regions. Unless Kanto Alliance wants to reshuffle Kanto region, it is impossible to completely eradicate such a large organization as Team Rocket. Gary is now worried that the system will issue a task when he challenges Tokiwa Gym. Should he challenge or refuse at that time, Mutuo will definitely not be able to beat it. Even when Mutuo of Team Rocket is sleeping, its strength has been growing. After waking up, it has the strength of a champion. When tested under Itaki, Mutuo's strength reached the quasi-legend level. By the time Mutuo's counterattack happened, Mutuo had already reached the legendary level. Only when Mutuo reached the legendary level, Mew, who was also a legendary level, could sense Mutuo's existence. It's too early for me. I'd better think about becoming a trainer and live a more comfortable life. Gary didn't care much about it. Pokemon itself is a very magical existence. Gary knows very well what kind of village Arceus is, and it is unattainable with human power. If all of humanity wants to go against Arceus, they can only kill one of Arceus clones at best. Early in the morning, Gary went out at 8:30 and headed for the largest Pokemon supermarket in Viridian City. The items sold in the Pokemon supermarket are all related to Pokemon. Now Gary already has 2 Pokemon, so he needs to replenish his supplies and buy evolution stones. Not only does he need to buy Leaf Stone for Executor, but he also needs to buy Fire Stone, because the mission requires him to capture Arcanine. Arcanine is a very rare Pokemon even in the Kanto region. Wild Arcanine and Growlithe are hard to come by in the wild, and they are basically monopolized by the Interpol organization. You can buy them on the black market, but with Gary's current status, it is definitely not suitable for him to buy things on the black market. After all, as Professor Oak's grandson, it is illegal to buy Pokemon on the black market. According to the laws of this world, rare Pokemon are not allowed to be sold or captured. Only trainers recognized by the Alliance are allowed to capture them in the wild. After all, the Alliance cannot manage rare Pokemon in the wild. If they are captured by trainers, they can also be well taken care of. But Gary is not worried about this. He is the grandson of Professor Oak. He can get a Growlithe from the police station with Professor Oak's relationship. Although Arcanine is monopolized, the police station still allows trainers to adopt Growlithe from the police station. However, ordinary trainers basically cannot get one, but Gary has this convenience. However, even if Gary can get a Growlithe from the police station, he can only get a male Growlithe. Because female Growlithe are used for breeding, they are firmly held in the hands of the Interpol organization and will not be sold to the public. When I arrived at the door of the Pokemon department store, I saw 2 wanted posters posted on the notice board before I went in. There are 2 photos on the wanted poster, but the photos only show the body of a person, not the head. However, it can be determined that there is a man and a woman, and the woman's hair color is pink. Team Rocket. Gary recognized the 3 members of Team Rocket at a glance. However, Juncha of Viridian City is really irresponsible. Even if you want to issue a wanted poster, at least post the face photo of the target person. Who can recognize the body photo you show? Ding! Issue a mission to prevent Viridian Pokemon Center from being destroyed by Ash's Pikachu/task reward, low-level rare candy x10. This. Gary originally planned to get involved in Ash's affairs, but the system has already issued the mission. 10 rare candies are not a small amount, let's do it. According to the time, Ash has already arrived at the Pokemon Center in Viridian City, and Pikachu is also receiving treatment. Because Pikachu was too seriously injured and was in rescue until the evening, Team Rocket only appeared at night. Then let's go there at night. Gary decided to go there at night. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the task is not completed. At most, he won't get the reward. After Gary parked his Fengma mountain bike, he entered the Pokemon department store. According to the waiter's instructions, he came to the 3rd floor of the Pokemon department store, which specializes in selling Pokemon evolution props. Little handsome boy, what kind of evolution stone do you need? We have a full range of evolution stones here. The waitress saw Gary's handsome appearance and immediately came over to introduce. I need a premium leaf stone, do you have one here? Gary is not bad at treating his Pokemon badly, so he will use the best evolution stones on the market. The waitress was surprised to hear Gary's request, because premium leaf stones are very expensive, and normal trainers can't afford them. Young handsome man, premium leaf stones are very expensive, costing 3 million each. Are you sure you need them? The waitress reminded. If you don't need them, why should I ask you? Just tell me if you have them. Gary looked defiant, as if 3 million was not a big deal in his eyes. Of course we have them. The products in our Pokemon department store are very affordable, but young handsome man, you need to prove to me that you have the ability to buy them first. The waitress said. The evolution stones in the display cabinet are all ordinary evolutions, and premium Pokemon are naturally placed in the safe, and normal trainers don't take them out easily. Gary shook his head helplessly and took out a black card from his arms. The moment she saw the black card, the waitress was dumbfounded, because this black card can be used without a limit. Looking at the whole world, not many people have black cards. Handsome, please wait a moment. I'll get the leaf stone. The waitress said. Well, go ahead. Gary was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that the Pokemon department store here really had the best evolution stone. Normal Pokemon department stores don't have the best evolution stone. It's good to have the high-level evolution stone. Pokemon props like the best evolution stone can be auctioned, and they will be sold for more than 3 million. After waiting for a while, the waitress came with a delicate box, put it on the counter and opened it. Inside was a leaf stone the size of 2 adult palms. Compared with other evolution stones, the appearance of the leaf stone looks very simple, like a leaf fossil. In addition to the leaf stone, is there a fire stone? Gary asked. Originally, I planned to try my luck, but I didn't expect that the Pokemon here really had goods, so I asked about the fire stone. Of course. The waitress immediately ran to the room and took out another box. Opening the box, there was a crystal clear stone that looked like a normal crystal. It seemed to store flames inside, and it was more than twice the size of an ordinary flame stone. Your Pokemon department store actually has top quality evolution stones. You are really powerful, Gary exclaimed. Of course. Although Pokemon department store has a dedicated supply channel, our Pokemon supply in Viridian City is invested by Mr. Ban Mu, the waitress said proudly. Hearing that Ban Mu had invested, Gary was relieved. No wonder the Pokemon department store here has top quality evolutions. It turns out that Team Rocket is helping to supply them. Ban Mu is definitely a well-known figure in Kanto region, but no one knows that Ban Mu is the leader of Team Rocket. I want both evolution stones. Swipe the card. Gary said. Okay, please wait. The waitress' eyes narrowed with joy. She could get a lot of commission just from this order. After buying 2 top-quality evolution stones, Gary replenished some supplies, bought some energy blocks that water and grass Pokemon like to eat, and then left. In a small garden in Viridian City, Gary sat on a public chair, holding a Pokeball in his hand, and pressed the button on the Pokeball. Great! 6 Executies with different expressions appeared. Egg. Execute looked around, confused. Gary had just captured Execute yesterday, and Gary had met Execute in the evening. Execute also recognized Gary as a trainer. After all, in the wild Pokemon would recruit each other. Since it was defeated by Gary, Execute also recognized Gary as a big brother. Execute, I will let you evolve later. Are you ready? Gary said. Egg. Execute was extremely shocked. As a member of the Execute clan, it knew that it needed evolution stones to evolve, but with its ability, it was impossible to get evolution stones in the wild. These Pokemon that need evolution stones to evolve, when their strength reaches a certain level, can sense the location of the evolution stone and will actively look for the evolution stone to evolve. According to normal development, Execute will not look for Leaf Stone until at least level 30, because Execute knows that if it looks for it now, it will definitely not be able to compete with other wild Pokemon that need Leaf Stone. Egg. The 6 Executies were grateful. They didn't expect that they could evolve in less than a day with Gary. They really followed a good trainer. Gary smiled and took a look at Execute's attributes. He found that Execute's intimacy with him increased by 10 points to 131. If it evolves, wouldn't the intimacy be close to 200? According to normal data, intimacy only means that the relationship between Pokemon and trainer is good, but in reality, the higher the intimacy, the Pokemon may burst out in battle. Extraordinary combat power. This is the Leaf Stone, let's evolve. Gary opened the box containing the Leaf Stone, took out the Leaf Stone, and placed it on Execute. The moment it touched the Leaf Stone, the genes in Execute's body became agitated. Execute seemed to have a magical connection with the Leaf Stone, and both of them shone with the light of evolution at the same time. Execute continued to change in the light of evolution, and his body became taller and taller. His height soon became the same as Gary's, and his body became flatter and wider, and he also grew 2 thick legs. The light of evolution dissipated, and an Executor appeared. Coconut Egg. The Executor evolved from Execute is not as tall as a normal Executor, because it evolved in advance. For example, Ash's Charizard, although it has evolved, its size is not a little different from that of a normal Charizard. However, this is not a disadvantage, it just takes time for Pokemon to grow, and after Pokemon evolves in advance, it can fix its own fighting style earlier. For example, Charmander itself cannot fly, but its final evolution, Charizard, can fly. If it does not evolve for a long time and suddenly evolves into Charizard, it will not be able to adapt to air combat and will take a lot of time to adapt. Although Pokemon can awaken powerful skills in race skills earlier at a low level without evolving, this only applies to ordinary trainers. For trainers like Gary who are not short of money, skills can be learned by spending money. Even if Pokemon evolves, it only needs to reach a higher level to awaken the awakened race skills. This is not a problem for Gary at all. Novel image. Coconut Egg. Executor yelled something, and then he saw the stone in the garden grass floating up. Yes, you have awakened the confusion skill, Gary said in surprise. Confusion is a psychic skill, and the skill power is only 50, but Confusion is a very practical Pokemon, and in the later stages of psychic Pokemon, the power of Confusion does not depend on the skill power at all, but on the mental power. For example, Mewtwo can cause great damage just by using Confusion, and even the Confusion shield made by Confusion can prevent more attacks. Gary patted Executor, who was about the same height as him, and looked at its attributes. Pokemon, Executor male sign attribute, Grass, Psychic level, 10 potential, Quasi-elite ability, Chlorophyll skills, Absorb, Hypnosis, Reflect, Leech Seed, Confusion. Intimacy, 201, maximum 255. After Executor evolves, its potential is raised from the gym to the quasi-elite. It seems that the top evolution stone can only raise the potential level by 1 level, but it is already very good. The bronze crown will not be used for the time being. Gary wanted to raise Executor's potential again, but thinking of the capture task issued by the system, he decided to hold back. What if the police station is not a good person and gives Gary a Growlithe with low potential? So the bronze crown should be kept. The other 3 Pokémon, except Alakazam, are not rare Pokémon. You can catch them, so there is no need to worry too much. Executor, you should adapt to your current body first and practice confusion skills more. Gary said. Coconut egg. Executor nodded, moved his body, and used confusion by the way. Gary looked in the direction of the Pokémon Center. Night. Pokémon Center. Ash sat in the waiting area, looking at the red light on the door of the operating room, feeling very uneasy. Ash didn't expect Pikachu to be so seriously injured, and the treatment didn't end from morning to night. He was very worried that Pikachu would have an accident. Fortunately, Misty was by Ash's side to comfort him. Although Misty slapped Ash, she felt very sympathetic to Ash after knowing what happened to him. Ting! The next second, the light on the door of the operating room went out. Ash and Misty walked over, and just as they approached the door of the operating room, the door was pushed open. Joy, with the help of 2 Chanseis, pushed the used trolley out. Pikachu was lying on the trolley, with a charging device on his head, and the positive and negative batteries were hung on the shelf next to the trolley. Ash and Misty immediately asked Joy about Pikachu's condition. Pikachu was fine, and they just needed to wait for Pikachu to recover slowly. Only then did Ash breathe a sigh of relief. Emergency alarm? Emergency alarm. There is an invasion in Viridian City, most likely a Pokémon kidnapping group. Suddenly, the alarm in the Pokémon Center sounded. Outside the Pokémon Center, Gary looked at the hot air balloon in the sky and was speechless. He was still wondering how Team Rocket would break into the Pokémon Center, but he didn't expect that they would directly ride the hot air balloon. This is too blatant. You guys are so showy. Does Ban Mu know? You know, it's all because of you that Viridian City is currently under martial law. I guess this has caused Ban Mu a lot of trouble. Not long after, Gary saw 3 figures jumping off the hot air balloon and entering the Pokémon Center from the mirror ceiling. At the same time, clouds of black smoke came out of the vents. Executor, Squirtle, it's time for us to act. Gary said. Coconut egg. Johnny. Gary walked out of the flower bed with 2 Pokémon and quickly came to the door of the Pokémon Center. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw the Rocket Trio finishing their opening words and confronting Ash and the others. Our target is the sick Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. If we look for them one by one, we will definitely find a few precious Pokémon. Jessie said. Right. James nodded in agreement. Their goal this time is to find the precious Pokémon that are being treated in the Pokémon Center. You bastards, it's really infuriating. Ash said angrily. This is the first time he has seen such shameless people in his life. Jessie and James don't care about rookie trainers like Ash. They are elite members of the Rocket team. Coughing, use poison gas. James was too lazy to talk nonsense and used it directly. Wow. However, Coughing, who wanted to act, suddenly stopped in midair and couldn't move. Seeing that Coughing didn't act, James asked in surprise, Coughing, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Jessie was also confused. Coughing usually listened to James very much. Why did he suddenly disobey? Behind. Joy almost shouted at this time. The Rocket Trio immediately turned around and saw a handsome boy standing at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, followed by an Executor and a Squirtle. Little. Gary. Ash's pupils widened when he saw the boy at the entrance. With me here, don't even think about taking the Pokémon here. Gary said coldly. Another little brat, Abraxas. Jessie didn't take Gary seriously and immediately ordered Abraxas to attack. Hiss. Abraxas rushed over immediately. Executor. Gary shouted. Executor manipulated Coughing's body and directly hit Abraxas, knocking it out. What? Jessie couldn't believe that a rookie trainer had such strength. Leech Seed. Executor's 3 heads spit up 3 Leech Seeds, and with the blessing of confusion, Leech Seed accelerated to fly towards the target. Leech Seed hits the target, absorbs Coughing and Abe Snake's physical strength, grows vines, and wraps around them. What? Abe Snake uses Poison Barb. Coughing, use Smog. Jessie and James issued commands at the same time. Hiss. Gas. Abe Snake and Coughing were tied up with vines, but they also used Poison Barb and Smog. Squirtle, use Water Gun to counteract Poison Barb. Executor uses Confusion to throw Coughing out. Squirtle immediately sprayed out Water Gun, and the powerful Water Gun easily smacks down all Poison Barb. Executor throws Coughing to the pillar beside him, successfully disrupting Coughing's attack. Bang! Coughing hit the pillar, and with the physical strength absorbed by Leech Seed, he fainted directly. What? My Coughing! James saw Coughing defeated and ran over immediately. Now the Rocket Trio only has 1 Arbo Snake left, and of course, there is 1 Meowth, but the Rocket Meowth is not very powerful. Without Coughing's help, Arbo Snake is isolated and bound by Executor's confusion. Squirtle Water Gun fires and defeat what? Jessie looked at the fainted Abe Snake and couldn't believe that she and James were defeated so easily. Executor, don't let them run away, use confusion to tie them all up. Gary ordered. Coconut egg. Executor immediately used confusion to tie up all 3 members of Team Rocket. Damn it, little brat, let us go. We are Team Rocket. If you mess with us, you will be in trouble. That's right, meow. The 3 members of Team Rocket were still stubborn and threatened Gary with Team Rocket. Gary didn't know what these 3 people were thinking. Viridian City is an important base of Team Rocket. Itsuki is in Viridian City and never lets his men move here. You 3 are so good, running here to steal Pokemon. If you succeed, Alliance will definitely send investigators to investigate, and then Itsuki will have to act cautiously. Gary ignored the Rocket Trio and ordered, Executor, tie them up with Leech Seed. Executor spit up 3 more Leech Seeds and wrapped them around the Rocket Trio. Leech Seed absorbed the trio's physical strength and grew Vine Whip to tie them up. Moreover, the Rocket Trio's energy was not as strong as before, and they all fell asleep. Okay, it's quiet now. Gary waved his hand. At this time, Joy knew that the dilemma was resolved, and they all came to thank Gary for his help. Thank you, you really helped a lot, otherwise the Pokemon was taken away. I don't know how to explain to those trainers. Joy thanked sincerely. You're welcome, this is my duty as an Alliance trainer, so let's call Miss Junsha over quickly. Gary said. No need, the alarm has just sounded, and Miss Junsha is on the way. Joy shook his head. Don't move, police. As soon as the voice fell, Junsha's voice came from outside the door. However, Junsha was a little confused. She couldn't tell who looked like a bad guy. After all, she had just seen Ash in the morning. As for Gary beside Joy, he didn't look like a bad guy at all. Joy hurried over to explain what happened here to Junsha. Knowing that the criminals were the Rocket Trio, he immediately handcuffed them, ordered his men to take them away, and thanked Gary. Gary knew that the police station in Viridian City would definitely not be able to hold the Rocket Trio. As for whether this move would change the fate of the Rocket Trio, Gary couldn't care less. Before, Gary was worried that the Rocket Trio was very strong, and he used 8 low-level rare candy on Executor to raise Executor's level to level 18. As a result, Jesse and James' Pokemon were also very low. LV9 Coughing Male Sign/Elite. LV10 Abraxas Male Sign/Elite. This is the Pokemon status of the 2, which made Gary speechless. If Gary had known that Team Rocket was so weak, he would have used fewer rare candies. Gary, you already have 2 Pokemon. At this time, Ash came over and said, yeah, what about you? Gary deliberately asked back. I haven't captured a single Pokemon yet. Ash said embarrassedly. When he arrived in Viridian City, Ash was mocked by Professor Oak, and unexpectedly, he was stabbed by Gary. You wanted to be my rival before, but you couldn't even understand the 2 Team Rockets. It's probably difficult for you to collect all 8 badges. Give up the unrealistic illusion of Pokémon Master as soon as possible. Gary complained. I won't give up. My Pikachu is just injured. If it wasn't injured, I would definitely be able to defeat Team Rocket. Ash retorted. Really? Gary looked at Pikachu, who was next to Misty. At this moment, Pikachu was still hanging on the positive and negative batteries, and looked weak in contest condition. LV15 Pikachu Male Sign/Champion. Ash also saw Pikachu's miserable condition, and thought of what he had just said, and suddenly felt a little unconfident. Gary was surprised at Pikachu's potential. Could it be that after the electric Pokemon was struck by lightning, the potential would be improved? After all, according to Pikachu's own situation, it is not a very strong Pokemon. Moreover, Ash's Pikachu was not just struck by lightning, but also by Raikou and Zekrom's lightning. And every time it was struck, Pikachu's own electricity would be enhanced. It was as if Pikachu absorbed the lightning of legendary Pokemon into its own electricity, so it could release stronger electricity. Gary decided to try it out after he captured an electric Pokemon. You keep an eye on Pikachu. I'm leaving first. There was nothing to do at the Pokemon Center, so Gary was also planning to leave. Leave? It's so late. Where are you going, Gary? Ash asked in confusion. Of course I'm going to the hotel to rest. The Pokemon Center apologized, so it's definitely impossible to provide accommodation, so I have to go to the hotel. Gary said speechlessly. This Ash really has no common sense at all. Didn't he see that the Pokemon Center has been surrounded by cordons, and at least until tomorrow, no accommodation will be provided for trainers. And Ash will not leave the Pokemon Center for the time being, and will definitely wait here for Pikachu to fully recover. Gary also found a high-end hotel nearby to stay. Strange, why hasn't the task been completed yet? After defeating Team Rocket, Gary waited all the way but didn't hear the system prompt. The reason why Pikachu destroyed the Pokemon Center was naturally because of the Rocket Trio. Pikachu itself didn't have this idea. Now that the Rocket Trio has been dealt with by Gary, Pikachu will definitely not destroy the Pokemon Center again. Is it because Pikachu is still in Viridian City, and we have to wait for Pikachu to leave Viridian City? Gary thought silently. The task requires stopping Pikachu from destroying the Viridian Pokemon Center, but Pikachu is still in the Pokemon Center and is still in the restricted area. Perhaps only when Pikachu leaves the restricted area will the task be completed. It seems that we can only wait and see the results tomorrow. Gary didn't think much about it. It was just 10 low-level rare candies. Even if the task could not be completed, there was no need to care too much. Pokemon levels are easy to improve before the gym level. As long as the potential is sufficient, upgrading is just a matter of time. The next day, The first thing Gary did when he woke up was to check whether the number of low-level rare candy in the space backpack had increased. Low-level rare candy x 10. The number of low-level rare candy is still 10. The task is still not completed. Gary was a little worried and ran to the window to take a look. The Pokémon Center is still there and has not been destroyed. It seems that Ash and his friends have not left Viridian City. Novel image. After washing up, Gary checked out at the front desk and rode his Fengma mountain bike past the Pokémon Center. After a night of investigation by the police, the cordon around the Pokémon Center had been removed, and the glass windows of the skylight were being repaired. It seemed that everything was going well. The wanted poster on the notice board at the door was also removed. It should be fine. After making sure that everything was peaceful, Gary did not stay any longer and rode his mountain bike to the north. Gary's next stop was naturally Nibi City. To get to Nibi City from Viridian City, you have to go through Viridian Forest. Because the Viridian Forest is densely wooded and is a natural maze, many trainers got lost in it in the past. But now there is no need to worry, the road has basically been opened. As long as you don't run into the forest on your own, you can leave by following the road. However, Gary has no intention of leaving. Viridian Forest has a lot of bug-type and flying Pokémon, and Gary is planning to capture a Pidgeot with good potential here. The starting Pokémon of the Green Champion team is Pidgeot. If you miss Viridian Forest, it will be difficult to meet a Pidgeot with high potential in other places. In addition to Pidgeot, Viridian Forest also hides 3 relatively rare Pokémon, namely Bulbasaur, Pinsir, and Scyther. For grass Pokémon, Gary already has Exeggutor, but it does not prevent him from capturing Bulbasaur. Anyway, Bulbasaur also has poison type, so he can just cultivate it as a poison pet. The most important thing is that the Pokémon that Gary hopes to meet now are Scyther and Pinsir. These 2 Pokémon are the ceiling of bug-type Pokémon, and both can Mega Evolution. In particular, Scyther can also evolve into Scizor, with the technical expert ability. After Mega Evolution, Sword Dance plus Bullet Punch can directly push the team. The key is that Scizor has no weaknesses. The only weakness is that it is afraid of fire Pokémon. As long as it does not encounter fire Pokémon in the battle, Scizor can be said to be unparalleled in attack and defense. Squirtle, help me explore the surroundings and see if there are any strange Pokémon. When he came to the entrance of the Evergreen Forest, Gary put Squirtle on the front of the car to help him find Pokémon. As for Exeggutor, it is too big, and the mountain bike cannot bear the weight of Gary and Exeggutor. After entering the Evergreen Forest, Gary rode slowly and saw a lot of bug-type Pokémon, all of which were Caterpie. Are these Caterpie not afraid of people at all? Gary asked puzzled. Because the Evergreen Forest is rich in bug-type Pokémon, it is also rich in insect-catching boys, and Caterpie is basically the first choice of Pokémon for every supplement boy. Gary has no interest in Rayquaza's juvenile form. Although Butterfree has its own Gigantamax form, it is not that strong. The main reason is that Butterfree's peak period is too short. Bug-type Pokémon has a fatal flaw, which is its low lifespan. Butterfree's lifespan is only about 10 years. During these 10 years, its peak period is at most 5 years. After 5 years, Butterfree will start to decline. Of course, if Butterfree's potential is high enough and its lifespan is extended, its peak period will also increase, but it will never exceed 10 years. This is the limitation of some Pokémon. Pokémon's lifespan varies. Pokémon with short lifespans only have a flowering period of a few years, while Pokémon with long lifespans can be passed on to the next one. For example, Dragonite has an extremely long lifespan, and it is no problem to pass it on to great-grandchildren. Johnny, Johnny. Just as Gary was looking around, Squirtle suddenly called out. What's wrong? Caterpie. Gary looked in the direction of Squirtle's eyes and saw a yellow Pokémon lying on the tree. This Pokémon was very shy and immediately used dense leafage to cover its body when it found that it was seen. LV8 Caterpie mail sign/Jim Ding? Mission released. Capture the first shiny Pokémon/mission reward, Shiny Charm. The probability of encountering shiny Pokémon is 1 in 1,000, x1. Oh my god, Flash Caterpie. Gary was shocked. This is the first time Gary has encountered a shiny Pokémon in the wild since he grew up, and it also triggered a system mission. This Caterpie has nowhere to run. Squirtle, use water gun. Gary immediately issued an order. As a trainer, in addition to capturing the Pokémon he needs, if he encounters a shiny Pokémon, he must capture it. Johnny. Squirtle jumped up and used several water balls to hit the Caterpie on the treetop. This was Gary's suggestion to Squirtle. Although the power of the water gun would be reduced, it could be turned into multiple attacks. Pa. Flash Caterpie was very timid and did not resist. He was hit by the water gun continuously and fell from the treetop. Go, Pokeball. Gary immediately took out the Pokeball and threw it. The Pokeball flew out a beautiful arc and hit the target before Flash Caterpie landed, and captured it. Bang! The Pokeball fell to the ground, shook slightly 3 times, and the red light on the button went out. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Ding! Post a task to capture 10 shiny Pokémon/task reward, advanced Flash Charm, 5/1000 chance of encountering shiny Pokémon, x1. There are follow-up tasks. Gary didn't expect the system to reward a higher level shiny charm. 5/1000 chance, if approximated, means 1/200 chance of encountering shiny Pokémon, which is still quite high. However, Gary is not very enthusiastic about shiny Pokémon. Unless the shiny Pokémon he encounters later is worthy of breeding, Gary will basically send it to Professor Oak's laboratory and let his grandfather take good care of it. Professor Oak is still very curious about shiny Pokémon. I believe that if I send this Caterpie back, Professor Oak will be very interested. Gary parked the mountain bike, walked over to pick up the Pokeball, and checked the attributes of Flash Caterpie. Pokemon, Caterpie, Flash. Attribute, Bug. Level, 9. Potential, Gym. Ability, Scale Powder. Protected by Scale Powder, it will not be affected by the additional effects of moves. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite. Intimacy, 100, max value 255. Scale Powder ability, evolved into Butterfree, is the Compound Eye ability, which can be used in the early stage. Gary thought. Although Gary does not intend to breed Caterpie as the main force, this Caterpie has good potential and is still worth breeding. At least it will be useful for Gary to fight in the gym later. After all, Sabrina of the Saffron Gym uses Psychic Pokemon, and Bug-type Pokemon restrains Psychic Pokemon. What a pity, I didn't meet Scyther. Gary put away the Pokeball, not knowing whether his luck was good or bad. It was definitely not bad luck to meet shiny Pokemon. After all, the difficulty of meeting shiny Pokemon was much lower than the probability of meeting Scyther. Let's keep looking. Gary thought he could stay in the Evergreen Forest for 2 more days to see if there was a chance to meet Scyther or Pinsir. After all, Sabrina was too strong. If you want to defeat Sabrina, you can't do without Bug-type Pokemon. As for Ghost Pokemon, it's too difficult to meet. Even if you know where Ghost Pokemon are, it's difficult to capture them with Gary's current strength, so it's better to breed a Bug-type Pokemon yourself. Gary turned around and prepared to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a person standing behind him. Before Gary could see who was coming, a cold light came to his face. Gary dodged, then grabbed the wrist of the person with his backhand and flicked it hard. Ah, it hurts. Let go. A cry of pain sounded. Gary then saw who the other person was, and then he let go of his hand, and asked in a bad tone, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me? My name is Samurai, and I live in the Evergreen Forest. I don't mean to attack you, I just want to know if you are a trainer from Pallet Town," the samurai boy said indignantly. Suddenly, he found that the person in front of him was the samurai boy, who lived in the Evergreen Forest all year round and was taught a lesson by the 4 rookie trainers from Pallet Town. "You came to ask with a samurai sword?" Gary asked. "The blade of this samurai sword is made of rubber, and it won't hurt people," the samurai boy said, and he also broke the blade of the samurai sword. It was indeed made of rubber, but the paint on the surface was very metallic. "Then it's also very rude for you to suddenly take this thing out to scare people," Gary said. "Okay, it's my fault, I apologize to you." The samurai boy is not bad by nature, and he apologized proactively. Gary didn't care much and asked, "Why are you looking for the trainer from Pallet Town?" "I was defeated by 2 rookie trainers from Pallet Town, and I'm not convinced, so I want to defeat the trainer from Pallet Town, right?" the warrior boy asked. Gary didn't understand why the warrior boy thought so. "You were obviously defeated by Little Orange and Little Yellow, so you shouldn't seek revenge on them. What's the point of looking for other trainers from Pallet Town?" "I am indeed from Pallet Town," Gary admitted. "That's great, let's have a Pokemon battle," the warrior boy asked. "Why should I agree to you?" Gary asked back. "Why? Are you afraid?" The warrior boy challenged other trainers and was never rejected. Gary in front of him didn't play by the rules at all. "I'm not afraid, but there's no benefit in fighting with you. You should know that Pokemon battles between trainers are gambling," Gary said. "What? You still want money?" The warrior boy was shocked. "It is normal for trainers to fight with each other, but it is too far away for rookie trainers." The warrior boy is actually a rookie trainer. He has owned Pokemon for less than 2 weeks. How can he afford to fight with Pokemon? "It doesn't necessarily require money. If you can give me something that satisfies me, it's also okay. If you can beat me, I can give you 50,000 yuan, Gary said. "What? 50,000? The samurai boy was shocked by Gary's generosity. He had never seen what 50,000 yuan looked like. The samurai boy wanted to agree, but he was not yet blinded by the money. Gary could afford 50,000, so he had to take out something of corresponding value. "I don't have anything valuable on me," the samurai boy said embarrassedly. "I don't need you to give me money. You should stay in the Evergreen Forest more often," Gary said. "I remember that in the original plot, Ash fought with the samurai boy, resulting in Ash's Metapod being captured by Beedrill, and then Ash stayed in the samurai boy's house for a night. Although the samurai boy is not strong, he is also a wolf to dare to live alone in the Evergreen Forest. Maybe the samurai boy knows the distribution of forces in the Evergreen Forest. Wild Pokemon have a habit, that is, they will mark their own territory, and the more powerful Pokemon will do so. And Scyther is definitely very powerful in the Evergreen Forest. Although it has the flying type, Scyther does not fly often. Normally, it stays in a fixed area. The samurai boy in front of him lives in the Evergreen Forest and must know which powerful Pokemon are nearby. "Yes, I live in the Evergreen Forest," the samurai boy said. "Then do you know where there is a Scyther here?" Gary asked. "Scyther?" The samurai boy was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you planning to capture Scyther?" "Yes, if you know where Scyther is, you can use it as a condition for the bet. If you lose, you have to take me to Scyther, and I will pay you 20,000 yuan for the guide fee, Gary said. The samurai boy was stunned. There are benefits to losing the battle, which is something he has never thought of. Okay, I know there is a Scyther nearby, but it is a bit far away. It takes at least 2 hours to walk there, the samurai boy said. Okay, let's start the battle, Squirtle. Gary didn't waste any words and started the battle directly. Johnny. Squirtle trotted to Gary. He had just defeated Caterpie and was not even warming up. He was full of energy. Go out, Pinsir. The warrior boy threw the Pokeball. Great. A brown, upright Pinsir appeared. Pinsir is a Pokemon as famous as Scyther. It is very powerful. Normal fighting Pokemon are not as powerful as Pinsir. LV8 Pinsir male sign/normal. Gary was a little speechless. He didn't understand why Pinsir's potential was so low. One advantage of high-species Pokemon is that their potential starts higher than that of low-species Pokemon. For example, the 3 starters are basically elite-level potential, and there are rarely individuals with potential lower than elite. Pinsir's species strength is 500. Pokemon with species strength of 500 are basically not weak, and the potential of their offspring is not too low. Moreover, the size of this Pinsir is smaller than that of a normal Pinsir, and it is obviously born not long ago. According to the normal plot, this Pinsir can't even beat Ash's Metapod. It went to clamp the Metapod and broke its big horn. Then I will attack first. Pinsir, use impact. The warrior boy gave the attack command for Pinsir ran towards Squirtle and used his hard body to hit Squirtle. Although the warrior boy's Pinsir was not very good, it still looked very intimidating. Gary snapped his fingers and ordered, water gun. Squirtle puffed his mouth and stockpile spit up straight water gun. Because Pinsir was too big, Squirtle knew that the bullet water gun would definitely not be able to stop Pinsir. Pinsir was indeed blocked by the impact of the water gun, but he was not repelled and forcibly blocked the water gun. Although the level is low, Pinsir's species strength of 500 is no joke and it is not so easy to be defeated. And in the original book, Ash did not defeat the warrior boy's Pinsir. It was just 2 bad chess players having fun. Pinsir, go. The warrior boy shouted to cheer. After getting the sound source of the warrior boy, Pinsir seemed to have really been improved, and assist superpower forced the water gun back. You can stop now. Use rapid spin to move and keep a distance from Pinsir. Use water gun if Pinsir gets close, Gary ordered. Squirtle interrupted the water gun skill, retracted its body into its shell, rapid spin itself, and floated in the air with centrifugal force of assist to perform agility. Armor. Pinsir was also a little confused. He didn't expect a turtle to run so fast. Pinsir's own speed was not slow, but every time he was about to catch up, he would be disturbed by water gun. The warrior boy was very troubled. As a rookie, he had never seen such a professional kite-flying tactic, and he didn't know how to crack it. After just a few rounds, Pinsir fell down, and Squirtle also poked his head and limbs out of the shell. After spinning for such a long time, Squirtle didn't feel dizzy. Squirtle is a Pokemon that can spin very well. If it weren't for its size, it would definitely be a great ballet dancer. Pinsir, come back. Go, Metapod. The warrior boy did not use the plural form, took back Pinsir, and then sent out the Metapod. Great. A green Metapod with a crescent-shaped body appeared. LV8 Metapod male sign/normal. Gary lost interest when he saw the Metapod, and said, you lost this duel, there is no need to continue. Why? My Metapod has not lost yet. The warrior boy said unwillingly. Idiot. Gary suddenly said in a stern voice, do you know that Metapod cannot eat? It needs to rely on the power before evolution to grow. Once it fights, the energy in its body will be lost, which will lead to the failure of evolution. At that time, the Metapod will die completely. Ah, is there such a thing? The warrior boy, who was still unconvinced, dared not say more when he heard that it would cause the death of Metapod. Thinking carefully about the trainers with Metapods around him, it seems that many Metapods have failed to evolve, and they all seem to use Metapods to fight. In this way, Gary is the Metapod who saved the warrior boy. I'm sorry, I was reckless. After thinking it through, the warrior boy bowed to Gary and apologized. As a trainer, you should at least learn the basic knowledge about your Pokemon. You will cause irreparable losses if you do this. Gary reminded. I neglected it. I will definitely study Pokemon knowledge in the future. The warrior boy promised. Seeing that the warrior boy realized his mistake, Gary didn't say much. According to the agreement before the battle, you should fulfill it. Gary said. I know, but, do you want to take a rest and go tomorrow? The strength of that Scyther is very strong. The warrior boy said. Although the warrior boy was wearing a warrior costume, he was also an out-and-out insect catcher. Naturally, he knew that Scyther was a very rare bug-type Pokemon. The warrior boy also wanted to catch it, but he couldn't beat it at all. No, I have other Pokemon. Gary said. Okay, what about your bike? The road over there is not easy to walk on. This is easy. Gary took out a simple screwdriver from his backpack, removed a few screws from the mountain bike, folded it up directly, and put it in his backpack. This mountain bike is specially made by Fengma Group. It is made of carbon fiber. It is not only very light but also very strong. The warrior boy looked amazed. This is the first time he has seen such a cool bike. Gary followed the warrior boy, broke through the dense jungle, and came to a new area. This area was very quiet and there were basically no Pokemon. Be careful, we have reached Scyther's territory. This Scyther has a bad temper. Any Pokemon and people who enter his territory will be attacked as long as he finds them. The warrior boy reminded in a low voice. Gary didn't care too much. The area of Virgin Forest is close to the city. Normal will not have Pokemon of too high level. Only by going to MT Silver, the wild Pokemon there will be more powerful. Ja. Before Gary and the warrior boy could find Scyther, a green figure shuttled through the woods and quickly came to the two of them. That's this Scyther. The warrior boy immediately stepped back. He was not the rival of this Scyther. LV15 Scyther male sign/gym. Not bad, worth catching. Although the potential is only gym, it is already very good. It has been 3 days since he became a trainer, and Gary has not seen a wild Pokemon with the potential to reach quasi-elite. Executor, leave it to you. Gary quickly threw out the Pokeball and released Executor. Coconut Egg. The 3 heads of Executor all looked at Scyther, and the expressions on each head were different from Mikey's, with an indescribable sense of weirdness. Use Reflect. As soon as Gary finished speaking, Scyther turned into a white light and rushed straight towards Executor. Bang! Scyther appeared in front of Executor, but was blocked by a rainbow reflect. Under sunny day, Executor's movement speed was not only increased, but also its own reaction was improved. Now, Leech Seed. Gary ordered. Executor's 3 heads sprayed 3 leech seeds. Scyther reacted very quickly, swinging the scythes in both arms, splitting the 2 seeds in half, and only 1 leech seed hit. Leech Seed quickly absorbed Scyther's performance, and growth wrapped around Scyther's lower abdomen with vines. Even if Scyther wanted to use the sickle to remove it, he couldn't get rid of it all. What's more, Gary and Executor would not give Scyther a chance to deal with Leech Seed. Confusion. Novel image. Coconut Egg. The eyes on Executor's 3 heads radiated blue light, and invisible confusion burst out, binding Scyther. Scyther, Sigma, Tisk. There are no psychic Pokemon in the Evergreen Forest. This is the first time that Scyther has been bound by confusion. He doesn't know what happened, and his body is out of control. Smash it. Gary ordered, and Executor used confusion to control Scyther and smashed it on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive hits, plus the consumption of Leech Seed, Scyther instantly became a spent force. The warrior boy's scalp tingled. He could see that Gary didn't use his full strength in the battle with him. Why are the trainers in Pallet Town more terrifying than each other? The warrior boy was a little traumatized at this moment. Even though he had lost to 2 trainers in Pallet Town before, it was not a terrible defeat. But compared to Gary in front of him, the 2 Pallet Town trainers were not in the same league at all. Ja. Scyther did not fall down after being hit several times, and lay on the ground to breathe. Good perseverance, come in. Gary felt that it was almost done. There was no need to completely defeat the Pokemon before capturing it. It was also possible to capture it after wearing it down to a certain contest condition. Whoosh! Gary threw out the Pokeball. The Pokeball hit Scyther's head accurately, and the Pokeball opened, shooting out a ball of red light, and took Scyther in. The Pokeball fell to the ground, shook slightly 3 times, and then stopped shaking. Wow, so powerful. The warrior boy stuttered in shock. Scyther has always been his dream Pokemon, and he can't beat it himself. Unexpectedly, Gary only made a slight move and easily took it down. The warrior boy would like to call Gary the strongest rookie trainer he has ever seen. Gary walked over, picked up the Pokeball, and checked Scyther's attributes. Pokemon, Scyther male sign. Attribute, Bug, Flying. Level, 15. Potential, Gym. Ability, Technical Master. When attacking, it can increase the power of skills below 60 power by 50%. Skills, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack. Intimacy, 115, maximum value 255. Not bad, Technical Master ability. This ability is what Gary is quite satisfied with. If it is other abilities, Gary still has to think about where to get Ability Capsule. Ability Capsule allows Pokemon with the first ability and the second ability to switch abilities back and forth. In this timeline, Ability Capsule has not been developed yet. It was not developed until the 8th generation, but the number is quite rare. If this Scyther is really another ability, Gary will have a headache. Here, this is the reward. After putting the Pokeball away, Gary took out a large banknote and handed it to the samurai boy. Oh, thank you. The samurai boy thanked him and took the banknotes from Gary. Even if it was 20,000 yuan, it was the first time the samurai boy saw it, so he quickly counted it. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. After counting the banknotes, the samurai boy remembered that he didn't know Gary's name until now. My name is Gary. Gary didn't hide it. This guy will meet Ash later, and maybe the samurai boy will reveal his own things to Ash, just in time to motivate Ash. After all, according to the current progress, Gary dare not imagine how terrifying his strength will be when he reaches the Indigo Plateau Conference. Leaving the Scyther's territory, Gary said goodbye to the samurai boy and rode all the way to Nibi City. The Evergreen Forest is very large, and it took Ash 2 weeks to reach Nibi City. Even if Gary rode faster and didn't encounter too many problems on the road, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach Nibi City. Seeing that it was getting late, Gary cleared a piece of open space on the side of the road, set up a simple camp, and prepared food for his 4 Pokemon. Here, this is an energy cube, which can help you grow well. Gary must use the best resources for his Pokémon, the Energy Cube Trench. Caterpie and Scyther, 2 wild Pokémon, have never eaten the fine bran rations made by humans for Pokémon. Just 2 portions of special bug-type Pokémon feed, plus energy cubes. Instantly, Caterpie and Scyther agreed with Gary as a trainer. This kind of life with food and accommodation is really great. Pokémons have high IQs and can distinguish between good and bad. As long as the trainer is capable, most wild Pokémon are willing to follow the trainer. Everyone, have a good rest tonight. We will train you tomorrow. After dinner, Gary reminded the Pokémon. Before, because there were too few Pokémon, it was troublesome to train one Pokémon. But now there are 4 Pokémon, and they need to start special training. In addition, they need to challenge the Nibi City Gym later. They must raise the levels of the 4 Pokémon. Especially Squirtle, it is necessary to fight the Nibi Gym. Of course, Exeggutor can also fight the Nibi Gym, but now it is better to raise the level of Squirtle and breed Squirtle into Blastoise as soon as possible. The training plan Gary made for the 4 Pokémon is as follows. Scyther and Squirtle practiced against each other. The main training method was that Squirtle attacked Scyther with Water Gun, and Scyther used Sickle to resist Water Gun, training the reaction speed of the 2 Pokémon. Exeggutor and Caterpie practiced together. The training method was to let Exeggutor bask in the sun more, and to hypnotize Caterpie from time to time to improve the control of telepathy. As for why it basked in the sun too much, Exeggutor has far more than 3 heads, and can grow to 6 heads at most. With each head, Exeggutor's mental power will be enhanced. Exeggutor with 3 heads is far from the strongest form of Exeggutor. Caterpie does not need to be trained for the time being, and only needs to be hypnotized by Exeggutor. Caterpie's evolution cycle is very fast. Gary's Caterpie is already level 8, and it should have evolved into Metapod long ago. The reason why it did not evolve is because of Caterpie's own flash. The golden Caterpie is too dazzling and can be easily attacked by Pokémon such as Spearow and Pidgeotto. So this Caterpie is very vigilant every time it goes out to forage, and it forages very little, resulting in insufficient energy accumulated in its body to evolve into Butterfree smoothly during the Metapod period. Before evolving into Butterfree, Metapod will not eat anything, and will survive on the energy stored in Caterpie until it evolves. If it does not eat enough energy during the Caterpie period, it will rashly evolve into Metapod, which will eventually lead to failure of metamorphosis and death. Novel image. Jenny. Coconut egg. Yeah. Faced with Gary's arrangement of training for them, they naturally accepted it unhappily. Caterpie, why don't you agree? Gary didn't hear Caterpie's growl just now, so he looked at Caterpie. Caterpie didn't pay any attention to Gary, and suddenly turned its head to soaring in the sky, spewing out strands of silk, which fell like a fountain normal, surrounding Caterpie's body, and at the same time, the light of evolution shone. Caterpie's body changed into a crescent shape, and when the white light dissipated, an orange Metapod different from the ordinary Metapod appeared. Gary also took the Pokémon Pokédex and recorded the evolution process of Caterpie. The Pokémon Pokédex created by Professor Oak not only introduces the information of Pokémon, but also has the function of taking pictures. The evolution process of shiny Pokémon is still worth recording, so that when you are old, you can watch it as a memoir. After evolving, Metapod shook its body and thanked Gary. Just as Gary guessed, the reason why Caterpie didn't evolve was that it didn't have enough energy in its body. After eating the special bug-type feed prepared by Gary and adding high-end energy blocks, it accumulated enough energy in its body and evolved directly into Metapod. Since you have evolved, come in. Gary originally planned to use Caterpie to train Exeggutor's hypnosis. Since Metapod has evolved, he can only give up the training. Now he just needs to take good care of Metapod and wait for Metapod to metamorphose into a butterfly. Although bug-type Pokémon's mental power is not very good, the insect element energy is very special and has high resistance to mental energy. Therefore, bug-type Pokémon is not easily hypnotized, which is very suitable for training Exeggutor's hypnosis to improve the control of mental energy. Exeggutor, it seems that your training partner is gone, so you will join Squirtle's group and you will be responsible for using confusion to accelerate the water gun shot by Squirtle. Gary said. Huh. Scyther patted his head with his scythe, feeling something was wrong. Is this for extra training? Just train, who's afraid of who? Scyther has never lost since birth, but he didn't expect to lose so badly today. Scyther immediately stared at Exeggutor and decided to train well to get back on track as soon as possible. Exeggutor just found out that Scyther was looking at him, and sensed Scyther's emotions towards him, but he didn't care too much. After all, today's battle went too smoothly, and this Scyther didn't seem to be that powerful. A day's plan begins in the morning. After getting up the next day, Gary urged Squirtle and the others to start training. Because they were in the wild, Gary only let Squirtle and the others train for an hour, and they had to rest for every 15 minutes of training. Exeggutor only trained for a while and then stopped. After all, they were in the wild, and they had to have at least one Pokémon on them in good contest condition to avoid unexpected accidents. After the training, prepare food for the Pokémon. After the meal, with the help of the Pokémon, pack up your luggage and set off again. Along the way, Gary met several trainers. These trainers are basically rookies. They have not had Pokémon for a long time. Seeing other trainers, they all challenged Gary. Gary naturally accepted all the challenges and defeated 5 rookie trainers in one morning. Gary also mainly used Squirtle to fight, and the level was raised to 13. There are only 3 levels left to meet the first stage of evolution level requirements. With Squirtle's current contest condition, evolution should not be delayed. With champion level potential, food and nutrition are also followed up. Unless Squirtle does not want to evolve, there is a high probability that there will be no accidents. It's noon, time for lunch. After riding until noon, Gary also planned to stop and rest, have lunch, and set off again in the afternoon. Gary originally planned to travel alone, so he learned about breeding when he was young. With his ability in breeding, he is definitely a qualified breeder. Everyone come out to eat. Prepared feed for Pokémon, Gary released all Pokémon, and Metapod also released it to breathe. Jenny, Ja, Coconut Egg. The 3 Pokémon liked the feed prepared by Gary very much, and started to stuff cheeks. They also fought occasionally along the way. Seeing that the Pokémon were eating so deliciously, Gary went to eat his instant food. He just needed to pour water and heat it up. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Gary looked at the items in the space backpack, and the number of low-level rare candy changed from 13 to 23. Ash finally left Viridian City, but why did he move so slowly and stayed in Viridian City for another day? Gary murmured. But Gary didn't think much about it. Anyway, Ash was unlikely to get into trouble. Gary looked at Squirtle and the others again, who had already eaten all the feed and were lying on the field to rest. The levels of the 4 Pokémon were not high, and 23 low-level rare candy were not enough. It was better to upgrade the level of Squirtle and the others before using rare candy. After a full meal and a half-hour rest, Gary set off again. Afternoon. Gary refused to fight with the trainers he met along the way, mainly admiring the surrounding scenery and looking for high-potential Pidgey. For this reason, Gary even released Metapod to see if he could captivate Pidgeotto. Metapod is one of Pidgeotto's favorite foods. Although Metapod has a hard shell, it can definitely be broken if Pidgeotto takes it to a high altitude and then throws it down, and then he can taste the sweetness inside. Metapod had no idea that Gary was using it as bait, and thought that Gary was letting it out to breathe, and was very happy. Unfortunately, until the evening, no Pidgeotto appeared. Gary also figured out a problem. The early bird catches the worm, and the same is true for Pidgeotto. It seems that only by riding with Metapod in the morning can Pidgeotto be attracted. Gary has given up trying to capture Pidgeot, because it is too difficult to encounter a high-potential Pidgeot, so he still captures it from Pidgeotto. After all, after evolving once, the potential of the Pidgeotto encountered should be higher, and there may be a chance to encounter a Pidgeotto with gym potential. As for the Pidgeotto with gym potential, Gary would not expect it. He had been out for a few days, but he had not seen a Pokémon with quasi-elite potential. 2 days later in the morning, Gary was almost out of the Viridian Forest, but he still hadn't met the Pidgey or Pidgeotto he wanted. In the Viridian Forest, he couldn't even meet a Pidgey or Pidgeotto with gym potential. Today is Gary's 4th day in Viridian Forest. If he rides for another morning, he will almost leave Viridian Forest, and he will not have the chance to find the Pidgey he likes. It seems that I can only use my money. Although he did not meet the Pidgey he liked, Gary did not care too much. There are many ways to capture Pokémon, such as through fighting, making friends, etc., and the most common way is to buy it directly. Although the Alliance strictly prohibits the sale of wild Pokémon, Pokémon in the breeding house are an exception. The Pokémon in the breeding house are all bred by the breeder himself, and such Pokémon are allowed to be sold. Many breeding houses will specialize in breeding a certain Pokémon and put it on the market for trainers to choose. For some wealthy families, they will go to the breeding house to buy high-quality Pokémon for their children. There are still many breeding houses that breed Pokémon like Pidgey. Pidgey itself is not a rare Pokémon, so the price will not be too expensive. Gary did not stay in the Viridian Forest for long. He rode at full speed and arrived at the Pokémon Center in Nibi City at noon. Nurse Joy, please excuse me. Gary handed his Pokémon to Joy for examination. Although the Pokémon were not injured, they still needed to be checked frequently. The Pokémon Center not only provided treatment, but also daily Pokémon care. Don't worry, Mr. Gary. If it weren't for you, the Pokémon Center in Viridian City would have a major safety hazard. I will take good care of your Pokémon. Joy assured. Thank you. Gary was not surprised. The Pokémon Centers all belonged to the Joy family, and they were all connected to each other. What happened in the Viridian Pokémon Center was not a small matter. It is estimated that all the Pokémon Centers in the Kanto region held a safety meeting because of Viridian City. Gary walked to the public telephone area and called Professor Oak. Professor Oak spent most of his time in the laboratory, specializing in Pokémon research. Oh, Gary, where are you? Why did you call me just now? Professor Oak saw that the person on the screen was Gary, and he felt a little bit of blame. It has been almost a week since Gary left Pallet Town, and he has not called Professor Oak once. Hey, I'm here to report that I am safe. Gary showed the look of a child who made a mistake and interrupted. By the way, Grandpa, do you know anyone in the police station? Police? Team Rocket is targeting you. Professor Oak's face was stern and he suddenly became serious. Gary was surprised. Professor Oak mentioned Team Rocket. Obviously he knew about the situation in Viridian City. No. Gary hurriedly shook his head and denied. Then why did you ask me if I know anyone in the police station? Professor Oak was also relieved. Gary is the only child in Professor Oak's family, and something might happen to him. I want to breed an Arcanine, but as you know, wild Arcanine and Growlithe are hard to come by. They are all raised by Interpol. If you want to get an Arcanine, you can only go to Interpol to apply to adopt a Growlithe. Gary explained. So you want to breed an Arcanine? I know someone in the police. Wait for me and I'll ask for you. After that, Professor Oak hung up the phone. Gary waited quietly. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the public phone rang again. Gary answered the phone, and Professor Oak's head appeared on the video. Grandpa, what's going on? Gary asked anxiously. This is related to whether the mission can be completed. Although according to the original plot, Gary also has an Arcanine, but that Arcanine is too weak. In the Silver Conference game, Gary's Arcanine was killed instantly by Ash's Snorlax's destructive death ray, which really embarrassed the Arcanine. So Gary felt that even if he could meet Growlithe in the future, his potential would be quite low. I asked for you. A nest of Growlithe was born in the police station of Cerulean City. I applied for you. When you arrive in Cerulean City, just go to the police station to adopt one. Professor Oak said. Thank you, Grandpa. As expected, the famous professor is not normal, and even the Interpol organization has to give him some face. By the way, Gary, where are you traveling now? Professor Oak began to ask about Gary's situation. I have arrived in Nibby City and am planning to challenge the Nibby Gym tomorrow. Gary said. You are really fast. The gym leader of the Nibby Gym is not weak. Even if you have an advantage in the Squirtle attribute, you still have to be careful. Professor Oak reminded. Is Xiaogang very strong? Although Xiaogang is a very good gym trainer, the Pokemon he has are Guidud and Big Rock, and their levels are not high. Of course Gary doesn't know. The gym leader Professor Oak is talking about is Xiaogang's father, Flint. In fact, every gym trainer in Kanto region is not weak, but the acting gym owner messed it up later. Whether it is Nibby Gym or Cerulean Gym, the original gym owners are very powerful trainers, and their strength is basically at the quasi-elite level, and some are even elite trainers. For example, Koga, the gym trainer of Fuchsia City, has elite strength. In the near future, the top leaders of the Trainer Association will appoint Aji as the Elite Four of Johto Region Alliance. Don't think that Aji is not strong in the original plot, but that's just his pretense. After all, the task of gym trainers is to test the challenged trainers. If they all fight with their strongest strength, few people can collect 8 badges to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. And even if it is called the weakest Cerulean Gym, it is not weak. Misty's father is a very strong trainer who is proficient in water Pokemon. He left several powerful water Pokemon for his 4 daughters. But the 4 daughters were not motivated at all, and none of them could get the recognition of those powerful water Pokemon, and they could not be used in battle, so they gradually became third-rate gyms. And it is not good for the gym to be too strong, because if the gym is too strong, no one will challenge it. This can be referred to Blaine of Cinnabar Gym. He used all his strength in every gym battle, resulting in no trainer to challenge Cinnabar Gym. Over time, Cinnabar Gym even became a legend, and even people on Cinnabar Island thought that Cinnabar Gym was closed. It can be said that gyms are quite difficult to manage. The gym owner not only needs to have strength, but also needs to operate the gym. The gym cannot be built too strong or too weak. Grandpa, I will be careful. Knowing that Professor Oak was worried about himself, Gary also followed Professor Oak's words. By the way, Gary, how many Pokemon have you captured now? Professor Oak asked. Novel image. Professor Oak has read countless Pokemon, but because this year is the day when the rookie trainers of Pallet Town go out, he really hopes to receive Pokemon sent by the rookie trainers. So far, I have captured 3 Pokemon. Gary said. Only 3 Pokemon, too few. Professor Oak said in surprise. This year, 4 rookie trainers set out from Pallet Town. Xiaocheng and Xiaohuang have captured more than 6 Pokemon, so why did his grandson only capture 3 Pokemon? Grandpa, I plan to take the elite route. I don't like weak Pokemon. Gary said. Is that so? Then what are the 3 Pokemon you captured? Professor Oak was very curious about what kind of Pokemon Gary would capture. I captured Metapod, Executor, and Scyther. Gary said. Executor. Scyther? The Metapod was normal at the beginning, but how come the 2 Pokemon captured later are so terrifying? Professor Oak knows very well what kind of Pokemon Executor and Scyther are. In Rookie Trainer, these 2 Pokemon are definitely the ceiling level. Gary, did you capture these 2 Pokemon? Professor Oak couldn't help but wonder. The Earl Dervish Pokemon Gary chose is Squirtle, which is restrained by Executor in attribute, and Scyther is also a very fast Pokemon. Gary's Squirtle is still in the novice stage, and its attribute is not advantageous, so how can he capture Scyther? Yes, I captured Executor when I was in Execute. I used Leaf Stone to evolve it directly. Later, I met Scyther in Viridian Forest and defeated Scyther with Executor. Gary recounted his experience in the Viridian Forest. Professor Oak broke into a sweat. He didn't expect Gary to have such a smooth start. He captured Execute right away and then met Scyther. He was so lucky. Then why did you choose to capture Metapod? Professor Oak asked. Gary's captured Pokemon were all strong, and he already had Scyther. It seemed unnecessary to capture a bug-type Pokemon. Because I encountered a Flash Caterpie and captured it. Gary said. What? Flash Caterpie? Show me. Professor Oak was very excited when he heard it was a shiny Pokemon. Even Professor Oak rarely sees shiny Pokémon. Especially since this Pokémon was captured by Gary, Professor Oak was even more curious and wanted to study it. My Pokémon is in the care of Nurse Joy. I'll show it to Grandpa later. Gary said. That's a pity. You should do your best in the gym battle. Professor Oak said. Well, goodbye, Grandpa. After the call ended, Gary also went to the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center to eat. Gary planned to take a look at Route 3 in the afternoon to see if he could meet the Pidgey he liked, and also see if he could meet some ground-type Pokémon. There are mountains near Nibby City, and there are some rock and ground-type Pokémon. According to the task issued by the system, Gary needs to breed Radon, and there may be a Radon nearby. In addition to Pidgey and Radon, Gary also plans to see if he can find Mankey. Mankey has a second-order evolution, and can eventually evolve into a ghost-type Forsaken. In order to facilitate the fight against Sabrina later, it is necessary to breed a ghost-type Pokémon. As for the breeder Gengar, Gary also plans to breed it, but Gengar naturally has a poison type. It is said to restrain the psychic type, but it is also restrained by the psychic type Pokémon. Of course, the same is true for Forsaken, but it is still necessary to breed fighting type Pokémon. In Kanto region, there are only 2 fighting Pokémon with species strength of 500, namely Machamp and Forsaken. Machamp's species strength is 505, and it is a single fighting type. Forsaken's species is 535, and it has both fighting and ghost attributes. Comparing the two, anyone who knows that Forsaken should be chosen. Moreover, at this point in time, the evolution method of Forsaken has not been fully proven, and even many fighting masters have not figured it out. According to the evolution method in the game, Forsaken needs to use the Fist of Rage 20 times in a row in a battle, and it must increase its level while defeating the target before it can evolve. This evolution method is very troublesome in the game, let alone in reality. Gary plans to wait for Primeape to master the Fist of Rage, and then slowly test the evolution method. Afternoon. Gary brought his Pokémon to Route 3, looking for the target Pokémon, and also increased the level of Squirtle. Because he has the Eye of Insight, Gary looks for Pokémon. Pokémon are very fast, but unfortunately the Pokémon they encountered were all common and elite potential, none of which Gary liked. He also encountered some wild Pokémon with bad tempers on the way, but Gary solved them all. The Pokémon around here are not very powerful, so I'd better give up on capturing Pokémon in the early stage. Gary found that there were few Pokémon with strong potential in the areas where humans were involved, and it was difficult to encounter Pokémon with gym potential. As for the areas with few people, Gary knew that his strength was not enough, so he should improve his strength first and then capture the target Pokémon. After thinking it through, Gary planned to go back. Metapod, you've worked hard. Gary touched the Metapod he was holding and planned to put it back into the Pokeball. For the whole afternoon, Gary put the Metapod outside, hoping to attract Pidgeotto to appear, but he didn't encounter even a Pidgey, but he encountered quite a few Spearows. Buzz. However, just as Gary was about to take back the Metapod's body suddenly shook. Gary instantly understood what was going on, put the Metapod on the ground, and looked at the Metapod silently. Jenny, Ja, Squirtle and Scyther also came over to watch. A few seconds later, the Metapod's body shone with the incandescent evolution light. In the light, the Metapod's form did not change at all, but a pair of butterfly wings appeared on the Metapod's back. As the wings spread, the Butterfree's body also separated from the Metapod. The evolution light dissipated, and a Flash Butterfree appeared. Flash Butterfree's hands and feet were light pink, including the black and white patterned butterfly wings. The white part also had a little pink, and the eyes were turquoise. To be honest, after Flash Caterpie evolved into Butterfree, its appearance was really not as good as the standard Butterfree color. I really don't know how the pink Butterfree was bred in the plot. It seems that the colors of shiny Pokémon are not necessarily the Flash types recorded on the Pokédex. Meow. LV15 Butterfree male sign/gym. After evolving into Butterfree, the level is also raised to level 15, which is still a big increase. Maybe this is the characteristic of Pokémon like Butterfree. Whether it is Metapod or Kakuna, after evolving, the level will be slightly increased, ranging from 1 to 10 levels. As for the specific increase, it should be determined according to the potential of the Pokémon itself. Gary also used the Eye of Insight to check Butterfree's attributes. Pokémon, Butterfree, Flash. Attribute, Bug, Flying. Level, 1-5. Potential, Gym. Ability, Compound Eyes. Because of Compound Eyes, the hit rate of moves will be improved. Skills, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Supersonic, Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Wind. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Not bad, so many skills have been awakened. Basically, all the skills that can be awakened at this stage of Butterfree have been awakened. Gary said with surprise. Pokémon will awaken racial skills after reaching a certain growth level, but not all Pokémon have the opportunity to awaken. Even Pokémon with champion potential may not be able to awaken all racial skills. Pokémon with high potential can only awaken the more critical skills among its own racial skills, but not all racial skills. You can refer to Ash's Pikachu for this. Whether a Pokémon can awaken all racial skills depends not on its potential, but on its own comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the more racial skills it can awaken. Gary remembered that Ash's Caterpie awakened the 3 skills of Gust, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore after it evolved. Gary's Butterfree has awakened 6 skills, 3 times the number of Ash's Butterfree. It can be seen that this Butterfree has a high level of understanding. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of understanding. Gary touched Butterfree's furry head and didn't know how to treat Butterfree for a while. According to Gary's original idea, Butterfree was only temporarily bred and would definitely be replaced in the later stage, but this Butterfree's understanding was so high that it would be a pity to give up. Gary thought about it and felt that it was better to breed it temporarily. Anyway, the number of Pokemon to be captured in the future would not be too many, so it would be okay to breed it for a while. It depends on how much Butterfree can grow. Come in, we are going back. Except for Squirtle, Gary took all the other Pokemon back to the Pokeball. Putting a Pokemon outside naturally hopes that there will be a Pokemon to accompany you on the road, so that you won't be bored, and it can also serve as a bodyguard. Rest at the Pokemon Center for one night. The next day, Gary rode his mountain bike to the entrance of the Nibby Gym. It's so shabby. Gary looked at the Nibby Gym, which was made of stone cut in half, and felt it was shabby. The gyms of this period were all shabby, and it was not until 2 years later that the Alliance allocated funds to help local cities rebuild the gyms. However, the Nibby Gym has existed for a long time, and is older than Gary's grandfather. It is said that it was founded by Xiaogong's grandfather. Ding! Issued task, obtain Nibby Gym badge/reward, low-level rare candy X10, Stone Edge permanent skill learning device, top hard stone, rock type skill power increased by 50%, X1. Here comes the task, Stone Edge permanent skill learning device. Gary said unexpectedly. Skill learners are only available in the game. You can use them on Pokemon to master the corresponding skills. However, the skill learners in the game are used up one less. Skill learners are great things. In reality, apart from Pokemon awakening their own racial skills, if you want to learn new skills, you can only find a skill master and spend money to learn, and there is no guarantee that they will teach you. This can be seen from Ash's travels. Ash has found a master to teach his Pokemon skills. It takes at least 3 to 7 days to learn a skill. If you want to train it into a habitual skill, you have to spend a lot of time practicing. It can be said that teaching skills is a time-consuming and laborious task. Even for all the current Region Alliance champions and Elite Four, the number of skills taught in the skill pool of their main Pokemon is only in the single digit, which shows how difficult it is to teach skills. Hard Stone is an attribute enhancement item. The original effect should be to enhance the power of rock skills by 20%. This top-grade Hard Stone increases it by 50%, which is terrifying. Gary quickly parked his mountain bike and came to the door of the gym. There was no bell at the door, so Gary pushed open the door directly. The gym was very dark. What caught his eye were several stone pillars. On the high platform at the end of the front, a squinty-eyed boy was sitting on a stone cushion. The squinty-eyed boy was Xiaogang. Gary didn't understand why Xiaogang was sitting there. He was obviously sitting here waiting on purpose, but he didn't turn on the light. Who was he trying to scare? Gary turned to Xiaogang and shouted, "Are you Xiaogang?" Hearing this, a light shone on Xiaogang. "Who are you?" Xiaogang asked. Gary thought Xiaogang was pretending to be cool. There must be surveillance outside the gym. This guy must have known that he was coming and ran here to sit and wait in advance. Gary knew how busy Xiaogang was usually. In addition to handling the affairs of the gym, he also needed to take care of 9 younger brothers and sisters, and the Pokemon in the gym also needed to be taken care of. It was broad daylight now, and it was busy. How could he have time to run here and sit and wait for someone? Gary did not expose Xiaogang, and responded, "My name is Gary, I'm from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge a gym." "Is this your first time challenging a gym?" Xiaogang asked. "Yes. Gym competitions are different from the house-playing battles on the roadside. They are official competitions of the Pokemon Alliance and have rules," Xiaogang reminded. As a gym trainer in Nibby City, Xiaogang will accept challenges from most of the nearby rookie trainers. Many rookie trainers are fearless and come to challenge gyms, but they are all brutally beaten in the end. "Gym Master Xiaogang, I know the rules of gym battles. I'm different from those rookies," Gary said. Xiaogang was stunned for a moment, and he could see that Gary was very confident. He knew that it was useless to say more, so he stopped persuading him and said, "You can only use 2 Pokemon, understand?" "Yeah." Gary nodded. Xiaogang snapped his fingers, and the lights on the gym ceiling lit up. At the same time, 2 rock fields appeared on both sides of the venue, spliced together to form a battlefield. Xiaogang jumped down from the high platform and took out the Pokeball. "Since you understand the rules of the gym battle, the game begins." Xiaogang threw the Pokeball in his hand with force. "Great!" A round stone with a face appeared on the field, with an arm on each side. Novel image. LV15 Guidud male sign/elite. Gary saw Guidud's level and knew how strong Xiaogang was at the moment. "Squirtle, I leave it to you." Gary threw the Pokeball and released Squirtle. "Johnny." Squirtle looked at Guidud with confidence. He had encountered Guidud on Route 3 yesterday. He could kill it instantly with a single shot of water gun. There was no need to worry at all. It's actually a water Pokemon Squirtle. Xiaogang was also confused. He finally understood why Gary was so confident. It turned out that he had a water Pokemon. Guidud has rock and ground attributes and is 4 times weak to water skills. When facing a water Pokemon of the same level, it will basically be killed instantly after being hit by a water skill. I'll attack first. Squirtle uses water gun. Gary immediately launched an attack. Johnny. Squirtle fired a burst of water gun without saying a word. Seeing the burst form of water gun, Xiaogang was also confused. This was completely dead, and he quickly ordered, use rollout to dodge. Guidud immediately rolled out, and his speed was not slow, just enough to avoid the pursuit of water gun, but unfortunately, Guidud didn't run for long, and hit a rock and stopped. The subsequent water gun chased and hit it directly. Hi. Guidud's special defense was not good, and he was hit by the water gun and fell directly. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary rookie. Xiaogang looked at the fallen Guidud and was sure that Gary was completely different from other rookie trainers. After all, it is not something that rookie trainers can do to make Pokemon change the form of skills to attack. Guidud, come back and rest. Your Squirtle is good, but my last Pokemon is not so easy to deal with. Xiaogang took back the defeated Guidud and then threw the Pokeball. Great! How fast is a body? A giant snake made of rock appears. Onyx is 8.8 meters long, a real behemoth. With its body made of huge rocks, it will give people a great sense of oppression. Gigantophobia? Johnny. Squirtle was also shocked. Although he had seen Onyx's appearance on Pokédex, he didn't expect Onyx to be so huge. He was a little panicked. Squirtle, don't be afraid. Onyx is just huge. Like Guidud, it is extremely afraid of water skills. Gary reminded. Johnny. After receiving Gary's reminder, the fear in Squirtle's heart disappeared. What an excellent trainer. Xiaogang saw that Gary would comfort his Pokemon's emotions in the battle. Just for this behavior, he is much better than most rookie trainers. Onyx uses bind. Xiaogang also took it seriously and took the initiative to attack. Roar. Onyx slightly raised his body, twisted his body, and swung his tail towards Squirtle. The venue itself was not large, and there was no place to hide in the face of Onyx's tail sweep. Don't worry, just use the water gun to attack Onyx's head. Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Squirtle sprayed a straight line of water gun until Onyx's head, and the attacks of both sides hit each other at the same time, but the water gun did not kill Onyx instantly. Onyx's tail had already tied up Squirtle, and turned the direction, deviating the attack trajectory of the water gun, not giving Squirtle a chance to attack Onyx with the water gun. Squirtle, condense water pulse. Gary ordered. Jenny. Squirtle condensed the water element in his mouth, condensing water pulse. This move was a skill that Squirtle had awakened yesterday afternoon, and he was not very skilled in using it. Although he could successfully condense a water ball, the attack distance was too short, and it was not enough to be used as a habitual skill. No, Onyx, throw Squirtle out quickly. Xiaogang knew the power of water pulse. His Onyx had just withstood a water gun. If it was attacked by water pulse again, it would be doomed. Roar. Onyx gathered all his strength, swung his body hard, and threw Squirtle out. However, at the moment when Squirtle was thrown out, Squirtle had already condensed water pulse and fired it directly. Bang! Water pulse hit Onyx's tail. Roar. Onyx wailed, and his huge body fell towards the ground. Bang! Squirtle was also thrown out of the field and hit the wall hard, but with the protection of the turtle shell, Squirtle did not suffer a fatal injury, but it was also seriously injured. In any case, Onyx's size and weight are there. Even if Onyx's physical attack ability is not strong, defense can sometimes be used as a weapon. The game fell Veilstone, Onyx could no longer fight, and Squirtle was injured but did not fall down. Xiaogang also took back Onyx and said, I lost this gym match. Thank you. Gary smiled. Johnny. Squirtle was very happy that he won a gym match for Gary. However, Squirtle's happiness did not last long, and his body suddenly froze. Gary also noticed Squirtle's change, and immediately found that Squirtle's level had increased from level 15 to level 16. The next second, Squirtle's whole body shone with the light of evolution. What? Evolved. Xiaogang was also surprised. He didn't expect that his Onyx would become the nutrient for Squirtle's evolution. The light of evolution faded, and Wartortle appeared instead. Wartortle's body size, both in height and width, is twice the size of Squirtle. Furry ears like wings have grown on both sides of his head, and two small fangs have grown on his upper jaw, exposed outside. Congratulations, your Squirtle has evolved. Xiaogang stepped forward to congratulate. Thank you. Gary also responded politely. This is the Boulder Badge, which is proof of defeating a gym. If you gather 8 gym badges recognized by the Pokémon Alliance, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Xiaogang handed his own badge to Gary. Gary took the badge and looked at it. If this thing was placed in the world of the special episode, it would be a very important prop. It can make high-level Pokémon obey the trainer's command and can also be used to control legendary Pokémon. However, in the animation world, the badge is simply a proof of defeating the gym, used to participate in the Alliance Conference. Ding! Mission completed. The reward has been distributed to the space backpack. Thank you for your advice, goodbye. Gary thanked him and left the gym. Pokémon, Wartortle male sign. Attribute, Water. Level, LV16. Potential, Champion. Ability, Torrent. When physical strength decreases, the power of water-type moves will increase. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrinking, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect. Intimacy, 212, maximum value 255. After leaving the gym, Gary also looked at Wartortle's attributes. Pokemon evolution can also awaken racial skills. Wartortle awakened the Protect skill. The Protect skill is quite useful and can resist any attack. Although it will not resist if used too much, it is no problem to use it twice in a battle. Novel image. After getting the badge, Gary went to the Pokemon Center and handed Wartortle to Nurse Joy for treatment. Gary borrowed the computer here and searched for information about mobile phones on the internet. The communication equipment at this point in time is a bit poor. Simply put, there is communication and everything, but the key is that the communication equipment has not been improved, and traditional phones are still used. After all, even video calls are not available. Communication equipment that can be reduced to the size of a mobile phone can definitely be manufactured, but the key is that no company has yet to make the transformation. But according to the timeline, in fact, a company has developed a mobile phone, but it is only in the promotion stage and has not yet been popularized. Found it. What? Only available in Johto region. Gary quickly searched for information about mobile phones on the internet. There is a communication company in Johto region that has developed a mobile phone, but it is currently only sold in Johto region. If you want to buy it, you must go to Johto region to buy it. You can order it online, but it takes more than a week to send it from Johto region to Kanto region. Then stay in Cerulean City for a week. Ash decided to stay in Cerulean City for a week, waiting for the other party to deliver the phone. Gary immediately ordered a phone online, and filled in the address of the Pokemon Center in Cerulean City. The online shopping was over. Gary bought some energy cubes at the Pokemon store in Nibi City. In the afternoon, he trained in the nearby public field. The training is divided into performance training and skill training. Performance training is running 50 laps around the public field with weights. Skill training is mainly to improve the proficiency of skills. Wartortle practiced water pulse, and he wanted to train water pulse as proficiently as water gun as soon as possible. Scyther trained his slashing, and the scythe was its strongest skill. As for wing attack, there was no need to train it at all. Gary intends to breed Scyther into Scizor. Although Scizor is very fast, it cannot fly due to its weight. It is destined to have no chance of flying in the future, so there is no need to practice flying skills. Executor and Butterfree are both practicing confusion skills. Both sides bind and break free from each other through confusion, which can improve the proficiency of manipulating the ability of mind and improve their own mental strength. Of course, if they encounter a challenge from an ignorant trainer, Gary will gladly accept it and let them experience the taste of defeat. After all, a mature trainer will not take the initiative to challenge other trainers. There are only two types of trainers who will take the initiative to challenge. One is the ignorant rookie, and the other is the trainer who wants to fight with a strong trainer. This type of person will only challenge when they are sure that a trainer is very strong. There are no strong trainers in Nibi City. They are basically some rookies, all of whom were easily defeated by Gary. The next day, Gary rode his mountain bike out of Nibi City, preparing to cross MT Moon and head to Cerulean City. MT Moon is difficult to cross, and normal travelers pass through the tunnel. Unfortunately, the fossil revival technology is not yet mature, otherwise it would be nice to dig one. Gary looked at the cave in front of him. There are many fossils near MT Moon, and many of the fossils in the Nibi City Fossil Museum were dug from MT Moon. It's a pity that the fossil revival technology is not yet mature, otherwise the Nibi gym would be rich. Xiaogang and his father are both fossil collectors, and there are many good things stored in the gym. Butterfree, can this cave be walked? Gary asked Butterfree, who was lying on the front of the car. Because there are fossils on MT Moon, many fossil enthusiasts have dug out caves, and many caves cannot be walked out. Butterfree knows Supersonic, and can use Supersonic to determine whether there is an exit in the cave. Meow. Butterfree nodded, flapped dual wing beat, flew to the front of the cave, and released Supersonic to explore the situation inside the cave. However, after a while, Butterfree suddenly rushed back, and a black figure emerged from the cave. Golbat. Gary saw the other person's figure clearly and was a little surprised. Because trainers often appear in MT Moon, high-level wild Pokemon are basically captured. The Pokemon left are usually of low level and have low potential, so Golbat is basically not encountered. LV22 Golbat male sign/gym. And the Golbat in front of him actually has gym potential, which is quite rare. Squeak. Golbat is afraid of light, but it seems very hungry and does not want to let Butterfree go, so it confronts Butterfree. It's time to capture it. Butterfree, use confusion. Gary decided to capture this Golbat. Pokemon with gym potential are hard to come by. Since it's here, how can he refuse it? Meow. Butterfree's compound eyes flashed blue light, and a wave of confusion bound Golbat. Golbat was surprised and immediately released a harsh supersonic, which directly interfered with Butterfree's confusion. Gary covered his ears and shouted, use Supersonic to fight Supersonic. Butterfree also released Supersonic, which offset Golbat's Supersonic. The next second, Golbat turned into a phantom and moved quickly around Butterfree. Golbat is a very agile Pokemon, and this Golbat is in agility, and the 4 fangs on its mouth are already wrapped with venom, ready to attack at any time. If Golbat dares to get close, use sleeping powder. Gary ordered. Although Golbat is very fast, it is useless in front of Butterfree. Butterfree has the ability of compound eyes, and its vision is very terrible. Golbat can't confuse Butterfree with its speed. Golbat seems to be not afraid at all, and sneaks up from behind Butterfree. However, the next second, Butterfree shakes its wings, and clusters of green powder fall from its wings. Golbat inhaled the sleeping powder and lost his strength immediately. He didn't last for many seconds before falling to the ground and falling asleep directly. He is really stubborn. Gary didn't expect that this Golbat was so easy to deal with. He had issued an order, but it still rushed. Butterfree, blow away the sleeping powder around. Gary said. Butterfree flapped its wings, and the wind gently blew away the sleeping powder in the air. Seeing that the sleeping powder was blown away, Gary walked over, looked at the Golbat on the ground, and touched it carefully. He found that this Golbat was thin, obviously not full. Why is this happening? Gary held his chin, not understanding why this Golbat was starving. There are no powerful Pokemon around Empty Moon, so this Golbat can dominate the area without any problems, so it surely could it be that this Golbat has a trainer. Thinking of this, Gary took out the Pokeball, pointed the button side at the sleeping Golbat, and gently pressed the Pokeball on Golbat. The Pokeball opened, and a ball of red light enveloped Golbat, and captured it. Because he was asleep, the Pokeball did not shake at all, and it was captured directly. If you can capture it, why is it hungry? Gary asked in confusion. Meow. Butterfree didn't know what happened, and ran over to celebrate Gary's capture of a new Pokemon. Gary didn't know what was going on with Golbat, but Golbat was now Gary's Pokemon, and he certainly couldn't let it continue to be hungry. Gary released Golbat and took out a few energy cubes and threw them into Golbat's mouth. As if sensing food coming in, Golbat's mouth twitched unconsciously even though he was asleep. Duh. After tasting the energy cube, Golbat woke up instantly, and then looked around with a confused look. You must be hungry, eat more. Gary was not worried that Golbat would ride at all, and handed a few more energy cubes to Golbat. Golbat was stunned for a moment, but it could smell the energy cubes and knew that they were food. Because its mouth was too big to chew, it swallowed them directly into its stomach. After eating a few energy cubes, Golbat gradually calmed down, and his bloodthirsty eyes were as clear as a college student. Seeing that Golbat had calmed down, Gary asked, Golbat, why did you attack us just now? Golbat showed a guilty expression, which showed that it did not intend to attack Butterfree. Executor, come out and help translate. Gary wanted to understand what happened to Golbat, so he had to release Executor. Executor is a psychic Pokemon, born with telepathic ability, which can convey thoughts to the trainer it agrees with. Gary is the trainer that Executor agrees with, and the bond between the two can completely do this. Maybe Gary doesn't know telepathy, but Executor knows it. Golbat, tell me what's wrong with you. Gary said. Golbat nodded slightly, and told his story. Although Executor's telepathy is not very proficient, the specific meaning is still clear. This Golbat was Zubat a week ago, and suddenly evolved into Golbat. After the evolution, he couldn't eat the tree fruits he loved to eat, and he would spit them out every time he put them in his mouth. Even if Golbat tried other foods, it was the same, as if he had anorexia normal, but Golbat still felt hungry, and sometimes Golbat couldn't help but want to bite Zubat. Golbat didn't want to hurt his own kind, so he ran to the fanning belt here alone, but the feeling of hunger and bloodthirstiness kept tormenting him, so when he saw Butterfree at the entrance of the cave, he lost his mind and attacked. Golbat said, and then put on an expression of despair, and he also knew what he would become in the future. Don't worry, this is normal. Gary said. Me. Coconut egg. Not only Golbat was stupid, Butterfree and Executor were also stupid. Can it be called normal to suddenly become bloodthirsty? You can eat tree fruits when you are Zubat, but when you evolve into Golbat, you need to suck blood. You need to absorb 300 ml of blood every day to fill your stomach. Gary explained. Golbat was confused, but felt that what Gary said made sense. It was not after evolution that he suddenly became like this. Golbat was in despair. If it was like this, it would not be able to return to its companions in the future. You will follow me in the future. I can arrange your food and I will take good care of you. Gary comforted. Although Golbat was nostalgic for his own tribe, he also understood that he could not go back to this contest condition and could only follow the human in front of him. My name is Gary, and I will be your trainer in the future. Gary said. Golbat nodded. He understood what trainer meant. Usually, there were many trainers who came here to subdue Zubat. Then come in. Gary took Golbat back to the Pokeball and took a look at Golbat's attribute. Gary subdued this Golbat, but he had his own ideas because he needed to use a certain skill of Golbat. Pokemon, Golbat male sign. Attribute, poison, flying. Level, 2-2. Potential, gym. Ability, penetration, can penetrate rival's barrier or substitute to attack. Skills, absorb, supersonic, mean look, poison fang. Intimacy, 136, max value 255. It can be used. Gary nodded with satisfaction. This Golbat has a skill that Gary can use. This skill is mean look. The target locked on by mean look cannot escape, and in battle, rival cannot replace the Pokemon hit by this skill. The skill mean look cannot be taught. It can only be awakened if the Pokemon has this skill in its own race skills. Of course, it can also be mastered by some Pokemon through inheritance, but it is estimated that no one will deliberately breed a Pokemon that inherits mean look. It is better to catch Pokemon with mean look directly. The penetration ability is also good. You can use breeder as the main force. Gary said. The penetration ability can ignore damage reduction skills such as reflect and light screen, and it is still a very good offensive ability. Moreover, Golbat has another stage of evolution. When the intimacy reaches 220, it can evolve into Crobat. Crobat is extremely fast, and combined with the penetration ability, it is simply an assassin on the battlefield, killing people invisibly. Speed in the game is simply who is faster and who shoots first. In reality, the advantage of speed is not just the advantage of shooting first. The world's martial arts are only fast and invincible. If the speed is fast enough, most skills can be avoided and rival can be played around. After taming Golbat, Gary asked Golbat to help guide the way. As a Pokemon of MT Moon, Golbat is very familiar with the area of MT Moon and quickly found the cave with his companions. It took Gary 3 days to reach Cerulean City. These 3 days were basically spent on the road. In addition to MT Moon, Gary also met several trainers who challenged him. Gary naturally made them experience the taste of defeat again. Gary's Pokemon also grew slightly. Wartortle LV 16-18, Executor LV 19-21, Butterfree LV 15-19, Scyther LV 16-18, Golbat LV 22. Pokemon Center. Mr. Gary, your Pokemon have all recovered. Nurse Joy handed the tray to Gary. There were 6 grooves on the tray, 5 of which were filled with Pokeballs, and only 1 was empty. But I believe that this groove will be filled soon. Thank you. Gary took his Pokemon back and went to the police station. In the lobby of the police station. Excuse me, what can I do for you? A policeman in the lobby saw Gary, a teenager, coming in and took the initiative to ask. Hello, my name is Gary, and I came to the Cerulean City Police Station to adopt Growlithe. Gary introduced. Do you have anything to prove your identity? The policeman in charge of reception knew that someone named Gary would come to adopt Growlithe, but he was not sure of the identity of the person in front of him. This should be able to prove my identity. Gary took out the Pokemon Pokédex and handed it to the policeman. The policeman knew Pokemon Pokédex, took it, opened it, and pressed the button on it. Professor Oak's voice came from the Pokemon Pokédex. This Pokédex is from Pallet Town trainer Gary. While the announcement was being made, a photo of Gary appeared on the screen of the Pokemon Pokédex to prove his identity. No problem, please follow me. After confirming Gary's identity, the police no longer had any doubts and took Gary to the breeding house in the police's backyard. Every police station in a big city has a breeding house that specializes in raising canine Pokemon. The police station in Kanto naturally raises Growlithe and Arcanine. There is a female Arcanine in the police station in Cerulean City, so Growlithe was born. Colby, the trainer who came to pick up Growlithe is here, you bring all the Growlithe out. When they arrived at the breeding house, the police called out the colleague who was responsible for raising Growlithe. Colby is also a police officer who is responsible for taking care of the Pokemon in the police station. Normally, he does not go on missions. Colby looked at Gary, his face was calm. He was usually responsible for taking care of the Pokemon in the police station, and he had a lot of feelings for the Pokemon here. He also knew that the trainers who could come to the police station to adopt Growlithe were not normal, so he was worried that some second-generation rich people would rely on their family connections to get Growlithe. You are Gary, right? Colby asked. Yes. Gary could see that Colby in front of him was not in a good mood for him, and he didn't know why he was like this. It seemed that he had never dealt with people in the police station. Although you are qualified to adopt Growlithe, as a breeder of Growlithe, I need to see how strong you are. Colby said. Gary was stunned. This Colby wanted to have a Pokemon battle with him. Colby, what are you doing? The police colleague next to him was also confused and stopped him immediately. The policeman saw the Pokemon Pokédex and knew that Gary had a close relationship with Professor Oak. If Gary was offended, no one could save Colby. Gary, Colby just cares too much about Growlithe and thinks that the trainer who wants to adopt Growlithe must have sufficient skills. He is not targeting you. The policeman explained quickly. I understand. Gary nodded and said indifferently, since Mr. Colby wants to test my strength, let's have a duel. That's just what I want. If you win, I will let you choose a Growlithe to take away. Colby is also a reasonable person. He originally planned to give Gary a Growlithe to send him away. Since the other party is so brave, he doesn't mind opening a back door for Gary. Gary also immediately understood the meaning of Colby's words. It seems that Professor Oak's face is not so easy to use. The other party promised to give Growlithe, but he didn't think of giving it to a Growlithe with good potential. No wonder Gary's Arcanine was killed by Snorlax's destruction ray. It seems that this is the reason. In this case, Gary's Arcanine was also obtained through Professor Oak's relationship. After all, the number of wild Growlithe is too rare, and the Growlithe that can survive in the wild will not be too bad. Okay, then where do we fight? Gary asked. There is a fighting field in the police station, nearby. Colby pointed behind him, and there was an open field not far away. The police comrades were sweating. Although things did not develop in a bad direction, no one knew what Gary's character was like. What if they lost the game and Gary got angry? Gary and Colby came to the backfield. The police colleagues had nothing to do, so they acted as referees. You look young, you have just become a trainer not long ago. Colby said. Yes. Gary did not deny it, after all, his age and appearance were there. Then let's have a one-on-one battle, no problem. Colby said. It can be seen that Colby is a very upright person. Knowing that Gary is a rookie trainer, he did not suggest a battle with multiple Pokemon. Then can we start? Gary asked. Although Colby looks very old, Gary does not think that Colby is that strong. The level of Pokemon grows according to potential. If the potential is not good, even if it is given time to grow, the level will not be raised. If Colby is really strong, it is impossible to only raise Growlithe in the police station. The battle begins. My Pokemon is this. Colby throws a Pokeball. Great! A dog Pokemon that looks like a Xiaoxiza appears. Herdier. Gary was a little surprised. Herdier is a dog Pokemon unique to the Unova region and is also a Pokemon used exclusively by the police there. LV26 Herdier male sign/normal. As Gary guessed, Colby's Pokemon is very ordinary. This Herdier has only ordinary potential and can only be upgraded to level 30 at most. Moreover, Herdier has another stage of evolution. It can evolve into Stoutland at level 32. Unfortunately, this Herdier has only ordinary qualifications and can only grow to level 30 at most. It may not even grow to level 30. Golbat, leave it to you. Gary threw out the Pokeball casually. Great, duh. Golbat appeared and followed Gary. He had experienced several battles with Trainer. After seeing Herdier, he knew that he was going to fight and immediately became alert. Seeing that the Pokemon sent by Gary was Golbat, Colby was immediately embarrassed because his Herdier did not have long-range skills and could not launch an effective attack on air units. Herdier, use workup. Colby ordered, choosing to increase Herdier's attack power first and wait for an opportunity to attack. Woof woof. Herdier barked wildly, and a red glow appeared around his body, and his attack ability was increased by 1 level. It can be seen that Colby has some skills, but the Pokemon is not very clear. Gary snapped his fingers and ordered, Golbat, use Supersonic. Duh. Golbat emitted a harsh sound wave and hit Herdier. Ouch. Herdier had no way to avoid it and could only resist the Supersonic. After a few seconds, Herdier began to lose consciousness and began to shake when standing, falling into a chaotic contest condition. Colby's face was ugly. He had no means to counter this situation. He could only watch Herdier being confused. He didn't even dare to give random orders, fearing that his random orders would cause Herdier to act recklessly. In a chaotic contest condition, Pokemon will attack randomly. In the absence of danger, the trainer should give as few orders as possible. You can attack, Poison Fang. Golbat flew towards Herdier quickly. Seeing Golbat attacking, Colby shouted loudly, Herdier, use Bite. Herdier, who was in a state of confusion, was completely confused about the direction, but he did not disobey Colby's order and bit the air. Golbat came to Herdier's side at this moment and bit him with a Poison Fang. The severe pain made Herdier, who was in a state of confusion, jump up and down crazily. Because of the improvement of workup, Herdier's strength was very great at this time. Use Absorb. Gary said. Golbat exerted force, and his sharp fangs pierced Herdier's skin, and began to absorb Herdier's performance. Tasting the taste of blood for the first time, Golbat also became bloodthirsty. Ouch. Herdier, who had lost a lot of blood, suddenly felt extremely weak, and was still in a chaotic contest condition, so he fell to the ground. Okay, you can stop. Gary also reminded him, worried that Golbat would suck Herdier to death. Although Golbat would become very bloodthirsty after contacting blood, as long as he was not in a hungry contest condition, he was still rational. Hearing Gary's order, he also loosened his mouth and flew back into the air. You still don't know how to use energy for protection. Gary looked at the fainted Herdier and thought that Colby was too weak. This Herdier seemed to have been bred for several years. How could he not even master energy protection? The so-called energy protection is a means for Pokemon to use energy. Energy can be used to perform moves and can also be used for defense. Covering the attacked part with energy can reduce the damage. The reason why Golbat was able to cause such great damage to Herdier with just 1 absorb is entirely because this Herdier does not know how to use energy protection, and Golbat really sucked blood, which led to such weakness. The absorb skill is also very special. The power is only 20. If it only attacks the surface of the Pokemon, the damage caused is extremely low, but if it attacks the Pokemon's body, it will really be leech life. Anyone who suddenly loses a few hundred milliliters of blood will feel weak. If Herdier uses energy protection, Golbat can only absorb a small amount of energy and cannot cause much damage. Of course, it may also be that Herdier was in a chaotic contest condition and did not use energy for protection in time, which led to such a result. Mr. Colby, I won this battle, Gary said, and took back Golbat. I lost. It seems that you are different from other trainers who come to adopt Growlithe. Come with me. Colby also accepted the defeat and stopped making things difficult for Gary. Colby and his colleagues took Gary back to the breeding house. Colby opened the door of the breeding house and led Gary in. The interior was just a very ordinary Pokemon nest, but the decoration was more modern, and each Growlithe had its own single room. Woof. Woof woof. Woof. The Growlithe in the house all shouted when they saw Colby. It was also the first time for Gary to see so many Growlithe, but his eyes were always locked on the largest doghouse at the end, where the heroic Arcanine with the sword, wood, and eyebrow star lay. LV45 Arcanine female sign/gym. It can be seen that this is the Arcanine who gave birth to 3 Growlithes. It has the potential to be a gym, which is not bad. Gary thought that the Pokémon owned by the police would have good potential, but it turned out that they were not as good as some rookie trainers. Colby's herdier had only average potential, which was also nothing special. Colby walked to Arcanine's nest and reached out to touch Arcanine's hair. Arcanine did not resist at all and let Colby touch him, looking very happy. Arcanine, the trainer who came to adopt your child is here. I have tested him for you and he is an excellent trainer. You can rest assured to hand over your child to him, Colby said kindly. Hearing this, Arcanine looked at Gary. His majestic appearance made Gary very excited. He was definitely the dog of his dreams. Hello Arcanine, my name is Gary. I am here to adopt your child. I promise to breed your child very well. Gary also took the initiative to greet Arcanine. Arcanine was also quite surprised. It is a police dog, which makes many bad guys tremble. Just standing there can deter many villains. Gary was not afraid of Arcanine at all, just because of this calmness, which was stronger than most trainers. Woo! Arcanine nodded at Colby. Although Colby didn't understand Arcanine's words, he and the dog had been together for a long time, so he could understand what Arcanine wanted to express. Arcanine agreed to let its child follow you. Come and choose a Growlithe to take away, Colby said. Are all the Growlithe here? Gary was stunned for a moment. There were 7 or 8 Growlithe in this room. Is this Arcanine a pig? How can it give birth? Of course not. Come here. Colby waved. Gary walked to Colby and approached Arcanine's nest. He immediately found that there were 3 short red figures under Arcanine, which were Growlithe. These 3 Growlithe were obviously much smaller than the Growlithe in other nests. They were obviously born not long ago. These 3 Growlithe were adopted by trainers. Gary checked the data of 3 Growlithe. LV5 Growlithe male sign/normal. LV5 Growlithe male sign/elite. LV5 Growlithe male sign/normal. No wonder he was killed in 1 second. Gary finally understood why Arcanine was killed in 1 second by Snorlax. It was estimated that the Growlithe Gary adopted at that time was only of ordinary potential. Even with the use of the best evolution stone, its potential was only elite. Pokémon with elite potential can only grow to level 39 at most. No wonder Gary's Arcanine is so rubbish in the animation. To be honest, Gary didn't really want to choose the Growlithe with elite potential, but if he didn't choose it, he might not have the chance to meet Growlithe in the future. Especially this time, Professor Oak was able to adopt Growlithe, and Professor Oak had to repay this debt of gratitude. If Gary gave up the adoption, it would also embarrass Professor Oak. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 little Growlithes also knew that Gary was the one who came to adopt them, and looked at Gary with expectant eyes, hoping to be chosen. Novel image. Are these Growlithes so affectionate? Gary wondered when he saw the 3 little Growlithes so eager. Yes, all the Growlithe in our police station hope to join the police dog team. Only those who are selected by the police officers are eligible to join, so they all hope to be selected by the trainer. Colby explained. It turns out that they are so eager under the influence of the police team. Okay, then I will choose this Growlithe. Gary decisively chose the Growlithe with elite potential. Woof woof. The selected little Growlithe was very excited. If there was no fence, he would have rushed out and licked Gary hard. Colby couldn't help but look sideways. He was responsible for taking care of the Growlithe in the police station and knew the situation of these 3 Growlithe very well. If you want to say which one of the 3 Growlithe is the best, it is definitely the one Gary chose. It can be seen that Gary knows Pokémon very well, so he can choose the Growlithe with high potential at a glance. Indeed, Gary, who has the eye of insight, can definitely become an excellent breeder if he wants to. This is Growlithe's Pokeball, take it. Colby handed Growlithe's Pokeball to Gary. Growlithe, please give me more advice in the future. Gary put Growlithe into the Pokeball. According to the collection of the Green Champion team released by the system, there are only Alakazam, Pidgeot, and Redon left. The latter 2 are easy to get, and the only Pokémon that is difficult to collect is Alakazam. Alakazam is a very rare Pokémon. Even the juvenile form of Abra is difficult to catch, because the only skill Abra can use is teleport. If you encounter it, you must have the goblin physique, otherwise it is difficult to catch Abra. But Gary doesn't worry about this. With Golbat's mean look, Abra can't use teleport to escape, but the key is to be able to meet Abra. After getting Growlithe, Gary left the police station. Pokémon, Growlithe. Attribute, Fire. Level, 5. Potential, Elite. Ability, Intimidate. Intimidate rival when it appears, make it retreat, and reduce rival's level 1 physical attack. Skills, Leer, Ember. Intimacy, 126, max value 255. Growlithe's attribute data is relatively normal, and the skills in its skill pool are also ordinary, with nothing outstanding. It's still too young, let's breed it for a while before evolving it. Gary originally planned to directly evolve Growlithe into Arcanine, but considering that Growlithe is too young, he plans to wait a little longer. Afternoon. The community went to Route 25 above Cerulean City to see the Pokémon near Cerulean City. As for the Cerulean Gym, Gary is not in a hurry to challenge it. After all, the Cerulean Gym is really weak at the moment, and it may not even produce a Pokémon that can fight. To be honest, Gary is not willing to challenge such a gym, but he may trigger the system to issue a task, so he has to come. Especially the task issued when challenging the Nibi Gym before, which rewards the best hard stone. The Cerulean Gym is a water gym, and it is likely to reward the best mystic water, which Wartortle can use. Is there no Pidgey with gym potential? After 2 hours of wandering around 24 route, he didn't meet the Pidgey he liked. Gary, this thief, God is unfair. Obviously, Pidgey is Gary's face Pokemon, so he must meet a Pidgey with high enough potential. Unexpectedly, he can't even use a gym level Pidgey. Can I only buy it with money? Gary didn't want to go this far. Pokemon can be purchased in the Pokemon world, as long as the Pokemon itself is not a rare Pokemon or a hunting ban, it can be purchased. For example, at the Pokemon auction, some Pokemon with high potential are often auctioned, but Pokemon like Pidgey are too common, and it is estimated that there are few auctions at the auction. After all, the auction belongs to a relatively high-end market. Even if rare Pokemon cannot be auctioned, the Pokemon auctioned are also very rare, at least Pokemon of the level of the 3 starters, or some shiny Pokemon. Let's go to Vermilion City to have a look later. Gary decided to go to Vermilion City first. Vermilion City is the harbor city of Kanto region. Auctions are held there every week. Because it is a harbor city, ships from other regions will dock there, and Pokemon unique to other regions often appear at the auction. This time, Gary completely gave up catching Pidgey in the wild and decided to go to Vermilion City to have a look after the phone was delivered. Back in Cerulean City, it was still early, so Gary let his Pokemon out for training, and also let everyone get to know the new member Growlithe. Growlithe was born not long ago, and was not very self-conscious. Gary coached him personally, mainly Frisbee training, and tried to get Growlithe to move more. Even if it was only a level 5 Growlithe, it was definitely a physical king. Arcanine was a performance king who could run 10,000 kilometers a day. Even if Growlithe was not as good as Arcanine, and was still a juvenile, it was still no problem to run for an hour a day. The afternoon training lasted until 5 p.m., and Gary took his Pokemon to the best Pokemon restaurant in Cerulean City for dinner. The Pokemon restaurant here not only provides special Pokemon feed, but also energy blocks, and will provide corresponding feed and energy blocks according to the attribute of the guest's Pokemon. At the same time, guests can also make their own energy cubes here, and the materials are all provided by the restaurant, and they just need to pay. As for why they come here, in addition to letting Pokemon have a good meal, the main reason is to make a batch of food specifically for Golbat. Golbat needs leech life. Gary can buy blood bags directly, but blood needs to be refrigerated and is not convenient to carry. So special feed is needed to feed Golbat. After all, Golbat's rations are quite different and will not be supplied by normal Pokemon stores. Although Golbat can extract nutrients from energy cubes, it still needs energy cubes that are integrated into blood. Golbat that absorbs blood can grow better. Golbat's exclusive energy cubes are not difficult to make. You only need to replace water with blood when making energy cubes. The energy cubes made are also blood red. Gary also called Golbat over to taste it. After tasting it, Golbat was very satisfied. If he hadn't eaten too much just now, he would have wanted to eat more. Seeing Golbat satisfied, Gary looked at the amount that had been made for a few days. At night, Gary told Butterfree and Executor to have a good rest, and let them fight in the gym battle tomorrow. Although the Cerulean gym is weak, they have the home advantage. Even if Executor restrains water Pokemon, because the venue is a pool, the only place for Executor to land is a floating platform. Early morning. It was another sunny day. Gary rode his mountain bike to the entrance of Cerulean gym. Today was a weekday, not a weekend. Misty's 3 sisters would not be performing water shows, so they should all be staying in the gym. Ding! Task released, get Cerulean Gym Badge / task reward, low-level rare candy X10, permanent skill learning device water flow break X1, top quality mystic water skill power increased by 50%. X1. Sure enough, when Gary arrived at the entrance of Cerulean Gym, the system released the task. The task reward was similar to defeating Nibby Gym, except that the rewarded permanent skill learning device was not very good, and water flow break was a water-based physical attack skill with a power of only 85. The skill rewarded for defeating Nibby Gym was Stone Edge, which was a rock-based physical attack skill with a power of 120, much stronger than water flow break. But if you think about it carefully, the gym leaders of Cerulean Gym are really not as good as Xiaogang. They only have the advantage in attribute, and are far inferior to Xiaogang in trainer ability. Among the 4 sisters of Cerulean Gym, only Misty can take on the task, and the other 3 are too useless. After parking the car, Gary came to the door of the gym. Really willful. Gary looked at the gym in front of him and felt speechless. Cerulean Gym has been completely turned into an underwater ballet performance hall by Misty's 3 sisters. If their father knew about it, would he be angry? Gary pressed the doorbell at the door. After a while, a girl with long pink hair came to open the door. Wow, handsome guy. The pink-haired girl saw Gary and was immediately conquered by Gary's appearance. Gary didn't care about it. He often met her in Pallet Town and was used to it. Although he didn't know which sister the girl in front of him was, Gary had no interest in little Stephanie. He only liked young women like Cynthia. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary said. Hearing that Gary was here to challenge the gym, the pink-haired girl suddenly had a headache. She thought Gary was here to pursue the 3 sisters. Okay, come in with me. The gym couldn't refuse the challenge of the trainer. The pink-haired girl brought Gary to the gym. Judging from the time, Misty's 3 sisters have not completely given up their status as gym trainers. They didn't start to play bad until they were severely beaten by the 3 trainers of Pallet Town. These 3 trainers of Pallet Town, Gary is naturally included. Although the 3 Pallet Town trainers were a bit too much, it must be said that they did a good job. Before Misty's 3 sisters gave up, they were gym trainers who worked for 3 days and rested for 2 days. Such trainers are not qualified to be gym trainers recognized by the Pokemon Alliance. When I came to the gym, I saw a blonde girl and a blue girl cleaning the gym because there would be performances on the weekend, so they had to tidy up. Sister, a trainer is here to challenge the gym. Lily shouted. Sakura and Violet stopped their work and looked at Lily. When they found Gary behind Lily, they were stunned. Oh, I didn't expect the trainer who came to challenge today is a handsome boy. The second sister Violet teased. Haha, he is indeed quite handsome. The eldest sister Sakura also pursed her lips and agreed. Hello, my name is Gary, can we start the gym competition? Gary was not interested in the 3 women in front of him. At least in Gary's opinion, the appearance of these 3 women can only be rated 7 points. You really don't understand romance. Then I will be your rival. Sakura, the eldest sister, said. Gary looked at Sakura and asked in confusion, are you the gym leader? Yes, the 3 of us are gym leaders. I am the eldest sister Sakura, she is my second sister Violet, and this is my third sister Lily. Sakura introduced their identities. Got it, can we start? Sakura, the gym leader. Gary asked. Okay, let's start. The gym competition began. The venue is a unique water venue, with a floating platform in each half of the area. In such a venue, water-type Pokemon undoubtedly have the advantage. With such conditions, these 3 sisters are still criticized as the weakest gym. How weak must they be? The rules of the game are 1 versus 1, do you understand? Sakura said. 1 versus 1. Gary found it hard to accept. At least it has to be 2 versus 2. What strength can be tested in a one-on-one match? What? Do you have a problem? Violet, who was acting as a referee, asked. No, it's time to start. Gary shook his head. He felt that these 3 sisters were no different from passers-by trainers. Fighting against them would not help his Pokemon grow much. Then my Pokemon is it. Go, Seal. Sakura threw a Pokeball. Great. Oh wow, oh wow. A sea lion with pure white hair and a small convex horn on its head appeared in the water. LV16 Seal male sign/elite. This level is too low. Gary felt that even if the 3 sisters were weak, they wouldn't be so weak as a level 16 Seal. Executor, please. Gary also threw a Pokeball toward the platform. Coconut egg. Executor stood on the platform, looking at the water all around, and was also very curious. After all, it was the first time to fight on such a field. It turned out to be Executor. Sakura was slightly surprised, and it could be seen that Gary came prepared and knew to use Pokemon that were restrained by attribute to fight. The game begins. Lily announced. Puff. Seal immediately got into the water, and it knew very well that its advantage was in the water. Executor, use confusion to create a whirlpool in the center of the pool. Gary ordered. Coconut egg. The eyes on the 3 heads of Executor emitted blue light, and the telekinesis burst out. A small whirlpool appeared in the center of the pool. As the whirlpool rotated rapidly, it became larger and larger, forming a huge whirlpool. Ouch. Seal, who was hiding in the water, was immediately sucked into the whirlpool and trapped. This. Sakura was also confused. She didn't expect Gary and Executor to come up with such a method. Egg bomb. At the command, eggs the same size as the head grew out next to the 3 heads of Executor. The eggs separated from the Executor body and flew into the whirlpool. Ard's explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions spread rapidly to both sides. When everything calmed down, the water level dropped a lot. Seal floated on the water with his eyes rolling in circles. Nice power. The egg bomb skill was awakened when Executor's level grew to level 20. The hit rate was not high, but Rival was trapped in the whirlpool, so it was easy to hit. Especially the impact of the explosion in the water was very terrifying, which could directly cause internal injuries to the creatures in the W. Seal. Come back. Sakura had no choice but to take Seal back. She didn't expect that she would lose so badly. She lost without even giving a decent command. After the battle, Sakura walked up to Gary and handed him a blue drop-shaped badge. This is the Cascade badge of the Cerulean Gym. Keep it. Sakura said. Thank you. Although Gary looked down on the 3 sisters, they were still quite polite, so he had to respond politely. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Gary took the badge and planned to leave. Hey, Gary, where are you from? Lily asked suddenly. Gary was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Lily asked him this question, but he still responded, Pallet Town. After that, Gary left on his own. He didn't want to have anything to do with Misty's 3 sisters. It's a pity that he turned out to be a handsome guy from Pallet Town. I can't marry far away, Lily said regretfully. Why are you being so crazy? Hurry up and pack up. You have a performance this weekend. Violet looked at the hopeless Lily and couldn't help but knock her on the head. Oh. Facing her second sister, Lily was still quite afraid and went to clean up with a broom. After Gary finished the gym, he saw that it was still early, so he came to the public field to train Pokemon. Defeating Violet didn't waste any energy at all. It felt no different from beating a roadside trainer. Gary let everyone out to train, and specially left Wartortle behind. Gary planned to try the skill learning device for the task reward he had just obtained, just in time for Wartortle to learn. Currently, Wartortle also lacked a water-based physical attack skill, and Water Stream Break could just make up for this. Kami. Wartortle didn't know why Gary left him behind, thinking that he was going to assign him a new training task. Gary touched Wartortle's head and used the Water Stream Break skill learning device on him, and a white cal came out of his palm. Kami. Wartortle was stunned for a moment. He felt that he had mastered a new skill, and it was the kind that he could use at any time. It felt like he had suddenly awakened a new skill. Remember, keep it secret. Gary reminded. You have to know that psychic Pokemon can sense telepathy. If Wartortle said something in front of that psychic Pokemon, it would be difficult to explain if the news was passed on. Of course, even if Wartortle really told the psychic Pokemon would tell its trainer, and most of them would not take it seriously, thinking that it was a competition between Pokemon. Trainers would compete with each other to see who had captured the rarer and more powerful Pokemon. Similarly, Pokemon would also compete with each other to see whose trainer was better. Kami. Wartortle nodded and promised. Now that you are awake, go train. By the way, get familiar with Water Burst. Remember to use it in the turtle shell. Rapid Spin combined with Water Burst will have a very good effect. Gary reminded. Kami. Wartortle nodded, and ran off to train, showing off his new skills in front of everyone, making Executor and the others envious. Gary also comforted everyone and promised to teach them skills in the future, but not now. The next gym to challenge is Vermilion Gym. According to the tasks issued by the system, the rewarded skills must be electric Pokemon, and none of the Pokemon currently in hand can master electric skills. Growlithe can master Thunder Fang, but the electric skills rewarded by the system must be Thunder Fang. Gary is not too anxious. He currently has 43 low-level rare candy, which seems to be able to be used. Mazushi of Vermilion Gym is still quite powerful, and his Rayusha should be above level 30. It will take about half a month to get from Cerulean City to Vermilion City. During this time, Gary is confident that his Pokemon level can be raised to an average of about level 25. At this time, using low-level rare candy is the most cost-effective. After all, the level of Pokemon is easy to improve before level 30, and the difficulty of improvement after level 30 begins to gradually increase. For the next 5 days, Gary stayed in Cerulean City, training Pokemon every day, and occasionally accepting trainer challenges. His days were quite fulfilling. The levels of the Pokemons also grew slightly. Wartortle LV 19-22, Executor LV 21-24, Butterfree LV 18-21, Scyther LV 23, Golbat LV 22-25, Growlithe LV 5-10. After Butterfree reached level 21, it awakened Psybeam, which should have awakened Whirlwind. Psybeam is a skill that Butterfree can only awaken at level 16, but it was awakened at level 20. It can be seen that the awakening skills of Pokemon in the real world are completely random. It is possible that after the level is increased, skills that were not awakened at a lower level can be awakened. Scyther was level 15 when he joined the team, and is now level 23, but he only awakened Double Team, and Double Hit has not been awakened. Gary also planned to evolve Scyther into Scizor as soon as possible, but unfortunately the Pokemon department store in Cerulean City was terrible and didn't have Metal Coat. So Gary planned to go to Saffron City, which is between Cerulean City and Vermilion City. The famous Silphco headquarters is in Saffron City, and I believe the Pokemon department store here must have Metal Coat. And today, Gary's mobile phone was delivered. The current mobile phone is a traditional gray screen mobile phone, which can only be used to make calls and play some small games, but this is enough for Gary to use, mainly for the convenience of communication. Gary has already applied for a SIM card in advance, and inserted the card into the phone, and it can be used normally. After getting the phone, Gary didn't stay in Cerulean City for long. He left on a mountain bike in the afternoon and headed for Golden City. After leaving Cerulean City, he didn't ride too far when he met a boy wearing a baseball cap who stopped Gary's way. "Are you a trainer from Cerulean City?" asked the boy in the baseball cap. "It's a trainer, but not from Cerulean City," Gary said. "It's okay if it's a trainer, let's have a Pokemon battle." The boy in the baseball cap took the initiative to invite him. "You look weak, I don't really want to fight you." Gary declined politely. "What did you say?" The boy in the baseball cap didn't expect that he would be disliked, but he didn't want to give up the battle with Gary, so he said, "How about this? As long as you can beat me, I will tell you where there is a powerful trainer. How about it?" "Who is the trainer you are talking about?" Gary was puzzled. A trainer who can make a roadside trainer feel powerful should be quite strong. After all, in a roadside Pokemon battle, who would remember a trainer who defeated him for no reason? "If you beat me first, I'll tell you," the boy in the baseball cap said. "Okay, let's get started. Anyway, it's not possible to get to Saffron City in an afternoon, so let's have a fight to relieve boredom." "Okay, let's get started. My Pokemon is this." The boy in the baseball cap didn't seem to have any extra Pokemon, so he threw a Pokeball right away. "Great!" A purple little mouse appeared. LV-15 Rattata female sign/normal. Gary shook his head. This was why he didn't want to fight the street trainer. They were all too weak. "Scyther, I'll leave it to you." Gary knew that his Pokemon were also quite aggressive, so in every battle, he would send them out in order. This time it was Scyther's turn. "Ja." Scyther raised his scythe high, and with the starting position of the Mantis Fist, he made a threatening gesture. La. Rattata became nervous when he saw the tall Scyther. Tall creatures are naturally intimidating. Quick attack. Gary and the boy in the baseball cap issued the command almost at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures rushed forward quickly, and the phase rushed fiercely. Bang! Rattata was knocked out without any surprise. There was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of level and individuality. Scyther rushed over with quick attack and killed Rattata instantly. So strong. The boy in the baseball cap was amazed. His Rattata was actually powerless to resist. Scyther, come back. Gary took back Scyther and asked, now can you tell me who the trainer you mentioned is? The boy in the baseball cap also took back Rattata and told the truth. The man is called AJ, and is called the Beast Master by the nearby trainers. He has won 77 consecutive games so far. Gary was stunned. It turned out to be AJ. Gary was very impressed by AJ. He had a very strong sand shrew, and had strict training for Pokemon. He also set a goal to achieve 100 consecutive wins before starting the journey. It must be said that Gary admired AJ very much. This was a proper trainer. The current Ash was far from AJ, but unfortunately, AJ never appeared again, and even did not attend the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ding! Published task, interrupt the 100-game winning streak of Beast Master A.J/reward, intermediate rare candy, for Pokemon below level 50, level +1, x5. Oh my, here comes the task. Gary did not plan to look for AJ. After all, it was not easy for him to achieve 77 consecutive wins. If it was interrupted, he would have to start all over again. But the task came, and Gary could only be the sinner. And defeating Beast Master AJ could actually get intermediate rare candy, which indirectly proved that AJ was not weak. Where is A.J? Gary asked. Go straight along this road and you will see the dojo built by AJ. The boy in the baseball cap pointed to a road. Thanks. Gary rode his mountain bike and rode along the road pointed by the boy in the baseball cap. Not too far away, Gary saw the wooden fence. Wartortle, come out for a moment. Gary released Wartortle. Kami. Wartortle saw that there were no enemies around and that the others did not come out with him. He did not understand why Gary let him out. I will fight a trainer later. I will help you improve your strength. Gary touched Wartortle's head and used low-level rare candy on him. Wartortle LV 2230. Wartortle's level instantly increased to level 30. Gary also took a look at Wartortle's attributes to see if any new skills had been awakened. Pokemon, Wartortle male sign. Attribute, Water. Level, LV30. Potential, Champion. Ability, Torrent. When physical strength decreases, the power of water-type moves will increase. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrinking, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance. Professor Skill, Water Stream Burst. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Rain Dance has been awakened, which is okay. Wartortle's racial skills include the water skill Aqua Tail, which should be awakened before level 30, but Gary's Wartortle only awakened Rain Dance. It doesn't matter if Aqua Tail is not awakened. Compared with Aqua Tail, Water Stream Burst is more useful. Wartortle was dumbfounded. His trainer not only helped him master new skills, but also improved his level. It was terrible. You must do your best in the battle later. In order to start safely, Gary also brought the best mystic water to Wartortle. With 2 preparations, Gary didn't believe that he couldn't beat A.J's Sand Shrew. Gary was so cautious because A.J's Sand Shrew was very strong. That Sand Shrew had a skill like Fisher that could kill with 1 hit, which was not something that ordinary Pokemon could master. Gary estimated that A.J's Sand Shrew must be over level 30. It didn't evolve into Sand Slash because A.J wanted to hold the level and let Sand Shrew awaken the racial skills as soon as possible. Come in. After strengthening Wartortle, Gary took back Wartortle and rode his mountain bike to the entrance of the fence. Just from the outside, you can see a huge electronic display screen inside the fence, which shows 78 consecutive wins. The number of consecutive wins is different from what the boy in the peaked cap said, but the difference is not big. It seems that A.J has won another game recently. After all, the fight has been going on here for so long, and the trainers around are basically aware of how strong A.J is. This winning streak is still very valuable. Excuse me, is anyone here? Gary did not rush in, but shouted at the door. After a while, a young man in an orange and brown shirt came out. The boy had a resolute face, and he looked like a man who had experienced a lot. Just this demeanor was far beyond the reach of the passerby trainer. You look unfamiliar, you are not a local trainer. A.J took the initiative to say, yes, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town. Gary said, I heard from the trainers around that you are very powerful, so I came here to ask for advice. No problem, then come in. A.J is much more mature than the trainer on the street. He is modest and polite, and did not say any harsh words like power trip, but his face is full of confidence, which is the confidence in his own strength. A.J led Gary into the gym. There was a mud-built arena and a large tent. Although it was simple, it had everything. Gary knew that the tent was also a place specially built by A.J for training Pokemon. Although it was not clear why A.J spent so much money, it would cost a lot to build such a gym in the wild. And after 100 consecutive wins, A.J would embark on a journey of mobile phone badge, and this place would naturally be abandoned. It was really a waste of money. Gary and AJ came to the command area on the field. Gary was the first to ask, how do we fight? You can use as many Pokémon as you want, I will only use one Pokémon. AJ said. Are you sure? Gary wondered if he had heard wrongly. AJ didn't have only one Pokémon in his hand. He wanted one Pokémon to fight all his Pokémon. So pretentious? Of course I'm sure, my Pokémon is it. The duel begins, go ahead, Sandshrew. AJ didn't waste any more words and threw out the Pokeball directly. Great! A Sandshrew that was obviously larger than the normal size appeared. The height of an ordinary Sandshrew is only 0.6 meters, and AJ's Sandshrew is 1 meter, which is almost twice the size of a normal size. LV33 Sandshrew male sign/elite. It actually has elite potential, not bad. For so long, except for Squirtle and Ash's Pikachu, this is the first time Gary has seen such a high potential Pokemon on other trainers. Wartortle, leave it to you. Gary didn't continue to talk nonsense. Since AJ wanted to pretend, let him experience the long-lost taste of defeat. Great, Kami. Wartortle stared at Sandshrew and was delighted. He had fought with Sandshrew on the road before and knew that his attribute restrained Sandshrew. It turned out to be Wartortle. AJ was shocked. He didn't expect that the opponent actually had a Pokemon that restrained Sandshrew. But it doesn't matter. With 77 consecutive wins, he has no idea how many battles against the attribute have been fought. Then let's get started. AJ took out a whipped ground, and ordered, use Dig to get close to Wartortle. Sandshrew used Dig and moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye he got into the ground. Use Rain Dance. Gary ordered. Kami. Wartortle shouted at soaring in the sky, and a layer of dark clouds quickly formed in the sky of the venue, and a drizzle began to fall. At this moment, the ground under Wartortle's feet collapsed, and Squirtle broke out and used his body to throw Wartortle out. Rapid Spin. Wartortle, who was thrown into the air, immediately retracted into his shell, performed Rapid Spin, and then rushed towards Sandshrew. Go underground quickly. AJ saw that Wartortle did not fall down, and knew that the opponent's level was not low, so he did not dare to let Sandshrew fight hard. Sandshrew immediately escaped into the ground. Keep using Water Flow Break to attack ground like this. AJ ordered. Rapid Spins Wartortle. Water flows around the tortoise shell. These water flows turn into a water blade, and then assist the rotation force of Rapid Spin, rotating quickly. The rotating water blade, the power is even higher. When the water blade touches the ground is like tofu normal and is easily cut by the water blade. With a sound of bang, the water blade seems to hit something underground and explodes into a ball of mist. Then, a figure rushed out of the mist. It was AJ's Sandshrew. At this moment, Sandshrew's body was wetted by water, obviously hit by Wartortle's water flow rupture. You didn't fall down. Gary was quite surprised. It seems that AJ's resistance training is effective. Sandshrew resisted the water flow rupture. Sandshrew, are you okay? Sandshrew landed, and AJ immediately asked with concern. Wow. Sandshrew responded with a sonorous and powerful voice, looking directly at Wartortle. The previous attack caused a lot of damage to Sandshrew. Water gun continuous shooting. Gary ordered. Wartortle's cheeks bulged high, spraying tennis ball-sized water guns in rapid shooting. Go underground. AJ whipped ground. Sandshrew immediately went underground to avoid water gun. Gary looked at Sandshrew underground, feeling a little annoyed, and decided to make Wartortle learn Earthquake in the future. AJ was not in a hurry to launch an attack, but was waiting for the opportunity, and the two sides were deadlocked. Snap! However, just as Wartortle blinked, AJ suddenly swung his long whip and quickly ordered use rollout to rush out and attack. Bang! Ground was broken, Sandshew's body was rounded, breaking out of the ground, and directly flipped Wartortle over. Coincidentally, Wartortle's tortoise shell landed on the ground, making Wartortle unable to stand up for a while. Good opportunity, just fall down like this, use Fisher. AJ shouted loudly. Wow. Sandshrew fell towards Wartortle. Water gun continuous shooting. Gary immediately fired back. Wartortle quickly spit up water gun, but Sandshrew didn't care at all. He used his body to resist and used Fisher. You are really tenacious, but this trick is useless. Use Protect. Gary immediately changed the command. A green barrier was summoned in front of Wartortle. Bang! Sandshew's palm, which contained terrifying energy, hit the Protect barrier and was bounced off. Wartortle also stood up at this time, facing the bounced Sandshrew. Water Pulse. Wartortle opened his mouth and spit up a water ball, which quickly hit Sandshrew. Bang! The effect is outstanding. Sandshrew was smacked down to the ground, lying on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles, and he lost his ability to fight. I actually lost. AJ couldn't accept it. The confidence on his face disappeared at this moment. Wartortle, you did a great job. Gary praised. Kami. Wartortle also made a victory V sign. This duel cannot be said to be easy, it can only be said that it was won without any danger. If it weren't for Protect, Sandshew's desperate Fisher would have killed Wartortle instantly. Fisher's move is a one-hit kill skill. It can kill targets with a lower level than itself instantly. Squirtle is 3 levels lower than Sandshrew and will be killed instantly by Fisher. Especially the Sandshrew has strong defense, and can even resist 3 or 4 water skills. You should know that Gary's Wartortle slacked off the top-grade Mystic Water, and with the blessing of rainy days, the power of water skills increased by 70%, but it couldn't be killed in one hit, which shows how strong the defense of this Sandshrew is. Especially Sandshrew has a stage of evolution. If it evolves, it may really capsize. Do you want to continue? Gary asked. The system still didn't prompt that the task was completed, which meant that A.J still had Pokemon that could be fought. No, I lost. A.J shook his head and refused. Ding! The task is completed, and the reward has been sent to the space backpack. Hearing the task prompt, Gary was relieved. The next moment, Gary saw that the number 78 on the electronic screen turned into 00. A.J's 78 game winning streak was interrupted by Gary. At this moment, A.J was as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. Are you okay? Gary asked. It's okay, but the 100 game winning streak has to start from 0. What 100 game winning streak? I set a goal for myself to win 100 consecutive wins before going out to travel. A.J's it's not necessary. If you want to travel, go ahead. You are very strong. Normal gym trainers are not your rivals. Gary suggested. If it weren't for his appearance, A.J would be able to travel in about a month. Now it would take at least 1 or 2 more months to start over. Gary's Pokemon training growth is fixed. If he continues to train, he won't grow much. He will have to fight against various powerful trainers to grow. Staying here is just a waste of time. Really, A.J has indeed been working behind closed doors. He has learned training methods from TV and has never fought against gym trainers, so he set the goal of 100 consecutive wins. Of course. Gary took out 2 badges and continued. This is the badge I won. One of them is in Cerulean City. The gym is not as difficult as you think. I suggest you go traveling directly. Even if you pursue 100 consecutive wins, there is no trainer around here who can match you. Thank you for your advice, but I don't plan to travel for the time being. I need to prepare. A.J said. Seeing that A.J was still so persistent, Gary stopped persuading him, left A.J's base, rode away on a mountain bike, and continued his own performance. 2 days later, Gary arrived at Saffron City, Silver Pokemon Department Store. Gary was going to evolve Scyther and was going to buy Metal Coat here. Guest, is there anything you need? Arriving at Silver Department Store, the waiter took the initiative to serve. I need Metal Coat, is there any here? Gary asked. Guest, do you need Metal Coat as a prop or for Pokemon evolution? The waiter asked, showing that he was very professional and knew what Metal Coat could do. For evolution. Gary said. If it is for evolution, our company has specially developed a Metal Coat for evolution, which has a chance to improve the potential of Pokemon. The waiter said. Really? Gary was very surprised. He originally just wanted to use an ordinary Metal Coat for evolution, but he didn't expect that Sylph would develop a Metal Coat for evolution. It's amazing. Of course it's true. Our department store is an industry under Sylphco, and we will definitely not tell lies. The waiter assured. Sylphco is a world-class company that specializes in the development of Pokemon-related props, and Pokeball was developed by the company. Take me to see it. Gary said. Please follow me. The waiter took Gary to a counter, where evolution props were sold, but there was no Metal Coat on the display cabinet. Sir, please wait a moment. The waiter came to the door of a warehouse, took out a Pokeball from his pocket and opened it. A humanoid Pokemon appeared. The Pokemon was shaped like a child, with scattered tile-like decorate objects on its head. LV20 Machop male sign/normal. Machop. Gary was stunned, not understanding why the waiter let Machop out. Then, the waiter opened the door of the warehouse and took Machop in. After a while, the waiter came out with Machop, who was holding a half-meter-high iron bucket. Gary looked at the iron bucket in his hand in the bowl. The 3 words Metal Coat were graffitied on the iron sheet. Obviously, the iron bucket was filled with Metal Coat. Guest, this iron flow is a Metal Coat specifically used for evolution. Just apply it on Pokemon and it will evolve. The waiter introduced. Can the potential really be increased? Gary was more concerned about whether the potential could be improved. It can be, but it cannot be guaranteed 100%. Just like the evolution stone, we will not guarantee that the potential of Pokemon will be improved after evolution. I hope you can understand. The waiter smiled. It's like going to the hospital for treatment. No matter what disease you have, the doctor will not guarantee a 100% cure, even for a cold. I understand. How much is this Metal Coat? Gary asked. 4 million. Why is it more expensive than the best evolution stone? Gary was puzzled. The effect of this Metal Coat for exclusive evolution is similar to that of the best evolution stone, so why is the price 1 million more? Because the production of Metal Coat for exclusive evolution is relatively small, the price is relatively more expensive. The waiter explained. There are only 2 Pokemon that can be evolved using Metal Coat, namely Onix and Scyther. Scyther is a rare Pokemon, with a small number, and there are not many trainers who can capture it. Onix is too big, and normal trainers can't afford to raise it. Although Onix can eat rock, the soil in the city will not allow you, Solation, to use it. If you want to feed Onix, you can only go to the wild area to find rock to eat, which is troublesome to raise. There are not many trainers who breed it. Sylphco is a big capital, and they also want to make money. The market demand is not high, so the price is naturally expensive. Buy it. Gary took out the attached black card given by Professor Oak. Seeing the black card, the waiter was shocked. There was the name of the card holder on it. When he saw Oak Mao's name, the waiter knew that the boy in front of him was related to the famous Professor Oak. After paying, the waiter asked enthusiastically, "Sir, this metal coat is very heavy. If you use it now, you can evolve it in our store. Then use it here." Gary also saw that the metal coat was very heavy, otherwise he would not let Machop carry it. Even if this Machop is just an ordinary potential, its power is very great. The Pokédex says that Machop's power can be comparable to 100 adults, which is definitely an exaggeration, but it has the power of 10 adults. "Scyther, come out." Gary threw the Pokeball directly. The waiter was shocked. The only Pokemon that can be evolved with Metal Coat are Onix and Scyther. This floor can't accommodate Onix. He was relieved to hear that it was Scyther. Chirp. Scyther came out of the Pokeball, looked at the surrounding environment, and made sure that he didn't have to fight by himself, so he settled down. "Scyther, this is Metal Coat. As long as you apply it on your body, you can evolve into Scizor. Remember, you must apply it before you start evolving," Gary reminded. Chirp. Scyther nodded to show that he understood. Gary had shown Scyther a photo of Scizor before, and Scyther also longed to evolve into Scizor. "Machop, you can open the lid," Gary said. "Oh." Machop put the bucket on the ground and opened the lid with force. Inside was a silver liquid object, like some kind of liquid metal. Gary and the waiter dipped the brush and then broke through Scizor. Novel image. Ja. As soon as the metal coat was applied to his body, Scyther felt the restlessness in his body and wanted to absorb the metal coat on his body. Scyther kept suppressing the restlessness in his body with his will. "That guest, we have Everstone here, which can be used by Scyther," the waiter reminded. "Then you should take it out quickly." Gary was stunned. He forgot about the special prop Everstone. The waiter brought Everstone and put it on Scyther. In an instant, the restlessness in Scyther's body disappeared instantly. Gary and the waiter increased the speed of application. Soon, Scyther turned silver and could be called Flash Scyther. After the application was completed, the waiter also took off the Everstone on Scyther's body. Ja. The moment the Everstone was removed, the metal coat applied on the body surface immediately activated the cells in Scyther's body, and each cell shone with incandescent light. The surrounding shop assistants and guests all looked over. In the light of evolution, Scyther grew taller quickly, and soon surpassed Gary's height. The wings on his back gradually shrank, and the sickle also retracted, turning into a pincer-like form. After the evolution was completed, Scizor in red armor appeared beside him. LV24 Scizor male sign/Quasi Elite. As the waiter said, Scizor's potential was upgraded from Gym to Quasi Elite, an increase of 1 level. "Scizor, come in." Gary saw that there were a lot of people watching, so he took Scizor back to the Pokeball. "By the way, give me another ordinary Metal Coat item," Gary said. Metal Coat can increase the power of Steel-type skills. There is no Steel-type gym in the Kanto region, and the top-quality Metal Coat cannot be obtained for the time being, so the ordinary one can only be used as a substitute. "Okay, please follow me." The waiter immediately took out a metal box from under the counter. As long as the Pokemon carries it, the power of Steel-type skills can be increased by 20%. After buying the Metal Coat, Gary also left Silver Department Store. "Welcome next time." The waiter also enthusiastically sent Gary to the elevator door. Pokemon, Scizor male sign. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Level, 24. Potential, Quasi Elite. Ability, Technical Expert. When attacking, the power of skills below 60 power can be increased by 50%. Skills, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Slash, Bullet Punch. Intimacy, 205, maximum value 255. Carrying props, Metal Coat. Not bad, Bullet Punch awakened. Gary is very satisfied with his Scizor attribute, but the level is still a little bit short. If he goes to Sabrina now, he will be abused. "I don't know if I can meet Abra." Gary plans to capture an Abra. Saffron Gym is not just a gym, but also a psychic school. The gym also recruits students, so there are some psychic Pokemon near Saffron City. After all, the tasks issued by the system still need to be completed, but Abra is really hard to catch. In the original plot, Gary did have an Alakazam, but he didn't know where he caught it. At the Silver Conference, Gary used Alakazam, but he didn't know in which duel he used it. If the most likely place to meet Abra and Alakazam in Kanto region is Saffron City. If Abra was not a Pokemon that was not allowed to be sold, Gary would have planned to buy it directly. However, there is another way to get Abra, that is, to become an apprentice of the Saffron Gym, and maybe there is a chance to get Abra, but this method takes a little time. No, there is a way. Gary immediately thought of a way to get Abra. Thinking of this, Gary had an idea. He rode his bike and headed to the vicinity of Saffron Gym. It should be nearby. Gary looked around, looking for his target. The owner of Saffron Gym was originally Sabrina's father, but Sabrina took away the identity of the owner. Sabrina was originally a lively and lovely person, but because Sabrina's father asked her to learn Psychic, Sabrina lacked company during the period of learning Psychic, which led to Sabrina accidentally giving birth to a cold personality when learning Psychic, and the original lively and lovely personality was imprisoned into a doll by Sabrina's cold personality. As Sabrina's Psychic became stronger and stronger, Sabrina's father could no longer suppress Sabrina, and was finally driven out of the position of gym owner by Sabrina. After Sabrina became the gym owner, she still performed the duties of the gym owner normally at first, but there have been some changes recently. Any trainer who came to challenge, if he lost the game, would be turned into a doll by Sabrina to play with. Sabrina's father certainly couldn't just ignore everything. Even if he was kicked out of the gym, he would often move around the gym to warn the trainers who came to challenge him. Even if a trainer was turned into a doll, Sabrina's father would secretly go to save him. After all, the Saffron Gym was designated by the Pokémon Alliance. If such a thing happened, the higher UPS would definitely take care of it. Sabrina's father didn't want his gym status to be revoked, so he could only silently make contributions behind the scenes. "Young man, are you here to challenge the Saffron Gym?" At this moment, a voice came from behind. Gary turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a green jacket and a yellow cap. With this outfit, he looked like a human trafficker. But this man was exactly what Gary was looking for, Sabrina's father. "Are you Mr. Najin?" Gary asked. "Oh, you know me." The middle-aged man was shocked. He had retired from the position of gym leader for 2 years. Basically, outsiders thought that the gym leader was Sabrina. "There are information records on the internet. I have seen your photo," Gary said. Najin didn't care about this and advised with a serious face, "Saffron gym leader is Sabrina now. I suggest you don't challenge her." Najin didn't say what would happen, because if he said it, once the news spread, Pokémon Alliance would definitely send someone to investigate. "Mr. Najin, I have heard about Sabrina's gym leader. I think you still need to solve this problem head-on. This is not a solution," Gary said. "Have you challenged Sabrina?" Najin asked in surprise. "No, but I met an apprentice of Saffron Gym on the road, and I learned some things about Saffron Gym from him." Gary Salation found a reason to perfunctorily say. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Najin really believed it. Because Sabrina has been too strict with apprentices recently, many apprentices have left, and it is normal to tell others about the situation of Saffron Gym. Najin frowned. If the news of the apprentice leaving the conduit spreads, the Pokémon Alliance will definitely send someone to investigate. If it is true, the Saffron Gym will not be as simple as being banned, and Sabrina will also be arrested. "Who are you?" Najin is also an adult, so he naturally sees that there is something wrong with Gary. Why would a trainer pay attention to this matter? It is not good for him. "My name is Gary, from Pallet Town. I plan to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, but the current situation of the Saffron Gym will affect my progress in collecting badges," Gary said. "Saffrina does have her problems, but if you have the ability to defeat Sabrina, she will not embarrass you," Najin said. "Mr. Najin, do you think a powerful psychic, coupled with a psychic-type Pokémon, can beat Sabrina in a one-on-one battle if the gap is not too big? And as far as I know, it should be considered a foul for a psychic to use psychic in a Pokémon battle. Gary is not stupid." In the plot, when Ash first fought Sabrina, that Abra evolved directly into a Brawlhalla. Abra has no attack ability. Only after evolving into a Brawlhalla can it master offensive skills. Before that, it can only use teleport to escape when encountering an enemy. Even if Sabrina's Abra is high level, it is at most in the early 20s. In the battle with Ash, even if it is forced to evolve, its strength will not be too strong. It can even directly bind Thunderbolt with confusion. Gary also tested it with Executor during training. Facing Wartortle's water gun, Executor's confusion only made the water gun deviate from the attack trajectory. It is basically impossible to bounce it back completely. Not to mention that Pikachu was at a high level at the time, definitely above level 30, and that Pikachu was only in the early 20s, so it was impossible to use confusion to bind Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Even if it could be done, it would consume a huge amount of mental energy, which is a very uneconomical tactic. So it is obvious that Sabrina secretly used Psychic to help Pikachu, since Sabrina would use Psychic when fighting Ash, let alone other challengers. Rather than saying it was a Pokemon battle, it would be better to say that the challenger was fighting Sabrina. Najin. Although he didn't want to admit it, Najin had no way to defend himself. As Sabrina's father, Najin knew Sabrina's experience from childhood to adulthood. She started learning Psychic at the age of 6, and because she was stronger than Pokemon, she never bred Pokemon. The previous gym battle was indeed as Gary said. Sabrina randomly sent out a Pokemon in the gym, and Sabrina secretly used Psychic to assist the Pokemon in the battle. You are right, but what's the use? Sabrina's Psychic has long surpassed me. I can't do anything to Sabrina now, Najin said helplessly. After being exposed by Gary, Najin was a little collapsed at this moment. She didn't know what happened to her happy family that led to such a result. Looking at the depressed man in front of her, it was hard to imagine that he was still a psychic. Gary could also understand Najin's difficulties. He had a certain responsibility for Sabrina's becoming like that, but he couldn't be blamed entirely. Sabrina herself had some problems, that is, she was too talented. At such a young age, she could explore psychic to the point of surpassing her father. This talent is so terrifying. When did Sabrina become like this? Gary asked indirectly. Sabrina suddenly became indifferent when she was 8 years old. At that time, I was busy with the gym and school, so I didn't pay much attention to it. About 2 years ago, Sabrina suddenly asked me for the position of gym leader and kicked me out of the gym, Najin said. Why did Sabrina suddenly change her temperament? Did she go crazy while practicing psychic? I don't know about that either. Then Sabrina hasn't changed at all. Well, except for her cold personality, Sabrina has a doll next to her that looks like when she was a child. Najin thought about it, and it seemed that Sabrina's sudden change was after the doll appeared. Gary was very troubled. Najin was a psychic master after all, and he had led the conversation to this point. Why didn't he figure out the key to the problem? I once discussed psychics with my grandfather, and he said that psychics' personality changes may be related to practicing in prison. I wonder if Miss Sabrina is like that. Gary said. In prison. Hearing this, Najin's thoughts were immediately pulled back to 10 years ago, when Sabrina was 6 years old and was still a lively and cheerful little Stephanie. As a psychic, Najin decided to teach Sabrina psychic. Sabrina showed her amazing psychic talent at that time, and soon mastered the psychic taught by Najin. After that, Sabrina often studied psychic. Najin later became the gym leader of Saffron Gym and had to deal with the affairs of psychic school, so he neglected to teach Sabrina and let Sabrina read books and study by herself, and let his wife watch over her. Since then, Najin was busy every day and didn't know what to do. When he came to his senses, Sabrina stood in front of him and asked him to give up the position of gym leader and principal. Najin didn't care much at the time, thinking that Sabrina was just throwing a tantrum at him, until Sabrina showed her powerful psychic. Najin realized that he was overthinking. Is Sabrina's problem related to the doll? Najin asked, puzzled. I don't know about this either. Gary waved his hand. Najin frowned and thought. Gary was silent on the side. He had given all the hints he could. If Najin couldn't think of the problem again, there was no good way. A few minutes later. Gary, I need you to do me a favor. Najin said seriously, this favor is a little dangerous, but I will try my best to ensure your safety. What does Mr. Najin want me to do for you? Gary asked. I think Sabrina should have made her personality into a doll when she was learning psychic and learned mental manipulation. Najin said. Gary felt his scalp tingling when he heard this term. Using the mind to manipulate the target, what a terrible psychic. This is an ability to separate one's own thoughts and place them on its creatures. Sabrina should have seen it in a book and made a mistake in self-study. Najin said. Then what should I do? Gary asked. Destroy the doll next to Sabrina, and Sabrina should be able to return to normal. Najin said. Gary was excited. Najin finally got it. According to the development of the original plot, it was the haunter who accidentally destroyed the doll, and Sabrina returned to normal. Then what do I need to do? Gary asked. Sabrina's psychic is very strong. Even Najin can't get close to Sabrina, let alone destroy the dolls around Sabrina. The protective shield created by Sabrina's telekinesis can resist gym leader level Pokemon. Take Najin as an example. He was the gym leader of Saffron before. He must have gym level Pokemon in his hands. He can definitely use them to deal with Sabrina. Even so, Najin didn't take down Sabrina, which shows how strong Sabrina's psychic is. Gary estimated that only Katlia in the Unova region could compare with Sabrina. Sabrina is called a psychic genius girl. Katlia is a psychic runaway girl. The two complement each other and are quite a match. Go to Lavender Town to capture a ghost-type Pokemon, and then challenge Sabrina. Najin said. What kind of solution is this? Even if ghost Pokemon restrains psychic Pokemon, ghost Pokemon itself has no resistance to psychic, and Sabrina can deal with ghost Pokemon bare-handed. Although ghost Pokemon restrains psychic, it is useless to Sabrina. Gary said. Gary is not as easy to fool as Ash. If Haunter had not accidentally destroyed the doll, Ash would not have been able to pass Sabrina so easily. I understand, but the invisibility of ghost Pokemon can smoothly approach Sabrina. When you fight Sabrina, secretly order ghost Pokemon to attack the doll next to Sabrina. Najin said. Gary held his chin. He came to give Najin advice, but how did he get dragged in and now he has to face Sabrina directly? Mr. Najin, can't you just destroy the doll next to Sabrina? Gary asked. I can't help it. Sabrina will notice me as soon as I enter the gym. She will be very alert. Only ghost Pokemon can get close to Sabrina without anyone noticing. Najin said. Since being kicked out of the gym by Sabrina, Najin has no home to return to and can only wander around Saffron City. If it weren't for her identity as a psychic, she would be like a homeless person. Okay, then I'll go to Lavender Town to have a look. Gary also plans to capture ghost Pokemon. Gary's original goal was to capture the Forsaken, but now it seems that he can only capture Ghastly or Haunter. Then I'll leave it to you. As long as Sabrina can return to normal, I will definitely repay you. Najin entrusted. Hearing that he was going to repay him, Gary thought that he could take this job, so he asked, any ghost Pokemon will do? No strength requirements. Yes, as long as it is a ghost Pokemon that can turn invisible. Then Mr. Najin, do you know where there are ghost Pokemon in Lavender Town? I don't know about this. Ghost Pokemon are elusive and only move at night. You can check the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town. Got it, I'll go and try it. Gary nodded. He did know about the Pokemon Tower. In the game, the Pokemon Tower is where Pokemon are buried. However, the Pokemon Tower in the animation is a little special. It is the residence of ghost Pokemon, where Ghastly, Haunter and Gengar live. In addition to liking to scare people, the personalities of these three guys are not bad. Especially the Haunter was kind. Anyway, as long as Sabrina returned to normal, there was no need to worry about affecting Ash's trip. Anyway, Ash had never successfully subdued the Haunter. There is no time to lose. You should leave now. It's night time. Najin didn't give Gary a chance to think. She put her hand on Gary's shoulder, and with the other hand on his head, she disappeared from the spot with Gary. The next second, Najin appeared at the west exit of Saffron City with Gary. Gary looked at the sudden change in the surrounding environment and knew that Najin was taking him to use teleport. This felt pretty good. I can only take you here. I have to go back and continue to watch to prevent any trainer from challenging Sabrina. Najin said, okay, I will come back as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to Najin, Gary rode all the way, put Butterfree at the back of the car, and used Gust to speed up. Finally, at night, he arrived at Lavender Town. Because Lavender Town has ghost-type Pokémon, the town's residents normal will not come out at night, and the whole Lavender Town seems particularly quiet. Gary fed his Pokémon a few energy cubes to fill his stomach, and then came to the Pokémon Tower. The Pokémon Tower is the ground of Lavender Town, surrounded by Pokémon graves, and the environment here seems particularly gloomy. Arrived at the door of the Pokémon Tower, Gary looked around and said it was more like a demon bulge than a Pokémon Tower, especially the gate was completely like the mouth of a Gigantamax Gengar. Growlithe, come out. Gary released Growlithe. Woof. Growlithe was energetic and had not trained today, so the contest condition was very good at the moment. Growlithe, there are ghost-type Pokémon here. If you find anything strange, just use Odor Sleuth. Gary said. Woof. Growlithe responded with a bark. Growlithe awakened Odor Sleuth at level 10. It can only be said that Growlithe was born in the police force. The awakened skills can help police officers do things. The effect of Odor Sleuth's skill is the same as Foresight. It can make ghost Pokémon show their true form, and normal and fighting skills can also hit ghost Pokémon under Foresight contest condition. Of course, it is best to avoid fighting as much as possible. Ghastly, Haunter and Gengar in the Pokémon Tower are not bad Pokémon. They just like to make people laugh, but every time they end up scaring people. Let's go in. Gary pressed the flashlight he prepared and followed Growlithe to the gate of the Pokémon Tower. The gate was not locked and opened with a little force. The interior decoration was very homely. It looked like someone had lived there before, but I don't know why it was abandoned like this. People from Lavender Town would not come here. Gary's eye of insight was also always open, looking around to find the ghost Pokémon in the tower. Growlithe was a newborn calf who was not afraid of ghosts. He was not afraid at all. He looked here and there. He would go over to smell any new items he encountered. Hello, is anyone there? Gary shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of Gengar and the others. After waiting in the hall for a while, no ghost Pokémon appeared. Growlithe, let's go in and take a look. Gary took Growlithe up the stairs and entered the corridor. He saw a door on both sides of the corridor, a few meters away, with white light coming through the crack of the door. Gary knew that this was a trick of Gengar and the others to trick him, but in order to see them, he had to go to their door. Gary walked over with Growlithe and pushed open the door. There was a long dining table in the restaurant inside the door, with tableware neatly placed on it, as if someone would come to eat at any time. Woof. Growlithe seemed to sense something and barked a warning. Although he couldn't see the target, Growlithe seemed to sense something. It seems that the legend is true. Dogs can sense unclean things. Even if they can't see them, they can feel the aura of unclean things. Gary thought to himself. The next second, the tableware on the long table floated up without wind and flew in the air. Woof, woof. Growlithe barked even louder. Use Odor Sleuth. Gary ordered. Woof. Growlithe lowered his head and cast Odor Sleuth. The breath of the Dog King? In an instant, 3 dark figures appeared in the room, namely Ghastly, Haunter and Gengar. LV20 Ghastly _Jim. LV30 Haunter _Jim. LV49 Gengar _Jim. All of them have gym potential. Gary was surprised. He didn't expect that the 3 brothers in the Pokémon Tower were all gym level. This is already a very good potential. And the fact that Gengar can appear here means that this Gengar has a trainer. If Haunter wants to evolve into Gengar, it must exchange links and let the power of exchange activate Haunter's cells before it can evolve into Gengar. So this Gengar is likely to have a trainer. Gah. SHHH. Jenga. Gengar also found that they had appeared and couldn't even turn invisible again, but they were not worried at all. Woof, woof. Growlithe immediately blocked in front of Gary and acted as a bodyguard. Born in the police force, Growlithe was influenced by his surroundings and was born to be a police dog. Facing the barking Growlithe, Gengar and the others didn't care. They made faces at Growlithe, making faces in all kinds of abstract and funny ways. After making faces, they were still laughing. Woo. Growlithe was also confused by these 3 guys and didn't know what they were doing. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly sounded around. Gengar and the others stopped laughing and stared at Gary who was clapping. They were all stunned. Not bad, your comedy performance is very innovative. Gary praised. Jenga. Hiss. Gas. Gengar was shocked. It was the first time in such a long time that someone recognized their comedy performance. He was immediately moved. They usually ran out to perform for the residents of the town, but they were not liked by the residents. In the end, they had to stay in the Pokémon Tower to entertain themselves. And today, someone finally recognized them. Woof. Growlithe looked at Gengar and the others who were laughing and crying, and his brain went blank. He felt that Gengar in front of him might be a fool. Jenga. Hiss. Gas. Gengar and the others immediately ran to Gary and began their facial expressions, role-playing various funny expressions, which were quite unique with their creepy faces. Haha, you guys are really interesting. Gary laughed. Although Jengar and the others' comedy performances were not good at all, they were funny in themselves, and they worked so hard to make people laugh, which was very funny and interesting. Hearing Gary's praise, Jengar and the others performed even harder. After so many years, someone finally recognized their comedy performances. Grolive was even more confused, but seeing that Jengar and the others had no intention of attacking, he also put down his guard and watched the performance with Gary. Jengar and the others performed for a long time before stopping. Jengar came over and asked Gary how they performed. Your performance was very good, but there is still a lot of room for growth, Gary commented. Jengar and the others didn't quite understand what a lot of room for growth meant, and they were satisfied just to hear that the performance was very good. By the way, I have a friend who doesn't like to laugh. I think if you perform in front of my friend, you will definitely make her laugh, Gary said. Jenga. SSSS. Gas. Jengar and the others were very surprised. It was the first time they heard of someone who didn't like to laugh, and they were immediately interested. As long as you can make my friend laugh, I would like to call you the strongest comedy master in the Pokemon world, Gary said. Jenga. SSSSS. Gas. Jengar and the others were immediately attracted by the title of the strongest comedy master in the Pokemon world. Jenga. Jengar patted Gary's shoulder, meaning where is your friend, bring him here quickly. SSSSS. Gas. Haunter and Ghastly promised to present the most exciting comedy performance and make your friend laugh. My friend is in Saffron City, and I can't bring him here for the time being. Besides, he is busy all day and has no time to come here. How about I take you there? Gary said. Jengar and the others hesitated. They usually live in the Pokemon Tower. Now they suddenly have to drive 2 Pokemons, so they will definitely have some concerns. Saffron City is an international metropolis. If you like to perform, there is a big stage, Gary reminded. Jenga. SSSSS. SSSSS. Hearing that there is a big stage, Jengar and the others did not hesitate and said that they would go to Saffron City with Gary. Okay, then it's a deal, Gary said. This time, Gary did not use fighting to capture them, but used mouth persuasion, and Gary did not plan to capture these 3 ghost Pokemon. Because the dream of these 3 Pokemon is to become comedy masters, and they love to perform more. They have no interest in fighting, so it would be a waste to capture them. So it is useless for Pokemon to have potential. They must also be aggressive, otherwise they will not be dedicated during training. In this regard, Ash did a good job. If Pokemon do not want to fight, he will not force them, and even help his Pokemon realize their dreams. As for the stage Gary mentioned, it was naturally provided by Najin to Jengar and the others. Since he had already called 3 ghost-type Pokemon, the promised conditions would naturally be fulfilled by Najin. Anyway, there was also a psychic school in the Saffron Gym, with many students in it, so it was no problem to build a stage for Jengar and the others in the school. Come, let me introduce my Pokemon to you. Gary also released his Pokemon to meet Jengar. Jengar and the others were also quite friendly, especially since no one had come to the Pokemon Tower for many years. They were very happy to see so many people coming tonight. Gary also suggested that Jengar and the others perform a comedy show with Gary and his Pokemon as the audience. He also took out the food and energy cubes in his backpack and started a party directly. Everyone had a lot of fun. If someone passed by, they would definitely think that the Pokemon Tower was haunted, but this seemed normal to the people in Lavender Town. After all, they were used to it. The next morning, Gary took Jengar, Haunter, and Ghastly with him on the road back to Saffron City. Because Gary didn't capture them, Jengar and the others were temporarily lurking in Gary's shadow, which is also a unique hiding method for ghost Pokemon. Gary rode as far as possible in the shade along the way, galloping all the way, and it took a whole morning to reach Saffron City at noon. This is mainly because the roads in Saffron City and Lavender Town are relatively flat, so it only takes half a day to get there. Gary, you're back so soon. Just as he was about to call Najin, Najin's voice came from behind Gary. Mr. Najin, have you been waiting for me here? Just came to see you on the way, but you came back so soon. Did you really capture a ghost Pokemon? Najin asked in confusion. Because he found out the reason for Sabrina's change, Najin hoped that Gary would come back earlier, so he had been wandering around here. He happened to come here after lunch and saw Gary riding over. It was only one night, and Gary had captured a ghost Pokemon. This was too fast. Ghost Pokemon were hard to catch. Even Najin, who was a psychic, could not detect any trace of ghost Pokemon. It's not considered capturing. I just asked them to come and help. Gary said. Ask them to come and help. Can you still ask them? Najin didn't care about that. As long as she brought the ghost Pokemon, she asked, where are the ghost Pokemon? Right next to you, Gary said. Next to me. Najin was even more confused. She looked around but didn't see any ghost Pokemon. She frowned and said, Gary, you didn't catch a ghost Pokemon, and said that on purpose. After all, Gary was only 10 years old. Najin thought Gary must be lying. Jengar. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jengar suddenly appeared next to Najin on purpose. Jengar. Liam was shocked. SSSS. Gas. Then, Haunter and Ghastly also appeared one after another. You actually invited 3 ghost Pokemon. Najin said in disbelief. Ghost Pokemon are notoriously difficult to catch. Normal trainers are lucky to catch one. Gary actually got 3 ghost Pokemon at once. The key is that he didn't catch them, but invited them. It's amazing. Mr. Najin. Gary didn't hide it and told his experience with Gengar and the others, and also told them about the comedy performances that Gengar and the others love. I didn't expect that the ghost Pokemon in the Pokemon Tower came out to scare people because they like comedy. After listening to this, Najin didn't expect that the reason why the Pokemon Tower was haunted was this. Who would have thought that ghost Pokemon actually likes comedy performances? No problem, as long as you can save my daughter, I will build a stage for you in the school and let you perform every week. If you perform well, I can also let TV station broadcast your performance. Najin said. Najin is the former gym leader of Saffron and a psychic master, so she has a high status. Jenga. SSSSS. Gas. Hearing that they could be on TV, Gengar and the others immediately promised Najin that they would definitely save his daughter. So, the 2 men and 3 ghosts began to discuss the plan. The plan was simple. Gary would challenge Sabrina, and then Gengar and the others would quietly go to Sabrina's side. When the battle reached a certain point, Najin would appear by teleport. When Najin appeared, it was the time for Gengar and the others to attack. At that time, they could just attack the doll next to Sabrina. Gengar and the others nodded in agreement. Gary felt a little suspenseful because Gengar and the others were not reliable. In the original plot, Haunter promised to help Ash, but he disappeared at any time and completely forgot what he promised Ash. Although Gengar and Ghastly are here now, it seems that they are not much better than Haunter. But in order to get Abra, Gary had to compromise. After discussing the plan, Gary also had lunch and rested for a while, and then came to the door of Saffron Gym. Ding! Post a task, get Saffron Gym badge/rewards, intermediate rare candy x10, permanent skill learning device Dream Eater, top quality twisted spoon, psychic skill power increased by 50%. X1. Gary was stunned. The rewards for the gym tasks have changed. The low-level rare candy that was previously rewarded has become intermediate rare candy. This should be judged based on the strength of the gym, but Sabrina is only worth the intermediate rare candy. From this point of view, Sabrina is not very strong. And the skills rewarded this time are quite good. Gary can master the Pokemon in his hand, Butterfree, and Executor, including Abra that he will capture later. Then let's test Sabrina's strength. Gary walked over and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a male apprentice came out to open the door. Who are you? The male apprentice asked. My name is Gary, from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary introduced himself. Challenging the gym. I suggest you go back and practice again. Our gym leader is very strong. Seeing that Gary was younger than himself, the male apprentice definitely could not be a rival of Sabrina, and suggested that Gary go back and practice again. If you want me to go back, let Sabrina defeat me, Gary said disdainfully. Since you are looking for death, then follow me. The male apprentice also knew the situation in the gym. He kindly advised Gary to leave, and since he didn't listen to the advice, it was not his fault. It's not that the male apprentice couldn't say it directly, but the entire Saffron Gym was under Sabrina's monitoring. If the male apprentice rashly told the situation in the gym, he might be killed by Sabrina. So the male apprentice could only use this method to drive people away. Gary followed the male apprentice and came to the battle site in the gym. There was a curtain-style door at the end. The male apprentice walked to the curtain door, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Miss Sabrina, someone wants to challenge you. After the words fell, the curtain door swing was raised horizontally, revealing everything behind the door. A shadow could be seen behind the curtain door, and a long-haired little Stephanie wearing a white skirt and a top hat was sitting on a chair. Little Stephanie suddenly raised her head, her eyes glowed red, and an invisible telepathic ability suddenly bound the male apprentice. The male apprentice screamed immediately, feeling that his body was about to be crushed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said too much, please forgive me. The male apprentice immediately thought of what he had said before, and hurriedly apologized and begged for mercy. Maybe the male apprentice's plea for mercy touched little Stephanie, and the confusion that bound the male apprentice disappeared. The male apprentice was frightened and panicked and fled directly from here. It's really bad, Gary thought to himself. Gary knew that little Stephanie was part of Sabrina's innocence. Although innocent, she was also really scary sometimes. After all, children only want to have fun. They can do anything for fun without considering the consequences of doing such things. Hello, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge your gym. Gary said. Well, I can compete with you, but if you lose, you have to be my friend and stay to play with me, little Stephanie said innocently. No problem. Gary didn't care much. Sabrina was bound to lose anyway. In order to win this duel, Gary had already raised the level of Caesar to level 30. It was not easy to beat a brave heart. Hearing Gary's agreement, the curtain door rose, revealing the back completely. The little girl was not sitting on the chair, but on the legs of a black girl with long straight hair. The girl was Sabrina herself. Bang! The door behind him was suddenly shut. Gary didn't even turn his head, he knew it was Sabrina who closed the door. Seeing Gary's indifference, Sabrina was also quite surprised. Usually, trainers who challenged her were very nervous, and it was the first time she saw someone as calm as Gary. Sabrina suddenly stood up, her feet broke free from gravity, floated to the command area below and introduced, one-on-one, absolutely no regrets, do you understand? Understood. Gary nodded. Sabrina didn't say much. The Pokeball held by the doll in her hand floated up and flew towards the ground. Come out, Abra. Great. The Pokeball fell to the ground and opened, and a saffron-colored Abra with a fox face appeared. Abra rests for 18 hours a day, but even in rest, it can still move. LV25 Abra male sign/elite. High potential. Gary didn't expect Sabrina's Abra to have elite potential, and it still has some strength. Caesar, this is your first gym battle. Do well. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Caesar, covered in red armor, appeared. Sabrina saw Caesar and looked suspicious, probably because she had never seen Caesar before. Although Sabrina was a trainer, she practiced psychic when she was young. It was only in the past 2 years when she became a gym leader that she began to understand Pokemon. Otherwise she would not have only had Abra, a Pokemon, until now. Use Fury Cutter. Gary attacked directly. Ja. Caesar rushed towards Abra quickly. Sabrina's eyes glowed red, and at the same time, Abra's eyes also glowed red. Caesar had already approached Abra and swung his claws at her. But Abra disappeared from the spot and dodged Caesar's attack with the help of Teleport. Teleport is really troublesome. Gary was troubled by this move. In real combat, Teleport is simply a bug skill. However, this move consumes a lot of mental energy. It can only be used more than 10 or 20 times in a battle. But with Sabrina here, Sabrina can use her mental energy to assist Abra. Teleport can be used dozens of times in a battle. Use double team. Gary said. Ja. Caesar immediately created clones on the field, surrounding Abra. Abra, who had no attacking ability, didn't know where to move. If he moved near Caesar's real body, he would definitely be attacked. Especially since Abra didn't have any attacking skills, there was nothing he could do with these clones. Sabrina felt Abra's difficulty and added a spiritual force to Abra. In an instant, Abra's whole body was shining. Fury Cutter attack. Gary took the opportunity to issue an order. Since you choose to evolve during the battle, don't blame me for being unethical. Ja. Caesar on the field quickly rushed towards the evolving Abra. Sabrina didn't expect Gary to attack at this time, and she was a little panicked. It only took Abra a few seconds to evolve and successfully evolved into young Gila. Caesar also arrived at this moment, and Fury Cutter's giant claws also arrived, knocking young Gila away with one claw. Gila. Although young Gira is very strong, its physical defense and physical strength are very low. The power of Fury Cutter skill is only 40, but with the addition of Caesar's technical expert ability and this attribute, the power can also be 80. Fury Cutter is a bug-type skill, which causes outstanding damage, enough to kill young Gira in one hit. However, young Gira was only seriously injured and did not fall down. It can be seen that Sabrina interfered and blocked part of the damage with her confusion. Keep attacking, don't give young Gira a chance to breathe. Gary ordered. Ja. Caesar linked his clones and kept attacking young Gira, forcing young Gira to use teleport evolution defense, and he couldn't use recover to recover for a while. At this moment, in a hidden corner of the gym, a camera was filming the battle in the field. This Gary is good, he can suppress Sabrina. Najin looked at the picture captured by the camera and was amazed at Gary's strength. Use confusion. Sabrina was also anxious. While issuing the command, she also used confusion. A wave of confusion spread out and dispersed all of Caesar's clones. Although Gary didn't know psychic, he could see that Sabrina was helping. This little girl was really unethical. She said it was a one-on-one fight, but she still attacked secretly. However, Caesar was not repelled by the confusion wave and blocked it. Young Gila was also stunned. He didn't expect that his confusion didn't send Caesar flying. Ja. Caesar rushed towards young Gila quickly and hit him with a Fury Cutter, sending young Gila flying several meters away. Bang! Young Gila fell to the ground, his eyes rolled in circles, and he lost his ability to fight. Not bad. Gary nodded with satisfaction. Although young Gila was strong, he was too fragile, just like a glass player. He couldn't resist for a few times. Young Gila, stand up, recover. However, Sabrina shouted. I saw young Gira's eyes circling, his eyes glowing red, and his body's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Gary was shocked. Sabrina was so lazy that she could use psychic to wake up and heal after defeating young Gira. How could she fight him? Miss Sabrina, are you sure you didn't cheat? Gary questioned. Young Gira recovered by himself. What does it have to do with me? Sabrina would not admit that she cheats. Sabrina, you lost this game. It is against the rules to use psychic in a Pokemon battle. At this time, a voice came, and Najin appeared beside Gary. You. Seeing her father, Sabrina showed an impatient look on her face, including the doll in her hand. It seems that you are in the same group, so there is no need to continue the game. You all stay. The doll in Sabrina's hand said, with red eyes shining. Jenga. SHHH. Gas. At this moment, Jengar and the others suddenly appeared beside Sabrina, and they made all kinds of faces at Sabrina together. Sabrina and the doll were both confused, not knowing what the three Pokemon were doing, and watched coldly. Gas. Ghastly saw that Sabrina didn't laugh, and suddenly felt embarrassed, and asked Jengar how to do it. Jenga. Jengar slapped Haunter's head hard. Haunter understood what he meant, and took out a bomb with a lit fuse directly from his mouth, and then they laughed together. Sabrina still watched with a cold face, completely unaware of any danger. Boom! With an explosion, the whole gym was covered with smoke. Gary was choked and coughed, and quickly opened the door to disperse the smoke. After the smoke dissipated, Jengar and the others were still around Sabrina, their faces covered with dust. The three guys saw the dust on each other's faces and laughed. Ha ha ha. Sabrina, who had a cold face, suddenly laughed, and at the same time, the doll in Sabrina's hand suddenly disappeared. Great, Sabrina smiled. Najin on the side burst into tears. He had been looking forward to this day for almost 3 years. Where did the bomb come from? Gary was curious about where Haunter's bomb came from, which was obviously not in the plan. Gary didn't know that this bomb was actually a performance that Haunter had recently learned from TV, but there was no bomb in Lavender Town. Today, he came to Saffron City and found it by accident, so he tried to perform it. After Sabrina returned to normal, she showed a guilty expression when she saw Najin. Although she had been under the influence of the contest condition of dual personality in the past few years, she still had memories and knew that what she had done in the past few years was excessive. Dad, I'm sorry. Sabrina apologized. It's okay, it's all Dad's fault. It was Dad's negligence that led to you becoming like this. Najin couldn't bear to blame Sabrina. He also knew how dangerous it was to let a child learn psychic alone. That. Mr. Najin, your wife is still being imprisoned. Gary reminded. The father and daughter who were hugging each other immediately realized that their wives/mothers were still being imprisoned. Sabrina hurried to the room and released her mother who had turned into a doll, and the family was truly reunited. Gary, thank you so much. Tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you, Najin said. Can you give me the badge first? Gary asked. Don't worry about this. You have already defeated Sabrina. The badge will definitely be given to you, Najin said. Here you go. I lost this gym battle. Sabrina suddenly rushed out and took out a badge from her pocket and handed it to Gary. Thank you. Gary quickly took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. The reward has been sent to the space backpack. Hearing the system's prompt, Gary put the badge away contentedly. However, when Gary was about to say something, he found that Sabrina was looking at him. Although Sabrina's expression was not as cold as before, it still couldn't hide her own iceberg beauty temperament, and there was a little sense of oppression invisibly. Gary, if you have any needs, just tell me. Najin said the same thing, wanting to repay Gary. Mr. Najin, I really want to breed an Abra. Do you have any here? Gary asked. Abra, we have it in our gym, but I don't know if it has been assigned to the students. Najin asked. Sabrina, are there any Abras in the breeding house? For almost 3 years, Sabrina has been managing the gym and the school, and he doesn't know if there are any Abras in the gym. No, the latest Pokémon bred have been given to the students. Sabrina said. Gary was stunned. He did so many things, but all for Abra. This. Najin was also embarrassed. The Pokémon were all assigned to the students, and it was not easy for him to ask the students to take it back. Mr. Najin, can you help me catch an Abra in the wild? Gary asked. Abra's whereabouts are erratic, and it's still difficult to catch it. How about this? I'll tell you when the Alakazam in my breeding house lays eggs. Do you think it's okay? Najin said. Okay. Gary didn't object. After seeing Sabrina's Abra, it has elite potential, which means that the Alakazam in the Saffron Gym has high potential, and Alakazam is a Pokemon that can be used as a main force, so it's worth it for Gary to wait. No need to wait, I still have an Abra. Sabrina suddenly interrupted. Gary and Najin were stunned for a moment. Miss Sabrina, you still have an Abra, why do you want to breed 2 Abras? Gary asked puzzled. Because there are 2 Abras, I want to see which one is stronger, so I breed them both to see. Sabrina said. Gary, what kind of Dubai breeding method is this? Abra is not an ordinary Pokemon, you can't breed it in batches like that, and finally decide which one to breed. The salary of the gym is fixed, and even the psychic school can't earn much tuition. So Miss Sabrina, do you mean to give me the remaining Abra? Gary asked. Since Sabrina has said that she still has an Abra, she is naturally going to give it to him. Although Sabrina's level of breeder Pokemon is very low, her vision is definitely not bad. The 2 Abras that she likes are estimated to have potential above the gym level. Yes, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Sabrina said. Gary. I knew that it would not be so easy to give him Abra if Sabrina asked for it. But Gary had to agree. Abra with high potential is still worth paying for. I want to travel with you. Sabrina said. Huh, what did you say? Gary and Najin were both confused. They didn't understand why Sabrina made such a request. Saffron City is too boring. I want to go out and relax. By the way, I want to laser focus on my level as a trainer. Sabrina said, after the fight with you just now, I feel that my level as a trainer is very poor. I want to stay with you and learn well. After hearing Sabrina's explanation, Gary couldn't find any problems. Sabrina's level as a trainer is indeed not good. The reason why she won before was that Sabrina was fighting against the challenger. I think it's okay. Sabrina's mother interrupted. Wife, you. Najin didn't understand why his wife agreed. After all, Sabrina has just recovered, so how can he let her go out to travel? What if something happens on the way? Okay, then listen to mom. Najin wanted to refute, but when he saw his wife winking at him, he shut up. Gary, what do you think? Najin looked at Gary. After all, it was Sabrina who asked to follow Gary, so he still had to get Gary's consent. Gary was in a headache. You can get Abra whether you agree or not. But if you don't agree, you will offend Sabrina. What if Sabrina makes things difficult for you when you get Abra? But if you let Sabrina travel with you, it will be very inconvenient on the road. After all, Gary has his own secrets. Mainly, Sabrina knows psychic, and she can communicate with Pokémon. What if her Pokémon lets slip and Sabrina finds out? But if she thinks about it carefully, even if her Pokémon lets slip, as long as she doesn't admit it, Sabrina seems to have no way to deal with it. Let me make it clear first, I'm traveling to collect 8 badges and attend the Indigo Plateau Conference, so don't interfere with my schedule. Gary reminded. No, I just want to follow you. Sabrina nodded. Then can you take care of yourself? I can't take care of people. Gary said. It doesn't matter, let it take care of you. Sabrina's mother interrupted, and at the same time opened a Pokeball in her hand. Great. Bar. A Mr. Mime appeared, and Mr. Mime also imitated Sabrina's mother. This Mr. Mime is usually responsible for the daily life of the students in the school, as well as the Pokemon in the breeding house. He is very good at taking care of people and Pokemon. With him, he can take good care of you. Sabrina's mother introduced. Very. Mr. Mime nodded, saying that he would leave everything to me. I was definitely an SSR level nanny. Gary believed this. After all, there was a Mr. Mime in Ash's house who handled the housework. Mr. Mime was absolutely capable of housekeeping. Miss Sabrina, are you sure you can stand the wind and rain on the road? Gary asked. Of course. Sabrina said. Gary couldn't tell the truth from the false. Although Sabrina was a psychic, she had lived in a big city since she was a child. She was naturally spoiled and might not be able to stand a little hardship. Although Gary was born tall, he lived in Pallet Town since he was a child. He lived the same life as the children in the village every day. He could endure hardships since he was a child. The wind and rain were no problem for him. Okay, then please give me more advice in the future, Sabrina. Gary extended his hand to Sabrina. Sabrina was stunned for a moment, then understood what Gary meant, and slowly extended her hand. Seeing this, Gary took it directly, shook it twice, and then let go. Sabrina still had a cold expression, but her heart was not calm. In the past 15 years, except for her father, she had not had any contact with any opposite S**X. This was the first time that Sabrina's calm heart was stirred up. Sabrina, can you let me see that abra? Gary asked. Okay. Sabrina nodded, her palm flicked open, and a Pokeball appeared out of thin air on her palm. This is telekinesis, a type of psychic. The Pokeball opened, and an Abra appeared in front of everyone. Abra closed her eyes and looked like she was about to fall asleep. LV20 Abra male sign/quasi-elite. Compared with Sabrina's Abra, it is one level lower in potential, but its potential is high enough to be a quasi-elite. Gary's Pokemon, except for Squirtle, is the first Pokemon with such high potential. This Abra's mental power is excellent, not much worse than my previous Abra. Sabrina said. It's really good, but is there a teleporter here? Gary asked. What do you want the teleporter for? Sabrina asked puzzled. I already have 6 Pokemon on me, and I need to teleport one back. Gary said. Is that so? Then come with me. Najin didn't think so, and took everyone to the room next to the breeding house in the gym, where there was a teleporter, which was specially arranged here to facilitate the transmission of Pokemon. Gary directly dialed Professor Oak's laboratory number, and it was connected in a short while, and Professor Oak himself appeared on the screen of the teleporter. What? Professor Oak. It's really Professor Oak. The one who said Chuan Lu on TV. Sabrina's family recognized Professor Oak's identity, and at the same time they were confused as to why Gary was related to the famous Professor Oak. Oh, hello. Professor Oak also saw Sabrina's family behind Gary and waved to greet him. Hello Professor Oak, I'm Najin, the owner of Saffron Gym. I've seen you before. Do you remember? Najin asked. Oh, it's Mr. Najin, the psychic. Long time no see. Professor Oak knew about psychics and had been in contact with them when he was young. Yeah, Professor Oak, what's your relationship with Gary? Najin asked curiously. Gary, he's my grandson. Professor Oak said. Najin was stunned. He didn't expect Gary to be Professor Oak's grandson. He couldn't tell at all. Gary was too low-key. As Professor Oak's grandson, he has no problem catching all kinds of Pokemon, but he has to catch them himself. It can be seen that Professor Oak has good upbringing and has not let his grandson develop a personality of asking for everything for free. Gary, are you in Saffron City now? Professor Oak asked. Yes. So how is your recent trip? Not bad, I have received 3 badges so far. Oh, that's really good, then have you caught all the Pokemon? Did you know that Orange and Yellow have sent Pokemon, but you and Ash haven't sent any Pokemon? Professor Oak complained. Professor Oak is looking forward to his grandson sending Pokemon over, and he will definitely arrange training for these Pokemon when the time comes. Coincidentally, I was planning to send a Pokemon back. Gary said. Oh, what Pokemon is that? Butterfree. Oh, it's the Flash Butterfree, send it here quickly so I can take a look. Professor Oak urged. Although Butterfree is a very common Pokemon, shiny Pokemon is still worth observing. Okay, I'll tell Butterfree first. Gary took Butterfree out. After all, it was the first time to deposit Pokemon, and Butterfree had never left Gary, so naturally he had to do some ideological work on Butterfree in advance. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 10. Novel image. Meow. Butterfree nodded, understood Gary's meaning, and said that he would train well with Professor Oak. Well, then come in. After doing ideological work for Butterfree, Gary took Butterfree back to the Pokeball and teleported it to Professor Oak. Gary, I have received it here. On the screen, Professor Oak picked up a Pokeball and opened it, releasing Butterfree. This color is pretty. Professor Oak saw Flash Butterfree and his mind was immediately attracted. Butterfree, keep an eye on my grandfather during training. Don't let him rest too late. Gary reminded. Meow. The nod on the screen promised to let Professor Oak rest on time every night and never let Professor Oak stay up late. Okay, now you can give me Abra. The call ended, and Gary could officially get Abra. Here you go. Sabrina handed the Pokemon with Abra to Gary. Gary took the Pokeball and took a look at Abra's specific attributes first. Pokemon, Abra. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 20. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Psychic, possessing a trained spirit, and will not flinch from rivals' attacks. Also unshaken by intimidation. Skill, Teleport. Intimacy, 110, max value 255. The effect of the psychic ability can prevent flinching and can also be immune to the intimidation effect, but there is also a hidden attribute, that is, Pokemon with the psychic ability have a greater psychic power. After reading Abra's attributes, Gary also released Abra and greeted Abra. Abra, I will be your trainer from now on, please give me more advice. Abra was a little confused. How did she suddenly become someone else's Pokemon, and then looked at Sabrina. Gary will be your trainer from now on, listen to him carefully. Sabrina said coldly, like a scumbag. Woo. Abra didn't object. As a psychic Pokemon, Abra was very smart. He knew that Sabrina had bred 2 Abras and that Sabrina would choose one of them for breeding. Although Abra was a little frustrated that he was not chosen, he quickly accepted it. At least Sabrina found a good trainer for him. Don't worry, I will help you become stronger. Gary saw what Abra was thinking and squatted down to assure Abra. Woo. Abra just nodded silently. He didn't believe Gary's lies in his heart. After all, he had food and drink by Gary's side. As long as Gary didn't treat him badly, it would be fine. As for helping him become stronger, he just listened to it. This Abra didn't see the fight between Gary and Sabrina, otherwise he wouldn't think so. To thank Gary, stay for dinner tonight. Sabrina's mother also warmly invited Gary to stay for dinner. Okay, thank you. Gary was not polite. After all, he would travel with Sabrina in the future, so it was okay to stay at Sabrina's house for dinner. After dinner, Gary stayed at the Saffron Gym. I never thought that I would travel with Sabrina. Gary lay on the bed, not daring to imagine that such a surprising thing would happen. Originally, he just wanted to get Abra from here, but now Abra has been obtained, and Sabrina is also brought along. By the way, can Ash successfully get 8 badges? Gary said with some worry. Although Ash's journey has nothing to do with Gary, Ash will experience many major events, and these events are all completed by Ash. If there is no Ash, the world will be over. Not to mention the distant events, just talk about the near ones, whether Mutuo's retrograde will happen again, and the battle of the 3 sacred birds in the Orange Islands, etc. So Ash's journey must not be interrupted. If it is interrupted, the world will be over. Sabrina went with him, so Najin would be the gym leader. Najin was not as good as Sabrina as a psychic, but she was much stronger as a trainer. Ash got the Saffron badge because he helped Sabrina recover. Now Najin is the gym leader of Saffron Gym. His Pokemon are definitely stronger than Sabrina's. Ash may not be able to defeat them. Besides, Jengar from Lavender Town has also settled in Saffron Gym. Najin also promised Jengar that she would build a stage for them in the school, and they would have a comedy show on Saturdays and Sundays. Wait for a while and see. Ash's travel speed was not fast. He arrived in Nibby City 2 weeks ago. Calculating the time, Ash has just got the badge of Nibby Gym. It will probably be more than a month before he travels to Saffron Gym. What Gary should consider now is the future travel and how to get along with Sabrina. Although Sabrina has returned to normal, she is a psychic, and after the 2 personalities merged, psychic may be even stronger. If anyone angers her, she can still turn people into dolls. Thinking about it now, Gary felt that he was overwhelmed by the mission rewards and forgot that Sabrina herself is an extremely unstable bomb. Gary decided to try not to make Sabrina angry in the future. The next day, Gary and Sabrina left Saffron City together with Sabrina's family. Because Gary chose to ride a bike, Sabrina also rode a mountain bike, but Sabrina herself did not know how to ride, but used psychic to maintain the stability of the mountain bike, that is, riding with confusion. Gary couldn't bear to watch it, and suggested, Sabrina, I think you can try to keep it stable without confusion. Riding a bike is not as difficult as you think. What if you fall down? Sabrina was riding a bike for the first time in her life, so she didn't dare to remove confusion casually. You said you wanted to be a qualified trainer, but you are too dependent on your psychic now. I think the first step to becoming a qualified trainer is not to rely too much on your own psychic. You can ride slower. If you are about to fall, use your legs to support the ground and you can stay stable. Gary said, I'll try. Sabrina released confusion and rode smoothly, but after a while, when she rode on a bumpy road, Sabrina immediately lost her balance and the car tilted to one side. Sabrina nervously forgot what Gary said, did not stretch her legs, and immediately used confusion to stabilize her body and force herself to straighten herself. You can do it, and you can use confusion to stabilize yourself. It's easy to learn. Gary said, yeah, Sabrina nodded, and the spirit of not admitting defeat came up in her heart. She continued to ride, bumping along the road, and soon mastered it. Novel image. Haha. After mastering riding, Sabrina rode like a child discovering a new world. Gary was speechless when he saw such an innocent Sabrina. How lonely her childhood was. Even children in the city would not be unable to ride a bike. Sabrina, it's noon, time to rest. She rode until noon. If Gary hadn't called her to stop, Sabrina would have continued riding. Okay. Although she was happy, Sabrina was still very rational. She released Mime and started to prepare lunch. Sabrina, rest for an hour after eating, and then let Pokémon do basic training for an hour, and then rest for half an hour before setting off. Gary said, training in the wild again. Sabrina said doubtfully. She usually trained in the gym and had never trained in the wild. Travel is like this. Sometimes it takes several days to get to a city. Training cannot be intermittent. Even if professional training cannot be carried out during travel, some performance training is required to keep Pokémon in contest condition. Gary said, do I need it too? Sabrina asked. Of course I do. Your Pokémon is too fragile. If you hadn't used confusion to help offset some of the damage in the battle yesterday, your Pokémon wouldn't have been able to withstand Caesar's Fury Cutter. Gary said. Sabrina was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that she was discovered for using Psychic in the battle. Are you also a Psychic user? Sabrina asked. I'm not, but when you use Psychic, blue energy waves will be emitted from your body, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Gary said. That was because I was ignorant before. I won't be like this in the future. Sabrina said. Then train Pokémon's performance well and let Pokémon use confusion to build protection by itself. Any Pokémon can mobilize the energy in its body for protection, but your Pokémon is very poor at this. It's because you usually use Psychic to help it that it is so unskilled, Gary said. Oh. Sabrina nodded obediently. She wanted to learn something from Gary and hear about training Pokémon, such as the obedient 3 good student normal. Then let's cook for Pokémon together. Gary said. Don't we have Mr. Mime? Sabrina was puzzled. She had never cooked by herself since she was a child. Mr. Mime is just assisting us. As a qualified trainer, you need to understand your Pokémon's preferences and adjust the energy blocks fed according to the Pokémon's contest condition. All these need to be adjusted by the trainer himself. Gary preached, you should at least find a complete plan and let Mr. Mime do it. Isn't it that the trainer only needs to command the Pokémon to fight? Shouldn't this be done by the breeder? Sabrina said. Being a trainer is not as simple as you say. Trainers not only need to command Pokémon to fight, but also need to be able to breed their own Pokémon. Every strong trainer may not be omnipotent in breeding, but he is definitely very professional in the Pokémon he breeds, more professional than some breeders. Gary corrected. I didn't expect that trainers need to do so many things. This is the first time Sabrina has heard of this. Usually, breeders breed Pokémon in the gym. The Pokémon in the Saffron Gym are indeed raised by breeders, but the feed formulas and training methods are also figured out by Najin herself, and then handed over to the breeders. Moreover, the specially prepared Pokémon feeds are all unique formulas of a trainer. For example, in the breeding house, some Pokémon fostered in the breeding house can grow very well. That is because there are powerful breeders in the breeding house, so that the business can continue to be prosperous. Sabrina is also very obedient and follows Gary to learn how to match feeds. Pokémon feed matching is also very simple, a fixed part of feed, some tree fruits, and 4 energy cubes, and the tastes of the breeding are different. For example, Growlithe likes spicy, coconut eggs and Abra trees like bitter, Wartortle and Scyther like fishy, and Golbat likes bloody taste. What kind of tree fruit is this? Sabrina looked at the feed that Gary matched for Abra, which contained tree fruits she didn't recognize, which was different from the tree fruits provided to Abra in the usual gym. This is Lumberry, which can help Pokémon encounter chaotic contest conditions. Psychic Pokémon need to calm their minds for a long time and exercise their mental strength, which will cause mental confusion. Lumberry can alleviate this contest condition. Gary introduced. After all, functional fruits like Lumberry are used to make spray medicines, and few people feed them to Pokémon. In fact, Pokémon can also be eaten, and training after eating can also play a good auxiliary effect. Oh, Sabrina nodded, with a look of knowledge on her face. It must be said that Sabrina is a student who is willing to listen to the class, and teachers usually like such students. After giving Pokémon lunch, they rested for an hour and then started training. Sabrina also watched how Gary trained Pokémon. Because they were in the wild, the training was mainly physical training. Only Abra did not need to do performance training for the time being, but Gary also gave Abra a power lens. If you give the power lens to a Pokémon in the game, the Pokémon's speed will be reduced to normal, but after winning the battle, the special attack effort value will be doubled. In reality, the power lens is a very special item. It has little weight, but it will feel very heavy when used with confusion to operate the power lens. Because Abra spends most of her time resting, it is not suitable for performance training at this time, so she can only use the power lens to exercise her mental strength. Why do you want my Brave to do strength training? Sabrina looked at Brave running breathlessly with macho brace on her body, and she couldn't help feeling distressed. Although Sabrina's level as a trainer is not good, she chose Abra as her Pokémon after all, so she naturally knows what type Abra is. This Pokemon is inherently fragile, and training performance is not very useful. Brave is not Abra. Abra needs sleep to accumulate mental strength. Brave no longer needs to sleep for a long time. It must have certain close-range defense methods, otherwise what should it do when it encounters evil Pokemon in the future? Gary said. Youngjira can master Miracle Eye. Sabrina said. I know, but can your Youngjira do it? Gary asked. Sabrina shook her head. Her Youngjira has not awakened the skill of Miracle Eye. Novel image. So, your Youngjira must train its performance. Don't worry, this training doesn't take too long. Youngjira's performance growth is limited. It only takes 1 or 2 months of hard training. Gary said. Yeah. Sabrina nodded. Although Sabrina didn't care about that close-range ability, it was also for the good of Youngjira itself. In ordinary battles, Sabrina can use Psychic, but in official competitions, using Psychic is illegal. By the way, Sabrina, what Psychic did you use to make Abra evolve into Youngjira? Gary suddenly asked. Seeing Youngjira in training, Gary looked at his Abra. Abra is already level 20, which has exceeded the evolution level requirement, and should be able to evolve. Gary hopes that Abra can evolve earlier, so that he can train his physical strength in advance. Otherwise, the later the plan is, some training cannot be carried out. Abra can actually evolve, as long as it wants to. I just used telepathy to tell Abra to evolve. Sabrina said. Is that so? Gary was startled and walked to Abra and said, Abra, can you evolve? Gigi. Abra nodded slightly. It can evolve at any time, but it just likes to keep Abra's current contest condition. Gary was startled and worried that this Abra would be unwilling to evolve like Ash's Bulbasaur. That would be a big loss. Abra is not comparable to Bulbasaur. Gary continued to ask, Abra, why don't you evolve? Gigi. Abra sent a telepathic message directly, indicating that it was not that it did not want to evolve, but that it did not get Sabrina's consent, so it has not evolved. Now you are my Pokemon, you don't need to ask Sabrina's opinion, you can evolve. Gary said. Gigi. Abra looked at Sabrina nervously. Although she was given to Gary by Sabrina, Sabrina still had majesty in Abra's heart. Look at what I am doing. You are Gary's Pokemon now, you have to listen to him. Sabrina said coldly. Abra said that she was very hurt. She was completely abandoned by Sabrina. However, she thought that Gary's attitude towards her was okay. It seemed that she could only get Gary's attention if she proved that she was useful. Although she had just met him not long ago, Abra had also seen Gary's Pokemon. All of them were very cute. If she hadn't worked hard, she would definitely be ignored. Thinking of this, Abra's heart surged with energy. Every inch of skin and cells in her body were activated, and her body lit up with the incandescent light of evolution. Abra's height increased and her body became stronger. The white light dissipated, and Youngjira appeared with a spoon. Youngjira finally stopped looking sleepy. His eyes were bright and his tail on his butt became thicker and longer. Not bad. Gary patted Youngjira's shoulder and looked at its attribute with the eye of insight. Pokemon, Brawlhalla. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 20. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Psychic. Possessing a trained spirit, it will not flinch from rivals' attacks. It is also unshakable in the face of intimidation. Skills, Teleport, Confusion, Psybeam, Reflect, Miracle Eye. Intimacy, 140, max value 255. Abra evolved into Brawlhalla and awakened 4 skills at once, even Miracle Eye. Sabrina's elite potential Brawlhalla didn't awaken this skill, so she was really lucky. But the intimacy only grew by 30 points. When she was still Abra, her intimacy with Gary was 110 points. Normally, when a Pokemon evolves, the intimacy will increase by about 50 points. Why did Abra's intimacy only increase by 30 points after it evolved? It seems that it is because Abra was Sabrina's breeder before. But 140 points of intimacy are not bad, enough to make Abra listen to Gary, and then they can slowly cultivate feelings, and it won't take long to reach the maximum. Sabrina, when do you plan to evolve Youngjira into Alakazam? Gary asked. Are you planning to evolve Youngjira so soon? Yes, it will evolve sooner or later. Evolving into Alakazam earlier will also help you adapt to the Alakazam form as soon as possible. Gary said. If Youngjira wants to evolve into Alakazam, it needs to undergo a connection exchange. As long as the connection exchange is done, the power of assist exchange stimulates the cells in the body, and it can evolve into Alakazam. Okay, then let's go to Vermilion City and exchange again. Sabrina did not object. She also planned to breed Youngjira into Alakazam. It didn't matter if it evolved early or late. Since it's good to evolve early, let's evolve it early. Keela. Both Youngjira were confused. If they were going to evolve, why did they need to train them? It would be redundant. 2 days later, Gary and Sabrina rode to Vermilion City. Vermilion City is an important seaport in Kanto region. It is located at the southern estuary and receives merchant ships from all over the world. Auctions are also popular here. Pokemon Center. After agreeing to evolve each other's Brawlhalla, Gary and Sabrina handed the other Pokemon to Nurse Joy for treatment, leaving Brawlhalla on their bodies, and came to the switch in the Pokemon Center. Sabrina and Gary placed the Pokeball with Brawlhalla on the groove of the machine, and then pressed the switch button to start the exchange. 2 blue lights were emitted from the port and hit the Pokeball, and the Pokeball disappeared instantly. Then, the classic Pokeball exchange screen appeared on the switch screen, the port emitted blue light again, and the Pokeball reappeared on the groove. Successful exchange. The switch sounded a prompt. Gary and Sabrina looked at each other and opened the Pokeball in the groove at the same time. Come out, Brawlhalla. The two said in unison. Great, great, Kira, Kira. After the two brawlers came out of the Pokeball, the power of exchange activated their cells, and they instantly evolved. The dazzling white light covered the two Pokemon. Instantly, a group of trainers staying in the Pokemon Center were attracted by the light of evolution. The bodies of the two brawlers became a little thinner, and the originally thick and long tails had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by alakazams that looked like old men. The muzzle was supported by two long golden beards. Alakazam's facial appearance was no different from that of brawlers, except that the five-pointed star pattern on the forehead disappeared, and the forehead was slightly bulging, which should be a brain. Who? The two alakazams looked at each other. Both sides successfully evolved and felt the mental power in their heads increase exponentially. Okay, we can exchange back. Gary said. Yeah. The two took the alakazams back to the Pokeball, put them on the switch again, and exchanged the alakazams of after exchanging back to Alakazam. Both of them released Alakazam and took a closer look. Sabrina used telepathy to communicate with her Alakazam, asking Alakazam what had changed. Gary doesn't know Psychic, but with the Eye of Insight, he can see the attribute of his Alakazam clearly. Pokemon, Alakazam. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 20. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Psychic, possessing a trained spirit and will not flinch from rivals' attacks. Unshaken by intimidation. Skills, Teleport, Confusion, Psybeam, Reflect, Miracle Eye, Disable. Intimacy, 180, max value 255. After Alakazam evolved, it awakened the Disable skill. This skill is pretty good, as it can imprison rivals' skill. Even if Pokemon has many skills, it will be awkward to fight if the skills that can form a habit are blocked. Girl, can I exchange my Raticate for your Alakazam? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came over and asked. Gary's eyebrows jumped wildly. The other party didn't treat Sabrina as a human being. He exchanged Raticate for Alakazam, thinking that Sabrina was an NPC in the game who would exchange rare Pokemon for junk Pokemon. Sorry, Alakazam is my first Pokemon, I don't plan to exchange it. Sabrina refused coldly. The middle-aged man in the suit saw Sabrina's refusal and looked at Gary. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Gary took the initiative to say, Uncle, Raticate is a Pokemon that can be found everywhere, so don't take it out for exchange. We are not children. Goodbye. The middle-aged man in the suit really wanted to pick up a bargain and wanted to see if Sabrina and Gary didn't know the goods. He didn't expect himself to be a clown. After Alakazam completed the evolution, Gary and Sabrina found a well-known restaurant nearby to eat. Since they were traveling, they naturally wanted to try the specialties of each city. Sabrina had no objection to this and obeyed Gary's arrangement. Finally, the two chose a good seafood restaurant. Gary, when do you plan to challenge the gym? Sabrina asked. Gary's main purpose of coming to Vermilion City was to obtain the gym badge. Now that he has reached Vermilion City, he should start challenging the gym. No hurry, it's rare to come to the beach, let's play for a few days first. By the way, we will buy a camera later and take a few photos as a souvenir. Sabrina, you are so beautiful, you must be very photogenic. Gary said. Oh. Sabrina originally wanted to ask about challenging the gym, but after being praised by Gary, she didn't know what to say, but she was still happy to hear Gary say that she was beautiful. After lunch, Gary bought a camera in a nearby store, and then took his Pokemon to the nearby beach to rest. Sabrina also changed into a swimsuit, giving Gary a good feast for the eyes. Although Sabrina is only 15 years old this year, she is a grown-up girl. In a few years, she will definitely be a top-notch queen. Gary, do I look good like this? Sabrina asked with a smile. Of course I look good. You look like this and I can't even remember your cold look before. Gary said. Let's not talk about the past. Sabrina didn't want to mention her dark history. After all, it was because of her own training mistakes that led to her split personality. Okay, then I'll take a picture of you. Gary took out the camera he had just bought. As the descendant of Edison Chan, a mature man must carry it with him. Although Sabrina was cold, she was Stephanie's daughter after all. She was still in her prime, so she was naturally Rebecca's. Even if she had never been a model, she knew what the poses were. Sabrina's foundation was really good. Gary, with his ordinary shooting level, could take a very good picture of Sabrina. Oh, where did this girl come from? She's so beautiful. The two were having fun when a discordant voice came and a blonde man came over with his bare chest. Gary was immediately dissatisfied and knew at a glance that the other party was not a good person. Moreover, the blonde man ignored Gary and walked directly towards Sabrina. Gary instinctively stepped forward to block the blonde man's way. Little boy, don't block me. I want to meet this beautiful girl. The blonde man said impatiently. She is my friend. I hope you can behave yourself. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Gary warned. What, a baby can have a girlfriend? You haven't grown your hair yet. The blonde man sneered. Gary was so angry. He was only 10 years old this year. It's not that his hair hasn't grown yet. But as a man, how could he allow a strange man to tease his female companion? I haven't grown my hair yet, but I can find a girlfriend. When you were my age, I guess you didn't even hold Stephanie's hand. Gary said sarcastically. You stinky boy, you're looking for death. The blonde man was not in a good mood either. As if Gary had hit a sore spot in his heart, he immediately punched Gary. Gary was not in a hurry at all. He stretched out his hand to grab the man's wrist, and threw the blonde man away with a back-over-shoulder throw. Sabrina, who was about to help, was shocked and opened her mouth. She never thought that such a thin Gary could actually throw the sweaty man away. Kid, you. The blonde man was also a little confused. Although he was not injured, he could feel that Gary was a martial artist and his strength was terrifying. Gary had been competing with Ash since he was a child. He did not have the physique of a mega rookie, so he could not be Ash's rival. Moreover, Gary had also apprenticed to the fighting master Chuck. You know, Chuck is a man who can fight fighting Pokemon in melee. As his apprentice, Gary's fighting level is quite high. Normal adults are not his rival at all. Wait, I'll remember you? The blonde man was not stupid. He had also fought on the streets. As soon as he fought, he knew that Gary was a martial artist. He slipped away after saying something harsh. Gary, are you just letting him go? Sabrina asked. What do you mean by that? Do you want to turn him into a doll? This is not the Saffron Gym. If you really do that, you won't be caught by the police. Although he didn't have any good intentions, he didn't take any substantial actions after all. It's enough to teach him a lesson. Let's continue playing. Gary said. Yeah. Sabrina also forgot about the unpleasantness just now and followed Gary to play the nearby marine entertainment facilities. The two of them played until dusk before stopping. During this period, Gary found that Sabrina was not so indifferent. When she played the exciting part, she still felt excited and happy, just like an ordinary Stephanie. The two also chose to have dinner at a barbecue restaurant in the evening. Anyway, this day is for fun and Gary, thank you. I had a lot of fun today. Sabrina took the skewers from Gary and thanked him sincerely. This is the first time Sabrina has been so happy since she was a child. Although it is very close to Vermilion City, Sabrina has never been there. It is also the first time she has seen the sea. Just be happy. Gary is the same. Although he is Professor Oak's grandson, he basically stayed in the town when he was a child. He only stayed in Qianwood City for 3 years when he was learning martial arts, but he was practicing martial arts during those 3 years and never had a good time. So when do you plan to challenge the gym? Sabrina asked. Tomorrow morning. Today is only Thursday. The auctions in Vermilion City are held on weekends. There is nothing to do tomorrow, so let's go to the Vermilion Gym. Are the Pokemon you have captured not enough? Sabrina asked. Sabrina also knew that Gary was going to go to the auction. The auctions here are naturally auctioning some rare Pokemon or high potential Pokemon. But Gary has too many Pokemon. Even if he wants to capture new Pokemon, he should at least let the current batch of Pokemon grow up before breeding new Pokemon. Not enough. I plan to capture a Pidgeot. I want to see if there is one at the auction. Gary said. Pidgeot, can't you just catch it in the wild? Sabrina thought Gary needed to capture rare Pokemon, but it was just Pidgeot. There are also Pidgeys in the wild that can evolve into Pidgeot. Forget about the ones in the wild. Gary waved his hand. Gary did think about catching a Pidgeot directly in the wild. After all, the potential of a Pidgeot that grows up in the wild is definitely not bad. But Pidgeot is a social animal. When Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot, it will occupy the forest as the king and protect the surrounding Pidgeys and Pidgeottos. Once the Pidgeot in this group is captured, the entire group may collapse, because Pidgeot and Fearow are naturally hostile. After Pidgey evolves into Pidgeotto, it will basically live alone and can be easily killed by Fearow. Although Fearow and Spearow also eat insects, they will also attack Pidgey. Before Pidgeot appeared, Pidgey and Pidgeotto were not the rivals of Fearow and Spearow at all. Gary knew this very well, so he did not go to the wild to subdue Pidgeot. Moreover, with Gary's current strength, even if he went to the wild, he might not be the rival of wild Pidgeot. After all, the Pidgeot that can evolve in the wild is basically above level 40, and with Pidgeotto and Pidgey around Pidgeot, it is not certain that he can defeat it. Sabrina did not ask more questions. After a day of fun, Sabrina thought it was good to try something new. In the past, she only practiced psychic all day in the gym, but she did not expect that there were so many fun things outside. The second day, in the morning, Gary and Sabrina came to the entrance of Vermilion Gym. The Vermilion Gym was built in a modern style, with various lightning-shaped decorations on the facade. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was an electric gym. Another one. I hope he's not too badly hurt. People passing by whispered something when they saw Gary and Sabrina. As people from Vermilion City, they knew very well what kind of person Masashi was. His fighting style was rough, and he would defeat any challenger with a rough fighting style, which also caused the challenger's Pokemon to be seriously injured. The Pokemon Center here was also busier than the Pokemon Center in other cities. Ding! Quest released, get Vermilion Gym badge/rewards, low-level rare candy X5, intermediate rare candy X5, permanent skill learning device Thunderbolt, top quality magnet, electric skill power increased by 50%. What? How is it given? Rare candy has 2 types, low-level and intermediate. Does this mean that Masashi's strength is between low-level and intermediate? After several quest releases, Gary also figured out that the system quest rewards will be determined according to rival's strength. Before, only low-level rare candy was rewarded, but when he arrived at the Saffron Gym, the reward was intermediate candy. From this point of view, the next 4 gyms are not weak, and the rewarded rare candy must be above intermediate, and even high-level rare candy will appear. Then this low-level rare candy must be used sparingly, because there is no way to get low-level rare candy later. Gary walked to the door, looked around, and did not see the doorbell, so he pushed open the gym door directly. What came into view was an empty battlefield, which was very dark inside. At the end stood several men and women wearing biker costumes. The people here were dressed fiercely, and ordinary children would be scared when facing this group of people. The bikers also looked at Gary and Sabrina, not knowing what they were doing here. "Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. Is the owner of the gym, Masashi, here?" Gary asked. Hearing that Gary was here to challenge the gym, the bikers present all showed contempt. "Gym owner, another victim has come." A male biker turned around and said, "Humph, there are still people who dare to challenge, let me see who it is." In the shadows, a tall and strong figure stood up. Because it was too dark, the other person's face could not be seen clearly. When the other person came closer and came under the light, it was clear that the other person was a blonde European and American strong man, wearing only a jacket with the zipper open, showing his 2 well-developed chest muscles and abdominal square muscles. So strong. Although Gary knew what Masashi looked like, he was still frightened by his figure when he saw him for the first time. This figure could only be compared to the wrestling monsters in WWE. "Welcome to Vermilion City." Masashi opened his arms and hugged Sabrina directly. In an instant, Sabrina's eyes shone with blue light, and a force of impact sent Masashi flying out. "Gym owner, are you okay? What are you doing?" When the bikers saw Masashi being suddenly knocked out, they all questioned Sabrina's meaning and why she attacked Masashi. "I don't like strangers touching me," Sabrina warned coldly, her eyes emitting blue light, and a heavy pressure fell on the shoulders of the bikers, instantly unable to move. "I'm sorry, I was reckless, please stop." Masashi also saw that Sabrina was a psychic, and immediately apologized. After hearing Masashi's apology, Sabrina lifted the confusion suppression. The bikers also realized that the black-haired girl in front of them was not a normal person, so they immediately put away their power trip demeanor and stayed aside obediently. Masashi looked at Sabrina and asked seriously, "Who are you?" "My name is Gary, from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym." "Sabrina." Gary and Sabrina both responded. "Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 Sabrina. You are the Saffron Gym Master." As a gym master in the Kanto region, Masashi still knew Sabrina, and he also knew that Sabrina was a psychic. But, why did Sabrina appear here? "The Golden Gym has been handed over to my father, and I am no longer the gym master," Sabrina said. Masashi was ashamed. He wanted to take advantage of Sabrina, but he didn't expect to meet a tough guy. Fortunately, he apologized in time, otherwise it would be bad. Although Najin tried her best to hide Sabrina's affairs, Saffron City and Vermilion City are so close. Masashi has heard about Sabrina to some extent and knows that the other party is a powerful psychic. "Can we start the gym battle?" Gary interrupted the conversation between the two. Gary didn't want to waste too much time on the gym battle. If it ended early, his Pokémon could start the morning training early. "Okay, then come with me." Masashi looked at Gary. Although he was a child, he could be with Sabrina, so Masashi stopped looking down on him. The two came to a battlefield and stood in the command area on both sides. The Vermilion Gym is very advanced. After all, the trainers who specialize in electric Pokémon are a bit technology savvy, so the gyms they build are naturally very advanced. The referee is the intelligent housekeeper system. Now let's start the gym competition. The battle is one-on-one. Ding! The bell rang, and Masashi threw the Pokeball. "Go, Reishu." "Great!" A fat Reishu appeared. Compared with other Reishu, Masashi's Reishu is very strong, very much like his trainer, and has a ferocious expression on his face. LV30 Reishu male sign/gym. Masashi's Reishu has good potential, but the level is not very high. "Caesar, I leave it to you." Gary threw the Pokeball. "Great, Ja." Caesar in red armor appeared. This kid is really not normal. Masashi naturally knew the Pokemon Caesar. Just having Caesar alone was stronger than most of the trainers who came here to challenge. The game begins. Dang! The alarm bell rang. The battle was about to start. Thunderbolt. Quick attack. Both sides issued commands at the same time. Reishu's cheeks sparked and he quickly shot out a laser. Caesar used the quick attack skill to speed up and easily avoided the lightning. He came in front of Reishu and knocked him out. Thunder. Reishu, who was knocked out, was very unconvinced. While flying backwards, his body also emitted arcs and shot out a golden thunderbolt. Double team. Caesar immediately used double team, causing Thunderbolt to miss, and the clones surrounded Reishu. Fury Cutter. Gary continued to attack. Caesar and its clones quickly rushed towards Reishu, with the giant claws wrapped in insect energy. Release Thunder Shock in a scattered manner. Masashi shouted immediately. Thunder. Reishu didn't care which one was the real one, and countless chaotic electric currents were emitted from his body. The electric currents expanded outwards and instantly dispersed the clones. Only Caesar himself used his giant claws to block Thunder Shock. Caesar put one foot into the ground, and the current on his body was led into the ground along the steel armor, successfully avoiding the damage of Thunder Shock. "What? This?" Mazishi was stunned. Although steel Pokemon are not afraid of electric skills, because their whole body is Orberg, electric skills can easily paralyze them. But Caesar's move actually avoided the damage of Thunder Shock. This move was naturally learned from Paishan, and Gary naturally learned it and applied it. Steel Pokemon can use this move to deal with electric skills when facing electric Pokemon. This move can be regarded as a pseudo-lightning rod, but it is not immune to all electric skills. If the electric skills released by the opponent are strong enough, they will still be hurt. Reisha, use Thunderbolt. Mazishi also saw this and ordered immediately. After quick attack approaches, use Bullet Punch. Gary also gave an order instantly. Whoosh! A red light passed between Caesar and Reisha. Caesar appeared in front of Reisha, his pincers flashing silver, and Horacio's Bullet Punch rained down on Reisha, knocking him away. Electric Pokemon are highly resistant to steel skills, but the Bullet Punch skill is better in terms of high combo, which can hit more than a dozen punches in a short period of time. If you practice Taoism, you can hit dozens of punches in a few seconds. Even if the power is low, it can still cause considerable damage if you do it more often. What's more, Caesar has the technical expert ability, and with the attribute bonus, the Bullet Punch with a power of only 40 can be increased to 80. In terms of skill power, a skill with a power of 80 is not bad, and it has reached the highest threshold of wave skills. Thunder. In just 3 rounds, Reisha has been seriously injured and is about to die. Bullet Punch. Gary also pursued and killed ruthlessly, not giving Mazishi and Reisha any chance to turn the tables. Then let's have a close combat. Mega Punch. Mazishi also saw that the electric skills were useless against Caesar, so he had to fight head-on. Thunder. Reisha clenched his fist, and ordinary energy gathered on his fist, emitting a white-hot light. As Caesar arrived, Reisha punched out. Bang! The two sides fought, and it was evenly matched, which showed that Reisha's muscles were not dead muscles. However, Caesar's attack was not over yet, and another giant pincer attacked. Reisha wanted to block it but it was too late. The pincer covered with silver steel elements hit Reisha's cheek and knocked him out. Bang! Reisha fell to the ground, his eyes rolled in circles, and he lost consciousness. Reisha lost his ability to fight. Caesar won. The winner is the challenger Gary. A mechanical voice sounded. What a complete defeat. Mazishi covered his head with his hands. Although he couldn't accept the defeat, he really lost completely. The opponent's tactics successfully targeted his Reisha. The battle was over. Congratulations, this is the proof of defeating me. Thunder Badge. Mazishi handed the gym badge to Gary. The Thunder Badge is in the shape of a sunflower, with yellow and orange colors, which is quite beautiful. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. After challenging the gym, Gary and Sabrina also went to the Pokemon Center. Gary and Sabrina went to the public venue to release Pokemon for training because they were in the city. The training time was changed from 1 hour to 2 hours. Gary mainly focused on Growlithe. LV12 Growlithe male sign/elite. After a few days of growth, Growlithe is now level 12. Low potential is Growlithe's weakness, but it doesn't matter. After using the top evolution stone to evolve, the potential will rise by 1 level. Gary is not in a hurry to evolve Growlithe. After all, he hasn't even got Pidgeot and Radon yet, and there is not much benefit in evolving in advance. After all, there is no difference between the forms of Growlithe and Arcanine. It's nothing more than one is big and the other is small, but there is no difference in action and attack mode. Since it doesn't matter whether it evolves or not, it's better to keep the level and let Growlithe slowly improve its skills, so that it can awaken its racial skills earlier. Gary looked at Growlithe's training, and then looked at the training status of other Pokemon. Executor is training his mental strength with Alakazam. They are both wearing Power Lens to fight against confusion. Without Sabrina's help, Alakazam's confusion is not that strong. Even if it is elite potential, it is about the same as Executor and Gary's Alakazam at this time. Wartortle was also training with Golbat. Both of them were carrying Macho Brace. Wartortle practiced water gun skills, while Golbat was dodging. In the dodging training, he better controlled his speed and found the fastest way to move. All Pokemon were trained in an orderly manner. As long as they continued to train like this, their levels would gradually improve. Sabrina, do you want any Pokemon for tomorrow's auction? Seeing that his Pokemon was trained very seriously, Gary also talked to Sabrina. Tomorrow's auction is for Pokemon. I am not very interested in captured Pokemon. Alakazam is enough. Sabrina said. That won't work. You are traveling now. As a trainer, you still have to prepare the most basic Pokemon. Gary said. The most basic Pokemon. Sabrina was confused. Although she was not a powerful trainer, she had never heard of the most basic Pokemon. The most basic Pokemon are sea, land, and air. Simply put, there are 3 types of Pokemon, those that swim in the water, those that run on land, and those that fly in the sky. Gary shook his hand and explained in detail. Although Sabrina knows how to teleport, you can only be considered as Pokemon that run on land at most. You don't have any Pokemon that swim in the water or fly in the sky. Sabrina thought about it carefully. There was nothing wrong with what Gary said. From a safety perspective, Pokemon that run on land do not need to be captured, but a flying and water Pokemon must be captured. What you said makes sense, but as a psychic trainer, what kind of Pokemon should I capture? Sabrina asked. Sabrina is also a beginner in trainer. She doesn't even know what psychic Pokémon there are in this world, nor does she know what kind of Pokémon to capture. If they are all psychic Pokémon, then the psychic Pokémon with water type are Slowbro, Starmie, Bruxish, and Lightcod. They are all Pokémon with water and psychic attributes. Gary listed all the Pokémon with water and psychic attributes that he knew. Sabrina was a little confused. She knew Slowbro and Starmie, but she had never heard of Bruxish and Lightcod. What are Bruxish and Lightcod? Sabrina asked. Bruxish is a Pokémon unique to the Alola region. It is a fish with very bright scales and very hard teeth. It uses confusion to paralyze its prey in the sea, and then uses its strong teeth to crunch it. Even the shell of a shelter is no problem. Bruxish lives in the waters of the Padaya region and has a strong regeneration ability. If it encounters a natural enemy, it will directly abandon its meat. Moreover, the meat of Bruxish is very delicious, but it is rarely sold in the Kanto region and is only available in very high-end restaurants. Gary gave a detailed introduction to the basic situation of the two Pokémon. You know a lot. Sabrina was very surprised. It was hard to imagine that Gary, a 10-year-old child, knew so much about Pokémon. It's nothing. I was raised by my grandfather and have been influenced by him since I was a child. It's nothing special. Gary said. If you were to choose, who would you choose among these Pokémon? Sabrina asked. Gary would naturally choose Slowbro, because Slowbro can Mega Evolution, but Mega Evolution is not popular after all, and is currently only popular in the Kalos region. There are also trainers in the Kanto region who have Mega Evolution items, but they are not allowed to be used in competitions in the Kanto region. If it were me, I would choose Slowbro. Gary said. Okay, then I'll go capture a Slowpoke. Sabrina then asked, what are some psychic Pokémon with flying type? Psychic Pokémon that can fly don't necessarily have to have flying type. I suggest that if you have a way to get it, you can choose Beldum, which can eventually evolve into Metagross, can assist Magnet Rise flying, and is very powerful. Gary didn't introduce it. Is there any need to choose a psychic Pokémon that can fly? It must be Metagross. Metagross. Sabrina was silent. She knew Metagross. After all, it was a psychic attribute quasi-god Pokémon. But it was too difficult to capture Metagross because it was a rare Pokémon. It was forbidden to capture it in the wild reserve. Although Metagross in the wild could be captured, the number was too rare to find. It depends on luck. Anyway, Sabrina, your confusion can also make you fly. You don't need flying Pokémon for the time being. Gary said. If you use Psychic too much, you will have a headache. Sabrina reminded. Although Sabrina can use confusion to fly, it is also very mentally exhausting. Especially if Psychic is used too much, it will cause headaches and even mental disorder in severe cases. Psychic Pokémon with flying type are relatively normal. If you are sure you want to capture it, Zayto and Sigilyph are both good choices. Gary said. Then I'll think about it again and capture Slowpoke first. Sabrina was not in a hurry to capture Pokémon, so she would take her time. Anyway, she would capture a Slowpoke first. Sure, there seems to be a Slowpoke on the beach near Vermilion City. Do you want to go and have a look this afternoon? Gary asked. When the Slowpoke reaches the evolution level, it will run to the beach and use its tail to catch Shelder, waiting for Shelder to bite its tail, injecting neurotoxin, and then it can evolve into Slowbro. Okay, I'll go and have a look this afternoon. Sabrina also planned to go and have a look, since the distance was not far anyway. However, Sabrina also had requirements for breeder Pokémon. The group of Slowpoke on the beach were all of ordinary potential, and there was only one elite potential, which Sabrina didn't like, so she planned to look for it later. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Vermilion City. Night. Waterflow Auction House. Gary and Sabrina came to the auction house. Because the auction house is relatively high-end, those who come to participate in the auction need to spend a lot of money to buy an admission ticket. One admission ticket costs 20,000 yuan, which directly prevents people without money from joining in the fun. This auction will auction a total of 10 Pokémon, and they are all unknown. It is only known that the potential of the 10 Pokémon will not be lower than the gym level. This is the only public information. As for wanting to bid for rare Pokémon at the auction, forget it. The auction here is formal, so the Pokémon auctioned are common or slightly rare Pokémon. Rare Pokémon are like the 3 starters and Scyther. Even Lapras, a Pokémon that is rampant in the Alola region, is still a rare Pokémon in the Kanto region and is prohibited from being sold. Although rare Pokémon can be purchased from the black market, even quasi-gods can be bought, but they cannot be used to participate in competitions, because formal trainers need to register Pokémon information. Rare Pokémon protected by the Pokémon Alliance are all in fixed quantities. If the quantity is less, they will be investigated immediately. Rare Pokémon in the wild are hard to find. Many illegal hunters will go to the hunting ban area to capture rare Pokémon and sell them on the black market. If any unlucky person buys it, he can only keep it as a pet and cannot use it in formal occasions. Once used, he will be targeted by the police. Welcome guests, I am the auctioneer of tonight's auction, Ishibashi. At 8 o'clock, the auction officially began. The auctioneer Ishibashi stood in the center of the booth and introduced with a microphone, tonight's auction will auction 10 Pokémon with gym potential or above. Please see the first one below. As soon as the voice fell, 5 or 6 auction staff members pushed a large cage to the booth, and a huge Pokémon was imprisoned in the cage. Snorlax. Such a Pokemon would be auctioned. Snorlax is too greedy, no one wants it. The guests in the audience had no interest in the Pokemon in the cage. You are not interested in this. Gary was stunned. Snorlax was actually despised. You know, when playing the Pokemon series, Snorlax blocked the way. If there was no Pokemon flute, Snorlax could not be awakened at all. And Snorlax is a supermodel among the Pokemon in Kanto region. It has 540 species strength, 160 of which is allocated to physical strength. Its durability is very good. With leftovers and rest skills, it can't be killed at all. You know, among all the Pokemon of Ash, Snorlax can be said to have the highest KD rate. Every time it goes on the field, it will definitely take away a Pokemon from rival, and even 2 or 3. Its record is more impressive than that of Old Spray and Pikachu. But when it was put on the auction, people here didn't have any interest at all. Gary obviously overthinks. Snorlax is indeed powerful, but Snorlax is also really lazy. Its laziness is only slightly lower than Slaking. It is impossible for it to compete normally. In addition, Snorlax has a large appetite. Although it can eat cheap thorns, as a trainer, how can it stay in the place where thorns grow for a long time? Therefore, it is a big problem to raise Snorlax. After all, when a trainer travels, the rations that can be carried are limited. However, this is nothing for Gary, because Professor Oak has a special fullness energy cube, and only 2 cubes are needed to fill Snorlax's stomach. But, LV28 Snorlax male sign/gym. The level of Snorlax in front of him is too low. Gary has captured enough Pokemon so far, and he needs to improve their potential later. If he captures Snorlax again, it will be difficult to allocate resources later. So I had to miss this Snorlax. This Snorlax was found in the Orange Islands. Its ability is immunity. Its skills include tackle, rest, sleep talk. Shikio began to introduce Snorlax's data in an orderly manner. Gary was also quite surprised. It seemed that Ash's Snorlax was captured during the Orange Islands trip, but it should not be the same one. Ash's Snorlax was very powerful, at least with the potential of elite. The starting price is 3 million. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. Now the bidding begins. Shikio announced. 310. As soon as the voice fell, another woman raised a sign. 320. But soon, another man raised a sign. Although everyone doesn't like Snorlax very much, there are still people willing to spend money to buy Snorlax with gym potential. After all, those who can enter here still have rich families. In the end, this Snorlax was sold for 4 million. Then, the second Pokemon is a Horsa. The appearance of Horsa immediately attracted cheers from the audience. Horsa is a relatively rare Pokemon, and its appearance is also very cute. It is deeply loved by Stephanie's children. The key is that Horsa has dragon blood in its body. After evolving into Seadra, it can use Dragon Scale to evolve into Kingdra with Dragon type. Especially this Horsa has gym potential, which immediately caused cheers from the audience. The bid reached 5 million in a few minutes, and finally sold at a price of 6.8 million. The Pokemon that were subsequently pushed up for auction were also very ordinary, namely Nidoran male sign, Totodile, Teddy Ursa, Shelder, Oddish, Zigzagoon, Bidoof, Shinx. Among the 10 Pokemon, there are Pokemon from other regions, but they are all very ordinary Pokemon. There are only a few that are worth breeder, but they all have good potential. But none of them can make Gary's heart move. If there is only one Pokemon that is worth Gary's heart, that is Shelder. Because this Shelder is Flash, Gary always remembers the task issued by the system. As long as he captures 10 shiny Pokemon, he can get the advanced Flash amulet. Unfortunately, shiny Pokemon are very rare no matter where they are. Everyone present has money. When the Shelder was auctioned, the price instantly reached 8 figures, which directly discouraged Gary. After all, shiny Pokemon is just different in appearance from the same kind, and there is no change in other aspects. If it is within 8 figures, Gary is willing to buy it. If it exceeds 8 figures, it is too much of a loss to buy a Shelder with gym potential. It's a pity that the Pokemon auctioned today don't have what we need, Sabrina said regretfully. She also wanted to see if there was a Slowpoke with gym potential at the auction, but unfortunately there was none. Let's take a look tomorrow. If there is none, forget it, Gary said. Yeah, Sabrina nodded. The two were about to get up and leave. The lights in the auction suddenly dimmed, leaving only a beam of light shining on the center of the stage. What's wrong? Gary was stunned, thinking that there was some Pokemon coming up at the AUC. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 dark figures appeared on the central booth. Who are you? Shikio was confused. There was no performance scheduled today, and he didn't know the 2 people on the stage. They should not be the staff of the auction. Since you asked sincerely, Normal will not answer. A man and a woman threw away their robes, revealing the Rockets' uniforms. The woman had long golden hair and the man had green hair. What? Rockets? How can the Rockets appear here? The people present knew the Rockets and what kind of existence the Rockets were. How can they appear here? Gary was suspicious. The other party was none other than the Rockets' 3-man competition rival, Cassidy and Butch. The status of these 2 guys in the Rockets was not normal, and their performance was quite outstanding. Security. Shikio shouted immediately. However, no one came up. Don't shout, when we came in again, we had already dealt with all your people, Butch said disdainfully. Those who know what's good for them surrender and hand over all your Pokemon, so we can spare your lives. Cassidy threatened. After that, a group of Rocket Team's minions rushed in with rocket launchers and machine guns. This time, it was not just Cassidy and Butch, but also other members of the Rocket Team. Instantly, the people in the hall panicked. Although they had money, none of them were trainers. Although they also had Pokémon, they were not very strong and could not deal with these hot weapons. After all, rich trainers would not care about the Pokémon at the auction, and poor trainers could not enter such a high-end place, so they could only become fish on the chopping board for a while. Sabrina, how many people are there? Gary asked. A total of 12 people, Sabrina responded. Sabrina is a psychic, with a very sharp perception. From the appearance of the two Rocket Team members, Sabrina has already turned on her perception and sensed how many Rocket Team members are nearby. Can you handle these people? Yes. Then I'll release the Pokémon later and attack those holding hot weapons directly. No need to hold back. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina nodded in agreement. Gary looked at the Rocket Team members in front of him coldly, put his hands on his waist, took out 5 Pokeballs and threw them out. Great. Wartortle, Executor, Scizor, Golbat, Alakazam appeared. Executor, Alakazam, use Reflect to protect everyone. Wartortle, Golbat, Scizor, go attack the weapons on those Rocket Team members. Gary immediately issued an order. What? Watch the cannon. What's going on? Why can't the switch be pressed down? The 10 Rocket Team members holding hot weapons found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't press the trigger of the weapon. Sabrina's eyes flashed blue. It was she who used confusion to make these hot weapons unusable. Kami. Wartortle water gun fired continuously, instantly blowing away the rocket launchers in the hands of 2 Team Rocket members. Scizor assist skill accelerated, instantly killing the Team Rocket members holding rifles, and smashed all the rifles. Crobat used cross poison to destroy the guns and weapons in the hands of the rest. Who? Alakazam also used confusion to seize all the grenades from Team Rocket members. What? Who are you? Cassidy and Butch didn't expect that there would be a trainer at the auction. They had done some research and found that the people who could enter the auction were all from wealthy families, and none of them were trainers. Gary and Sabrina also stepped forward from the crowd. 2 little brats. Cassidy was surprised to see Gary and Sabrina. He didn't expect that 2 little kids would do it. You 2 little brats dared to interfere in Team Rocket's affairs. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Cassidy obviously didn't realize his current situation. He spoke nonsense and threw a Pokeball. Great. A large rat appeared. Kami. Seeing this, Squirtle immediately came to Gary's side. Come out. Zubat. Go, Rattata. When the Rocket Team members saw that their weapons were destroyed and captured, they released their Pokémon one after another, but they were all Zubat, Rattata, and the like, which were all inferior Pokémon. The ones with the highest potential were only elite. Even the Raticate released by Cassidy was only an elite potential, with a level of only 25. The Pokémon released by Gary, except Alakazam, were all higher in level than Cassidy's Raticate. Raticate, use Hyper Fang. Cassidy took the initiative to attack. Wartortle, use High-Speed Water Burst. Gary ordered. Wartortle immediately retracted into the shell, and then rapid spin itself, and water blades emerged one after another, forming a spiral water blade, rushing straight out, knocking the rushing Raticate away. What? Cassidy was shocked. He didn't expect that his Raticate was not rival. Water Pulse. Wartortle stopped spinning and spit up a water ball at Raticate. Bang! Water Pulse hit, instantly knocking Raticate unconscious. Ja. Scizor Bullet Punch fired continuously, instantly defeating the 2 Rattata. Executor and Alakazam also used confusion to eliminate the remaining Pokémon. The Pokémon in the hands of Team Rocket were too weak. Without hot weapons, they couldn't even beat the Pokémon of the people present. The Pokémon released by Cassidy and Butch were also impressive. Butch's Pokémon was an Infernape, but it had been defeated by Sabrina's Alakazam with Psybeam. Ugh. Damn, why can't it move? What on earth did you do to us? The Pokémon were defeated, and Cassidy and Butch also planned to retreat, but found that they could not move, and the same was true for the 10 Team Rocket members they brought with them. Sabrina and the 2 Alakazams also used confusion to control Cassidy, Butch, and others. Executor, use Hypnosis on them. Gary ordered. Sabrina used confusion to gather the rockets together, and Executor's 3 heads released hypnotic waves, which soon hypnotized Cassidy, Butch, and others. Mr. Auctioneer, you can call the police. Everything was done, Gary reminded. Yes. Ishibashi was confused. He didn't expect that the rockets were solved by a boy and a girl, and so quickly. Ishibashi also called the police immediately, and then went backstage to see the situation. He found that all the security personnel were tied up with ropes, so he hurried to untie them and calm the emotions of the internal personnel. Junsha was also very fast. After calling the police, he arrived in less than 1. Ishibashi informed Junsha about what happened at the auction, and Junsha took the initiative to come over to thank Gary. You must be Gary, right? I've heard about your deeds in Tokiwa City. Thank you so much this time, otherwise there might be casualties. Miss Junsha, you're too polite. This is what a citizen should do, Gary said politely. Junsha didn't stay for long, and asked people to take the members of Team Rocket away, leaving some police officers here to guard to prevent any more emergencies. Mr. Ishibashi, it's okay, we'll leave first. Gary saw that nothing was wrong and planned to leave. After all, he didn't meet the Pokémon he liked. Not only did he run in vain, but he also encountered the little trouble of Team Rocket. Please stay. Ishibashi stopped the two and said, "You two have helped us so much at the auction, and I haven't thanked you yet." Gary and Sabrina were stunned. It seemed that the other party was going to give them a gift. How could they refuse it? Although they really wanted a thank you gift, they still had to be polite verbally. "Don't thank us too much. If we don't do it, Team Rocket will do it to us." Gary said. "No, thank you is a must." Ishibashi said without hesitation, "You two must have come to the auction for Pokémon. You can tell me what kind of Pokémon you need. It will be a thank you gift." Gary and Sabrina looked at each other. They didn't expect to get a Pokémon for free at the auction. "Since it's a Pokémon, I won't hesitate, Mr. Ishibashi. I want a Pidgey or Pidgeotto with gym potential." Gary said. "I want Slowpoke, gym potential or above." Sabrina said. Pidgey and Slowpoke." Ishibashi wondered if he had heard it wrong. He was going to spend a lot of money, but the Pokémon Gary and Sabrina wanted were so ordinary. "Any questions?" Gary asked. Although the Pokémon that Gary wanted was not available at this auction, it can be seen that the strength of this auction house is not bad. The Pokémon he wanted was not a rare Pokémon, so it should be something that can be presented. "No problem, it's just that the Pokémon you want is too common. You can increase the rarity. I can find it here." Ishibashi said. "Increase the rarity, then Beldum." Sabrina said. "Miss Sabrina, don't be ridiculous. Beldum is a Pokémon that is prohibited from being sold. Our auction is formal." Ishibashi said embarrassedly. "I let you increase the rarity a little, but I didn't let you increase it to a quasi-god." Then Slowpoke. Sabrina said. "Okay, that's it. I'll try to find one with higher potential." Ishibashi said. "Then Mr. Ishibashi, when can you bring the Pokémon?" Gary asked. "I'll ask auctions in other places. Leave a phone number first. When I find it, I'll notify you, Mr. Gary." Ishibashi said. "Okay." Then the two exchanged phone numbers and Gary and Sabrina left the auction. Originally they planned to stay in Vermilion City on Saturday and Sunday, but now that the problem with Pidgeot has been solved, Gary decided to go to the next city, Celadon City. Early the next morning, Gary and Sabrina rode their mountain bikes towards Route 6, which is also the road back to Saffron City, but with a fork in the middle. Gary and Sabrina planned to go to Celadon City from the fork, which is closer, and they will pass through a small town called Hangbin Town, which also has a gym. There are more than 8 gyms recognized by the Alliance in the Kanto region. In the original plot, when Ash collected 7 badges, Gary collected 10 badges. Moreover, these 10 badges overlap with the badges collected by Ash for only 3 badges, and the remaining 7 badges are gyms that have not appeared in the animation. Gary also plans to collect a few more badges, mainly for the purpose of brushing system tasks, since challenging the Cerulean gym will trigger the tasks issued by the system. Then other gyms must be okay. It is impossible that the strength of those gym masters is not as good as that of the Cerulean gym. Moreover, according to the rules set by the Pokémon Alliance, a region can only have a maximum of 18 gyms that can be recognized. As long as you get 8 of the badges, you can participate in the Alliance conference held in that region. However, there are not yet 18 gyms in the Kanto region. For example, there are 2 private gyms in the Dark City, competing for the quota of official gyms. Hangbin Town is not too far from Vermilion City. Gary and Sabrina arrived at dusk. Gary did not rush to challenge the Hangbin gym. The next day, he went to the public training ground to find a few trainers to inquire about the situation in Hangbin Town. From the people in the town, I learned that the owner of the Hangbin gym is Yuma, who uses normal Pokemon and is very strong. At least the trainers in the town are not rival of Yuma. Normal type, it's quite rare. There are very few normal type gyms, because normal type has no advantage in attribute, so there are relatively few normal type gyms opened in each region. However, as long as there is a normal gym, the gym owner is quite strong, because normal Pokemon has few shortcomings, so the strength is quite average. Speaking of normal Pokemon, Gary doesn't even have a normal attribute Pokemon. Gary doesn't have a fighting Pokemon, so he is destined to have no advantage in this gym battle. After finding out the basic information of Hangbin Gym, Gary took advantage of the afternoon break to go to Hangbin Town Gym to see if he can trigger the system release task. When Gary arrived at Hangbin Gym, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Release task. Get Hangbin Gym badge/reward, intermediate rare candy x10, permanent skill learning device mega kick, top quality silk scarf, normal skill power increased by 50%, x1. Oh my god, 10 intermediate candies, a skill device with a power of 120. Gary was shocked. After challenging the gym several times, Gary also knew that the system rewards were completely determined by the strength of the gym owner. It can be seen that Yuzhima's strength is higher than that of Mazishi. After all, when Gary challenged Sabrina, the reward was also intermediate candy. Of course, this is related to Sabrina being a psychic. Yuzhima is not a psychic, his strength is real, and he deserves 10 intermediate candies. The level of Pokemon in Yuzhima's hand should be above level 30. Do you need to use props to upgrade it? Gary felt that it was not safe and wanted to upgrade Wartortle. Wartortle is now level 31, and the specific evolution level is only 5 levels away, so only 5 intermediate candies are needed. It's not that Gary is worried about losing, but after losing, he will have to spend another day here. Novel image. Wartortle, come out. Gary thought again and again and decided to let Wartortle evolve, which would be safer. Kami. Wartortle looked around, there was no rival, and everyone was gone, and he immediately understood something. Hey, let me improve your strength. Gary said. Kami. Wartortle was immediately happy. When he saw Caesar suddenly become stronger, he was so greedy. He didn't expect that he could be strengthened so soon. Come on, I'm fully prepared. Gary smiled, put his hand on Wartortle's head, and directly used 5 intermediate rare candies. Wartortle LV31 LV36. Kami. Wartortle felt that his strength had been improved, and the cells in his body grew rapidly. His body shone with white light. His body, which was originally 1 meter tall, grew to the same height as Gary in a breath, and his body became wider. The light of evolution faded, and a huge turtle-shaped Pokémon appeared. 2 barrels extended from the front of Blastoise's shell, which could be used to fire a powerful hydro pump. Qin Blastoise felt that he was much stronger than before he evolved, especially in terms of strength, and his body could hold more water element energy. Gary also used the Eye of Insight to look at Blastoise's attribute. Pokémon, Wartortle male sign. Attribute, Water. Level, LV36. Potential, Champion. Ability, Torrent. When physical strength decreases, the power of water-type moves will increase. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrinking, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Shell Smash, Flash Cannon, Hydro Pump. Professor Level, Hydro Pump. Intimacy, 255, Maximum 255. Carrying Item, Top Grade Mystic Water. Not bad, 3 skills awakened. Gary was surprised. After evolving, Blastoise actually awakened 3 skills. Is this the terrifying thing about champion potential Pokémon? The skill Shell Smash should be awakened when Wartortle's level is increased. Only Flash Cannon and Hydro Pump are awakened when evolving into Blastoise. Basically, when Wartortle evolves into Blastoise, the Hydro Pump skill will definitely be awakened. This is Blastoise's signature skill. Let's go back and get familiar with the new body. Gary put Blastoise back into the Pokeball and rode his mountain bike to the public area near the Pokémon Center. Then he released all his Pokémon. Ja, Da, Yadan, Woof, Ha. When the Pokémon saw Blastoise's sudden evolution, they all looked confused. Qin Blastoise looked proud, saying that thanks to the help of his master, he finally evolved to his final form. The Pokémon no longer pouted. After all, Gary Breeder's Pokémon, if they could evolve, he would try to let them evolve as quickly as possible. Among the Pokémon Gary currently owns, only Golbat and Growlithe have not evolved yet. Golbat cannot evolve for the time being because of insufficient intimacy. Growlithe does not need to evolve in advance. Golbat and Growlithe looked at Blastoise, and one of the original 3 brothers was gone in an instant. Okay, let's start the afternoon training. Caesar, you come to train with Blastoise, and help Blastoise get familiar with his current body. Gary said. Gary didn't plan to challenge the gym today. After all, Blastoise had just evolved. Compared with the Wartortle and Squirtle periods, Blastoise's body shape had changed a lot, mainly becoming heavier, and there were 2 more barrels for attack. Before the gym battle, he still had to get familiar with it. The Pokémons put on the macho brace and ran to train their skills. Blastoise and Caesar stood by. Blastoise, you use the barrel on your shell to attack first. Caesar, use Double Team as a target, and let Blastoise shoot. Gary ordered. Ja, Qin. The 2 Pokémon nodded, and Caesar immediately distanced himself from Blastoise and used Double Team. Blastoise immediately adjusted the position of the barrel on his shell, and water balls were constantly fired from the barrel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water ball made a sound of breaking through the air during its flight, and it made a bang sound when it landed, splashing water everywhere. This was just Blastoise's water gun skill, but its power was comparable to that of a smaller hydro pump. After having a barrel, the power of the water-based skills used with the barrel increased by nearly double. However, the accuracy was a little off. Caesar's shadow clone hadn't moved yet, but the water ball missed. Qin Blastoise also felt embarrassed. Caesar's clone didn't move, and he didn't hit it. It was too embarrassing. It's okay, you just evolved. It's normal to be unskilled in using the barrel. Keep practicing. You'll be able to master it soon. Gary comforted. Blastoise's aiming ability is not bad. After all, he had training in the Squirtle and Wartortle periods, and now he just hasn't gotten familiar with his evolved body. After only 1 hour of training, Blastoise was already familiar with using the barrel to attack, and his hit rate returned to normal. He also tried to use the hydro pump skill and became familiar with it. After that, Gary asked Blastoise to interrupt the training and start physical training. This was difficult for Blastoise. After evolution, Blastoise's body was particularly bulky and no longer as flexible as before. His movement speed was neither fast nor slow, but Blastoise could still assist Rapid Spin to move, and his speed was not bad. Gary knew that Squirtle would encounter this dilemma in the future, so after Squirtle mastered the Rapid Spin skill, the morning performance training was to let Squirtle shrink into the shell and run with Rapid Spin. Even though Blastoise's movement speed was slow, he could still move with agility, and after evolution, Blastoise's defense was improved, and his control over elements was more sophisticated, so he could form a water flow Rapid Spin for defense. Okay, everyone can rest now. At 4 o'clock, Gary stopped the training. Blastoise's training progress is okay, but Gary is not in a hurry to challenge the gym. He plans to spend 2 more days to let Blastoise get familiar with the body. 2 days later. Gary Pokemon Team. Blastoise LV 3637. Executor LV 26-28. Scizor LV 3031. Golbat LV 25-27. Alakazam LV 20-23. Growlithe LV 12-15. Gary's Pokemon have all improved slightly, and Growlithe has the fastest improvement speed because of its low level. After the Pokemon level reaches level 30, it takes Scizor almost a week to go from 30 to 31. The improvement speed is quite slow, which is related to the potential of Pokemon. Read books every day on the 11th? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Sure enough, the potential of Pokemon is also related to the speed of level growth. Gary looked at the attributes of his Pokemon. Scizor was promoted to level 30 in Saffron City, and was promoted to level 31 yesterday, which took a total of 10 days. And Blastoise was promoted to level 36 in Hangbin City. After 3 days of training, the level was raised. This is definitely not a problem with the training method, but the problem of the Pokemon's own potential. This is also the strength of high potential Pokemon. Not only is the level cap high, but the level increase speed is also very fast. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the trainer breeds some low potential Pokemon in the early stage. As long as you can capture a high potential Pokemon, you can breed it to the level of a team in a short time. Gary thinks that before the Indigo Plateau Conference, Blastoise's level will probably be between 50 and 60. This level is definitely very high in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Even Ash's Charizard was only around level 40 during the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary's Blastoise not only has the potential to be a champion, but he's also addicted to sugar. If Ash's Charizard surpasses him in level, Gary might as well stop being a trainer. Gary, it's time to go, Sabrina said. Well, let's go. Gary got up from the sofa and followed Sabrina out of the Pokemon Center to the Hangbin Gym. At the entrance of the Hangbin Gym, a handsome man and a beautiful woman came here, and the handsome man stepped forward and pressed the doorbell next to the door. Soon, a boy came to open the door and saw 2 people at the door, wondering, are you all here to challenge the gym? No, I'm here to challenge the gym, and she's my companion. Gary explained. Is that so? But there are requirements for challenging our gym. You must first have 2 badges before you are eligible to challenge. The boy reminded. Gary did not reply, but took out an orange badge box from his pocket and opened it, which contained 4 badges. 4 badges. It seems that you are quite powerful, come with me. The boy was surprised, but pretended to be indifferent and led Gary and Sabrina into the gym. When they arrived at the battle space in the gym, the owner Yumo was already waiting at the end of the venue. Yumo was an older young man with black hair, about 1.75 meters tall, not fat or thin, and looked very ordinary. He was the kind that would be difficult to distinguish in a crowd. Master, someone is here to challenge the gym. The boy shouted. Yumo raised his head and looked at Gary and Sabrina, not knowing whether the 2 were here to challenge or just one of them. Master, this is the challenger, and she is his companion. The boy saw Yumo's confusion and explained. Yumo looked at Gary and said, I am Yumo, the gym leader of Sergio Hangbin. Gary, from Pallet Town. Then I will introduce the rules of the gym competition. There are 2 Pokemon that can be used, and the challenger has the right to replace Pokemon. Do you understand? Yumo introduced. Got it. Yumo walked to the command area and winked at his apprentice. The boy immediately understood and walked quickly to the referee area to serve as the referee, announcing, the gym competition will begin now. Both sides can use 2 Pokemon. Please ask the gym leader Yumo to release the Pokemon first. Yumo was silent, took out a Pokeball from his pocket, and threw it out. Great, meow. The shrill cat growl spread in the gym. A soft Persian appeared. LV28 Persian male /gym. This Hangbin gym is indeed not normal. The first Pokemon is level 28, and the second Pokemon is above level 30 without even looking. However, Yumo's strength is not supermodel, and it is still within the controllable range. Scizor is in your hands. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Scizor appeared, staring at Persian with cold eyes. Scizor, it's really rare. Yumo commented in his heart. After all, Yumo's gym requires 3 badges to challenge. Normal trainers who challenged it rarely had normal Pokemon evolved to the final form. Use double team, and then bullet punch to attack. Gary ordered. Ja. One after another, Scizor clones appeared, standing side by side, and then all rushed towards Persian. Power Gem. Yumo waved his arm horizontally and issued an order. Meow. The red gem on Persian's head emitted a red glow, and red energy gems condensed in midair and then shot forward. Dang, dang, dang. The energy gem successfully destroyed all of Scizor's clones, but Scizor himself was not afraid of energy gems. He used bullet punch to shatter the gems and continued to rush towards Persian. Persian reacted quickly, doing a high somersault to avoid Scizor's attack. At the same time, while turning around, he condensed a water gun in front of his mouth and fired it. Bang! Scizor did not expect Persian to be able to attack in midair, and was immediately hit by the water ball, but the impact was not great. Gary did not care. It was just a water pulse, which did not cause much damage. He immediately ordered, agility. A red figure appeared and disappeared in the venue, and even Persian could hardly catch Scizor's trace. Use water pulse to attack ground. Yuma naturally had a way to deal with this situation. Meow. Persian condensed water pulse and fired it at the ground under him. The water ball hit the ground and immediately spread outward as a wave. Go in and use bullet punch. Gary shouted. Whoosh! The red figure on the field rushed straight towards Persian. The sharp steel energy broke a hole in the water wave. Caesar successfully approached Persian and bullet punched continuously. The ruthless iron fist landed on Persian's soft body, and Persian's eyes bulged out immediately. The last right swing punch ended and blasted Persian away. Bang! Persian fell to the ground, but did not fall down. He stood up from the ground with difficulty. Quick attack. Gary would not give rival a chance to breathe, and ruthlessly issued a pursuit order. Ja! The steel wing on Caesar's back vibrated, and he rushed forward quickly, leaving a white light behind him. Slash. Yumu also issued a quick order, but Persian was seriously injured. As soon as he raised his paw, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and the strength he had gathered with great difficulty suddenly dissipated. Bang! Caesar used his Orberg body to knock Persian out. Cat. Persian wailed and fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Persian has lost his ability to fight. Caesar wins. Yumu's apprentice also made a judgment. Persian, thank you for your hard work. Yumu took Persian back and looked at Gary and Caesar again. Obviously, Gary and Caesar were more powerful than Yumu expected. Tauros, it's your turn. Yumu called out the name of the Pokemon to be released this time and threw the Pokeball with force. Great! Bang! A cow with 3 tails appeared. It was the first generation of the god of war, Tauros. LV33 Tauros male sign/Gym. Gary was shocked. Obviously he didn't expect Yumu to have Tauros. Tauros is indeed a normal type Pokemon, but Tauros' appearance also looks like a ground type Pokemon, which is very confusing. Ja. Caesar saw Tauros and was also frightened by Tauros' power, and unconsciously took a step back. Intimidation ability. Seeing Caesar's changes, Gary guessed that this was Tauros' intimidation ability. Although the physical attack was weakened, Gary did not intend to replace Caesar. In terms of physical attack, Caesar is much higher than Tauros. Horn attack. Yumu took the initiative to attack. Moo. Tauros charged like a bull and rushed straight towards Caesar. Caesar's conspicuous red armor instantly aroused Tauros' excitement. Caesar was also a little confused. It was the first time it fought with Tauros. It didn't expect the opponent to be so reckless and rushed straight at it without any pause. Without Gary's words, Caesar jumped lightly to the side and avoided Tauros' attack. Tauros suddenly stopped, rushed forward for more than a meter before stopping, and then immediately turned around and rushed towards the falling Caesar. It can be seen that Tauros' usual training is to stop and charge, so he can switch so quickly. Metal Claw. Gary knew that Tauros' attack was all in one go, and he would definitely lose with Bullet Punch, so he could only fight with his strongest attack. Ja. Caesar's pair of giant claws shone with silver light, waiting for Tauros to approach, and then he attacked with both claws, directly vice-gripped Tauros' horns, and the huge force stopped Tauros' charge. What? You actually stopped Master's Tauros. Yumu's apprentice looked incredulous. Moo. However, Tauros arched his head upwards and easily lifted Caesar's body. Ja. Caesar was also shocked. Since its evolution, its weight is not light, but it weighs 118 kilograms, more than 230 pounds, and it was easily arched up. Tauros' 3 tails kept whipping his buttocks, stimulating himself with pain, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. His head kept shaking, and the huge swinging force made Caesar unable to hold Tauros' horns, and he was thrown out directly and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Caesar's body was very heavy. The heavier the object, the more damage it would suffer when it fell to the ground. Just like that, Caesar suffered a lot of damage. Moo. Tauros had no intention of letting Caesar go, and rushed towards Caesar quickly. Caesar was seriously injured and could not move for a while. Even if he used double team, it was useless because he could not move. Caesar, use Leer. Gary ordered immediately. Ja. Caesar glared at Tauros fiercely. Dang! Bang! Caesar was knocked out of the field by Tauros and fell directly. Tauros loses his ability to fight. Caesar wins. Yumu's apprentice announced immediately. Thank you for your hard work, I won't let you down. Gary took back Caesar and comforted him. Blastoise, I'll leave it to you next, don't let Caesar down. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great! Kami. Blastoise appeared and glared at Tauros. Blastoise knew that his appearance meant that Caesar was defeated. Tauros, use Raging Bull. Yumu ordered. Moo. Snap, snap, snap. Tauros rushed over directly, and his 3 tails whipped him crazily. The red aura emanating from his body lingered around Tauros. Calm down Tauros, use Hydro Pump. Gary gave a calm order. Kami. Blastoise aimed his gun barrel at Tauros and fired 2 Hydro Pumps. Tauros had no intention of dodging and attacked Hydro Pump head-on. Bang! Tauros overestimated his own strength. After colliding with Hydro Pump, he only moved forward a few steps and stopped. The subsequent Hydro Pump pushed Tauros back. Although it is not a fire-type Pokemon, Tauros needs a certain amount of rage when fighting. The greater the rage, the stronger the fighting power. Now that it has been poured with cold water, it feels a little discouraged. Rain Dance. At Gary's command, Blastoise immediately started to use Rain Dance. The sky on the field was covered with dark clouds and drizzling. Tauros also stood up at this moment, shook his head, and stared at Blastoise angrily. If the power is not enough, then use Giga Impact. Yumo shouted loudly. It's not Yumo who is reckless, but his Tauros is a reckless man who has not mastered long-range attack moves. If you don't accept it, just fight, don't care about life and death. Moo. Tauros burst out with a powerful momentum and rushed towards Blastoise. During the charge, he was covered by a cyclone of energy. The terrifying aura locked on Blastoise and rushed over quickly. Use Water Pulse. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise didn't understand why Gary didn't let him use Hydro Pump, but he still followed Gary's instructions and condensed Water Pulse and fired it. Bang! The Water Pulse hit, but it didn't stop Tauros' charge. Tauros rushed out of the water mist and rushed towards Blastoise quickly. Protect. A green energy barrier appeared in front of Blastoise. Bang! The energy barrier was indestructible and easily blocked Tauros' Giga Impact. Seeing that Giga Impact was blocked, Gary snapped his fingers and ordered, checkmate, use Hydro Pump. Blastoise's Hydro Pump had already adjusted the angle, and spit up Hydro Pump with the barrel, knocking Tauros away before he could react, and rushed directly to the end of the field, crashing into the wall before stopping. It was drizzling on the field, and Tauros had fainted. With the bonus of rainy days and the best mystic water, the power of this Hydro Pump was as high as 275, which had exceeded the normal power of the skill explosion. It was already very good that Tauros could withstand 3 moves of Blastoise. Tauros lost his ability to fight. Blastoise wins. All the Pokémon of the gym owner Yumo were defeated, and the winner is the challenger Gary. Yumo's apprentice also made a judgment. After all, it was a gym, so naturally there would be challengers who could defeat Yumo, nothing to be surprised about. Congratulations, this is a pure white badge, proof of defeating the Hangbin gym. After the battle, Yumo walked in front of Gary and handed his own gym badge to Gary. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Gary looked at the badges and found that the badges in the Kanto region are named after the color of the badge. The Nibi gym is the Boulder badge. The Cerulean gym is the Cascade badge. The Vermilion gym is the Thunder badge. Only the Celadon gym is a colorful badge, but it is also named after the color. After the gym battle, Gary and Sabrina returned to the Pokemon Center to pack their bags and will leave Hangbin Town tomorrow. Gary handed Scizor and Blastoise to Nurse Joy, and went to the public training ground to release his Pokemon for performance training. Before training, Gary called Executor and Golbat over. Coconut Egg. Duh. Seeing that Gary had kept them, Executor and Golbat thought that Gary was going to change their training method. You have reached the level, so I will upgrade you, Gary said, putting his hands on Executor and Golbat, consuming 5 low-level rare candy, and raising their levels to level 30. Coconut Egg. Duh. The 2 Pokemon were surprised, feeling that they had been upgraded, and even awakened new skills. Seeing this, Gary also checked their attribute changes. Pokemon, Executor male sign. Attribute, Grass, Psychic. Level, 30. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Chlorophyll. Skills, Absorb, Hypnosis, Reflect, Leech Seed, Confusion, Egg Bomb, Bullet Seed. Teacher's skill, Dream Eater. Intimacy, 240, full value 255. Pokemon, Golbat male sign. Attribute, Poison, Flying. Level, 30. Potential, Gym. Ability, Penetration, can penetrate rival's barrier or substitute to attack. Skills, Absorb, Supersonic, Mean Look, Poison Fang, Cross Poison, Air Cutter. Intimacy, 170, max value 255. Executor and Golbat are lucky. They have reached level 30 and both have awakened new skills. Executor has awakened Bullet Seed, which is one of the few grass-type physical attack skills of Executor. Moreover, Executor has 3 brains, so it is more advantageous to use this skill. Golbat has awakened Air Cutter. Although the power is not high, it finally awakened a flying type skill, giving Golbat an additional attack skill of other types, making up for the shortcomings in attack. Gary also tried to let Executor learn Mega Kick. Ding! Learning failed. This Pokemon cannot master Mega Kick. Gary was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt that learning failed. Can't Mega Kick be learned if you have legs? Executor has legs, why can't it learn it? Okay, you guys go to performance training. Gary didn't care much and threw Macho Brace to Executor and Golbat. The 2 Pokemon put it on immediately and started today's performance training. And Gary was not idle either. He came to Alakazam who was doing confusion training, touched Alakazam, and taught Alakazam Mega Kick. This time, the system did not prompt failure. Pokemon, Alakazam male sign. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 2-3. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Psychic, possessing a trained spirit, and will not flinch from rivals' attacks. Also unshaken by intimidation. Skills, Teleport, Confusion, Psybeam, Reflect, Miracle Eye, Disable. Professor skills, Dream Eater, Mega Kick. Intimacy, 200, max value 255. Alakazam does master Mega Kick, but Alakazam's mastery of this skill does not improve it much. Alakazam's physical attack species strength is only 50, which is similar to the Earl Dervish form of the 3-starter Pokemon. It can be used against some weak Pokemon, but it is useless against overly powerful Pokemon. Mega Kick is only suitable for high physical attack races and heavyweight Pokemon. However, Mega Kick is a skill given by the system. Since Alakazam can learn it, then learn it. It is always good to have more skills. Moreover, teaching Pokemon skills can also improve intimacy. The effect of intimacy is just to make Pokemon more obedient to training, but Gary knows that the higher the intimacy, the more Pokemon can break through their own limits in battle and exert unexpected combat power. It's a pity that Alakazam can learn Dream Eater, but not Hypnosis. Unless rival actively lets his Pokemon use Rest, Dream Eater cannot be used. It seems that the skill Hypnosis cannot be taught, and Alakazam also has it in his racial skills. It depends on whether Alakazam can awaken Hypnosis in the future. After teaching Alakazam Mega Kick, Gary tried to teach Growlithe Mega Kick, but naturally failed. Growlithe was also unable to master this skill. Helplessly, Gary had to give up and wait for Blastoise and Scizor to recover before teaching them. The result was, Scizor couldn't learn, but Blastoise mastered it. One day later, Gary and Sabrina left Hangbin Town and rode all the way to Yahung City. After a days-long journey, they came to a mountainous area. There were few green plants here, only mountains and rocks. Ash's Infernape was captured here. Gary remembered the environment here. Ash met Infernape in this area on his way to Celadon City. The Infernape's fighting talent was quite amazing, and even helped Ash win the P1 fighting competition. In the end, Ash saw that Infernape loved fighting, so he gave Infernape to Anthony, saying that they would meet in the future. As a result, the finale came. Pidgeot returned, but Infernape did not appear. The key is that the potential of that Infernape is not low. Gary estimated that it has at least the potential of elite. It was just given away by a fool. It is a waste of talent. Fighting competitions can be participated at any time. There is no need to give Infernape away, especially since Infernape can further evolve into Forsaken. Since Ash is destined to release this Infernape, it is better for Gary to capture this Infernape himself. Gary is currently lacking a fighting Pokemon. According to the timeline, Infernape has not evolved yet. It is just a Mankey and usually moves on the mountain roads. Moreover, this Mankey is not afraid of people. He also accepts the rice balls given by Ash and others. He may often get food from passersby, so he is not afraid of people. Novel image. The sun gradually moved to the 12 o'clock direction. Sabrina, we have to prepare lunch. Gary saw that it was almost 12 o'clock, and it was time to prepare lunch in advance. Yeah, Sabrina nodded. The two found a relatively open area, let the Pokemon out to move freely, and the two of them began to prepare to feed the Pokemon. Gary and Sabrina were eating the curry rice prepared by Mr. Mime. It must be said that Mr. Mime's cooking skills are very good. Moreover, Sabrina's Mr. Mime usually likes to watch the food channel and learns some food-making methods from TV. His cooking skills are quite superb. With Mr. Mime's cooking skills, he is fully qualified to open a small restaurant, which will definitely be crowded every day. Gary ate absent-mindedly, constantly observing the situation around him. In order to attract Mankey out, Gary also specially asked Mr. Mime to make curry to let the fragrance spread. Gary, why are you so absent-minded? Is the curry rice made by Mr. Mime not tasty? Sabrina asked. No, I was just looking at the surrounding environment. Gary said. Environment? Sabrina looked around. This road was all mountainous, with very little vegetation. At most, you could only see a few trees, and the environment was not beautiful. By the way, has Mr. Ishibashi contacted you? Sabrina asked. It has been almost a week since what happened in Vermilion City, but Ishibashi has not contacted Gary yet. Sabrina wondered if he was going to break his promise. It shouldn't be. If he really breaks his promise, there is nothing we can do. After all, it is just a verbal promise. Gary said. Gary didn't care at first, but when he thought about it, it had been so long and the other party hadn't contacted him yet, maybe he really broke his promise. It seems that he still needs to find Pidgeot by himself. But Gary was not worried. If he really couldn't capture Pidgeot, he would just stop breeding it. When he was strong enough, he would go to the depths of the evergreen forest and capture a Pidgeot. He could just learn from Ash and release it after capturing it. The main purpose was to complete the mission. Then I need to find Slowpoke myself. Sabrina looked a little dissatisfied. Sabrina had everything she wanted since she was a child, but this time someone broke her promise. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she also understood that it was just a verbal promise. Since someone broke his promise, there was nothing she could do. Gee. At this moment, an intimate growl sounded. Gary and Sabrina were instantly attracted by the growl. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a clump of grass behind a rock not far away, squirming slightly. Then, a white figure jumped out of the grass and landed on the rock. Mankey. Sabrina recognized what Pokemon the other party was, and was also surprised why Mankey appeared here. Advertisement. Gary also looked at Mankey. It should be the Mankey in front of him. LV25 Mankey male / Quasi Elite. Except that the potential is one level lower than Gary predicted, there is no difference. A Pokemon with Quasi-Elite potential is definitely worth capturing. Mankey is not afraid of Gary and the others, nor the Pokemon around him. He hops to Gary and looks at the curry rice on Gary's plate. Gary originally wanted to capture it directly through battle, but Mankey did not intend to attack actively. Gary planned to take a gentle approach to see if he could capture it. Do you want to eat? Gary handed his curry to the dog monster. Mankey did not eat it immediately, but came up to smell it and shouted excitedly. It was this smell that attracted it. Mankey was not polite either. He stuffed cheeks up. He was not satisfied with one serving, so he ate 2 or 3 servings. With such a good appetite, Mankey is very healthy and strong. Sabrina also looked at Mankey, wondering why Gary was suddenly so nice to a wild Mankey. Gary was not usually so friendly to wild Pokemon. After having a full meal, Mankey was very satisfied. He sat down and patted his round belly. He ate and drank. It was time to get to the point. Gary squatted beside Mankey and asked, "Mankey, do you want to be my Pokemon?" Mankey was stunned. He had lived here for a while and had naturally seen the process of trainers taming Pokemon. There were even many trainers who wanted to tame him, but they all failed. The main reason was that those trainers who wanted to tame Mankey would directly use force. This was the first time he had met someone like Gary. Mankey stood up and squeaked. He couldn't understand what he wanted to say. Mankey said that if you want to tame him, you need to defeat him first. He is only willing to follow a strong trainer. Sabrina translated. Is that so? Then let's have a fight after a break. Gary said. Gigi. Mankey nodded. His eyes became sharp, and it can be seen that this Mankey is very serious about the battle, which is completely different from the previous begging face. Advertisement. Gary also likes this Mankey more and more. Half an hour later, the battle between Gary and Mankey began. Gigi. Mankey shouted loudly, signaling Gary to release Pokemon quickly. Executor, this duel is left to you. In order to prove his strength, Gary did not intend to let Alakazam go, and let the stronger Executor go. Coconut Egg. Executor walked out of the team and came to Gary. Gigi. Without waiting to start, Mankey rushed towards Executor without martial ethics. However, when he was halfway through the charge, Mankey suddenly stopped, and the surface of his body was wrapped in a layer of light blue confusion, and his body floated in the air. Then, Executor threw Mankey directly to the rock beside him. Although Mankey was surprised, he reacted quickly, crossed his hands, covered his hands with energy, and chopped rock. Cross chop? Bang! The rock was directly shattered by Mankey's cross chop, avoiding the damage of tackle. Not bad, then try this trick, Bullet Seed. Gary ordered. Coconut Egg. Executor's 3 green energy seeds. Each energy seed was like a 5.56 bullet, fired quickly. Faced with such intensive attacks, Mankey was also panicked. He used his hands and feet. His feet kept moving, and his hands kept using fury swipes to defend. However, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Bullet Seed quickly broke through Mankey's defense and beat Mankey back again and again. Being hit frequently by Bullet Seed, Mankey was immediately angry. His anger value soared, and he lost his reason in an instant, and rushed forward fiercely. Confusion. The 3 heads of Executor released confusion at the same time, instantly freezing Mankey. Even though Mankey was immobilized, he was still struggling hard. His body was shaking constantly, and it was obvious that he had used a lot of strength. Calm it down, use hypnosis. Gary ordered. Coconut Egg. Executor put Mankey in front of him, and the 3 heads released hypnosis waves together. Mankey in rage was affected by the hypnosis wave, and the rage look disappeared instantly. His eyelids began to fight, and he fell asleep not long after. It seems that it is not the motivation ability. Gary said. The first ability in Mankey's basic abilities is motivation, and Pokemon with motivation ability cannot be hypnotized. From this point, it can be determined that the Mankey in front of him is most likely the one Ash captured, but it can only be confirmed after it is captured. Ash's Mankey has many powerful skills, such as Thrash and Mega Kick, all of which are skills with a power of more than 100. Seeing that Mankey fell asleep, Gary did not continue to let Executor attack, and threw a Pokeball at Mankey. Bang! The Pokeball hit Mankey and successfully captured him. When Pokemon falls asleep, using Pokemon is the same as when it loses the battle to capture, and there is no resistance. However, it is best to let it fall asleep in the battle, so that the wild Pokemon will feel defeated and will be more obedient. However, just as Gary walked over to pick up the Pokeball, a sound came from his pocket. The Pokemon you carry has reached the upper limit. The extra Pokemon you capture will be automatically transferred to Professor Oak's laboratory. The next second, the Pokeball in Gary's hand disappeared out of thin air. I forgot that the Pokemon on me is full. Gary slapped his head and forgot that he already had 6 Pokemon on him. If he continued to capture, he would be transferred to Professor Oak's laboratory. Gary, do you want to send it to Celadon City? Sabrina asked. There is no teleporter in the wild, so if you want to bring Mankey with you, you can only use the teleporter to teleport him. Well, I'll call Grandpa first. Gary nodded, but decided to call Professor Oak first. After all, Gary was not sure about Mankey's temper. Advertisement. Gary took out his mobile phone and called Professor Oak's laboratory. Hello, Gary, I have received the Pokemon that was teleported here. What Pokemon did you capture? Professor Oak answered the phone and asked what the Pokemon that had just been sent was. Professor Oak was very concerned about his grandson. Others had teleported several Pokemon back, but Gary had only teleported a Butterfree back so far. Although it was a shiny Pokemon, there was really nothing worth observing. When he saw the Pokemon teleporting just now, Professor Oak thought it was sent by the other 2 trainers, but he didn't expect it was teleported by Gary. Professor Oak wanted to see what Pokemon it was, and Gary called him. It's not a rare Pokemon, it's a Mankey. The Mankey seems to have a hot temper. I'm worried that it will cause trouble for you, so I called to tell you. Gary said. Gary, you underestimate your grandfather. I used to be a trainer, just a Mankey. Can't I control it? Professor Oak said dissatisfiedly. Since Grandpa said so, I'm worrying too much. Gary said. Professor Oak didn't pursue it further, and continued. Where are you traveling now? I'm heading to Celadon City. Oh, Celadon City. How many badges have you got now? 5 badges. You've got 5 badges, you're really fast. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Huang only got 3 badges. Professor Oak was slightly surprised. Of course, I want to be a Pokémon Master, and collecting badges is just a simple thing. Gary said complacently. You are so immodest, go to Celadon City as soon as possible. You should plan to breed this Mankey yourself. Professor Oak said. Yes, then take care of yourself, Grandpa. I will call you when you arrive in Celadon City. Gary and Sabrina set out on their journey again. One morning later, they finally arrived in Celadon City. The two came to the Pokemon Center in Celadon City and handed the Pokemon to Nurse Joy for maintenance. Gary took Executor with him and went to the Pokemon Exchange. Because he had to breed Mankey, Gary planned to put Executor in Professor Oak laboratory. Executor is now mature in breeding, and the only problem left is training. Just make a training plan for Pokemon and have someone supervise their training. Executor's ideological work has also been done. Dial the number of Professor Oak's laboratory. Advertisement. Gary, your Mankey has great potential. The call was connected. Professor Oak knew that Gary was here to send Pokemon. He had also tested Mankey and could see that Mankey had high potential. Yeah, I'm on the elite route. I don't plan to breed Pokemon with low potential. No, why is Grandpa wearing sunglasses indoors? Gary was talking and found that Professor Oak was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Professor Oak didn't usually wear sunglasses. Ahem, it's okay. I just got pink eye and I'm afraid it will infect you. Professor Oak's salation explained Professor Oak. Gary, pink eye. This thing is indeed contagious, but can it be contagious across the screen? Then Grandpa, send Mankey over here, Gary said. Okay, Professor Oak didn't say much, put the Pokeball on the teleporter on his side, and pressed the teleport switch. Executor, listen to Grandpa. You have to supervise Grandpa's sleep in the future. Gary also put the Pokeball on the groove. Professor Oak, one Butterfree is not enough, and there is also an Executor. Grandson, I still sleep well. After getting Mankey, Gary went to the public area and released Mankey. Chick. When Mankey saw that it was Gary, he immediately climbed onto Gary's shoulder. He really recognized Gary as a trainer. When he came out of the Pokeball and saw that it was Professor Oak, he beat Professor Oak directly. If it weren't for Butterfree washing, Professor Oak would not be as simple as wearing a pair of sunglasses. How do you feel after staying at my grandpa's place for a day? Gary asked. Chick. Mankey said it was not bad. He beat someone to vent his anger and then had a good sleep. It seems that you get along well with my grandpa. Gary didn't understand what Mankey was saying, but seeing Mankey was very happy. It should be a good relationship. Gee. Mankey also smiled and nodded, with an optimistic attitude. By the way, I haven't seen your specific attributes yet. Gary wanted to see it at first, but he was teleported away as soon as he conquered it. Gee. Mankey looked confused. He was just a fighting type. What attribute could it be? Gary didn't finish and used the Eye of Insight to check Mankey's attributes. Pokemon, Mankey male sign. Attribute, fighting. Level, 25. Potential, quasi-elite. Ability, unyielding. When the ability is reduced by rival, the physical attack will be greatly improved. Skills, grab, fury swipes, focus energy, low kick, seismic toss, cross chop. Intimacy, 150, maximum value 255. Where's Mega Kick? After looking at Mankey's data, Gary was confused as to why there was no Mega Kick. Gary could understand that there was no Thrash. After all, this skill required Mankey to be at level 29 to master it. He was only at level 25 at the moment, so it was normal that he didn't have it, but why didn't he have Mega Kick? It is obviously impossible to say that this monkey dog will learn Mega Kick in the future. Could it be that Mankey has a high talent for martial arts? Is it Ashes? Gary now has some doubts that the Mankey in front of him is not Ashes. After all, Gary inferred that it has elite potential, and the Mankey in front of him only has quasi-elite potential. Ash should have arrived in Vermilion City by now. He will go to Saffron City later, and then Celadon City. It should not take more than 2 months. It is too unlikely for a wild Mankey to master Mega Kick in more than a month without the guidance of a master. Never mind. Gary did not think too much. Even if he tamed the wrong one, it didn't matter. A Mankey with quasi-elite potential was already very good. Why would he need a luxury car? Mankey, do you want to learn skills? Gary touched Mankey's furry head. Gee. Mankey nodded frantically. It is naturally a good thing to be able to learn skills. Fighting skills are very fond of learning skills, especially skills related to fists and feet, and they love to learn even more. Learn this first. Advertisement. Gary handed Mega Kick to Mankey. Mankey immediately felt that he had mastered a new skill, which was exactly the same as the feeling when awakening a skill, and he looked at Gary in surprise. Mankey thought that learning required hard work, but it was not like awakening a racial skill, where you could learn it all of a sudden. Hey, let me teach you another skill. Gary smiled, and then taught Mankey the stone edge skill. Mankey was surprised. He had mastered another skill, a rock skill, and it was very powerful. You seem to like training very much. I will set up training for you tomorrow. You must accept it well. Gary said. Mankey nodded. It is a fighting Pokemon and loves training very much, especially after experiencing the feeling of mastering skills instantly. Mankey, will follow you. Afternoon. Gary took back his Pokemon from Nurse Joy and continued to start afternoon training. Mankey also joined the training, mainly for attack training, so that Mankey practiced combo attack mode. Mankey's hands and feet are very flexible, and he can launch a series of fierce attacks when approaching rival. Now we need to find the most appropriate combo for Mankey. If you don't know the starting action, there are different combo methods, and the pursuit of each attack can cause the highest damage. This Mankey is so powerful, he can actually Mega Kick and Stone Edge. Sabrina, who was watching from the side, also felt that Mankey had many skills. Sabrina didn't know much about Pokemon, and just thought that these skills were born with Mankey. It's really powerful. Gary didn't want to talk about this matter for fear of revealing flaws, so he quickly changed the subject and said, Sabrina, the perfume here in Celadon City is very famous. I'll buy you a few bottles tomorrow. Perfume. Yay, okay. Sabrina was stunned and nodded slightly in agreement. Looking at Sabrina, who suddenly became well-behaved, Gary felt that Sabrina was exactly like a good girl, without any indifference. Such a girl would be a good wife in the future. It's just that Sabrina's psychic is too scary, a human-shaped Pokemon. If such a woman becomes a wife, the husband will want to have affairs in the future, and he might suddenly die. Excuse me, are all the Pokemon here yours? At this time, a boy came here and walked up to Gary and asked. Yes, what's the matter? Gary looked at the boy in front of him. The boy had green hair, a red and orange jacket on the upper body, a black shirt and moccasins on the lower body, and an electric guitar on his back. He was a rock and roll killer boy. My name is Takahashi, I am also a trainer. I want to have a Pokemon battle with you. I know the rules, and the bet is 5,000 yuan. The boy took the initiative to challenge. Advertisement. Gary also met many challengers along the way, but none of the challengers were dressed as fancy as the boy in front of him. Gary didn't care about the gambling money, but he felt a little itchy when he saw the electric guitar on Takahashi's back. In his previous life, he learned to play the guitar to pick up girls. When he was a student, he charmed many girls with his guitar. I don't want money. If I win, let me use your electric guitar. I will return it to you after singing a song. Gary said. What? You can play the electric guitar? Takahashi asked in surprise, and he didn't see that Gary was a fellow. I just know how to play the guitar, but it shouldn't make much difference. Gary said. Okay, as long as you win, I will let you use my favorite. Takahashi said, taking off the electric guitar on his back and gently stroking it. Sabrina was confused and didn't understand why Gary suddenly wanted to sing. Takahashi, how are you going to fight? Gary asked. One-on-one, use the strongest Pokemon to fight. Takahashi said. As soon as Gary said this, all of Gary's Pokemon got excited and looked over immediately, as if to see who Gary would choose to fight. After all, Takahashi would always send out his strongest Pokemon, so the Pokemon Gary would send out later would be the strongest Pokemon, and this was Gary's own choice. Don't look at it, Blastoise, you go ahead. Gary said. Kami. Excuse me, everyone. Blastoise swaggered to Gary's side, with a smug look on his face. Other Pokemon looked at the inflated Blastoise, and they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Damn turtle, just wait for us, sooner or later he will surpass you. Blastoise, my strongest trump card is it. Go, Dodrio. Takahashi threw the Pokeball. Great. A strange bird with 3 heads appeared. Dodrio is a normal and flying Pokemon with 3 heads. Although it has the flying type, it cannot fly, but it has strong explosive power and is very aggressive. LV32 Dodrio male sign/elite. Dodrio at level 32 is very high, beyond the scope of rookie. Then I'll be the referee. Sabrina was also very tactful to act as the referee. She walked to the command area and announced, now it's a one-on-one match between Gary and Takahashi. The battle begins. Dodrio, let them know how powerful we are. Try attack. Takahashi attacked first. The Dodrio in front of him seemed to have just evolved. Takahashi asked him to use Try Attack right away. Try Attack is a special attack move, and Dodrio's special attack ability is not very good. Beep, beep, beep. The beaks of Dodrio's 3 bird heads opened, and each head shot out a different color beam. 3 different beams of red, yellow, and blue attacked Blastoise. Hydro Pump. Gary also took the initiative to fight back. Kami. Blastoise bent his knees slightly, adjusted the angle, and burst out 2 Hydro Pumps from his shoulder cannon. The 2 skills collided, and Hydro Pump overwhelmed the triple light speed and rushed Dodrio out, making him a drowned chicken. What? Takahashi couldn't believe that his Dodrio couldn't beat Blastoise. Try Attack was directly crushed, which meant that there was a big gap in the levels between the two. In fact, the level difference between the two was not that big, but Blastoise had the best Mystic Water, and coupled with Blastoise's own special structure, the power of Hydro Pump was naturally stronger. Water Pulse continuous shooting. Gary continued to chase. Kami. Blastoise's barrel sprayed water balls again, and normal-sized water balls were fired continuously. Beep, beep, beep. Dodrio immediately ran to one side of the field, and the super-fast explosive power instantly opened up the distance, making the water ball empty, but Blastoise moved slightly, and Water Gun continued to chase. Seeing that Dodrio was able to dodge Blastoise's attack with his speed, Takahashi immediately ordered, "Very good, use quick attack to attack Blastoise." Dodrio pulled out a series of phantoms, came in front of Blastoise, and used his body to tackle Blastoise, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. After stabilizing, Blastoise opened his mouth to spit up water pulse, but Dodrio used his legs to jump to the side and easily avoided it. This speed is really fast. Gary used to look down on Dodrio, but now seeing that Dodrio moved so quickly, he immediately looked up to him. What a solid defense, Dodrio, use acupressure on yourself. Takahashi saw that Dodrio's quick attack did not cause any damage to Blastoise, and immediately asked Dodrio to use acupressure to improve his own ability. Dodrio poked his body with his beak, and a random ability was greatly improved, but it was not clear what ability was improved. Dodrio, use pluck to attack. Takahashi said as he attacked. Advertisement. Blastoise, use the shell retraction. Blastoise immediately retracted into the shell. Seeing this, Dodrio was aroused and poked at Blastoise's shell. Gary was also confused. Dodrio really dared to approach. He didn't think that Blastoise couldn't attack after retracting into the shell. High-speed water flow burst. Gary ordered immediately. Blastoise rapid spin, a series of water blades surrounded the shell. The rotation accelerated, and the water flow turned into a series of water blades. Beep, beep, beep. Dodrio was shocked. He didn't expect Blastoise to be able to counterattack under this contest condition. He blocked it but had no time to dodge. He was hit by the water blade of rapid spin and flew several meters away and fell to the ground. Beep. Dodrio's 3 heads drooped on the ground, and his eyes were spinning. Dodrio lost his ability to fight. Blastoise wins. Sabrina announced. This. Takahashi couldn't believe it. His Dodrio had just evolved recently, and he was planning to find a rival to test his strength, but he didn't expect to fail in the first battle. I won. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise also flexed his arm muscles temporarily to show that he was invincible. I lost. As agreed, the electric guitar is yours. Takahashi also kept his promise and only lent his electric guitar to Gary to play a section, so there was no loss. I admit it. Gary took the electric guitar and waved to Sabrina, saying, Sabrina, come here, I'll sing for you. Huh. Sabrina, who was about to come over, was stunned. Her originally calm heartbeat was agitated, and she could faintly hear her heartbeat. Brother, you can do it. Takahashi immediately understood that Gary wanted the electric guitar to pick up girls. Although Gary's method was very good, the song had to be sung well, otherwise this trick would not work. Takahashi was also very curious about what song Gary would sing. Not only that, many passers-by around were also attracted by the battle here. When they saw that Gary was still planning to sing, they also gathered around curiously. Gary, what song are you singing? Sabrina asked timidly. Although she was very shy, she also wanted to know what Gary was going to sing. It's a song I created myself. If it's not good, don't blame me. Gary said. Advertisement. Sabrina couldn't help but want to roll her eyes at Gary. You are the one who wants to sing. If it's not good, who else can I blame? Hurry up and sing. Sabrina urged. Okay, let's start. Gary played a few notes. The sound was good and there was no need to adjust. Then, a light and melodious rhythm sounded. I can't say why, I became very proactive. If you fall in love with someone, everything will be worth doing. I want to announce loudly that I can't let go of you. Gary sang passionate lyrics one after another. The song was full of youthful vitality, and the boy's excited voice instantly made Gary the most handsome boy in this public training ground. Wow, what song is this? I've never heard it before. It's so nice. This guy is great. He's already picking up girls at such a young age. Handsome boy, sister is willing to wait for you for 8 years. People who originally wanted to see what song Gary would sing were instantly attracted by Gary's singing, especially Stephanie's daughters, whose faces were all bright, as if Gary was singing to them. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love always be pure and without sadness? I want to take you for a bike ride. I want to watch baseball with you. I want to walk without worries, singing songs all the time. When the song reached the climax, Sabrina was stunned for a moment. The lyrics were exactly about what she encountered when she and Gary were together. Except for not watching baseball together, they had done everything else. Suddenly, Sabrina felt her heart warm up, her heartbeat accelerated, and her beautiful eyes stared at Gary. Her eyes were drawn. The girls around you all look at you, Sabrina, with envy. If a boy as nice as Sing treats them like this, they would want to get married. Rig, I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Love can't be simple without hurt. You, lean on my shoulder. You, sleep in my beast. A life like this, I love you, you love me. When the song ended, Gary took a deep breath and said to himself, Jay, I'm sorry. Clap, clap, clap. Applause was heard from all around. Brother, you sang well, one more song. Yeah, you can sing it again, it's so beautiful. The onlookers were still not satisfied and wanted to listen to another song. This was the first time they had heard this song. Thank you for your love, I won't sing this song. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Gary immediately returned the electric guitar to Takahashi. He then took back all his Pokémon, held Sabrina's hand and left. Wow, holding hands, so romantic. Suddenly, the inexperienced girls in the crowd were excited. Gary was scared. A young girl with no experience could get so shaky just holding hands. If she got slapped in the face, she would faint. Back to the Pokémon Center. Sabrina was completely confused. She didn't expect Gary to sing such a song. No matter how she listened to it, it sounded like Gary was confessing to her. Although Sabrina had a good impression of Gary, they had not known each other for long. The key point was that Gary only sang a song and did not really confess to her. Sabrina was confused and didn't know how to get along with Gary in the future. Sabrina felt that she couldn't go on like this. It didn't suit her personality. She immediately broke free from Gary's hand. Gary, what do you mean? Sabrina asked. Gary saw Sabrina break free from his hand, and after hearing Sabrina's question, he asked back, it's meaningless. Advertisement. What about the song you sang? That song is for you. Sabrina frowned slightly, wanting to ask directly, but was too embarrassed to speak. She was a little angry, but she couldn't get angry. This feeling made Sabrina feel itchy, like a cat scratching. Humph. Sabrina snorted coldly, said nothing more, and turned away. Haha, you are really funny. Gary watched Sabrina's background disappear at the elevator entrance. How could Gary, who has lived 2 lives, not see Sabrina's thoughts? Although Sabrina tried her best to cover it up, it was not difficult to see that she wanted to get a formal answer from Gary. And Gary was not unwilling to give a formal answer, but it was more interesting this way. When it comes to love, it is natural to pull and tug. Especially Gary has provoked Sabrina, the iceberg beauty. If he really deceives Sabrina's feelings, Gary estimates that he will definitely be turned into a doll by Sabrina and then imprisoned. The next morning, after a night, Sabrina returned to her usual aloof look, and no longer mentioned what happened yesterday. She happily followed Gary to the most famous perfume shop in Celadon City, Celadon Gym Specialty Store. The two came to the door of the perfume shop. This perfume shop was naturally run by Celadon Gym, and the perfume sold was made from Gloom saliva. The waitress in the store immediately came up and asked Sabrina if she was here to buy perfume. Welcome, guest, our perfume is not only full of fragrance, but also not dizzy, and has a calming effect. The waitress introduced. I don't know much about perfume. Although Sabrina is a Stephanie's daughter, she only focused on studying psychic when she was a child. She knew nothing about the makeup knowledge that Stephanie's daughter should master. It was only after her personality was restored recently that she began to pay attention to these things. It doesn't matter, guest, you just need to tell me what kind of perfume you need, and I can recommend it to you, the waitress said enthusiastically. Sabrina looked at Gary and asked, Gary, what kind of scent do you like? The waitress was shocked. She noticed Gary, but Gary was obviously younger than Sabrina, so she didn't think they were a couple, but just siblings. But when a girl asks a boy what kind of perfume he likes, the meaning is self-evident. What's wrong with young girls nowadays? Are they starting to like shotas? The waitress thought to herself. Advertisement. Although Gary is very handsome, we still have to pay attention to the age difference. I don't know much about perfume, so let the waiter recommend 2 perfumes for you. Gary said. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Sabrina said. No problem, leave it to me. The waitress didn't waste words and skillfully promoted 2 best-selling perfumes in the store, one of which was aromatic herbal and the other was agar wood, both of which have a calming smell. Gary was not interested in perfume at first, but after sniffing it, he suddenly felt a sense of peace in his heart. The effect of this perfume is very powerful. I have to say that Pokémon is amazing. The items made from something on Pokémon are surprisingly good. If this perfume was placed in the previous life, its value would be no less than the agar wood made from rhino horns. Thank you for coming. Gary also paid for the perfume happily. Each bottle of perfume is worth 10,000 yuan, a total of 20,000 yuan, which is not too expensive and is considered the price of a light luxury product. Sabrina, let's go to the Celadon gym. The perfume was not bought yet, and Gary should go to work. After challenging the gym, Gary also plans to go to the arcade in Celadon City. In the Pocket Fire Red/Leaf Green series, the arcade in Celadon City is the property of Team Rocket. In order to attract people to play in the arcade, Team Rocket specially captured some rare Pokémon and put them in the arcade. These Pokémon can be exchanged for the game coins in the arcade. It can be said to be very popular and attracts many gamblers to play. Oh, are you going to the Celadon gym to visit the botanical garden? Asked the waitress next to him. This perfume shop is owned by Celadon Gym. There is also a botanical garden in Celadon Gym for people to visit. Couples can also go together. No, we are going to challenge the gym. Gary said. Is that so? Then you should go quickly. Erica, the gym owner, will give classes to children in the afternoon. If you are late, you will have to wait until tomorrow to challenge the gym. The waitress reminded. Got it. Gary and Sabrina left the perfume shop and walked quickly to Celadon Gym. Celadon Gym is also a landmark building in Celadon City. The exterior is built in the shape of Vileplume's Kerala. It occupies a large area. There is not only a battlefield inside, but also a botanical garden for grass-type Pokémon to live. When he walked to the entrance of Celadon Gym, Gary looked at the glass wall and felt very novel. The reason why glass is used as a wall is naturally to allow sunlight to shine indirectly. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 at the entrance of Celadon Gym. Ding! Task released. Get Celadon Gym badge/rewards, intermediate rare candy x10, permanent skill learning device sunlight, top quality miracle seed, grass type skill power increased by 50%. X1. The system's task has been activated. Judging from the rewards, it is still quite good, at least proving that Erica is not a weak trainer. And in the original plot, Ash did not defeat Erica. Ash was able to get the badge because Gloom, who risked his life to save Erica, gave the badge to Ash out of gratitude. However, Ash's selfless act for Pokémon can be recognized by almost all trainers, and there is nothing wrong with giving him the badge. Gary and Sabrina walked to the door. Welcome. The glass door opened automatically to both sides, and two young women stood inside the door. They were both apprentices of the gym and clerks of the perfume shop, specializing in reception work at the gym. What are you doing here? A woman with black hair came forward and asked. I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary explained his purpose. Is that so? Please follow me. The woman enthusiastically led Gary and Sabrina into the gym. Wait a minute, I'll go inform Sister Erica. The woman went to the gym to inform Erica. After a while, Erica followed the woman. Hello, I'm Erica, the gym leader of Celadon. Are you the challenger? Erica introduced herself. Yes, Miss Erica, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town. Gary responded. I see. How many badges do you have now? Erica asked. 5. Erica was stunned. To challenge her gym, you only need 3 badges to be qualified. Gary has 5 badges, which is not weak. I agree to fight you. Let's start. Erica accepted Gary's challenge. The two walked to the command area on both sides. Erica nodded to the referee and said, okay, let's start. The referee nodded and announced, the gym competition will start. The number of Pokémon used is 3. Only the challenger has the right to replace Pokémon. The competition begins. Then you will be the vanguard of Tangela. Erica threw a Pokeball. Great. Advertisement. A strange Pokémon with vines all over its body appeared. LV23 Tangela male/elite. Only level 23. Gary was puzzled. It was already a mid-level candy. Why was Erica's Pokémon only level 23? The lowest Pokémon in the Hengbin gym that they challenged before was 28. Erica is at least ranked with Yuma, so the weakest Pokémon in her hand should be at least level 25. Alakazam, you will be the vanguard. Gary also threw a Pokeball. Great. LV23 Alakazam male/quasi-elite. Gary sent out Alakazam. The two Pokémon were at the same level, so it would be exciting to fight them. Erica became serious when she saw Alakazam. She couldn't see the level of the Pokémon, but she knew that Alakazam was a very strong Psychic-type Pokémon, and it was very targeted at Erica's Pokémon. Although Erica was a Grass-type trainer, most of the Grass-type Pokémon she had were Poison-type, and Poison-type Pokémon were restrained by Psychic-type. Alakazam, use Confusion. Gary ordered. Who? Alakazam's eyes shone with blue light, and a strong confusion instantly bound Tangela. The creeping vines on its body could not move, and its whole body flew backwards and hit the wall outside the field. Bang! Tangela wailed, and the damage caused by this collision was not low. The power of confusion has increased a lot. Sabrina, who was watching the battle, was also surprised. Sabrina had also bred this Alakazam, and knew very well that this Alakazam's mental power was not as strong as her own Alakazam, but the confusion skill that just burst out was very powerful, and it was obviously able to suppress her Alakazam. Obviously, everyone was doing the same training. Why did Gary's Alakazam surpass her own Alakazam? Sabrina didn't know that Gary's Alakazam carried the Twisted Spoon, which was of the best quality. The power of psychic skills increased by 50%, so it would naturally surpass Sabrina's Alakazam. Psybeam. Gary continued to chase. Alakazam crossed the 2 spoons in his hands, and a spiritual energy enveloped the spoons. Then, a magical light formed by confusion burst out and shot towards the vines. The short-legged Tangela ran very slowly and could not dodge at all, and Erica did not give any instructions. Bang! Psybeam hit. Tangela was rushed out and fell to the ground. Tangela's physical defense ability is very high, but its special defense is not good, and it can't block Alakazam's 2 skills. Tangela loses its combat ability, Alakazam wins. The lady in the referee area immediately announced. Advertisement. As expected of a trainer who can get 5 badges, it is not something that normal Pokémon can deal with. Erica took back Tangela and then sent out the second Pokémon. Weepinbell, please. Great. Weepinbell with a pair of eyes and a trumpet-shaped body appeared. LV28 Weepinbell male/normal. Why can't it evolve? Seeing the level of Weepinbell, Gary was puzzled. This level is already very high, and it can be almost victoryable with Leaf Stone. And I don't know what Erica is thinking. The transparent glass outside the gym is used as a wall, but why is this side of the battlefield closed? It can get sunlight, and the combat power and reaction of Grass-type Pokémon will be improved to a certain extent. Confusion. Although Weepinbell was at a high level, Gary had no intention of changing Pokémon. With Alakazam's current combat power, it would not be a big problem to defeat this Weepinbell. Who? Alakazam's eyes radiated blue light, and confusion instantly enveloped Weepinbell, making it unable to move. Weepinbell, use acid. Erica was not to be bullied, and immediately fought back. Even though it was restrained by confusion, Weepinbell's mouth could still use the spray skill, and a pool of purple venom spit up, splashing towards Alakazam. Seeing this, Alakazam immediately put down Weepinbell and used confusion to counterattack the venom, which splashed all over Weepinbell, but the poison-type Pokémon did not have much effect on the pocket. Psybeam. Razor Leaf. Alakazam released Psybeam to attack. Weepinbell also used Razor Leaf at the same time. The two skills intersected, and the light instantly defeated the Razor Leaf that was blocking in front of it and hit Weepinbell. Knock. The effect was outstanding. Weepinbell cried out in pain. So weak. Gary felt that Erica's Pokémon was too weak. It had levels but was too weak in combat ability. I don't understand what Erica was thinking when she cultivated Weepinbell with ordinary pot Psybeam. Gary didn't want to waste time, so Alakazam used Psybeam again, killing Weepinbell instantly. Alakazam LV23-24. After defeating Weepinbell, Alakazam's level was raised by 1 level. This Gary is too good. Yeah, I can't believe that he defeated Ms. Erica's 2 Pokémon with just 1 Pokémon. It doesn't matter, Ms. Erica still has 1 Pokémon to use, she will definitely be able to turn the tables. The female apprentices in the gym were worried when they saw Erica was at a disadvantage, and some of them were still stubborn, thinking that Erica might be able to turn the tables. Sabrina watched coldly from the side. She knew very well that Alakazam was not the strongest Pokémon in Gary's hand, and this Erica could not make Gary use his full strength to deal with it. Although the 2 Pokémon were defeated, Erica was very confident that her trump card Pokémon could not be defeated by normal Pokémon. Gary, I admit that you are strong, but my love for Pokémon will not lose to you. Go, Gloom. Erica threw the last throw. Great. The Pokeball opened, and a ball of white light shot out from it and landed on the field. Stinky. A blue plant-like absorb bulb Pokémon appeared. It was Erica's trump card Pokémon, Gloom. LV33 Gloom female sign/gym. Seeing Gloom, Gary frowned. It's not that Erica's Gloom is strong, but because the Gloom in front of him is also very weak. The reason why this Gloom can become Erica's trump card is entirely because this Gloom has the stink ability. The stench it emits is quite terrible. Normal Pokémon can't stand it at all and faint directly from the stench. Erica can serve as the gym leader for so long because of Gloom's stench, and her own strength is quite mediocre. Gary even thought that Erica didn't let Gloom evolve because Gloom would lose the ability to smell bad after evolving. Gloom, let your stink go. Erica ordered. Stinky. Advertisement. Gloom's flower bud head sprayed out a curry-colored airflow, which drifted towards Alakazam. Who? Alakazam's confusion couldn't block the stink either. After taking a few breaths, he was instantly knocked unconscious by the stink. Is this stink so terrible? Gary was speechless as he looked at Alakazam, who was knocked unconscious by the stink. My Gloom, the stink is terrible. If your Pokémon can't resist the stink, you can't defeat me, hee. Erica laughed triumphantly. Seeing Erica, who was proud of this, Gary was speechless. This tricky way of fighting is really meaningless. In high-end competitions, it can't even make it to the stage. The official competition venue is very large. Even if your Gloom smells bad, it will disappear as soon as it is released. Ms. Erica, fighting like this won't help Pokémon improve their strength. Gary said. Erica was stunned. She didn't expect Gary to say that to her. But she always did this. She wouldn't easily admit her problem. She said stubbornly, this is also a kind of strength. If you have the ability, come and defeat me. Gary didn't say much. He took back Alakazam and threw a Pokeball. Great. LV31 Caesar male sign/Quasi Elite. Ja. Gary sent out Caesar. What? It's a steel-type Pokémon. Erica was shocked. Although Erica was weak, she still knew about Pokémon. She knew that there was a special thing about steel-type Pokémon, that is, they had no sense of smell. The smell was ineffective against Caesar. Fury Cutter combo. Gary had no intention of showing any mercy. Whoosh! A red light penetrated the field and arrived in front of Gloom in a breath. Gloom was very timid and immediately released a foul smell, but the foul smell had no effect on Caesar. The insect energy lingered on his pincers and formed a sickle shape. As Caesar waved his pincers, the energy sickle kept hitting Gloom. Stinky. Accompanied by Gloom's wailing, Caesar finished a set of combos. Gloom was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground, losing consciousness, and his eyes were spinning in circles. Gloom. Erica immediately ran to Gloom. Gloom is Erica's favorite Pokémon. Ash gave the badge to Ash because he saved Gloom. Gloom has lost his ability to fight. Caesar wins. The winner is Challenger Gary. The female apprentice in the referee area also made the final judgment. Advertisement. The battle ended. After Erica confirmed that Gloom was fine, she walked to Gary and took out the gym badge. Gary, the rainbow badge is yours. I will consider your previous suggestion carefully. Erica said. Thank you. Gary didn't say much, thanked him and took the badge in his hand. Ding. Mission completed. Reward has been distributed to the space backpack. It's a pity that the Pokémon that can master the sunlight technique are all with Grandpa. Gary thought to himself. None of the Pokémon on Gary can master the sunlight technique. Only Executor and Butterfree with Professor Oak can master it. Growlithe can only learn the sunlight technique after it evolves into Arcanine. The rest of the Pokémon cannot master this move. After leaving the Celadon gym, Sabrina asked, Gary, are we going to Fuchsia City next? No hurry, let's go to the game hall here to play. I heard that in the game hall, you can exchange game coins for rare Pokemon. Gary said. Game hall. Sabrina has heard of the game hall, but has never been there. Yes, there are some fun games in there. I'll try them out. If I can win a lot of game coins, I can exchange them for Pokemon in the arcade. Gary took Sabrina's hand and rushed to the Pokemon Center. After handing Alakazam to Joy, the two went to the arcade. On the way, they found a restaurant to have lunch. After they were full, they came to the arcade. Welcome, both of you. The receptionist at the door bowed respectfully to Gary and Sabrina. One of the women stepped forward and said, Hello, to guests, my name is Xylee. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Gary looked at Xylee. This receptionist girl was really pretty. It was worthy of being an industry opened by the Rockets. It was estimated that the salary of the receptionists here was very high, otherwise they would not be able to recruit such a pretty girl. It's my first time here. How do I exchange game coins? Gary asked. Please follow me. Xylee brought Gary and Sabrina to the square counter and asked, Guest, the exchange rate for cash and game coins here is 100 yuan for one game coin. How much do you need? Gary was shocked. He didn't expect the game coins in this game hall to be so expensive. The ratio of 1 to 1. Let's play with 200 game coins first. Gary took out his black card. Xylee was shocked when she saw the black card. She knew very well how high the status of the person who owned this card was. Suddenly, Xylee looked at Gary with a bit of a look. Xylee didn't have any idea at first, but after seeing this black card and looking at Sabrina, Xylee felt that Gary should like mature older sisters, so she also had a chance. At this time, Sabrina suddenly walked up, one step ahead of Gary, standing on one floor, blocking Xylee's sight of Gary. Guest, your game coins have been exchanged. The beautiful waitress at the counter put an exquisite box container on the counter, and 200 game coins were neatly placed inside. How do you exchange Pokemon? Gary asked. These are the Pokemon we can exchange this quarter. The potential of each Pokemon is not lower than the gym level. The lady at the counter pointed to the reward exchange above her head. Horsa 20,000 coins? Nidorino 30,000 coins? Vulpix 60,000 coins? Porygon 50,000 coins? EV 50,000 coins? Pinsir 55,000 coins. Scyther 55,000 coins. There are 7 Pokemon that can be exchanged with game coins. Each Pokemon is relatively rare. The exchange ratio is 1:100. A Horsa costs about 2 million to buy. This price is almost the same as the market price, or even slightly higher. So it is definitely a loss to exchange cash for game coins to buy Pokemon. As long as you are lucky enough to win 50,000 game coins, it will be a profitable business. However, if you want to exchange Pokemon by winning game coins, it must be difficult. This arcade is called a game, but it is actually gambling. As long as it is gambling, there must be cheating involved. It is impossible to win enough money. This Eevee is good. Among the Pokemon displayed on the screen, Gary only took a fancy to Eevee. Eevee has 8 evolutionary forms. If the team lacks any attribute, just evolve it in the direction of the missing attribute. Advertisement. In the original book, Gary also bred an Eevee. That Eevee was very strong and easily defeated Ash's Pikachu. Later, that Eevee also evolved into Umbreon, which has the title of the strongest shield in the Eevee family. Umbreon is an evil Pokemon. Its physical defense, special defense, and physical strength are very high. In PvP, it is a Mega Meat Shield. Players feel headache when they see the opponents send out Umbreon. It's another game of holding back urine. Guest, the Pokemon in our game hall are very good. The Eevee that came in this time are all very good. They all have the potential to be above the gym level. The beautiful lady at the counter introduced. Sabrina, do you like Eevee? Gary asked. Gary, are you planning to buy Eevee? Sabrina asked in surprise. Sabrina can accept Gary's gift to her, but she will not accept a gift that is too expensive. One Eevee needs 50,000 game coins to redeem, which is 5 million in cash. You can't even get this price at an auction. Of course not. With your lucky Stephanie, of course you will win 2 Eevees. Gary said. Sabrina? Win? How? Sabrina was confused. This was her first time in the arcade, and she didn't know much about the arcade machines. Come with me. Gary took Sabrina's hand and walked to the arcade area. Xylee followed him, and deliberately exposed her cleavage, which was white. Xylee, you don't have to follow me. I can play by myself. Seeing Xylee also following, Gary immediately sent her away. Okay, Mr. Gary can find me if you need anything. Although Xylee was regretful, Gary had spoken, so she had no choice but to leave. Seeing Xylee leave, Sabrina's mood instantly improved a lot. Sabrina, let's play. Gary took Sabrina to a pinball machine, which was the most popular game machine in Kanto region, and there were pinball machines in arcades in other places. What is this? Sabrina, a home girl, naturally had never seen a pinball machine. She found that there were many people playing around, and she couldn't see what was attractive about it. Advertisement. This is very simple. Throw the game coins here, and the machine will produce small steel balls from here. Look at the multiples on the electronic screen, as well as the marble channel. Press the start button, and the machine will randomly determine a multiple and channel. At this time, pull the lever on the right to move the marble into the channel and into the nail board. As long as the marble can enter the channel with a red light, you can get the marbles of the corresponding multiples, and then you can use these marbles to exchange for game coins. Gary explained it to Sabrina in detail. The gameplay is very simple. Gary tried it a few times first, and then let Sabrina try it. Sabrina soon understood how to play the pinball machine. Gary, do you want me to use psychic to make the marbles pass through the channel quickly? Sabrina secretly used telepathy to convey a message to Gary. Gary smiled crookedly and said, otherwise, how can you be my lucky Stephanie? Sabrina was a little amused and helpless. She didn't expect Gary to let her do such a thing. Gary was usually a very upright person, so why would he think of cheating? Are you sure you can do it? Sabrina asked in a voice transmission. There are psychics in this world, and it's not a secret. Anyone who dares to open an arcade must have thought of this and must have defensive measures. If you rashly use psychics, it would be cheating. Don't worry, this arcade is not a formal industry. If we win money, the other party will not be able to get justice. Gary said, this arcade is full of secrets. It is a secret base set up by Team Rocket in Kanto region, and it is responsible for important transportation work. The arcade can take out so many rare Pokémon as redemption prizes. The origin of these Pokémon must be problematic. If something happens here without investigation, Team Rocket will not dare to make a big fuss. Although Gary does not intend to provoke Team Rocket is too jumpy and takes the initiative to find trouble with Gary, so he has to cut the leaks of Team Rocket. Gary has always remembered what happened in Vermilion City. As for why Gary is not afraid of provoking Team Rocket, it is naturally because Sabrina is also around. All the people in the sub-bases here are probably not enough for Sabrina to fight. Okay, I trust you once. Sabrina no longer hesitated. Although she didn't know why Gary thought this game hall was not formal, she believed in Gary's character. Sabrina was also very cautious. She was worried that she might be discovered, and she also used her mind ability secretly. It was completely invisible that Sabrina used psychic. When Sabrina's personality was split, her psychic attainments were extremely terrifying. Now that her personality is combined into one, she is more skilled in manipulating mental power. Great, I won 5,000 game coins. In just over 10 minutes, Sabrina won 5,000 game coins, a big step forward from the goal of 100,000. Let's change a machine. Gary was not so blatant to fleece a pinball machine. Sabrina had been playing for more than 10 minutes, and the people in the game hall had not found anything yet, which showed that losing a few thousand game coins in a pinball machine would not trigger an alarm or anything. Gary felt that the alarm was about to be triggered, and he had to change a machine quickly, otherwise there would not be so many pinballs in a pinball machine. Gary and Sabrina won 5,000 game coins in each pinball machine and left. Fortunately there were many pinball machines here. Gary and Sabrina only needed 100,000 game coins, 5,000 game coins in each pinball machine, and 20 game machines would be enough. The most numerous game machines in this game hall were pinball machines, with a total of 100 machines. An hour later, Gary already had a basket full of game coins in his hand, and there was another basket of game coins on the ground beside him, a total of 2 baskets. The 2 baskets of game coins added up to exactly 100,000 game coins. The marbles won in the pinball machine can be directly exchanged for game coins in the pinball machine, without having to go to the counter to exchange them all the time, otherwise it would arouse the suspicion of the staff. Sabrina, we can go now, Gary said. Is this really okay? Sabrina looked at the 2 large baskets of games, and her heart was beating. 100,000 game coins are equivalent to 10 million, which is probably equivalent to the profit of the game hall for a month. If the other party saw so many game coins, would they let them go? Don't worry, it will definitely be okay, let's go. Yeah, Sabrina nodded. Advertisement. So, the 2 of them, each holding a basket, came to the front desk of the game hall to exchange game coins. Ah, guest, you won so many game coins. The pretty lady at the front desk was stunned. She had been working for so long, but it was the first time she saw someone win so many game coins at one time. Yes, exchange them for 2 EV coins for me. Gary said. Okay, but we need to count them. There are too many game coins. Then count them quickly. The ladies at the front desk all ran over and started counting the game coins. With the help of the machine, they could count them quickly. Just when the game coins were being counted, the pretty lady at the front desk brought a woman in a professional manager's uniform here. The woman had short purple hair and a pair of black framed round glasses. She exuded a capable temperament and was a typical career woman. Minori. Gary recognized who it was. Minori was Itaki's secretary. She appeared here. Could it be that Itaki was in the underground base? Hello, my name is Mayo, and I am the manager of this game hall. I just watched the surveillance of the 2 of you playing the pinball machine. You have never lost once, and the pinballs can pass through the channel every time. Can you explain why? Midori said. Sabrina's heart tightened. She was caught cheating, and she was a little nervous, but Sabrina's expression was still so cold that people couldn't tell what she was thinking. Why? Of course I'm lucky. What's wrong? Do you only allow customers to lose money in your game hall, but not to win money? Gary asked back. Minora thought Sabrina was the mastermind of this incident, and was a little stunned when she saw Gary come out to talk to her. However, Gary's explanation was too far-fetched. Even if she was lucky, it was impossible for the marbles to fall into the correct channel every time. Did he really treat people as idiots? Of course not. We have winners and losers in our game hall. If you really win by luck, you can naturally take the prize away, but if you win by some unknown method, our game hall will track you down to the end. Speaking of the latter, Minora deliberately lowered her tone, which obviously had a warning meaning in it. You mean I cheated? Then okay, just call the police. Gary took out his mobile phone without saying a word and prepared to call the police. Advertisement. Wait a minute. Minora stopped him immediately. What? Don't you suspect I cheated? Then call the police. Gary had a high-handed attitude. Minora was very angry inside. If the boss was not in the underground base, she really wanted to call Junsha over, but it was obviously impossible. I hope you can take the initiative to explain. I see that you are young, so let it go this time. If it really gets out of hand, you will suffer. Your parents will know about it. Gentiao reminded. Just tell me whether you want to change or not. If you don't, I will call the police. I will give you 1 minute to think about it. Gary ignored him. Gentiao, this dead kid is really stubborn. But Gentiao really has no way to deal with Gary. If he really calls the police, it will be very troublesome for them. Manager Jinayo, I have something to tell you. At this time, Xylee, who had received Gary and others before, came here. Gentiao was a little unhappy and felt that Xylee didn't consider the occasion when she wanted to say something, but she still let Xylee say it. What do you want to say? Gentiao asked. Xylee approached Gentiao's ear and whispered something. Gentiao's eyes suddenly became startled and looked at Gary with shocked eyes. Xylee also smiled and stepped aside. Gary was also confused by the two people. He didn't know what Xylee said to Gentiao. Although Xylee was the receptionist, this was the rocket team's property. Who knew if the receptionist would be a member of the rocket team? Gentiao didn't say much. He said to the ladies at the counter, give him 2 EVs. Yes. The ladies at the counter were also surprised. They didn't understand why Gentiao would compromise, but since Gentiao had spoken, they could only follow his orders and ran to the back room to take out 2 Pokeballs and put them on the counter. Guest, these are the EVs you wanted. The lady opened the Pokeball and released 2 EVs. Boo-boo, boo-boo. 2 EVs that looked like foxes, with brown hair all over their bodies and thick oval tapered tails were released. The 2 EVs were not afraid of strangers when they saw the people around them. It was obvious that they often came into contact with humans. It was likely that they came from the breeder. Ash knew that Team Rocket also had a special breeding house. Eevee, a Pokemon with strong adaptability, must be bred in Team Rocket. Breeding Eevee with gym potential is not a difficult task for Team Rocket. Team Rocket even makes some modifications to Pokemon. For example, Cassidy and Butch got a special Drowsy from Team Rocket's breeding house, which can directly manipulate the target with its hypnotic wave. Novel image. LV20 EV male sign/gym. LV20 EV male sign/gym. The levels of the 2 EVs are quite high, and both have gym potential. From this, it can be seen that Team Rocket's breeding house should be quite famous in the Kanto region, and only high-level breeding houses can often breed Pokemon with gym potential or above. Team Rocket has too many industries. In addition to breeding houses and other commercial industries related to Pokemon, there are also industries such as trainer schools and hospitals, which have formed a complete industrial chain. However, Itaki in the animation world is too incompetent. He wants to conquer legendary Pokemon all day long and use the power of assist legendary Pokemon to rule the world. Apart from successfully creating Mutwo, Itaki has not made any achievements. In order to find the escaped Mutwo, Team Rocket dispatched most of its forces, but finally returned empty-handed. Over time, the Rockets were heavily in debt and had to sell their businesses to maintain operations. Later, they were even inferior to those inferior organizations. So the Rockets did not need to pay too much attention to it. Because of Banmu's own ability, the Rockets slowly declined under Banmu's hands. Sabrina, choose an Eevee, Gary said. Sabrina walked forward and looked at the 2 EVs. Boo, boo. The 2 EVs also knew that they were exchanged for game coins, and they were very happy, because their trainers who could be exchanged for game coins were either rich or noble, and good days were ahead. I'll choose this one. Sabrina didn't look at it much, and chose the Eevee closest to her. Gary chose another one. After choosing, the lady at the front desk also handed the Eevee's Pokemon to Gary and Sabrina. Because Gary's Pokemon were full, he asked Sabrina to help collect the Pokemon first, and then he teleported the Pokemon to Professor Oak's laboratory and brought an Eevee. Mr. Gary, welcome to come again next time. Gentiao was not as serious as before, but flattering, and did not mention cheating at all. Gary glanced at Xylee. He was always curious about what Xylee said that would change Gentiao's attitude so much. Advertisement. If there are any rare Pokemon next time, I will come again. I'm leaving first. Eevee was in hand. Gary did not plan to stay any longer, and followed Sabrina out of the game hall. In the basement of the game hall. Boss, the matter above has been resolved. Gentiao reported to a man shrouded in shadows. The man sat in the boss chair with his back to Gentiao. Is someone cheating? A man's low voice came from the shadows. We didn't find any evidence of cheating, but the other party's name is Oak. Shigeru, and he is Professor Oak's grandson. We also copied the video of them playing the pinball machine, which may be used in the future. Minora said. Professor Oak's grandson is here. The man turned his chair to the front and revealed his face. It was the rocket team's boss, Itaki. Professor Oak is a very famous professor, and he must have a connection with Kanto Alliance. The other party's grandson came to him, which made Itaki wonder if Gary had other purposes. Boss, please rest assured, the other party is just a child. He should just want EV and have no other ideas. Minoru said, I hope so. Let the people in other bases act carefully recently. Do we need to do anything to Gary? No need. Banmu waved his hand. Banmu didn't plan to do anything to Gary. After all, Professor Oak was a very important figure in the Pokémon Alliance. If something happened to his grandson, it would definitely alert the Alliance investigators. Just 2 EVs, just give them for free. What if Gary comes again? Asked Mana. Put Gary and the girls around him on the blacklist. The arcade will not accept them. Banmu said. Yes, sir. Sabrina, do you know what Xylee said to Mana? After walking a distance from the arcade, Gary asked. Sabrina is a psychic. Even if she doesn't have telepathy, she has a strong sense of perception and should be able to hear what Xylee said. Advertisement. Do you care about Xylee? Sabrina asked coldly. Hearing Sabrina's cold tone, Gary couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Sabrina to be a little jealous. She could be jealous of this. I just care about what this Xylee said to Janayo. Why Janayo suddenly loosened up. Gary explained. That Xylee didn't say anything, just said that you are related to Professor Oak. Sabrina said. Oh, my grandfather is so famous. Gary said in surprise. Professor Oak's title is useful, but Gary really didn't think that this title can also be used on the rockets. Your grandfather is Professor Oak, who is often on TV and very famous. Sabrina said. Even Sabrina, who doesn't pay attention to the research world, knows Professor Oak, which shows how famous Professor Oak is. His influence in other regions is not great, but his influence in Kanto region is definitely very large. Not bad, at least I got 2 EV for free. Gary said. Gary, why don't the people in the game hall want to call the police? Sabrina asked. It was not convenient to ask in the game hall just now, but seeing that Janaya seemed unwilling to call the police, Sabrina didn't understand what the game hall did. It was obviously reasonable, but it had to take this loss. I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone. Gary said. Okay, I promise you, I won't tell anyone. Gary lowered his voice and said, actually, that arcade is related to the Pokemon Hunter organization. The prizes they just replaced recently should have been transported. There must be unclean Pokemon there, so they dare not call the police. There is such a thing. Sabrina was shocked. She was inexperienced and it was the first time she heard about this kind of thing. She wondered, then why didn't you insist on calling the police? Most arcades will do this. Pokemon's origin is unknown. They are basically smuggled. If you really call the police, you will indirectly offend other arcades. Moreover, many arcades have black backgrounds. Even if I am the grandson of Professor Oak, if I offend too many people, it will be no different from seeking death. Gary did not tell the truth. The background of Team Rocket was too sensitive. Gary didn't know how to explain it, so he could only find a random reason to perfunctory it. It's really complicated. Although Sabrina is simple, she has managed a gym for several years and understands some principles of dealing with people. She also understands that the situation Gary mentioned is common. Even some Pokemon auctioned at auctions are not as formal as the Pokemon in these game halls. Pokemon Center. Grandpa, I will temporarily leave Blastoise with you for a few days, and I will exchange it back in a few days. Gary's Pokemon slots are full, and the intimacy of the other Pokemon is not full, so Gary is worried about fostering. At present, the only Pokemon on Gary's body that has a full intimacy is Blastoise, and he can only teleport Blastoise back. But Blastoise is the strongest Pokemon in Gary's hands, and he must carry it with him at present, so Gary awakens and trains in Celadon City for a week, raising the level of Scizor to the maximum, and then exchanges with Blastoise. Oh, your Squirtle has evolved to the final form so quickly. Professor Oak was surprised. He always thought that Gary's Squirtle had just evolved into Wartortle. Yes, then I'll trouble you to take care of it during this period. The training plan has been arranged for Blastoise, and you just need to take care of its food, clothing, and daily life. Gary said. By the way, since you sent Blastoise here, do you want any new Pokemon? Professor Oak asked. Well, I plan to capture an Eevee and keep it with Sabrina for now. I can only send a Pokemon to my grandfather first, otherwise I can't carry Eevee with me. Eevee, that's a very good Pokemon. What direction do you plan to breed Eevee? I haven't decided yet, let's breed it first and see. Gary said. Gary likes Eevee very much, but the potential of Eevee in the gym, to be honest, is average. The Eevee evolutions that Gary likes are Espeon, Sylveon and Umbreon. These 3 evolution forms do not require evolution stones, which also makes it impossible to evolve with evolution stones to improve potential. Gary is reluctant to use the props given by the system. After all, the props that improve the potential of Pokemon are too rare. Gary currently only has a Bronze Crown. The Bronze Crown can only be used on Pokemon with elite potential or lower, so it is natural to use it on Pokemon with quasi-elite potential, and the benefits are the greatest. Currently, there is a task released by the system that rewards the crown, and you just need to gather the Green Champion team. Gary has currently collected Blastoise, Executor, and Alakazam, and there are still Pidgeot, Arcanine, and Radon left. Arcanine can evolve at any time, and now only Pidgeot and Radon are missing. Okay, then send Blastoise over, and I'll help you take a look. Professor Oak hopes to study more Pokémon, but Gary wants to go the elite route, so he doesn't have any hope that Gary can capture more Pokémon. Okay, Gary sent Blastoise to Professor Oak. Professor Oak also received the Pokeball and interrupted the communication. After teleporting Blastoise away, Gary also got the Pokémon with EV from Sabrina, and used the Eye of Insight to see the specific attributes of this EV. Advertisement. Pokémon, EV male sign. Attribute, normal. Level, 20. Potential, Gym. Ability, adaptability, the power of moves with the same attribute as itself will be increased. Skills, tackle, tail whip, help, quick attack. Intimacy, 120, maximum value 255. Only 4 skills. Gary was speechless when he saw the skills that Eevee had mastered. It was already level 20, and only 4 racial skills were awakened, which was a bit too few. However, this step is a Pokémon that was bred in a breeding house, so it is normal to awaken only 4 skills. After all, the Pokémon bred in a breeding house are more formatted, and they will not be specially trained for a Pokémon. Pokémon awakening skills are related to the environment, daily life, and training. Sabrina, how is your Eevee? Gary asked. Not bad, very friendly. How many skills does it have? 5 skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, baby doll eyes, swift. Gary was stunned. Sabrina's Eevee actually has 5 skills, among which swift can automatically chase the enemy, which is a very useful skill. It's okay if the comprehension is not good enough, the impact should not be great. By the way, Sabrina, what do you plan to evolve Eevee into? Gary asked. Of course it's a Speon. Sabrina is a psychic trainer. Since breeders Eevee, it is natural to evolve into a psychic attribute sun Pokémon. By the way, what about you? Gary thought for a moment and said, if nothing goes wrong, it's Umbreon. I remember Umbreon is a dark type, which restrains psychic. Sabrina curled her lips, feeling that Gary said this on purpose. I don't have a dark type Pokémon, and I just need one. Let's go buy Everstone, otherwise if Eevee evolves at night, it can only evolve into Umbreon. Gary said. Advertisement. Yeah. Sabrina nodded in agreement. The two bought Everstone and soothing treatment at Celadon department store. Soothe Bell is used to increase intimacy. When the intimacy is increased, Everstone is replaced, and then Everstone is taken off or put on according to day and night. A Speon is better breeder. As long as the intimacy is enough, it may evolve during the day, and Umbreon needs to evolve at night. Gary needs to rest at night. When Eevee's intimacy reaches the standard, Gary will wake up at 4 AM every day and bring Everstone to Eevee. After 5 AM, it will be daytime. If it evolves into a Speon, it will be a headache. Gary already has Executor and Alakazam, so there is no need to breed a pure psychic Pokémon. Even if he wants to breed, he will breed Gardevoir, Metagross and other dual attribute psychic Pokémon in the future. In the following time, Gary trained his Pokémon for half a month, and each Pokémon was improved to a certain extent. During the training, Mankey evolved into Infernape on the 10th day. After the evolution, Gary used 2 low-level rare candies to raise Infernape to level 30. Scizor LV 3234, Golbat LV 3032, Alakazam LV 2532, Infernape LV 2531, Growlithe LV 15-19. Eevee LV 20-23, the levels of Pokémon have all been raised. Scizor and Alakazam have also reached the maximum intimacy with Gary. As the Pokémon levels have not reached level 30, Gary's only feeling is the difficulty of level increase. After level 25, it can be raised by 1 level every 2 or 3 days on average, but after level 30, it is considered good to be able to raise 1 level a week, but the level of Pokémon with quasi-elite potential can be raised by 1 level in 3 or 4 days. Moreover, during the special training period, Takahashi also called and said that the Pokémon is ready and can be transferred at any time. In this way, Gary does not have to worry about how to capture Pidgeot. The reason why Ishibashi is so slow is because he thinks the gym potential is too low. In order to express the agreement, he specially prepared 2 quasi-elite potential Slowpoke and Pidgeotto. Gary originally thought that it would be enough to give him a Pokémon with potential in his own gym, but he unexpectedly gave him a Pokémon with elite potential. This Shikiao is really a good person. Novel image. Pokémon Center Teleporter. Grandpa, I'll leave Scizor and Alakazam in your care. Gary said. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Professor Oak smiled widely. He thought Gary was going the elite route and it would take a long time to send a Pokémon. As a result, in less than a month, Gary had teleported 4 Pokémon in succession. After teleporting Blastoise back, Gary immediately checked if Blastoise had changed during this period. Pokémon, Blastoise male sign. Attribute, Water. Level, LV 39. Potential, Champion. Ability, Torrent. When physical strength decreases, the power of water-type moves will increase. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrink, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Shell Smash, Flash Cannon, Hydro Pump. Professor Level, Water Stream Burst, Mega Kick. Intimacy, 255, maximum 255. Carrying items, top quality Mystic Water. Blastoise's level has been raised from 37 to 39. As expected of a Pokémon with champion potential, the level is raised quickly. Although no racial skills have been awakened, it doesn't matter. Blastoise has awakened all the racial skills that should be awakened. The only useful racial skills left are Iron Defense and Wave Charge. These two skills don't improve Blastoise much. Gary wants to teach Blastoise an Ice Beam, but unfortunately he can't find a place to teach. In reality, if you want to teach Pokémon skills, you can only find a skill master to guide you. Not only does it cost money, but there is no guarantee that you can teach. Then Gary, work hard. I'm going to study Scizor and Alakazam. Professor Oak received the new Pokémon, hung up the phone, and went to study. Really, I don't know how many times I've studied this type of Pokémon, and I keep studying it. Don't you think it's repetitive? Gary complained. Professor Oak is not a rookie. He has studied most Pokémon long ago and has even started to study legendary Pokémon. But Professor Oak is still the same as rookie. When he sees a Pokémon appear, he wants to study it, even if it is a duplicate Pokémon, to see if there is anything special. Then, Gary entered a number on the teleporter and called. The call was quickly connected. Mr. Gary, Ms. Sabrina, long time no see. Ishibashi's face appeared on the screen. Long time no see, Mr. Ishibashi, can you teleport the Pokémon over? Gary asked. Advertisement. Of course, your Pokémon are all ready. Ishibashi took out 2 Pokeballs and said, I'll teleport Pidgeotto to you first. Soon, Gary received the Pokeball. Gary picked up the Pokeball and checked Pidgeotto's attributes. Pokémon, Pidgeotto male sign. Attribute, normal, flying. Level, 2-8. Potential, quasi-elite. Ability, Sharp Eyes. Thanks to Sharp Eyes, the hit rate will not be reduced. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Twister, Feather Dance. Intimacy, 70, max value 255. It really has quasi-elite potential. This stone bridge is really generous. Although Pidgeotto is just an ordinary Pokémon, it has quasi-elite potential, and the market value should be around 1 million. The price of around 1 million is not expensive, and it is not even comparable to the Pokémon at the auction. This is naturally because the type of Pidgeotto is too common and the number is too large. Even if the quasi-elite potential is very high, if it is a Pokémon like Pidgeotto and Raticate, the price will not be too high. This is related to the rarity of the Pokémon. It's just that the intimacy of this Pidgeotto is a bit low. Obviously, this Pidgeotto is most likely captured from the wild, and it was captured by means that Pidgeotto doesn't like, otherwise the intimacy would not be so low. Next is Slowpoke. Mr. Gary, please receive it. The stone bridge on the screen reminded. Gary pressed the transmission button and received Slowpoke. While taking out the Pokeball and handing it to Sabrina, he checked the attribute of this Slowpoke. Pokémon, Slowpoke male sign. Attribute, Water, Psychic. Level, 26. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Doing my own thing. Because I do my own thing, I will not become a chaotic contest condition, and I will not be shaken by intimidation. Skills, Water Gun, Confusion, Identity, Water Pulse, Mind Hammer. Intimacy, 100, maximum 255. This Slowpoke is really good. It doesn't have many awakened skills, but they are all very practical skills, and all of them can be used. Sabrina got the Pokeball and opened it directly. Great! The Slowpoke was released. Advertisement. Damn. The Slowpoke had a dull expression, but the aura on its body was obviously different from that of ordinary Slowpokes. The dullness on this Slowpoke was unruly. The Slowpoke looked at the surrounding environment and saw Sabrina holding the Pokeball in her hand, so she knew that it was sent to Sabrina. Damn. Slowpoke yelled at Sabrina. You want to fight with me? Sabrina asked in surprise. Damn. Slowpoke nodded. It was different from other Slowpokes. It didn't like weak trainers. Okay, let's go out and fight. Sabrina used a teleport and appeared on the public ground outside with Slowpoke and Gary. Gary was also stunned. He didn't expect Sabrina to suddenly use Psychic. Slowpoke didn't react for a while. He just knew that it would be convenient to fight in an open area. Stop. Slowpoke yelled at Sabrina, signaling Sabrina to release the Pokémon quickly. No need. I'll do your rival. Sabrina said. Stop. Slowpoke was confused. When humans capture Pokémon, don't they always send their own Pokémon to fight? Why did the human in front of him have to do it himself? Stop. Slowpoke didn't care. He spit up a water gun at Sabrina. Sabrina's beautiful eyes flashed blue light, and an invisible telekinetic shield blocked the water gun. Stop. Slowpoke was shocked. It felt the confusion used by Sabrina and was surprised why humans could do it. The humans it had met before didn't know confusion. Sabrina continued to use confusion to restrain Slowpoke. Slowpoke immediately used confusion to resist, but found that his confusion was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Sabrina's confusion. Normal, he could not resist at all. Sabrina raised her hand and swung it up and down. Slowpoke also rose and fell, and kept hitting the ground. After hitting it for more than 20 times, Slowpoke fainted. I've got it done, what about you? Sabrina took Slowpoke back and asked. Gary, confused face, do you really want to let him out and beat him up? I'll try. Thinking that Pidgeotto's intimacy with him was only 70, this intimacy could not make Pokémon completely obey his orders. Although beating is violent, it is undoubtedly not a good idea. After all, they have received family education in their previous lives. For parents of that generation, there is nothing that can't be solved by beating. If it doesn't work, it's because you didn't beat them enough. Just beat them more. Pidgeotto, come out. Gary opened the Pokeball. Pidgeot. Pidgeotto is 1 meter tall, with soft and bright feathers on his body and a majestic look. He already looks like a small Pidgeot. Pidgeotto's sharp eyes stared at Gary, and he immediately flew towards soaring in the sky, apparently trying to escape. Golbat, chase him and use mean look. Gary was prepared and threw the Pokeball immediately. Great, duh. Golbat immediately caught up with Pidgeotto, stopped in front of Pidgeotto, stared at Pidgeotto with his charming eyes, and blocked Pidgeotto's idea of escaping. Compete. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Pidgeotto was quite reckless and rushed towards Golbat with quick attack. Cross Poison. A layer of purple energy like liquid covered Golbat's dual wing beat. Golbat waved his wings to fight back and fought with Pidgeotto. Although Pidgeotto's level was low, his combat power was not bad. He fought with Golbat for 7 or 8 rounds without losing. Use Supersonic. Gary suddenly changed the command. Chaotic Supersonic came out of Golbat's mouth, and the sound fluctuation instantly locked on Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto was flying in the air, but he couldn't cover his ears. After hitting Golbat with quick attack, he also fell into a chaotic contest condition. Very good, use Air Cutter to defeat Pidgeotto. Gary ordered. Duh. Golbat swung dual wing beat, and sharp wind blades appeared, all falling on Pidgeotto's body. Beat. Pidgeotto wailed, and fell to the ground with a bang. Golbat continued to attack with Air Cutter, taking advantage of the bird's illness to kill the bird. Pidgeotto didn't hold on for too long and lost consciousness. Really, can't you just be obedient? Gary looked at the fallen Pidgeotto, shook his head slightly, and took both Pidgeotto and Golbat back to the Pokeball. Advertisement. Then, Gary and Sabrina returned to the Pokemon Center and handed the injured Pokemon to Nurse Joy for treatment. Half an hour later, Gary took back his Pokemon from Joy. By the way, he took a look at how Pidgeotto treated him now. Pokemon, Pidgeotto male sign. Attribute, normal, flying. Level, 2-8. Potential, quasi-elite. Ability, sharp eyes. Thanks to the sharp eyes, the hit rate will not be reduced. Skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, twister, feather dance. Intimacy, 90, max value 255. You really deserve to be punished. Gary was speechless. Before beating Pidgeotto, the intimacy was 70. After beating him, the intimacy rose to 90. It's a pity that before leaving Pidgeotto, he didn't bring Soothe Bell to Pidgeotto, otherwise the intimacy could be raised to 110. Gary also found a closed place and released Pidgeotto. Beat. Pidgeotto didn't run away this time, but just turned his head to the side and ignored Gary. Pidgeot is just succumbing to Gary's force, and he doesn't really recognize Gary as his master. Here, take this with you. Gary took out a Soothe Bell from his backpack. Last time when he prepared Soothe Bell for Eevee, Gary bought 6 at a time and gave them to all Pokemon whose intimacy was not full. This one was naturally prepared for Pidgeotto. Although he was a little reluctant, Pidgeotto still let Gary carry the Soothe Bell for him. Then, Gary took a comb to comb Pidgeotto's hair. During the contact, he used 2 low-level rare candy to raise Pidgeotto's level to level 30. Pidgeotto was confused. Looking at the smiling Gary, he immediately realized that his change just now was caused by Gary. Pidgeotto felt that his strength had become a little stronger, and he also felt that Gary was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Advertisement. Be obedient, I will help you become stronger. Gary said. Compete. Pidgeotto nodded slightly. He thought he could become stronger by himself, but the human in front of him seemed amazing. He would just obey for a while. If he found that Gary was not good enough, he would find a chance to escape. Let's go. I'll take you to see your partner. Gary let Pidgeotto stand on his arm. He felt that the weight was okay, so he took him to the public training ground. Everyone come out. Gary released all the Pokemon on his body. Compete. Pidgeotto was shocked when he saw Gary release 5 Pokemon at a time. He had seen many trainers, but it was rare to see a trainer release so many Pokemon at a time. 2 or 3 was almost the limit. Compete. When Pidgeotto saw Golbat, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Golbat was very troubled. Although it was a bat and loved to drink blood, it had a relatively gentle personality. In order not to hurt its companions, it deliberately left the tribe. Don't get angry with Golbat. It's a very gentle character. It fights with you and listens to my command. Gary said. Fight. Pidgeotto didn't say anything, and looked at Gary's other Pokemon again. He felt that except Blastoise, the other Pokemon didn't seem to be his rival. As for Golbat, Pidgeotto thought that he would surpass it sooner or later, and the other Pokemon were not worth mentioning. Gary could see that this Pidgeotto had a very arrogant character, mainly because Gary changed all the Pokemon on his body, and the Pokemon that evolved to the final form were also sent to Professor Wood. Among the remaining Pokemon, only Blastoise looked very bold, and the other 5 Pokemon were not very good. Infernape was restrained by Pidgeotto in attribute. With Pidgeotto's current strength, he can be ranked 3rd in Gary's current team. Let me introduce you to Pidgeotto, a new member of the team. You must get along well with each other. Gary said. Come. Blastoise and the others nodded and smiled kindly at Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto looked at Blastoise and the others with a kind face and felt something was wrong. Okay, let's start training. Gary took out all the training props for the Pokémon. Because Pidgeotto had just joined the team, Gary didn't let him train, but just let him watch everyone's training. After all, Pidgeotto would also have to train in the future, so he gave him a sample first and prepared himself mentally in advance. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Blastoise and the others consciously put on the macho brace on the ground and practiced their skills. Compete. Pidgeotto was stunned. It was the first time he saw the way a trainer trained Pokémon. Pidgeotto usually had his own flying training, but the amount of training was far behind Blastoise and the others. Originally, Pidgeotto thought that his strength was ranked among the best in Gary's Pokémon team, but now seeing the amount of training of these Pokémon, he suddenly felt the gap between himself and Gary's Pokémon. Especially thinking about the battle with Golbat, his speed was crushed by Golbat. For bird Pokémon like Pidgeotto, speed is their most proud advantage. Being surpassed in speed would make Pidgeotto very unwilling. Compete. Pidgeotto couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Golbat who was training in the air with his wings and wanted to wear the macho brace worn by Golbat. You just joined the team, I suggest you take a look first. Gary said. Compete. Pidgeotto shook his head and refused. I am the king of birds, how can I give up easily? Okay, then try it on. Gary had no choice but to take out a macho brace and simply adjust it to the size suitable for Pidgeot. You must be ready. Once the button is pressed, the macho brace will restrain you and make it difficult for you to move. Gary reminded. Macho brace is specially used to train Pokémon's body. Ordinary Pokémon will be very uncomfortable when carrying it at the beginning. Compete. Pidgeotto urged Gary to start quickly, it had prepared everything. Seeing this, Gary also pressed the switch on the macho brace. In an instant, Pidgeotto's wings were folded together, and his body was bound and shrank into a ball. Bet. Pidgeotto didn't expect the binding force to be so strong. He immediately exerted force and stretched his body again, breathing heavily. It was just Pidgeotto's first attempt. With its body strength, it can still resist the binding of macho brace. And Gary didn't adjust the binding force to the highest, Pidgeotto can still deal with it. Bet. Pidgeotto flapped dual wing beat and slowly flew up. He also deliberately flew to Golbat's side, saying that he could also do the same training as you. DA. Advertisement. Golbat was helpless. Why did he summon a rival for no reason? It really gave the bat a headache. Gary didn't care about it, thinking about how to get Redon. The evolution requirements of Redon are very high. The growth level of the armored rhino needs to reach level 42 before it can evolve. Only the armored rhino with gym potential can be upgraded to level 40 or above. There are armored rhinos in the hunting area of Kanto region, but the armored rhinos with gym potential are rare, and wild Redon are also difficult to encounter. Gary knew that when Ash and his party were traveling in Johto region, they encountered a Redon that could surf near a Sajai city. It must have great potential. But Gary didn't know where it was hiding, and it was unnecessary to go to Johto region to capture a Redon. Gary planned to go to Safari Zone first to see what the potential of the armored rhinoceros there was. If that didn't work, he could only use his money ability. Today was the last day of living in Celadon City. Tomorrow, Gary and Sabrina would set off again and head towards Fuchsia City. Celadon City is far from Fuchsia City. It would take Gary and Sabrina about 10 days to ride there, and that was all the time spent on the road. Gary also had to train Pokémon along the way. If he encountered any unexpected events, it would take a lot of time. It was said to be 10 days, but it might take about half a month. 10 days later, Gary and Sabrina took a lunch break in an open space. Gary supervised the training of his Pokémon. In 10 days, although no special training could be carried out, the Pokémon had improved slightly. Blastoise LV 39-40, Golbat LV 32-33, Growlithe LV 18-20, Infernape LV 31-33, Eevee LV 23-24, Pidgeotto LV 30-32, Blastoise's level increased steadily and broke through to level 40. This level can already make it to the top 32 or top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Advertisement. Next up were Infernape and Pidgeotto. Both of them were very excited about training. Infernape loves fighting, so he fights hard during training. Pidgeotto wanted to surpass Golbat, but after seeing Infernape fighting harder, Pidgeotto had another rival. Although Gary doesn't agree with the team being too inward-looking, if the Pokémon themselves take the initiative to go inward-looking, Gary will naturally not stop them. Sabrina, we are very close to the nearby hot spring town. Do you want to go to the hot spring together? After the training, Gary looked at the map and found a hot spring town not far away, just right to go there to rest. They have been in the wild for 10 days, and they also need to replenish their daily necessities. Okay, I have never been to a hot spring either. Sabrina was also very interested. There are no hot springs in Saffron City. Although there are places to bathe, I still want to try this wild hot spring. Then let's go. The two rode mountain bikes and followed the route on the map. About an hour later, there was a roar behind Gary and Sabrina. The two turned around and saw a bus driving towards this side on the downhill section. Huh? Why are there buses? Gary was very confused. This is the wild, at most there is a long-distance bus occasionally, and there can't be so many cars at once. They are not all here to soak in the hot springs. Sabrina said. Maybe. After all, the outdoor hot springs are still very attractive, but if there are too many people, it will affect the hot spring experience. The two of them ignored the bus behind them and continued to ride in the direction of their destination. However, after riding for about half an hour, the road ahead was blocked. There was a big pit in front of them, and there were some cement pipes in the pit, as if there had been a traffic accident. Next to the big pit, there was a group of 4 people standing, 3 of whom Gary knew. Those 3 people were Ash and his group. Since they parted in Tokiwa City, Gary had not met Ash again, and he didn't expect to meet here. Ash and his group were talking to a middle-aged man in construction site clothes. Gary immediately thought of Diglett. It seems that in the original plot, Gary met Ash once because of Diglett. I thought my appearance would change part of the plot, but I didn't expect the 2 sides to meet. I can only say, fate is wonderful. Ash, what are you doing? Gary shouted. Ash and his group, who were chatting with the middle-aged man, heard the voice coming from behind, and Ash immediately turned around. Gary. Seeing Gary, Ash was also confused. The two looked at each other like this, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Misty and Xiaogang were also very surprised. They had met Gary once, and they knew that Ash had always regarded Gary as a strong rival, but they did not expect to meet here. Ash, what are you talking about? Gary asked. We didn't say anything, we were just asked to help. Ash responded. Help. Seeing Ash's guilty expression, Gary questioned, what can you help? Are you sure you won't cause trouble? Of course not, I'm very strong, and I have already obtained 5 badges. Ash said, turning the inside of the vest over, and there were 5 badges inside. The 5 badges are Pewter Badge, Cascade Badge, Thunder Badge, and Rainbow Badge. Sorry, I already have 6 badges. Gary took out his badge box and opened it, and 6 badges were neatly placed inside. What? Professor Oak said before that you only got 5 badges. Ash was surprised. Ash only got 4 badges a month ago, and ran to show off to Professor Oak, but he knew that everyone else had got 5 badges. For this reason, Ash rushed to challenge Celadon Gym and successfully got the 5th badge. He thought he had caught up with Gary, but he was unexpectedly suppressed by Gary again. 5 badges were a long time ago, and you are really naive. The number of badges cannot prove the strength of a trainer. Gary said. Yes, you are right. Ash agreed very much. He always felt that he was very strong, and getting the 6th badge was a matter of time. Stop chatting, you two. Since you are both trainers recognized by the gym, come and help me. The middle-aged man in engineering clothes interrupted the conversation between Ash and Gary. What can I do for you? Gary asked. Help me solve the Diglett here, I will give you a reward. The reward is a free hot spring hospitality for 4 days and 3 nights in the hot spring town, and all food and drinks are free. The engineer uncle said. What a coincidence? Advertisement. Gary and Sabrina also plan to go to the hot spring. However, Gary will not accept such a reward. The reason why the Diglett stopped the project here is that once the project is completed, it will destroy the nearby ecology and cause the Pokémon here to suffer. What's wrong with the Diglett here? Why do we need to solve them? Gary asked. We decided to build a reservoir here, but the Diglett here has been causing damage. The project has been delayed for a long time. If it continues like this, the reservoir will never be built in a lifetime. The uncle said bitterly. It shouldn't be possible. Diglett is a very timid Pokémon. They usually don't actively attack other Pokémon. It stands to reason that they won't come out to cause damage. Is there any misunderstanding here? Gary said. What misunderstanding could there be? Look at these water pipes. They were supposed to be transported here, but this big hole was made by the Digletts. They are just like pests. The uncle roared. Gary was also frightened by the uncle's voice. He understood that the uncle was very angry now. After all, if the project was delayed for 1 day, he would have to pay 1 more day's fee. Then uncle, do you want to know why the Digletts did this? Gary said. The engineering uncle was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, how do we know this? Can the Digletts speak? Sabrina, can you get all the Digletts around to come out? Gary asked. No problem. Sabrina closed her eyes and used telepathy to communicate with the Digletts hiding underground. Soon, a small mound of earth appeared on the ground, and a short Diglett poked his head out, and then one by one, all the Digletts ran out. Ah, damn Diglett. Seeing the Diglett popping out, the engineer was so angry that his teeth itched. If he didn't want to know why Diglett wanted to destroy it, he would have beaten him directly. Gary squatted down and asked, Diglett, why are you stopping the construction of the reservoir? Can you tell me? Hiccup? Hiccup. Diglett began to explain to Gary. Ash and his group were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Gary was doing. Gary, can you understand what Diglett said? Ash asked curiously. No, Gary said. Ash and others were speechless. They thought Gary could understand what Diglett said. Advertisement. Diglett just said that if the reservoir is built, this forest will be flooded and the Pokémon here will be homeless. Sabrina suddenly said. What? The forest will be flooded. That's terrible. If that's the case, we should stop it. Ash and the other two were tempted by the reward at first, but now that they knew the harm caused by building a reservoir, they immediately objected. Is this true? The engineer is not a bad person by nature, he just didn't know that building a reservoir would cause such a thing. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's certain that Diglett can feel the changes in the geographical environment. They must have felt that the construction of the reservoir would cause this place to be flooded, so they came out to stop it. Gary said, since you are engaged in construction, you should be able to find professionals to evaluate. Pokémon in this forest are allowed to be captured, but this forest belongs to a protected area. If it is really flooded, your company will not be able to escape the blame, and will definitely be held accountable by the Pokémon Alliance. I know, I will temporarily stop the construction of the reservoir. If it is really as Diglett said, our company will stop construction immediately. The engineer promised. Then uncle, please send back those trainers you invited, otherwise you will have to provide them with food and lodging. Gary reminded. Yes. The engineer uncle immediately called his subordinates. Since the reservoir could not be built, there was no need to invite trainers to clean up Diglett. Later, in order to thank Gary and others for their help, the uncle also warmly invited them to the hot spring town to play, and Ash and the other two followed, which was considered a benefit. The engineer uncle contacted the company and asked the company to send professionals to investigate. Only when it was confirmed that it was true, the reservoir project could be completely stopped. Gary was not worried about this. This company was a formal company. If the forest was really flooded, the Pokémon Alliance would definitely come to the door. Gary, who is this girl next to you? When he came to the hot spring town, Ash began to be curious about Sabrina's identity. My name is Sabrina, and I am the owner of the Saffron Gym. Sabrina introduced hers. Isn't Mr. Najin the gym leader of Saffron? Ash asked in confusion. In order to obtain the Saffron Gym badge, Ash challenged twice before passing. That's my father, temporarily acting as gym leader for me. Sabrina said. Oh, so that's it. Ash didn't expect that such a strong Najin would only be an acting gym leader, which means that Sabrina in front of him is stronger than Najin. Gary always felt that something was wrong with what Sabrina said. When did Najin become an acting gym leader? But thinking about it carefully, Sabrina did not resign from the position of Saffron Gym leader. Strictly speaking, Najin was indeed acting as a gym leader for Sabrina. Gary, there is still some time before dinner, let's have a Pokémon battle. Ash said. Xiaogang and Misty both felt a little abrupt. They came to the hot spring town to relax, not for fighting. Gary didn't say anything, just looked at Pikachu. LV30 Pikachu male sign/champion. Ash's Pikachu is only level 30, worthy of being called Pikachu. The upgrade speed is already very fast, but it is still not good enough. Ding! Issue a task, accept Ash's challenge and defeat him/reward, low-level rare candy x10, intermediate rare candy x10, bronze crown x1. Gary originally wanted to refuse, intending to put the duel between himself and Ash off for the future. But the system's task was triggered, so he had to accept it. The key is that the reward for defeating Ash is not small, with 10 low-level and intermediate rare candy each, and a bronze crown, which can improve the potential of Pokémon. This battle must be accepted. At the same time, this also indirectly proves that Ash's strength is still good at this stage, stronger than the normal gym leader. In this case, let's have a 3-on-3 game, what do you think? Gary said. Okay, I wish for it. Ash agreed immediately without any hesitation. Misty and Xiaogang are both looking forward to it. After all, Gary is Ash's rival. During the journey, every time Ash contacts Professor Oak, he will ask about Gary's situation. Moreover, along the way, every gym that Gary challenges has Gary's shadow, and all the gym leaders praise Gary. Because according to the original plot, Gary obtained 10 badges, of which only the pewter badge, blue-gray badge and rainbow badge overlap with the badges obtained by Ash, and the remaining 7 badges were obtained by Gary in other gyms. But the badges that Gary has obtained so far, except for the pure white badge, the other 5 badges overlap with Ash's. Every time Ash challenges a gym, he will introduce where he is from. Those gym leaders who were defeated by Gary naturally mentioned that Gary had challenged their gyms. Advertisement. Although the Hot Spring Town is a leisure sanctuary, it is the Pokémon world. There are battle venues everywhere, and it is no surprise here in the Hot Spring Town. Gary and Ash came to the battle site and stood in the command area. Let me be the referee. Among the remaining 3 people, Xiaogang was the only male, and he took the initiative to be the referee. Gary and Ash had no objection. Miss Sabrina, is Gary very strong? Misty, who was watching the battle, asked. Although she had met Gary once, it had been so long that Misty didn't know Gary's specific strength. Moreover, she could learn some information about Gary from the gym owners during the journey. Misty concluded from this information that Gary was a very strong trainer. He should be very strong. I have never seen Gary lose. Sabrina still evaluated Gary's strength in a realistic way. Misty was shocked. She knew that Gary and Ash were both rookies. Although Ash was also very strong, he still lost many battles. In this comparison, Gary was obviously stronger than Ash. Now we will have a 3-on-3 match. Please send out your Pokémon. Xiaogang announced. Pidgeotto, it's you? Gary was still thinking about who to start, but Ash threw out the Pokeball. Great. A heroic Pidgeotto appeared. LV27 Pidgeotto male sign/Quasi Elite. Gary was shocked. He thought Ash's Pidgeotto only had gym potential, but he didn't expect it to be Quasi Elite potential. He is indeed the child of destiny. The Pidgeotto he captured casually has such high potential. Gary had been looking for more than a month to capture a Pidgey and Pidgeotto with gym potential, but he didn't encounter one. The Pidgeotto that Ash encountered randomly had quasi-elite potential, which was really enviable. Golbat is up to you. Gary threw out the Pokeball. Great, duh. After Golbat came out, he was shocked to see Pidgeotto, but after a closer look, he found that this Pidgeotto was not the one he was familiar with, so he didn't have much to worry about. Advertisement. Golbat. Ash didn't know much about Pokemon at the moment, so he immediately took out the Pokédex and aimed at Golbat. Golbat, a bat Pokemon, poison plus flying type, the evolution of Zubat. Golbat has sharp teeth, and bite rival will absorb 300 cubic centimeters of blood in the future. Hearing the introduction of the Pokédex, Ash immediately thought, poison plus flying type, attribute is not restrained. Ash, since you sent out the Pokemon first, I'll give you the first attack. Gary said confidently. Okay, Pidgeotto, use quick attack. Ash didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Compete. Pidgeotto dual wing beat, pulled out a white light, and rushed towards Golbat quickly. Although there was a quick attack to accelerate, Pidgeotto's speed was not very fast in Golbat's eyes, and he could handle it completely. Cross poison. Gary said slowly. Duh. Golbat dual wing beat was covered with a layer of venom, and dual wing beat moved forward to resist. Bang! After the two sides collided and bounced off, Golbat swung dual wing beat, and the wind blade formed by the wind element chased Pidgeotto. Gust. Hearing the sound, Pidgeotto flapped his wings, and the gust of wind blew past, trying to whirlwind air cutter, but Pidgeotto obviously overestimated his gust, and air cutter passed through the gust of wind and fell on Pidgeotto. What? Ash was shocked. He didn't expect that he would lose in the skill battle. Cross poison. Swoosh. Golbat turned into a blue phantom and rushed towards Pidgeotto quickly. Pidgeotto didn't have time to react and was approached by Golbat. The bat wings turned into poison blades, flashed past, and slapped him away. Pidgeotto screamed in pain and fell towards the ground. Beat. Bang! Pidgeotto fell to the ground, his face suddenly turning blue. Pidgeotto, what's wrong with you? Ash also noticed that Pidgeotto's face looked strange, and he didn't know what happened. Ash, Pidgeotto is poisoned. Misty reminded. What? How could he be poisoned? Ash asked in confusion. Gary explained to Ash, who was puzzled. Ash, you have been a trainer for so long, don't you know that if you are hit by a poison skill, there is a certain chance that rival will be poisoned? And in close combat, even if it is a dual move, if you use your body to contact, you may be poisoned. What? There is such a thing. This is the first time Ash has heard of such a thing. I really don't understand how you got 5 badges. Golbat used cross poison to deal with Pidgeotto. Gary ordered. Pidgeotto, hold on, use quick attack. Ash shouted loudly. Compete. Pidgeotto shook his head, and his consciousness smelling salts a little bit, and he jumped lightly, swinging dual wing beat, and used quick attack to meet the attack. Pidgeotto and Golbat collided with each other. Bang! The two Pokemon collided and bounced off, and the poisoned Pidgeotto contest condition was not good, and fell to the ground again. Supersonic. Gary saw that Pidgeotto was not that easy to take down, so he gave it a negative buff. Duh. Golbat turned supersonic into a straight sound wave and hit Pidgeotto. Bye. The harsh supersonic made Pidgeotto fall into chaos. Now, Pidgeotto was doomed. Pidgeotto, come back soon. Ash also immediately took Pidgeotto back to the Pokeball. Gary did not stop Ash from taking back Pidgeotto. Anyway, it was already poisoned, and even if he took it back to remove the chaos, it would not have much effect. Pikachu, please. Ash decided to send Pikachu on the field without hesitation. Pikachu. Pikachu immediately rushed out from Ash's side. Huh? Fortunately, I know how to use Pikachu. Misty breathed a sigh of relief. She was very worried that Ash would send Bulbasaur out. Golbat, come back and rest. However, Gary took Golbat back. Ash's Pikachu is a Pikachu. Gary dare not salvation against it, especially with a Pokemon with unfavorable attributes. Ash should keep the title of Reverse Attribute Master for himself. Primeape, you go. Gary threw the Pokeball. Advertisement. Great, Mia. Primeape with a spherical body appeared. Oh, it's Primeape. Seeing Primeape, Ash said with surprise. Seeing Ash's change, Gary said, why, do you have any objection to me having a Primeape? No, it's just that I also captured a Primeape. Ash said. Gary suspected that the Mankey he captured was not the same as Ash's, and it turned out to be true. In this way, Gary felt that his luck was not bad, at least he encountered a wild Pokemon with quasi-elite potential. Then will there be a battle between Primeape? Gary asked. Forget it, I left my Primeape at the Fighting Spirit Gym for training, and I didn't bring it with me. Ash said. Gary was speechless. What do you mean by keeping Primeape for training? You have become a master, but you still haven't brought Primeape back. You are so confident. If you let others breed and train your Pokemon, can it still be considered your Pokemon? Gary said. Primeape loves fighting, so I left Primeape there. Ash retorted. I won't argue with you. Let's fight quickly. Gary was too lazy to argue. With Ash's stubborn personality, he would definitely not listen. Especially in this case, it can't be said that Ash is wrong. He just cares too much about the Pokemon's own ideas. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Ash ordered. Pikachu. The red dots on Pikachu's cheeks emitted golden electricity, and a scattered thunder shock shot out. Dodge. Primeape performed butterfly steps and barely avoided thunder shock. In reality, the attack speed of electric skills is notoriously fast, with a high hit rate, and it is difficult to dodge. Fury swipes. Primeape took a step forward and quickly slid in front of Pikachu, punching Pikachu with both fists. It was more like Comet Punch than Fury swipes. His fists kept landing on Pikachu, knocking it back repeatedly. Although Pikachu was passively beaten, he defended well. It was obvious that he had received some basic boxing training and knew how to defend. However, even so, Pikachu was still knocked back several meters. What a fast speed, Pikachu, let's use agility. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu ran quickly, his body flashing on the field. Typhlosion's eyes swayed left and right, constantly chasing Pikachu's figure, and then slid to the track of Pikachu's advance, and threw a heavy punch. Pikachu immediately swung his tail to counterattack. Bang! Advertisement. Although Pikachu fought back, there was a big gap in physical strength between the two sides. Pikachu's use of elemental energy was far from the level of the world competition, and was directly forced back by Primeape's power. Ash suddenly felt a headache. He had owned a Primeape before, and felt that Gary's Primeape was even more difficult to deal with than his own. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash could no longer bear it, and asked Pikachu to use the strongest electric skill. Pikachu. Pikachu was bathed in golden thunder, and used thunder to destroy the darkness. A golden electric current attacked Typhlosion like a thunder snake normal. Stone Edge. Primeape punched the ground under him. Bang! The ground collapsed, and stone pillars emerged from the ground. Bang! 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 Thunderbolt dissipated after shattering a few stone pillars, but the stone pillars that emerged from the ground did not stop. A stone pillar emerged from under Pikachu and pushed Pikachu directly into the sky. Pikachu. Pikachu was very surprised. After so many battles, this was the first time he saw Stone Edge, and he had no idea how to defend himself. It's time to end it. Use Mega Kick. Gary ordered. Primeape immediately rushed out and quickly came to the landing point of Pikachu, with his right foot shining white. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt quickly. Ash shouted hurriedly. Pikachu couldn't move in the air, but it could still release Thunder Shock. It knew how terrible Mega Kick was. Pikachu didn't hold back and released all the electricity in its body. Pika-Chu. The golden thunder fell, and Primeape couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by Thunderbolt, and his whole body was bathed in golden thunder. The violent power of thunder and lightning kept ravaging every inch of Primeape's skin. Mike. Primeape endured the ravages of thunder and endured the pain. The anger in his heart became more violent, and the energy on his feet became more condensed, and he carried Thunderbolt down. What? Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were both shocked. They didn't expect Primeape to be so resistant. Pikachu's thunder shock is very strong. Normal Pokemon can't withstand it. Mikachu. Primeape's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the anger value in his body reached its peak, and he mega-kicked. Bang! Pikachu. Pikachu's body flew backwards and hit the rock outside the field hard. The rock was smashed, and Pikachu's body was also stuck in the rock, and his eyes were already spinning. Pikachu. Ash immediately ran over and picked up Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu opened his eyes, looking weak, and could no longer fight. Misty, help me take care of Pikachu. Ash carried Pikachu to Misty. Okay. Misty took Pikachu and carefully checked Pikachu's injuries. He just had no strength, but it was not serious. He just needed to spray super potion and rest for a while. Gary, let's continue. Ash walked back to the command area. He hadn't lost yet. Are you sure you want to continue? I defeated your Earl Dervish Pokemon Pikachu, and Pidgeotto is poisoned. What other Pokemon can you have? I advise you to give up, so as to avoid your Pokemon from suffering an unexpected disaster. Gary suggested. I won't give up. Ash was not so easily defeated, and then took out a Pokeball. Charmander, I'll leave it to you in the end. Ash threw the Pokemon in his hand with force. Great! A red fire lizard walking upright appeared. This was Ash's Charizard, but it was only Charmander now. LV32 Charmander male sign/champion. Gary saw that Charmander had the potential to be a champion, and he was envious. Ash is indeed a master of picking up leaks. All the Pokemon that have been discarded have high potential. Come back. Gary picked up the Pokeball and took back Primeape. He didn't intend to let Primeape continue to fight. Ash. Misty also began to worry about Ash. She could see that Gary replaced Pokemon in order to have a fair battle. Ash also understood this, so he couldn't admit defeat. He was also nervous about what Gary would use as the third Pokemon. Advertisement. Gary didn't rush to release the Pokemon, and said, Ash, remember when we set out from Pallet Town and chose Earl Dervish Pokemon, you wanted to know what Earl Dervish Pokemon I chose. Yeah, I'm really curious, what did you choose? Ash asked. My Earl Dervish Pokemon is the strongest Pokemon I have. Let me show you the gap between us. I hope you won't be shocked. Gary finished speaking and took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Great. Kami. The large-bodied Blastoise appeared. What? Blastoise. Misty was shocked. Misty, who loves water-type Pokemon, naturally knew how powerful Blastoise was. She didn't expect that Gary had actually breeded Earl Dervish Pokemon to its final evolution. It's Blastoise. Ash was also surprised and took out the Pokédex and aimed it at Blastoise. The Pokédex immediately broadcasted Blastoise's data. Blastoise, a shell Pokémon, is the evolution of Wartortle. Although its huge body does not have the advantage of speed, it has amazing strength. The hard shell has a very high defense, and the hydro pump on its back has a huge attack power. Ash had seen Blastoise on TV and immediately reminded him, Charmander, the opponent's zodiac sign restrains you, you have to be careful. Yeah, Charmander nodded heavily, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Good eyes, let you attack first. Gary Salation waved his hand. Damn it, you dare to look down on us. Ash gritted his teeth and said, Charmander, use flamethrower. Yes. The flame on Charmander's tail burned violently, expanded a little, and opened his mouth to spray a stream of flames towards Blastoise. So stupid. Seeing Ash choose to fight head-on, Gary couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Ash is still too weak now, and there is no chance of surprise in fighting him. The system can give such a good reward, probably because of Ash's identity as the protagonist. Gary felt that Veilstone should be left behind in this game, so he ordered, Hydro Pump. Kami. The barrel on Blastoise's shell quickly adjusted the angle, and 2 hydro pumps were fired. Zip, zip, zip. Advertisement. The collision between fire and water produced a lot of water vapor, but the hydro pump still extinguished the flames and hit Charmander. The effect is outstanding. Yes. Charmander fell directly, and even the flame on his tail was a little weak. Although Charmander has the potential to be a champion and its level is not low, it is far from Blastoise's rival without evolution and can't even resist one move. After all, not all Pokemon can compete with Pikachu, and Pikachu is a special case. Charmander. Seeing Charmander defeated, Ash also had a bitter face. He originally wanted to compete with Gary, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been issued to the space backpack. Then, Gary and others handed Pikachu to the staff of the hot spring town for treatment. There are treatment equipment here, and simple combat injuries, poisoning, etc. can be treated. After confirming that Pikachu and the others are not seriously injured, Ash walked up to Gary and said with a broad eye, Gary, I lost to you this time, and I will definitely win back in the future. Then you have to work hard. At present, our Pokemon battle record is 1-0. Gary said proudly. Ash looked frustrated. The two sides have been rivals since childhood. Before becoming trainers, they often compared with each other. In the end, the victory or defeat of the two will determine who will become a Pokemon Master in the future. The Pokemon battle record between the two sides will naturally be very important. At present, Gary is 1 point ahead. 1-0 is 1-0. I will win a game sooner or later. Ash said unconvinced. Yeah, you're right. I'll go eat first. Gary didn't say much, just occasionally provoking Ash. I hope this battle will help Ash grow up as soon as possible. With the rewards Gary has accumulated so far, he can already upgrade the level of a Pokemon to level 50, which is the peak combat power of a standard gym. At present, due to the age of Gary and Ash, the gym owners will not send out really powerful Pokemon. As the number of gym badges obtained is sufficient, the gym owners will send out gym-level Pokemon. The dinner is a rich hot spring town specialty, which tastes very good. Then it's time to soak in the hot springs. Gary. Sabrina came out of the swimsuit and walked slowly to Gary, standing there a little shyly. Even though she was an iceberg beauty, she put on a swimsuit in front of the person she liked, hoping that Gary would like it. Sabrina was still relatively conservative, wearing a white one-piece skirt swimsuit, but her figure was so good, coupled with her unique iceberg temperament, showing a different kind of beauty. How do you like my swimsuit? Sabrina was very cool at the moment, but her shy tone made her look very proud. Very good. Comparable to an international supermodel. Gary praised. After getting a satisfactory answer, Sabrina turned and walked towards the hot spring passage, and Gary followed. When they came to the open-air hot spring, Ash and the other two were already soaking in it. Wow, beautiful girl. She is really beautiful. Xiaogang and Ash were instantly attracted to Sabrina. You two should behave properly and don't disturb others. Misty warned. Although Ash was the backbone of Ash's group, Misty was the one in charge of management. Ash, how is the water temperature? Gary asked. Not bad, it's very comfortable to soak. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu responded at the same time. Gary tried the water temperature and felt it was okay, so he went in to soak, and Sabrina walked to Misty's side and took a bath with Misty. It's so comfortable. I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. After entering the hot spring, Gary felt warm all over, and the fatigue brought by the travel during this period was fading away quickly. In addition to Pokemon, the Pokemon world also has various material resources that are very advanced. For example, the effect of hot springs in relieving fatigue can really relieve fatigue quickly. In Gary's previous life, hot springs could only relieve fatigue for a short time, but in this world, hot springs can relieve fatigue. Gary, which city are you going to next? Ash asked casually. Fuchsia City, by the way, go to the Safari Zone. Gary said. Oh, we are going to Fuchsia City too, do you want to go together? Misty asked. Do you have mountain bikes? Gary asked. Gary and Sabrina have mountain bikes, but Ash and his friends walk, which is very time-consuming. No, we all walk. Ash said. Advertisement. Too slow, you waste time on the road like this, which will delay the progress of training Pokemon. Gary said. Ash was speechless. He walked very slowly. Every time he arrived in a new city, he had to train for a while. In that case, let's see who can get the Fuchsia Gym badge first. Ash said. No fun. Gary couldn't see what Ash was thinking. He just lost to himself. Ash wanted to get back at him in other ways, but it was meaningless to see who got the Fuchsia Gym badge first. Moreover, the gym leader of Fuchsia Gym was not worth challenging. Although Koga would be the Elite Four of Johto Region Pokemon Alliance in the future, he was just a slacker now. In order to avoid the responsibility of gym leader, he built Fuchsia Gym in the wild and deliberately built it under the shade of trees, giving trainer no chance to find his gym. Even if Koga's gym was found, Koga would just send a few Pokemon to fight. When Ash challenged the Fuchsia Gym, Koga sent out a newly evolved Venomoth and a Golbat, both of which were not high in level, and Ash's Charmander was enough to defeat those two Pokemon. Especially since Misty's Psyduck helped drive away Team Rocket, the Golbat sent out by Koga was probably even lower in level than Venomoth, so it was considered a favor to the other party. Even if Ash really lost, Koga would probably give the gym badge to Ash because Psyduck helped them. To be honest, Ash got 8 badges during his trip in Kanto region, and half of them were given by gym owners or by letting them go. Nibi Gym was given. Saffron Gym was given. Rainbow Gym was given. Fuchsia Gym was let go. With this analysis, Ash's badge is very valuable. Goobier. At this time, a yellow duck came to the hot spring. Hey, why did you come out again? Misty got a headache when she saw the yellow duck. Gary also looked over, and was stunned when he saw Psyduck. LV30 Psyduck male sign/champion. Advertisement. Gary's pupils widened. He knew that Misty's Psyduck had high potential, but he didn't expect it to be so high that it had champion potential. Gary had not encountered even one wild Pokemon with elite potential during his travels so far, but Ash actually encountered 2, because this Psyduck was given to Misty by Ash, otherwise Ash would have captured it himself. Ash and his group are really weird. All the Pokemon they abandoned and sent away are high potential. What kind of people are they? This is Goobier. Psyduck tilted his head, walked to Misty, and jumped directly into the hot spring, showing a comfortable expression. You really know how to enjoy it. Seeing Psyduck enjoying it so much, Misty was furious. Since she tamed Psyduck, Misty had a headache every time she saw Psyduck. She also tried to train Psyduck, but as soon as she trained, Psyduck had an attitude of not knowing what to do and could not be trained at all. After a period of breeding, Misty gave up breeding Psyduck and planned to raise Psyduck as an ordinary pet, but even so, Psyduck would run out of the Pokeball at any time. Misty, your Psyduck has good potential. Breed it well and it will become a great general under you? Gary said. Good potential. Misty looked suspicious. Although she had not had Psyduck for a long time, she had tried to train Psyduck, but she had not used any moves. Googwa, Googwa. However, the next second, Psyduck came to a deeper part of the hot spring and immediately began to flutter. What's wrong with Psyduck? Ash asked in confusion. Oh my god, can't you even swim? Misty, a water trainer, still saw the problem with Psyduck and immediately hugged Psyduck. Googwa. Psyduck relaxed after feeling stable. Gary, is this what you call good potential? Ash asked in confusion. He couldn't see where this Psyduck was strong. Especially when he heard Gary say that Psyduck had good talent just now, he regretted giving Psyduck to Misty. As a result, when he saw that Psyduck couldn't even swim, he thought Gary must have made a wrong judgment. Although the two were in a competitive relationship, Ash still believed in Gary's judgment because they had been playing together since childhood. During this process, Gary had popularized a lot of knowledge about Pokemon to Ash and others. Gary originally hoped that Ash could learn a little bit, but now it seems that it has no effect. As people say, people can't teach, but things can teach people, and most people in this world can learn. Misty, don't you dream of becoming the world's most powerful water Pokemon master? Psyduck is a pure water Pokemon. Don't you know anything about Psyduck? Gary asked. It should be very weak. Misty usually dislikes Psyduck. Ash said with one hand on his chin. I don't dislike Psyduck, I just think this Psyduck is stupid, different from the Psyduck I've seen before. Misty said. Then Misty, do you know more about Psyduck? Gary asked as before. I don't know. Misty responded a little embarrassedly. She dreamed of becoming a water Pokemon master, so she naturally had to understand all water Pokemon. She didn't really know what Psyduck was about. Although Misty liked water Pokemon, she preferred cute and adorable water Pokemon. She didn't like stupid Pokemon like Psyduck. Although Psyduck is a water-type Pokemon, it has a very high psychic talent and strong psychic power. The stronger the psychic power of Psyduck, the more headache it will have and the dumber it will look. The dumber the Psyduck is, the higher its potential is. Gary introduced. What? Is there such a thing? Ash was shocked. He let Misty capture Psyduck because he saw how dumb it was. And Ash knew how powerful psychic-type Pokemon were, so he immediately regretted letting Psyduck go. Really? Misty looked at the Psyduck she was holding with a look of enjoyment on her face, and she didn't hear what Gary was talking about just now. Just based on the silly attitude, this Psyduck is not a normal dumb one. If it is so dumb, it must have high potential. Sabrina, you are a psychic, you should be able to sense the psychic power of this Psyduck. Gary said. Misty immediately looked at Sabrina. She knew that Najin was a psychic, so his daughter must be a psychic too. Sabrina had used psychic to figure out why Diglett wanted to sabotage the reservoir construction. Miss Sabrina, is it true? Misty asked. Let me help you check. Sabrina approached Sadok, put her hand on Sadok's head, and sensed Sadok's mental power. You don't know until you sense it. Once you sense it, Sabrina's pupils widened a little. Miss Sabrina, what's wrong? Seeing Sabrina's face change, Misty asked curiously. This Sadok has a strong mental power and great potential. It will be no problem to grow to the elite level, Sabrina said. Sabrina felt that Sadok's mental power was not inferior to her Abra. Advertisement. Regarding the differentiation of Pokemon's potential, before Pokemon grows up, only 3 levels can be detected: normal, elite, and gym. The potential above the gym cannot be detected for the time being. We can only see whether the Pokemon can grow up and to what extent it can grow to determine its potential. However, psychic Pokemon are different. Their talents can be detected through mental power. Sabrina's Alakazam has elite potential. The mental power of this Sadok is not inferior to that of Alakazam during the Abra period. It is at least elite potential, and may even be champion potential. Really? Misty was surprised. She had been having a headache about how to treat Sadok before. She didn't expect Sadok to have such high potential. Ash and Brock were also very surprised. They didn't expect that the usually stupid Sadok had such high potential. But even if the potential is very high, how to train Sadok? Yes, it's a good thing for Pokemon to have high potential, but if you don't train it, it can't grow up. Ash and Brock asked and answered each other. This. Misty immediately withdrew from the joyful mood, frowned, and had a headache about how to train Sadok. Because Misty's Sadok potential is too high, if she wants to release confusion, she can only release the mental power accumulated in her brain when she has a splitting headache, but during the release process, Sadok will be in a contest condition of smelling salts sleep. Under this contest condition, Sadok will become smelling salts after releasing its mental power, but it does not remember the process of releasing its mental power. If you want to train Sadok, there are 2 ways. One is to let Sadok evolve into Golduck, so that you can completely master the mental power in your brain. The second method is to hypnotize Sadok to help Sadok become familiar with the way to control mental power. After a long time, you can also master it. Gary gave 2 solutions. These 2 solutions were not said casually by Gary, but the conclusions he reached after discussing with Professor Oak. What else can Sadok evolve into? Ash wondered, and took out the Pokédex in his yukata pocket to check. Golduck, a duck Pokemon, is the evolution of Sadok. The webbed feet on both hands can be used as power, and it moves the fastest in the water among all water Pokemon. The Pokédex briefly introduced Golduck's information and showed Golduck's photo. Golduck is so cool, Ash exclaimed. Advertisement. It's hard to imagine that Sadok can evolve into such a cool form. You can't judge a duck by its appearance. It's so cool. Misty also came over and was attracted by Golduck's handsome appearance. She became a fan instantly. Misty, your Sadok is not at a high level. If you want to evolve into Golduck, there is still a big gap, Xiaogang reminded. What is hypnosis training? Misty asked. Hypnosis training is to use hypnosis to make Golduck enter the hypnosis contest condition, and at this time give Sadok training instructions, so that Sadok can use confusion under the hypnosis contest condition. Long-term training like this can relieve Golduck's headache. Gary said. Hypnosis training, there is such a method. Ash was amazed. Not only Ash, but also Xiaogang and Misty heard of this training method for the first time, which was unheard of. Of course there is even a Pokemon that is born to be trained by this method. If Sadok can master the sleep talk method, it will be more convenient to train. Gary said. Then Gary, how to do it specifically? Misty asked modestly. Since she knew that Sadok had extraordinary potential, Misty, as a trainer, naturally had to breed Sadok well. Sabrina, your hypnosis should be able to give Sadok subconscious commands. Gary said. I'll give it a try. Sabrina didn't refuse. She pinched Sadok's duckbill and pointed Sadok's head towards herself. Guh. Sadok had a question mark on his face. He didn't take what everyone said just now to heart. No one knew what to do with him. Sabrina's eyes flashed blue. Guh. Golduck's eyelids immediately drooped halfway, and his eyes became lost. Then, Golduck's body floated on the water, and the water seemed to him like a flat land. Seeing Sadok standing on the water, Misty asked in confusion, Ms. Sabrina, did you do this? No, I just gave Sadok the command to consume mental energy. Sadok used confusion to float on the water. Sabrina said. Really, Sadok's eyes are glowing. Ash was shocked. He was now convinced that Sadok really had high potential. Then let Sadok stay like this? Misty asked. It just completed the instructions given to it before hypnosis. I tried to communicate with it just now, but it didn't do what I told it to do. Sabrina said. What should I do then? Misty was anxious. This was one of the few ways to train Sadok. If this method didn't work, there would be no other way to train Sadok. Misty, you are Sadok's trainer, you come and command Sadok. Sabrina said. I'll do it. Misty was shocked. What, is there a problem? Sabrina asked. Well, I don't know what skills Sadok can use yet, and I don't know how to command him. Misty explained awkwardly. Having owned Sadok for such a long time, the only time Misty ordered Sadok was to let Sadok use a grab attack, which injured its claws. As for other skills, none of them were used. Ash and Xiaogang also felt a little embarrassed. After all, the 3 of them were companions. If the companions were too weak, the companions would also feel embarrassed. Confusion. Sabrina was very calm and gave coaching. I know. Misty nodded, pointed to a rock not far away, and immediately ordered, Sadok, use confusion on the rock over there. Gubier. Sadok suddenly roared, and his telekinesis burst out. The water in the hot spring spread outward, and a huge confusion wave floated a stone as high as a person in the distance. The stone kept swinging left and right in the air, and was finally thrown out by Sadok. Oh my god, so amazing. Ash was stunned. He didn't expect that Sadok could use confusion solation to swing such a big stone. It was even more powerful than Najin's psychic Pokemon in Saffron Gym. Gooba. Suddenly, Sadok's body sank into the hot spring. Fortunately, Misty was quick and hugged Sadok. Sadok, are you okay? Misty asked worriedly. Advertisement. Gooba. Sadok was confused and tilted his head to think about what happened just now. He was soaking in a comfortable bath. Why was there so much less water in the hot spring? Sadok, you were really amazing just now. Seeing that Sadok was fine, Misty immediately praised Sadok. Gooba. Sadok was stunned. He was just soaking in a hot spring. How could he be so amazing? Is soaking in a hot spring a very amazing thing? What happened to you? You just threw such a big stone away. Misty reminded. Goo. Sadok tilted his head, not remembering what Misty said at all. Sadok, you won't forget what you just did, will you? Misty asked in confusion. Goo. Sadok was even more confused. What on earth did I do? No need to ask. Sadok just released confusion under the hypnotic contest condition. It doesn't remember what it did under the hypnotic contest condition. Gary explained. Will this training be effective? Misty asked in confusion. If you can only use skills under the hypnotic contest condition and remember nothing when you wake up, can this have a training effect? Of course it will, but it requires long-term training, and your Sadok has strong mental energy. It is usually so stupid because it has too much mental energy in its head. If you command Sadok now, it should be able to do what you tell it to do. Gary said. Then Sadok, try using confusion again. Misty said. Gooba. Sadok tilted his head, frowning, and couldn't remember how to use confusion at all. Misty, Sadok doesn't remember what happened under hypnosis, so he can't use confusion. You can let him do some simple skill training, such as grabbing. Gary said. Okay, Sadok, use grabbing on that tree. Misty ordered. Gooba. Sadok immediately followed Misty's order, ran to the land, and used the grabbing skill on the tree in front. Bang! Advertisement. Sadok slapped the tree trunk with one claw, leaving 3 shallow scratches on the trunk, but Sadok immediately yelled, and the claw that attacked the tree trunk was already swollen. What a headache. Misty was also helpless, and quickly brought Sadok back, put him in the hot spring to soak, and used the hot spring to apply hot compress. Although Sadok is very weak, at least he really followed Misty's orders. Before, when she ordered Sadok, Sadok always looked like he knew nothing. Sadok is like this. You should be thankful for it, otherwise its potential would not be so high. You already know the training method. Breed it to Golduck as soon as possible, and you can control the mental power of the head. Gary said. Well, I will breed Sadok well. Misty nodded. Now that she knows Sadok's talent and has a breeding method, the rest is Misty's own business. If she can't breed Sadok, it's Misty's own problem. But Misty, do you have a Pokemon that can hypnosis? Ash asked. This. Misty had a headache. None of the Pokemon she had could master hypnosis. Gary, do you know any water-type Pokemon that can learn hypnosis? Misty asked. Water-type Pokemon. Sadok can learn it, but you already have Sadok, so the only one left is Poliwag. Gary said. Poliwag. I don't have it. Misty said helplessly. Gary was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Misty seemed to have Politoed, and it was from Poliwag breeder. It seems that Misty has not captured Poliwag yet. Then go capture it, or you can see if Ash and Xiaogang have Pokemon that can hypnosis. Gary suggested. None of the Pokemon I captured can hypnosis. Ash thought about it and suddenly said, Gary, by the way, how many Pokemon have you captured now? Why are you asking this? Gary asked in confusion. Now we are not discussing who has a Pokemon that can hypnosis. Why did Ash suddenly change the subject? If you want to ask, just tell me. Ash requested. 10 Pokemon. What? You only captured 10 Pokemon. Ash was shocked. Why are you surprised? Gary didn't understand. Ash was not surprised at all. According to the current timeline, the number of Pokemon Ash has captured so far is no more than 2 digits. I thought you captured a lot of Pokemon, but I didn't expect it to be less than orange and yellow. Ash said. What's the point of catching so many Pokemon? You can only use 6 Pokemon in the game. It's just a waste of resources to catch too many Pokemon. It's better to concentrate resources on a few Pokemon. Gary complained. However, Orange and Yellow caught so many Pokemon because they wanted to compare the potential of similar Pokemon and choose the one with the highest potential for breeder. Do you really think that anyone can be like Ash, and catch any Pokemon with potential above the gym level? Although it is not clear what the potential of Ash's Squirtle and Bulbasaur is, I think they have elite potential, otherwise they would not be able to defeat Brandon's Pokemon in the later stage. What you said makes sense, but doesn't trainer just want to catch more Pokemon? Ash asked in confusion. Gary said with a headache, that's just a competition between children. Besides, Pokemon need to eat. You can't afford to raise so many Pokemon. That's right. Ash was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that breeder Pokemon cost money. Ash, who was usually stingy, heard this and felt that it was not a good thing to capture too many Pokemon. Hey, Now we are talking about hypnosis. Do you two have Pokemon that can hypnosis? Misty interrupted the conversation between the two. I don't. Ash shook his head frantically to indicate that he didn't. As for me, I remember that Zubat can hypnosis, but I don't know if my Zubat can. Xiaogang said. Why don't you test it quickly? Misty urged. So, after soaking in the hot spring, everyone went to see if Xiaogang's Zubat could hypnosis. Zubat, come out. Xiaogang opened the Pokeball in his hand. Great. A short Zubat appeared. LV21 Zubat male sign/Quasi Elite. Gary's eyelids jumped when he saw Zubat's name information. What kind of person is this? Every Zubat he casually captures has Quasi Elite potential. If Gary hadn't been seriously looking for wild Pokemon with high potential, he would have doubted whether this world is full of Quasi-Elite potential Pokemon, and Elite and Champion potential Pokemon can be easily encountered. Gary remembered that Xiaogang's Zubat was also captured in MT Moon, and it seemed that it was captured in a simple way. I didn't expect that a Zubat captured casually has Quasi-Elite potential. It's really enviable. Advertisement. Zubat, do you know hypnosis? Xiaogang asked. Zubat nodded, indicating that he could use hypnosis. That's great, can you test it for Seduc? Misty immediately pushed Seduc over. Seduc was confused, not knowing why he was hypnotized. His sleep contest condition was obviously very good, he never suffered from insomnia, but he lacked sleep. Zubat, try to use hypnosis to hypnotize Seduc, and give Seduc the command to release confusion. Xiaogang said. Zubat flew in front of Seduc, and under Seduc's puzzled expression, he cast hypnosis. Zubat's hypnosis was carried out by borrowing sound waves. The hypnotic sound waves spread out, and Seduc was hypnotized instantly. His eyelids drooped and closed directly, and he fell into a deep sleep. Seduc, use confusion. Misty tried to order Seduc, but Seduc was sleeping soundly, which was completely different from Sabrina's contest condition for hypnotizing Seduc. Why did Seduc fall asleep? Misty looked at Gary and Sabrina in confusion. Gary didn't know what was going on, and he wasn't an expert in hypnosis. Because Zubat's hypnosis is not good enough, he can only use hypnosis to hypnotize rival, and can't give Seduc instructions through hypnosis. Sabrina explained. Then what should I do? Misty thought that having a Pokemon that can hypnosis would be enough, but she didn't expect that there was a requirement for hypnosis. I can give this Zubat some pointers. Sabrina said. Originally Sabrina didn't plan to help, but because Gary and Ash are friends, she was willing to help. Sabrina, can you teach hypnosis? Gary asked in surprise. I'm a psychic, isn't it normal to teach hypnosis? Sabrina said. Gary's Alakazam can't hypnosis, and he was having a headache about what to do. Unexpectedly, Sabrina could teach it. If he had known earlier, he would have let Sabrina teach it. Unfortunately, Alakazam was sent to Professor Oak's laboratory, and we can only exchange Alakazam back when we get to the city. Ms. Sabrina, how long does it take to learn? Xiaogang asked. I'm just teaching methods. Zubat needs to practice by himself later. If he can't master it, I can't do anything. Sabrina said. Then Sister Sabrina, how long do you plan to teach? Misty asked hurriedly. Advertisement. It depends on whether Gary's schedule will be delayed. After Sabrina finished speaking, everyone looked at Gary. I will stay in the hot spring town for 3 days. Is 3 days enough? Gary said. Enough. Sabrina said. That's great. Misty was very happy. With the help of Sabrina and Gary, she believed that Zubat could master the specific use of hypnosis in a short time. I thank Miss Sabrina for her help on behalf of Zubat. Xiaogang thanked. No matter what, Zubat is Xiaogang's Pokemon, and Xiaogang, as a trainer, also needs to thank him. Gary looked at Brock, who suddenly changed his personality, and thought that Sabrina might not be old enough to attract Brock. Brock is a top-level thief. Any big sister over 20 years old is within his hunting range. Unfortunately, this guy is too enthusiastic every time he meets a girl, which makes the girls too scared. Only women in the Unova region are more suitable for him. Stephanie from the Kanto region can't accept Brock as he is. Unless Brock is handsome enough, there is no chance. Then take a good rest. After traveling in the wild for so long, you need to take a good rest in these 3 days. As for why you need to stay in the hot spring town for 3 days, it is naturally because in the battle just now, Primeape defeated Pikachu and the level was raised to level 35, which has reached the standard for learning the Fist of Rage. As long as Primeape masters the Fist of Rage, one of the conditions for evolution is met, and then it is a test of how to evolve. Gary's Primeape also awakened the Fist of Rage, and it is time to figure out how to make Primeape evolve into Abandoned Monkey. The next morning, Gary brought his Pokemon to an open space outside the hot spring town and started today's training. Performance training in the morning. After releasing his Pokemon, everyone consciously put on Macho Brace to train. Primeape, come here. Gary called Primeape alone. What? Primeape looked at Gary, wondering why Gary kept it. Was he going to teach it new skills again? Primeape, have you mastered a new skill? Gary said. Mike. Primeape was startled. It did master a new skill, but it was awakened when it fought with Pikachu yesterday, and it was awakened after the battle. Primeape was normal when fighting with Pikachu, but after being attacked by Pikachu, Primeape became angry, and inexplicably awakened a new skill. Primeape originally wanted to hide the new skill and give it to its partners as a surprise when it sparred with them later. but it has not used the new skill once so far. How did Gary know that it mastered the new skill? Don't hide it, use it, and show it to me, Gary said. Mike. Primeape was ready to go, with the power of shadow covering its right fist. It punched out, and a strong wind blew away the dust around it. The shadow power on the fist tip formed a fist shadow, which broke away from Primeape's fist and rushed towards the ground. Bang! The rage fist smashed a fist-sized hole in the ground. The power can only be described as normal, and the rage fist is very similar to shadow punch. Both can be separated from the fist and transformed into shadow punch head for long-range attack. However, the power of the rage fist is only 50, which is 10 lower than shadow punch. But the rage fist has a powerful effect, that is, in battle, every time Primeape is attacked, the power of the next rage fist will increase by 50, and the maximum power can be increased to 350. That is, after being attacked 6 times, the rage fist will advance to the strongest power contest condition. Mike. Primeape was angry. It was very confident in punching just now, but the power of this rage fist was too low, almost half of Mega Kick, which was too embarrassing. Your skill is called Rage Fist. If you are hurt, the power will increase. The maximum power will even exceed the power of self-destruct, Gary said. Maiko. Primeape was shocked. It had just awakened the Fist of Rage and was not familiar with its effects. It did not expect such an effect. Maiko. Primeape immediately called out to the group who were training, "Come and fight me this afternoon." Advertisement. Blastoise and the others were all confused. They did not know what had happened to Primeape that he wanted them to fight him. This request was unheard of. Don't worry. I'm telling you this because the Fist of Rage is related to whether you can evolve to the final form, Gary said. Maiko. Primeape was shocked. It actually had an evolved form. Currently, there are no wild Forsaken in the Kanto region, because the evolution of Forsaken is too difficult. It can only be evolved with a certain probability in the hands of a trainer. Wild Forsaken basically do not exist. The evolution method requires Forsaken to use the Fist of Rage 20 times in a row. In the wild, is there any Pokemon that can allow Primeape to use the Fist of Rage 20 times in a row and not be defeated? And although Primeape has a hot temper, he is not a fool. When fighting with normal Pokemon, he can't use Rage Fist 20 times frequently when he sees that Rage Fist has no effect. In the wild, there is only one possibility that Primeape can use Rage Fist 20 times in a row, that is, entering Chaos. Pokemon in the chaotic contest condition will act randomly and have a certain chance of using Rage Fist 20 times in a row, but this probability is infinitely close to 0. Maiko. Primeape immediately asked what else he could evolve into, wanting to see what he would look like after evolution. I don't have a photo of this yet, but it's very handsome, Gary said. The abandoned monkey is very handsome, with a curly hairstyle and the most popular gray-white fur. Girls will definitely like it. Mealy. Hearing that it was very handsome, Primeape no longer hesitated and wanted to evolve immediately. Seeing that Primeape had no objection, Gary explained seriously. According to the descriptions of many abandoned monkey trainers, Primeape's evolution into the abandoned monkey is related to the Fist of Rage, and the Fist of Rage is a unique skill of Primeape. This skill can convert the anger in your body into skills and release them. According to your physical characteristics, every time you are attacked, the anger in your heart will increase, just like this. Bang! Gary punched Primeape directly on the head. Mealy. Primeape was furious, but because Gary was his trainer, he endured it. According to the conclusions discussed by those trainers, and after my analysis, if Primeape wants to evolve into the abandoned monkey, it needs to use the Fist of Rage continuously in extreme rage contest conditions to have a chance to evolve, Gary said. Maiko. Primeape was puzzled. Is the evolution method so simple? Advertisement. Simple? Do you think any of my Pokemon can resist the Rage Fist you perform under the rage contest condition? Gary said. Primeape was stunned. Its strength was not the strongest in the team, but it was not weak either. Even Gary's Blastoise could not resist its fist continuously. Not to mention the Rage Fist in anger, which was as powerful as self-destruct. Not to mention Blastoise, even if all of Gary's Pokemon came together, they could not resist Primeape's Rage Fist. Maiko. Although it is difficult, there is a way. Rage Fist is a ghost skill, which is ineffective against normal Pokemon. It allows you to fight with normal skills. You just need to keep yourself from losing control under the rage contest condition and use other skills, Gary said. Maiko. Primeape froze. This requirement is a bit difficult. Because Primeape was in extreme rage contest condition, he would fall into a chaotic contest condition. At that time, he only had one idea, which was to beat the opponent to death. He would not consider what moves he would use in the end. Basically, he would use whatever moves he had. Don't worry, I will ask Sabrina to help. Use Disable to Stone Edge Imprison. When you want to attack Pidgeotto, only the Rage Fist can attack it, Gary said. Mike. Primeape nodded. Since there are all the methods, what are you waiting for? Let's get started quickly. No hurry, you do the performance training first, and wait for Sabrina and the others to come, Gary said. Mike. Primeape nodded, put on the macho brace on his shoelaces, and started the morning performance training. About half an hour later, Sabrina, Xiaogang and Ash came here. They agreed to train Zubat with hypnosis last night. Gary, you started training Pokemon so early. Ash was shocked when he saw Gary and walked over immediately. When he saw the Pokemon Gary released, he was stunned. Ash, you also have Pidgeotto. Ash was also shocked when he saw Pidgeotto. He didn't expect Gary to have the same Pokemon as him. Have fun reading every day during the 11th? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Gary, you even have a Growlithe. Ash was immediately interested when he saw Growlithe. Miss Juncha from Kanto region brought a Growlithe with her when she went out on duty. Children all dream of being police officers, punishing evil and promoting good, so they naturally like the Growlithe that police officers often use. Ash is no exception. What is this Pokemon? Ash saw Eevee, but didn't recognize it, so he took out the Pokédex to scan it. Eevee, an evolution Pokemon, has the possibility of evolving into multiple types of Pokemon. Ash exclaimed, it turns out that this Pokemon is called Eevee, and it has multiple evolutionary types. It's amazing. Pikachu? Pikachu. At this time, Pikachu pulled Ash's trouser legs and pointed at the Pokemon in training. What's wrong? Ash looked up in confusion and found that something was wrong with Gary's Pokemon. They were all wearing macho brace for training. Ash naturally recognized these things, but didn't know what they were called. He had fought against Beast Master AJ before and had seen these things. Gary, what are the things your Pokemon wear? Ash asked. You've been a trainer for so long, don't you even know these things? Gary asked in confusion. Ash was embarrassed, but he didn't want to admit that he didn't know the forced training props. Ash, these are macho brace, carry them during training to enhance the training effect. Xiaogang explained. Is that so? It turns out that this thing can train Pokemon. Ash was surprised. When he saw AJ training Sandshrew, he didn't ask about macho brace for a while, and he didn't expect these things to have such a function. You are still the same. You don't know to check the information in advance for anything. If you are like this, your Pokemon will suffer in the future when you breed Pokemon. Gary reminded. Ash completely cares about the fights but not the food. You can say that he doesn't care about Pokemon, and he can sacrifice his life for the safety of Pokemon. You can say that he cares about Pokemon, but he often does things recklessly, which is really a headache. I know, I'm trying hard to learn. Ash also knows this problem, and he has been paying attention to it since he became a trainer. Advertisement. Then you should train Pokemon well. Gary didn't want to say more. After all, Ash was only a 10-year-old child, and it was useless to just talk about it if he wanted to be as mature as an adult, and Ash needed to grow up on his own. Gary, do you still have macho brace? Ash asked. No, if you want it, go buy it yourself. Gary immediately refused. He knew Ash very well. Although Ash looks silly, he is a man who loves to take advantage, and he is definitely the kind of person who would be ABD if he didn't take advantage. Gary was taken advantage of by this silly-looking thing when he was a child. Although Ash grew up in a single-parent family, his father and grandfather are both strong trainers. His grandfather has passed away, and his father has left home, but his family has a lot of assets, and there is an industry in Pallet Town. It's just that Delia doesn't want to manage it, so she handed the family property to the agency. The rent alone is enough to support Delia and Ash. Even the Pokemon Alliance Children's Training Growth Insurance is purchased, and a high premium needs to be added every year. After paying for 10 consecutive years, when the child is 10 years old, he can get the Earl Dervish Pokemon given by the Alliance, and it is free to treat Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. There are only 4 rookie trainers in Pallet Town this year. How can there be only 4 10-year-old children in a town? Most people can't afford the growth insurance. However, other children can also be trainers, but they don't have the Earl Dervish Pokemon given by the Pokemon Alliance. In addition, they need to pay for treatment at the Pokemon Center, but with Pokemon medical insurance, trainers only need to pay 10% of the medical expenses as long as they pay every month. Ash asked Gary if he still had Macho Brace, just wanting to take the opportunity to get it for free, but Gary would not be fooled. Macho Brace is specially made according to the type of Pokemon. If you want to use it, you can customize it yourself. Pokemon department store sells it. Gary directly cut off Ash's idea of getting it for free. Then can you lend me Pidgeottos? Ash asked. Gary finally understood why Gary would leave immediately whenever he appeared in front of Ash if he had nothing to do. Wait. I can give you Pidgeotto's Macho Brace, but you have to do me a favor later. Gary said. Oh, what do you want me to do for you, Gary? Just tell me. I will definitely help you. Ash happily agreed to hear that there was a free Macho Brace. It's not a big favor, just let your Pidgeotto and my Primeape spar later. Gary said. No problem. Ash thought it was a big deal, but it was just a sparring, a small favor. Advertisement. It's not the kind of sparring you think. Your Pidgeotto has to follow my command. Gary reminded. Huh? Why? Ash was puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Gary didn't want to explain. After all, with Ash's brain, telling him about the Forsaken would probably waste Gary's saliva, so it's better to let him watch from the side. You all get up. At this time, Misty also rushed over. Although her Pokemon didn't need training, Misty still wanted to come and see, and wanted Sabrina to continue hypnotizing Seduc for hypnosis training. Then start training. Ash has been competing in his heart. He lost the battle, but he can't lose to Gary in training. So Ash released his Pokemon. Gary also saw Ash's Squirtle and Bulbasaur. LV32 Bulbasaur male sign / elite. LV31 Squirtle male sign / elite. Gary saw the potential of the two Pokémon and couldn't help curling his lips. If compared like this, the average potential value of Gary's Pokémon is not as good as Ash's. Ash has 2 champion potential Pokémon, 2 elite potential Pokémon, and 1 quasi-elite potential Pokémon. The Primeape that was given away is probably at least elite potential. This is really lucky. Gary is not jealous. Fortunately, there is a bronze crown rewarded by the system, plus the one left in the novice gift pack. The 2 bronze crowns are enough to upgrade the 2 quasi-elite potential Pokémon to elite. An hour later, the performance training of the Pokémons was over. Xiaogang also specially prepared a post-training meal for the Pokémon, and also prepared Pokémon food for Gary and Sabrina. Gary is very confident about Xiaogang's breeding ability. Ash's Pokémon can thrive, which has a lot to do with Xiaogang. Not everyone can get a top breeder to take care of their Pokémon's 3 meals a day for free. Okay, Primeape, it's time to test it. Mike. After a half-hour rest after a full meal, it's time to prepare for Primeape's evolution. Gary, how are you going to spar? Ash asked. When training Pokémon in the morning, Gary told Ash's Pidgeotto not to train, and to spar with Primeape in the afternoon. Just watch carefully. Gary said to Ash's Pidgeotto without explanation, Pidgeotto, you just use quick attack to attack Primeape later. Compete. Pidgeotto nodded suspiciously. Although he didn't know what Gary was going to do, it was still very simple to just attack Primeape. Then, Gary took out an egg-shaped stone about the same size as the evolution stone from his backpack. The surface was as smooth as jade and looked like a very good stone. Gary, what is this? Ash asked curiously. This is Eviolite. Eviolite. This is an item. If you let a Pokémon that can still evolve carry it, the defense of this Pokémon will be greatly improved. Gary explained. Oh, there is such a thing. Ash was surprised. Ash, this is a normal item. It is used to assist the trainer in training Pokémon. In the unregulated competition, Pokémon are allowed to carry items. Xiaogang introduced on the side. Xiaogang didn't care about this kind of thing before, but after getting along with Gary, Xiaogang found that Ash's knowledge of Pokémon was still a rookie, and he didn't even know about Pokémon items. Xiaogang and Misty felt a little embarrassed for Ash at this moment, especially when they thought that Ash wanted to compete with Gary whenever he had nothing to do, and now they saw Gary in person. They felt that the gap between Ash and Gary was not normal. Is that so? But Gary, what do you use Eviolite for? Ash asked puzzled. You'll know in a minute. Gary was a little annoyed. Ash was like a 3-year-old now. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask why. He was so annoyed. After carrying Eviolite on Primeape, Gary ordered, Pidgeotto, use Feather Dance on Ash's Pidgeotto. Advertisement. Compete. Gary's Pidgeotto flew to Ash's Pidgeotto, and the dual wing beat waved. Countless pure white feathers made of energy surrounded Pidgeotto, and the feathers danced in the air. What is this? Ash said in confusion. Ash, Feather Dance is a skill that can greatly reduce rivals' attack power. Gary introduced. Ash and the other two were very confused and didn't know why Gary did this. Ash knew that even if he asked, Gary would not tell him, so he could only continue to watch. After using Feather Dance on Ash's Pidgeotto 3 times, he continued to use Feather Dance on Primeape. The physical attack was reduced to the lowest, and the battle could begin. Gary ordered Ash's Pidgeotto, use quick attack to attack Primeape. Primeape, you can only use rage to counter-attack. BB. Ash's Pidgeotto nodded, flapped dual wing beat, and immediately rushed towards Primeape. Primeape knew that he was accumulating anger and did not dodge, allowing Pidgeotto to hit him. Although Pidgeotto's physical attack was reduced, he could still hurt Primeape. Primeape's anger was slowly increasing. Mike. After Pidgeotto attacked for the 5th time, Primeape could not help it. He was surrounded by a gloomy ghost. Primeape rage punched, and a huge shadow punch flew out and hit Pidgeotto hard, but shadow punch did not hurt Pidgeotto, but hit the tree behind BB. The tree broke instantly where it was hit. What a terrible fist. Why is Pidgeotto fine? Ash was shocked by the destructive power of the Rage Fist, and was also confused as to why Pidgeotto was fine. That Rage Fist seems to be a Ghost-type skill, and normal-type Pokémon are immune to Ghost-type skills. Xiaogang analyzed. It turns out that Ghost-type skills are useless against normal-type Pokémon. This was the first time Ash knew about this. He had challenged the Saffron Gym before, but it took 3 challenges before he succeeded. He originally planned to capture Ghost-type Pokémon, but was told that the nearby Ghost-type Pokémon had been captured by the Saffron Gym, so he gave up. Ash and his group even saw Jengar's comedy performance at the Saffron Gym. What is Gary doing? The Rage Fist obviously can't hurt Pidgeotto, so why does he keep using it? Misty asked puzzledly. Is it possible that he is training the Rage Fist skill? Ash guessed. Then there is no need to let Pidgeotto attack Primeape. Xiaogang said. Ash and the other two couldn't understand what Gary was doing. It didn't look like a sparring match, and it didn't look like a skill training match. Advertisement. Miss Sabrina, do you know what Gary is doing? Misty had to ask Sabrina, but she obviously asked the wrong person. I don't know what Gary is doing either. Just watch carefully. Sabrina said. Everyone just watched as Primeape kept using the Rage Fist. When he used the Rage Fist for the 12th time, Primeape's eyes were covered with bloodshot. Although he knew it was a test, every time he was attacked by Pidgeotto, Primeape's anger would rise. It seems that he has reached the limit of rage. There are still 5 more times to go. Gary kept counting how many times Primeape used the rage fist. Mike. Primeape roared, and stone blades appeared around his body, rushing towards soaring in the sky. Compete. Pidgeotto was shocked. Didn't he agree to use the rage fist? Why did he suddenly change his moves? Fortunately, Pidgeotto ran fast. If he was hit by Stone Edge, he would definitely be seriously injured. Sabrina, let your Alakazam use disable on Primeape. Gary ordered immediately. Alakazam, who was watching the battle, immediately used disable on Primeape and used Primeape's Stone Edge to imprison Kumi. Primeape's eyes were red, and he was obviously furious. Seeing Alakazam appear in front of him, he rushed over without saying a word, and a layer of white energy lingered in his right fist. However, Primeape's body was instantly bound by confusion. Gary, what's wrong with Primeape? Do you want to continue? Sabrina asked. It doesn't matter, let go of Primeape, dodge Primeape's attacks, and try to let Primeape use the Fist of Rage. Gary said. Okay, then let Alakazam do Primeape's rival. Alakazam, unlock Confusion. After saying that, Alakazam unlocked Confusion immediately and rushed towards Alakazam with Primeape Rage, but Alakazam disappeared from the spot and dodged with Teleport. Comb. When Primeape saw Alakazam disappear, he didn't continue to look for Alakazam, but saw Ash next to him. Ash felt uneasy. He had subdued Primeape before, and knew what kind of temper Primeape had, but he didn't expect Gary's Primeape to be like this. Be careful, Primeape is in a rage contest condition, and will attack the creature in front of it with Salation. You all hide behind me, Gary said. The 3 of Ash hid behind Gary and Sabrina without saying a word. Comb. Primeape also immediately turned its target to Gary, with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his scalp, all showing Primeape's rage at the moment. Primeape, remember to use the Rage Fist, Gary reminded him. Comb. Primeape lost his mind and rushed directly towards Gary, with a jump kick, a mega kick. Swoosh! Alakazam teleported in front of Ash, and a confusion barrier appeared in front of him. Bang! Reflect blocked Primeape's fist. Primeape used Cross Chop again and again, causing the confusion barrier to tremble violently. Primeape in the rage contest condition had completely forgotten that this training was for its evolution. Gary, is it always like this? Sabrina asked. For now, just force Primeape to use the Rage Fist. Sabrina, how long can you hold on? Gary asked. I'm okay, but now Primeape is completely disobedient and uses skills randomly. Its current contest condition should be using Thrash. Sabrina said. Sabrina, can you use other skills of Disable Imprison Primeape? Gary asked. Disable is not psychic, I can't do it. Sabrina said. Gary thought about it and it was right. Disable is a normal skill, not a psychic Pokemon. Great. However, a Pokeball on Misty opened, and Psyduck suddenly ran out. Why are you running out at this time? Misty asked with a headache. Seeing Misty's Psyduck, Gary said in surprise, Misty, your Psyduck may be disabled. Advertisement. Sabrina, you hypnotize Psyduck and let Psyduck use the Thrash of Disable Imprison Primeape. Ash said. Okay. Sabrina's eyes flashed blue, and a burst of telekinesis burst out, repelling Primeape. Blastwaz. Gary also released Blastwaz. Sabrina came in front of Psyduck, lifted Psyduck's head, and stared into Psyduck's eyes. Goobier. The hypnotic wave spread, and Psyduck instantly entered the hypnotic contest condition. Bang! At this moment, Blastwaz used his body to resist Primeape's attack. Fortunately, he used Feather Dance to reduce Primeape's physical attack, otherwise Blastwaz would not be able to withstand Primeape's attack. Misty, you command Psyduck. Sabrina said. Okay, Psyduck, use Disable on Primeape. Misty ordered immediately. Gooba. Psyduck walked to the side, stretched out his palms, and a magical energy turned into waves and spread out. Primeape, who was attacking Blastwaz, froze suddenly. But the next second, a gloomy shadow power filled the air. Primeape punched out, and the Rage Fist blasted out, knocking Blastwaz back several meters. Kami. Wartortle was shocked. He didn't expect Primeape's Rage Fist to have such a terrifying power. Although Primeape's physical attack ability has been reduced, the Rage Fist now has a power of 350, which is more powerful than Explosion. With one punch, even if it can't split a mountain, it can still split the earth. Just when Primeape was about to launch an attack, he felt that his body could not move, and found that Psyduck had bound him with confusion. Gary was shocked. He didn't want Primeape to lose. If he lost, everything would have to start all over again. Psyduck, you are so amazing. Misty was very surprised to see Psyduck use confusion to bind Primeape. She really liked Psyduck more and more. Misty, don't let your Psyduck attack Primeape. Once Primeape loses, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Gary immediately reminded. Psyduck, stop confusion. Seeing this, Misty immediately ordered. Psyduck also followed Misty's order and released the confusion restraints. The freed Primeape was not a martial artist. He swung his fist in the air, and the Rage Fist flew over and directly knocked Psyduck out. Bang! Psyduck, who was hit by the Rage Fist, flew out and fell to the ground, and immediately fell asleep. Psyduck. Misty also walked over worriedly to check on Psyduck's condition. Advertisement. I'm sorry, Primeape can't distinguish between friend and foe. I will make it up to you later. Gary apologized and continued to look at Primeape. Counting the Rage Fist he used just now, Primeape has used the Rage Fist 14 times, and there are 6 left. Pidgeotto, you go and lure Primeape to attack you. You can use Sand Attack to confuse Primeape. Gary ordered. Compete. Ash's Pidgeotto didn't say anything and immediately flew towards Primeape, right in Primeape's sky flying. Primeape's body was always trembling because it wanted to use Stone Edge, but it was blocked by Disable Imprison and could not use it temporarily. It wanted to jump up to attack Pidgeotto, but the height it jumped was not high enough. Meek. Under Rage, Primeape used Rage Fist again. 15 times. Every time Primeape used Rage Fist, Gary would record it. Although Ash and the others didn't know what Gary wanted to do, seeing Gary count the number of times Rage Fist was used, they also saw that he wanted Primeape to use Rage Fist all the time. Pidgeotto would occasionally be hit by Primeape's cross chop, but it didn't matter. Anyway, the purpose was to force Primeape to use Rage Fist, and just keep consuming it. 16 times. 17 times. 18 times. 19. After more than 10 minutes, Primeape finally used the Rage Fist 19 times. However, on the way to the 20th time, Pidgeotto could not hold on and was caught by Primeape. He was thrown to the ground with a seismic toss and was defeated directly. Pidgeotto, come back quickly. Ash was quick to take Pidgeotto back. Pidgeotto, you go. Ash's Pidgeotto fell down, and Gary's Pidgeotto took over. So the reason why I borrowed my Pidgeotto is because it is immune to the Rage Fist. Ash now understood why Gary borrowed his Pidgeotto. This was really a tough job. Pidgeotto also knew what Gary wanted to do, and immediately rushed to Primeape to lure Primeape to attack him. Primeape was fiery wrath at this moment. Why were there so many birds? No matter how hard he tried, he could never finish beating them. Mike. Instantly, the ghostly aura around Primeape suddenly shrank, and all the ghostly aura condensed on the surface of his body, and his eyes were completely replaced by red pupils. Novel image. What happened to Primeape? It's so scary. Ash and Misty were both frightened by Primeape's appearance at this time. At this time, Primeape's body was surrounded by shadow power, and the hair on his body was floating with the shadow power. His eyes turned completely red, as if he was a monster from hell. Mike. Primeape punched out, and the huge black fist shadow passed through Pidgeotto's body, rushed into the sky, and disappeared in the air. The next moment, Primeape was filled with shining light, and his whole body was covered with the light of evolution. Great, it succeeded. Gary was surprised. He didn't expect this test to succeed. He didn't expect the close combat to go so smoothly. Ash, the other two, and Sabrina were also shocked. Obviously, Gary did so many things just to make Primeape evolve, but Primeape actually had an evolved form, which they didn't know at all. The light of evolution faded away, and a ball-shaped body covered with light gray hair, its drooping hair looked like Kun. The rings on its hands were only left on the left and right, and the rings were still cracked. It had a pink nose, red eyes, and a cross of blue veins bulged between its eyes and forehead, looking angry. It really evolved. Ash took out the Pokédex in surprise. Pokédex, unknown Pokémon, no information recorded in the Pokédex. What? Unknown Pokémon. Could this be a new evolution of Primeape? Ash didn't understand what the Pokédex meant by no record, but Xiaogang and Misty knew it very well. The Pokémon that was not even recorded in the Pokédex made by Professor Oak showed that the evolution of Primeape was very rare. Don't get me wrong, this is Forsaken, the final evolution of Primeape, but the evolution method has always been unknown. I was just testing whether my method could make Primeape evolve into Forsaken. Gary said. Is Primeape strong? Ash asked curiously. Very strong. It now has both fighting and ghost attributes. It has high physical strength and balanced abilities in all aspects. Gary said. Advertisement. Ghost type. Although Ash didn't know how the strength of Pokemon compared, he also understood how difficult ghost-type Pokemon were to deal with during his recent travels. Gary didn't explain too much and walked in front of Primeape. Ash and the others became nervous immediately. Primeape's furious look just now was still vivid in their minds. Even if it evolved, it might still be angry. You evolved successfully, congratulations. Gary put his hand on his arm. Mike. Although Primeape looked ferocious, it still nodded obediently and didn't object to Gary touching it. Everyone was relieved to see that Primeape didn't attack violently. Come in and rest. You've worked hard enough. Gary took out the Pokeball and took Primeape back. In order to perform and use the Rage Fist 20 times in a row, Primeape also suffered a lot. Gary also looked at the attributes of the Forsaken. Pokemon, Forsaken male sign. Attribute, Fighting, Ghost. Level, 35. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Unyielding. When the ability is reduced by rival, the physical attack will be greatly improved. Skills, Grab, Fury Swipes, Focus Energy, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Cross Chop, Thrash, Rage Fist, Shadow Punch. Teacher Skills, Mega Kick, Stone Edge. Intimacy, 255, Maximum Value 255. Evolved into Forsaken, only a Shadow Punch skill was awakened. Shadow Punch is not as good as Rage Fist, but Shadow Punch has the advantage of acceleration, which is still useful. Thank you for your help, I will treat you to the luxury set meal of the Hot Spring Town tonight. Gary said. The luxury set meal here in the Hot Spring Town is not free to the public, you need to pay for it. Really? That's great. Ash was very happy. Not only did he watch Gary's method of training Pokemon, but he also got a macho brace and now he can have a luxurious hot spring meal. It's really great. Advertisement. Then, Gary asked his Pokemon to train in the afternoon, and he called Professor Oak to tell him about the evolution plan of the Forsaken that he had researched. Gary, what you said is true. You really found a stable evolution plan for the Forsaken. Professor Oak's shocked voice came from the phone. Yes, my Primeape evolved into the Forsaken with my evolution plan, so I still need your help to test it. With my method, it should be easy to evolve. Gary said. With the resources that Professor Oak can mobilize, it will be no problem to mobilize more than a dozen Pokemon that can disable. At that time, all offensive skills except the Fist of Rage will be imprisoned, which will be more efficient. I remember Ash also captured a Primeape, but I can test it in your way. Professor Oak said. Professor Oak, I don't have my Primeape with me. Ash interrupted. Because Gary was on speakerphone, Ash could hear it. Ash, why are you with Gary? Professor Oak asked in surprise. We met on the road, and I saw how Primeape evolved into Forsaken, and I helped. Ash boasted. Then why don't you have your Primeape with you? Professor Oak was more concerned about this question. It's a long story. Ash told him about his experience in the P1 fighting competition. After listening to Professor Oak, he was also numb. He actually gave the Pokemon he had just met to others to train, just in case he was afraid that he would not get it back in the future. Then Ash, can you send Primeape to me? Professor Oak asked. That's possible, but we are not in the city at the moment, and there is no teleporter here. Ash said. Then Ash, wait until you get to the city and teleport it to me later. I still need to study Gary's evolution plan carefully. After that, Professor Oak hung up the phone. In the next 2 days, Gary stayed with Ash and his party in the hot spring town, and they trained Pokemon every day. Sabrina was also responsible for learning Zubat's hypnosis and helping Misty with hypnosis training on Psyduck. Gon's Zubat was not bad. He mastered how to use hypnosis to issue commands to Pokemon in 3 days. Although hypnosis took a long time, it was enough to hypnotize Psyduck. Psyduck also proved its potential. When Psyduck entered the hypnosis contest condition, he was the Duck God. However, the Duck God contest condition was very unstable and could only last for less than 1 minute. Within 1 minute, Psyduck was the Duck God, and more than 1 minute, he was the Red Duck. Gary and Sabrina said goodbye to Ash and rode all the way. After riding for 2 days, they finally arrived at Fuchsia City. After resting in Fuchsia City, the two went to the outskirts of Fuchsia City to find the Fuchsia Gym. The forest outside Fuchsia City. Pidgeotto, did you find anything? Gary specially released Pidgeotto to help find the gym. Pidgeotto, who has the sharp vision ability, is very suitable for the search work. Bye. Pidgeotto nodded, indicating that he had found the target, and he led the way in front, letting Ash and Sabrina follow. Soon, the two came to a ravine with a single plank bridge. Seeing this single plank bridge, Gary was sure that Koga didn't want anyone to challenge the gym at all, and he was really not worried that Trainer would get into trouble here. Chew. Just as Gary was about to cross over, a ball-shaped Pokemon covered with hair appeared at the end of the single plank bridge. LV27 Venonat female /elite. Gary's eyes widened immediately. Although the Venonat in front of him only had elite potential, its eyes were different from ordinary Venonats. It was a blue compound eye, and the purple color of its hair was also lighter than that of normal Venonats. Golbat, black eyes. Gary threw the Pokeball without saying anything. Great, duh. Golbat's eyes emitted a fascinating beam of light, preventing Venonat from escaping. Venonat immediately realized the danger and immediately used confusion to restrain Golbat. Golbat had already responded to the rival stage and released Screech, making it impossible for Venonat to concentrate on using confusion. Then he flapped his wings, and several air cutter formed and flew quickly towards Venonat. Venonat was slow and was hit by the air cutter, with excellent results. Continue air cutter. Golbat released the air cutter again, and the ruthless wind fell on Venonat, taking away the last bit of Venonat's physical strength. Very good, it's my turn. Go, Pokeball. Gary flings the Pokeball, and the Pokeball leaves a beautiful arc in the air, hits Venonat, and captures it. The Pokeball shook 3 times on the ground and then stopped shaking. Advertisement. Now 2 shiny Pokemon were captured. Gary walked over and just picked up the Pokeball, but the Pokeball in his hand was teleported away. Venonat. At this moment, a woman in ninja costume rushed out of the woods. Gary recognized her. She was the Fuchsia Gym leader, Koga's sister, but he forgot her specific name. Who are you? Sabrina asked without waiting for Gary to ask. Who are you? Why do you want to steal my Venonat? Aya is a proud girl who will not bow down to outsiders easily, especially because Gary stole the Flash Venonat that she had been waiting for a long time, which made her very angry. Steal your Venonat? Sister, you didn't capture the Venonat just now, Gary said strangely. If the Venonat belonged to the other party, his Pokeball should not be able to capture it. I have been chasing this Venonat for a long time. If it weren't for its ability to escape, it would have been mine long ago, Aya said angrily. Gary believed what Aya said, but this Venonat was a wild Pokemon, so it was only natural that the capable ones would get it. You couldn't blame others if you didn't have the ability to capture it. You can't blame others for your inability to capture a Pokemon. Since the other party wanted to steal the Pokemon he captured, Gary would not give him a good face. You Aya was so angry that she wanted to bite him, but seeing that there were two people on the other side, she would not have the advantage if she really fought, so Aya thought of a way. How about we have a battle? As long as you win, Venonat will be yours. If you lose, return Venonat to me, Aya suggested. Do you think I'm stupid? Venonat is already my Pokémon. Why do you use my Pokémon as a bargaining chip? Gary asked back. Venonat has been captured by Gary, so it is Gary's Pokémon. Why do you use it as a bargaining chip for gambling? I am the leader of the Fuchsia Gym. As long as you beat me, I will give you the gym badge. Aya said. Are you sure you are the gym leader? I remember that the Fuchsia Gym leader is a man. Gary questioned. That's my brother. He went out for something. Aya lied without blushing. I am now the acting gym leader. My name is Aya. No need. I am here to challenge the Fuchsia Gym. As a gym trainer, I cannot refuse a trainer's challenge. If I win the gym battle, I can also get the badge. Why should I bet with you? Gary said. You. Aya had a headache. Advertisement. This little brat is really hard to fool. I can only use my ultimate move. As long as you beat me, I will give you a skill secret book, said Aya. Skill cheats are good things. They are one of the few props in the Pokemon world that can teach skills. They are very precious because skill cheats are consumable items. One less is used each time. These skill cheats are made of heart scales. Heart scales are very magical things. They can convey the thoughts of creatures and record skills in them. However, one heart scale is not enough. In modern times, people make heart scales into props in the style of secret scrolls, so that a complete skill can be recorded in the cheats. As long as Pokemon can learn the skills recorded in the cheats, they can master them, but the effect is only once. After the skills in the cheats are learned, the cheats scroll is useless and can only be used as an ordinary scroll to record things. Oh, what skill? Gary asked. If the skills in the cheats are good, this bet can be continued. Poison Jab, said Aya. Poison Jab? Poison Jab is a poison-type physical attack skill with a power of 80. Any Pokemon with tentacles or poison type can learn this skill. And among all poison-type physical attack skills, Poison Jab is the second strongest after Gunk Shot, which is a pretty good skill. Okay, I agree to this bet. Gary agreed to the bet with Aya. It's a free skill, so why not take it? Follow me? Aya took Gary through a forest. In an open area, there was an ancient building, an old Japanese house. Fuchsia Gym is a very old gym. It is said that it existed hundreds of years ago. The previous Fuchsia Gym was dedicated to Breeder Ninja. After entering the gym, Aya took Ash and Sabrina to the indoor venue of the gym. The venue was made of wood. Gary looked at the indoor gym and felt strange. This venue was too unsuitable for fighting. It was made of wood. If the fire Pokemon was sent out, the gym would be burned down. Gary, there are other people in the gym. At this time, Sabrina reminded telepathically. Gary was stunned. Thinking that Aya was Koga's sister, the person Sabrina was talking about should be Koga. It's okay. The other party should be just someone in the gym. There is no malice. Gary said. Seeing Gary say this, Sabrina said nothing more and pretended to know nothing. How are you going to fight? Gary asked. 1 versus 1. Aya currently only has one Pokemon, so it's a 1 versus 1 fight. Okay, let's get started. My Pokemon is this. Go, Scizor. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV37 Scizor male /Quasi Elite. I haven't seen Scizor for a while. It's training with Professor Oak and its level has grown to level 37. This is Scizor. As a ninja, Aya recognized Scizor at a glance, because ninjas also have their favorite Pokemon, and the Pokemon used by ninjas are basically small, fast, and have the ability to poison. And Scizor has a fast speed and a high assassination rate, and is well known in the ninja world. It is one of the Pokemon favored by ninjas. Send your Pokemon out quickly, Gary urged. Aya was a little confused. She had seen Gary release a Golbat Pokemon before, so she thought the opponent was not very strong. She didn't expect that he had such a powerful Pokemon. However, Aya would never admit defeat. As a trainer, if she was afraid of fighting because she saw that the Pokemon released by the opponent was powerful, she would look down on herself. Go, Venonat. Aya threw the Pokeball and released a Venonat. LV29 Venonat male /Gym. You have a Venonat. Gary said. That's different. The Venonat you captured is a different colored Venonat. Aya said. As a ninja, you need to pay attention to the concealment of the Pokemon of the breeder. Different colored Pokemon are easy to be discovered in nature. What's the point of you capturing it? Gary complained. Who cares? Are you going to fight or not? Aya said angrily. Although she is a ninja, Aya has a girl in her heart. She likes to dress up brightly. Even her ninja uniform is pink, which is very eye-catching. Let's start. Scizor, use double team to surround Venonat. Gary ordered. Ja. Shadow clones flashed out one after another, surrounding Venonat. Even Venonat with compound eyes could not distinguish the true body of Scizor. Venonat, use Stun Spore, spread Stun Spore. Aya ordered. Venonat immediately shook its body, and groups of brown powder spread outward. Air Slash. Gary ordered. More than a dozen Scizors fired Air Slash at the same time. The speeding Air Slash whirlwinded the Stun Spore and hit Venonat, with excellent results. Advertisement. Bullet Punch. Whoosh. Scizor rushed to Venonat quickly, and while Venonat didn't react, He fired bullet punch in succession, knocking him out of the field and slamming him against the wall. Mao. Venonat didn't fall down, and struggled to get up from the ground, but he was already at the end of his strength. Venonat, use Psybeam quickly. Aya ordered hurriedly. Caesar used double team again, and Venonat's Psybeam missed. Caesar rushed to Venonat again, ready to give the final blow. However, at this critical moment, an electro ball came to Caesar. Get out of the way. Gary shouted immediately. Boom! The electro ball exploded directly with self-destruct, and the room was instantly covered with smoke. A critical voice came from the smoke. Aya, you are so immature. Aya heard the voice, turned around and saw the person behind her. She immediately knelt on one knee and admitted her mistake. Brother, I was careless. Gary and Sabrina also saw clearly that the person was the real gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, Koga. Caesar, are you okay? Gary looked at Caesar. The power of self-destruct was not low. Even if Caesar's physical defense was high enough, he would still suffer a lot of damage. Yes. Caesar nodded, indicating that he was fine. He just suffered some impact and was not seriously injured. Next, you must fight me first before you can leave this room. Koga said. Gary felt unhappy. You guys suddenly threw a bomb down, not to apologize, but you must fight you first before you can leave. The champion doesn't have that privilege. You, a gym leader, are really floating in the sky. Who are you? Gary asked. I am Koga, the gym leader of Fuchsia. Since you are a gym trainer, don't you know that it is very rude to interfere with other people's duels? Gary asked. Koga was stunned. He didn't expect Gary to play by the rules and question him. But the old man is still shrewd, and he won't be manipulated by a child. Advertisement. I am the real gym leader of Fuchsia Gym. My sister pretended to be me. Even if you win, you won't get the badge of my gym. I am right to stop you. Koga said. Who told you that I fought her for the gym badge? Gary said. Koga was suddenly stunned. At the same time, he looked at his sister. Aya lowered her head, embarrassed to say that the battle between her and Ash was a gambling fight, which had nothing to do with the gym battle. Then why did you have a Pokemon battle between you? Koga asked. We're fighting in a bet. If I win, she'll give me the skill manual of Poison Jab. If I lose, I'll give her the Venonat I captured before. Gary said. Koga had a headache. He didn't expect Aya to go fight in a bet. You know, there are 3 prohibitions for trainee ninjas, and betting is one of them. Fighting between trainers is allowed, but there are also many trainers who lose everything because of bets. Aya, if you lose, hand over the skill manual. Koga said. Yes. Aya walked to Gary, handed the skill manual to Gary, and walked back to Koga without looking back. Aya's heart was bleeding. The skill secret realm is a very precious prop. Aya spent a lot of money to get the Poison Jab secret manual. Okay, you can leave. Koga ordered them to leave. Ding! Obtain Fuchsia Gym Badge / rewards, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Sludge Bomb Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Quality Poison Barb, increases the power of poison skills by 50%. X1. Putting away the skill secrets, Gary said, Master Koga, the next step is the gym battle. I want to challenge you. Koga frowned. This Gary is really dishonest. He obviously came to challenge the gym, but he ended up having a bet with his sister first. Not only did he get the skill secrets, but he also wanted to get the gym badge. He is so greedy. Then let's have a 2-on-2 match, what do you think? Koga said. No problem. Gary nodded in agreement. Then let's start. Koga didn't say anything nonsense and threw a pokeball casually. Great. A Venonat appeared, but Koga's Venonat was much more powerful than Aya's. LV35 Venonat Male Sign/Elite, Novel Image. Koga's Venonat is not only of high level, but also has extraordinary potential, elite potential. It can be confirmed that this Venonat is Koga's new Pokemon that he has recently bred. Alakazam, it's decided to be you. Gary threw out the Pokeball. This time, the Pokemon he got back from Professor Oak was not just Caesar. After all, the Fuchsia Gym is a Poison-type gym, so he still needs to prepare in advance. It's Alakazam. Koga could see that Gary had made preparations to challenge the gym. Alakazam, Psybeam. We will use Psybeam too. Both sides issued the same command in unison. Chew. Venonat's scarlet compound eyes shot out Psybeam. Alakazam also used Psybeam without exception. The 2 pink beams collided in midair, and after a few seconds of stalemate, Alakazam's Psybeam defeated Venonat's Psybeam and impacted Venonat's hand. Venonat is a poison type, so Psybeam can naturally deal double damage, which is very effective. Koga curled his lips. It is still a bit difficult to let poison Pokemon and psychic Pokemon compete with psychic skills. Venonat, use Bug Buzz. Koga naturally has to deal with law enforcement. Chi. Venonat suddenly made a piercing chirp, and the energy of the insect turned into sound waves and spread outward. Psychic. Alakazam used Psychic, and a stronger wave of telekinesis burst out. Venonat attacked, and the 2 sides exchanged injuries. Bang! The ground under Venonat shattered, Venonat's eyes lost their luster, and he fell directly. Alakazam carried the top-grade Twisted Spoon, and even if Koga's Venonat had high potential, it could not withstand Alakazam's confusion. However, if this Venonat evolved into Venomoth, Alakazam would not be able to defeat it so easily. My brother's Venonat was defeated as well. Aya thought to herself. Aya and Koga bred Venonat at about the same time, but Aya had never defeated Koga's Venonat. Koga was very calm, took Venonat back into the Pokeball, and then sent out the second Pokemon. Great! A Golbat appeared. LV30 Golbat male sign/elite. Advertisement. Gary could see that Koga was not seriously fighting him at all, and the Pokemon he sent out were all newly bred by him. Poison-type Pokemon have a shortcoming, which is that their lifespan is relatively short, so Koga has to breed the reserve team immediately after the main team is formed. These Venonat and Golbat are probably Pokemon raised by Koga himself. Gary felt that Koga really had no challenge value. The Pokemon level was there, but the strength was too ordinary. It was estimated that these two Pokemon were still being tested by Koga. Alakazam, use Psychic. Gary ordered. Double Team. Golbat immediately released Double Team to confuse Alakazam's vision. Use Disable. Alakazam immediately used Disable, and the power of Imprison spread outward, dispersing all Golbat clones that were touched. Wing Attack. Seeing this, Koga had to change the order. Golbat rushed towards Alakazam quickly, and just as he was about to swing Dual Wing Beat to attack Alakazam, Golbat's body froze in the air. Alakazam swung the spoon, and Golbat's body flew backwards and hit the wall outside the field. Golbat was hit so hard that his eyes turned white. Psychic. Gary did not give him a chance. Alakazam burst out with a powerful confusion, which hit Golbat and defeated him. At this point, Koga's two Pokemon all lost their combat ability. I lost, this soul badge is yours. After the battle, Koga quickly handed his gym badge to Gary. Thank you. Gary thanked him and took the badge. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been sent to the space backpack. This time to challenge the Fuchsia Gym, it is very profitable. I got the badge, and I also picked up a skill secret book for free. Back to Fuchsia City. Gary gathered his Pokemon and looked at the skill secret book in his hand. The Pokemon also looked at the skill secret book in Gary's hand. They all knew the function of the skill secret book and could master new skills through the skill secret book. Don't worry about it, this poison jab is for the Forsaken. It has a fighting type. It will be difficult to deal with fairy Pokemon in the future. With poison jab, you have a way to deal with it. Gary said. Meow. The Forsaken was very happy and immediately jumped to Gary's side. The other Pokemon all looked like they had been picked up by you. Don't be so happy. Do you know how to use the skill cheats? Gary asked. Advertisement. Mike. The poison jab shook his head confidently, indicating that he couldn't use it. Then what are you confident about? Gary had a headache. After evolving into the poison jab's personality became somewhat confident. He was very confident in everything he did. He used to have a hot temper, but now he has a kind of indifference to life and death, and he is free and easy to do whatever he wants. Take out the cheats, open it and use your mind to sense the skills on the cheats. Gary introduced. Mike. The poison jab nodded. Take it. Give the skill cheats to the poison jab, and the poison jab immediately opened it, holding the skill cheats with both hands, and began to sense the skills on the cheats. 3, 2, 1. After 3 seconds, the poison jab opened his eyes, put down the cheats, and was about to use the newly mastered skills. His right fist was covered with a layer of liquid energy. This is the poison jab skill. The other Pokemon all looked envious. Golbat, come here. Gary waved at Golbat again. Duh. Is he going to improve his strength? With doubts, Golbat flew to Gary. Gary put his hand on Golbat's head and taught Golbat the skill of Sludge Bomb. Duh. Golbat was surprised. It felt that it had mastered a new skill and was overjoyed. How about it, master a new skill? Gary said. Duh. Golbat was very grateful, and a white light suddenly burst out of his body. Oh, evolved. Gary was surprised, but this was also expected. Originally, Golbat's intimacy was enough for evolution, but it just didn't evolve. Unexpectedly, after Golbat mastered Sludge Bomb, it successfully evolved. The evolutionary light dissipated, and a purple Crobat appeared. Crobat has 2 pairs of wings, 1 large pair of wings and 1 small pair of wings. After evolution, the ears become longer, like rabbit ears, and can hear sounds farther away. Crobat's flying speed has also been greatly improved, and when Crobat is flying, you can't hear the sound of flapping wings. Miki. The Forsaken Monkey was shocked. He didn't expect Golbat to evolve after mastering the new skill. You should know that in terms of attributes, the Forsaken Monkey is restrained by Crobat. In the future, when they compete, Crobat will become its #1 enemy. Have fun reading every day during the 11th? Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Not bad. Gary nodded with satisfaction, and took a look at the attributes of Crobat after evolution. Pokemon, Crobat male sign. Attributes, Poison, Flying. Level, 33. Potential, Gym. Ability, Penetration, can penetrate rival's barrier or substitute to attack. Skills, Absorb, Supersonic, Mean Look, Poison Fang, Cross Poison, Air Cutter, Leech Life. Teacher's skill, Sludge Bomb. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Carried item, Soothe Bell. After Crobat evolved, it awakened the skill Leech Life. Leech Life is a bug-type physical attack skill with a power of 80. It looks good, but it is a bug-type skill and cannot get the corresponding attribute bonus. In this case, in terms of power, Leech Life is not as good as the 60 power flying and poison skills. But it's good to be able to awaken a skill. At least there will be a way to deal with psychic Pokemon in the future. Scizor, come here. Gary waved to Scizor. Yes. Scizor was startled at first, and then under the envious eyes of the Pokémon, he immediately flashed to Gary's side. Just now, he used the skill secrets for the Forsaken and helped Crobat evolve. Now it's his turn. Scizor felt that he could learn a skill for nothing. Gary didn't plan to teach Scizor skills. Sludge Bomb is not a skill that Scizor can learn. Gary called Scizor over to improve Scizor's potential. Scizor has a Mega Evolution form and Quasi-Elite potential. The Bronze Crown is the most cost-effective when used on Pokémon with Quasi-Elite potential. What's more, Scizor also has Mega Evolution, so this Bronze Crown must be used on it. Gary reached out and touched Scizor's armor, and used the Bronze Crown on it. Pokémon, Scizor Male Sign. Attribute, Bug, Orberg. Advertisement. Level, 37. Potential, Elite. Ability, Technical Expert. When attacking, the power of skills below 60 power can be increased by 50%. Skills, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Slash, Bullet Punch, Metal Claw, Double Team, Iron, Air Slash. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Scizor was confused. Why didn't it feel anything? Okay, Gary said. Pokemon's potential is improved without any feeling, so Scizor is so confused. Scizor left in disgrace, thinking that it couldn't master the skills taught by Gary. Everyone, come in. After upgrading a few Pokemon, Gary came to the teleporter at the Pokemon Center and called Professor Oak's laboratory. Gary, you caught a different colored Venonat. You're really lucky. When the call was connected, Professor Oak talked about Venonat. In the morning, Professor Oak was preparing to make lunch, but he saw a Pokeball being sent from the teleporter. Seeing that it was sent by Gary, he curiously opened it and looked at it. When he saw Flash Venonat, he was immediately amazed at his grandson's luck. For ordinary trainers, it is rare enough to catch a different colored Pokemon in their lifetime, but Gary actually caught two. Not bad. Gary said, do you plan to breed this Venonat? Just now, Professor Oak tested the Venonat. From the data collected so far, the potential of this Venonat is normal. Professor Oak has tested all the Pokemon that Gary has, and all of them have potential above the gym level. Suddenly, a Pokemon with potential below the gym level seems out of place. Not planning to do it for now, Gary captured Venonat just to complete the task issued by the system. After all, as a trainer, it doesn't matter if he captures more Pokemon. He can just keep them as pets. Then I'll take care of Venonat for you temporarily and see what color Venonat will become when it evolves into Venomoth. Professor Oak said. Even if it's a bother for you, Grandpa, please help me recover Growlithe and Eevee. By the way, Executor also needs to recover. Gary said. In order to challenge the Fuchsia Gym, Gary exchanged Scizor and Alakazam. Now that the challenge is over, he still needs to exchange Growlithe and Eevee back. No problem. Professor Oak went to the backyard of the laboratory to get the Pokemon that Gary needed. Advertisement. Gary teleported Alakazam, Abandoned Monkey, and Scizor, and brought Growlithe, Eevee, and Executor with him. After bringing Executor back, Gary looked at Executor's level. Executor has also grown in Professor Oak's laboratory, and is currently level 36, and has awakened the Grass-type recovery skill Synthesis. Gary also taught Executor the skill Sludge Bomb, and decided to keep Executor with him for a while, and then send Executor back after taming the Iron Rhino. The next day, Gary and Sabrina left Fuchsia City and came to the wilderness area on the outskirts of Fuchsia City, where there is the famous Safari Zone. The wilderness area was originally a wild area. Because too many Pokemon were captured here before, causing the ecological system to be destroyed, it was protected, but later due to excessive protection, the Pokemon reproduction rate was rampant, and there was a fear that too many Pokemon would destroy the ecology here again. So the Pokemon Alliance set up the Safari Zone. In the Safari Zone, it is forbidden to capture Pokemon by means of fighting. You can only use the Safari Ball provided by the Safari Zone to capture. Each time you need to pay 15,000 yuan to get 30 Safari Balls. After using the Safari Balls, you have to leave the Safari Zone. If you want to continue capturing, you need to pay another 15,000 yuan. Arrived in front of the Safari Zone office, Gary and Sabrina went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, an elderly cowboy opened the door. This cowboy is the administrator of the Safari Zone. Hello, I am the administrator of the Safari Zone, Tommy. Tommy introduced himself, but it was obvious that he was introducing himself to Sabrina. Don't look at this Tommy as an old man, a real old pervert. Even a little Stephanie like Misty is not spared. If he is not old, I don't know how many girls he would have harmed. Mr. Tommy, we are here to capture Pokemon in the Safari Zone. Gary explained his purpose. I understand. You are not allowed to attack Pokemon in the Safari Zone. You can only capture them with Safari Balls. Do you understand? Tommy said. I understand. Are both of you going to go in and catch Pokemon? Yes. It's 30,000 in total. How are you going to pay? By credit card. Gary paid 30,000 by credit card, and then he and Sabrina each received 30 Safari Balls and entered the Safari Zone. The first thing you see is a patch of green grass, and you can see many Pokemon walking on the grass. These Pokemon also noticed Gary and Sabrina, but they all looked like they didn't care about the contest condition. The Safari Zone has existed for many years, and the Pokemon living here also know the rules of the Safari Zone. If a Pokemon wants to go with the trainer, there is no need to struggle, just be captured by the Pokeball. In fact, most Pokemon in the Safari Zone hope to be captured. Because people who can come here to capture Pokemon have some money at home, follow humans, and eat and drink well. Over time, these Pokemon are also very smart, and have developed the ability to observe words and expressions, and know what kind of people look rich and what kind of people are poor. And the Pokemon here basically don't welcome trainers, because trainers use Pokemon to fight. Although Pokemon can fight, it doesn't mean they are willing to fight. After all, fighting will get hurt. Gary and Sabrina were dressed like trainers, so these Pokemon were not enthusiastic when they saw them. Moo, moo, moo. The mooing continued all day, and the ground began to shake. A group of Tauros came from afar and ran wildly on the grass. Oh, Tauros. Gary was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet Tauros so soon after entering the Safari Zone. In the first version, Tauros with the Intimidate ability was the god of the version, because there was no distinction between physical attack and special attack in the first generation, and Intimidate was a 2-level ability. In addition, Tauros speed species strength was 110, and physical attack species strength was 100, which was definitely an excellent value in the first version. Moo. When these Tauros saw Gary and Sabrina, they still had no intention of stopping and kept rushing forward. Gary and Sabrina immediately made way. As they passed by, the Tauros glanced at them, their eyes seemed to be filled with a hint of expectation. However, the Tauros just looked at them and continued to run straight ahead. These Tauros were looking at us just now, did you see that, Sabrina? Gary asked. Yes, they want to be captured by us, Sabrina said. Advertisement. Gary was shocked. He knew that there were Pokemon here who wanted to be captured, but he didn't expect these Tauros to be so proactive. Thinking about it carefully, every time Ash wanted to capture other Pokemon, these Tauros would suddenly rush over and block Ash's Safari Ball. Every time it was a coincidence, it was obvious that the Tauros did it on purpose. It seems that Ash was able to capture 30 Tauros because these Tauros wanted to be captured, so they kept wandering around Ash. Then we have to be careful when we capture Pokemon, Gary reminded. These Tauros were left to Ash to capture, as he had no interest in Tauros. Gary and Sabrina continued to walk deeper into the grassland of the Safari Zone. It didn't take long for Gary to find his target Pokemon in just a quarter of an hour. On the grass, the armored rhinoceros covered in gray armor was walking, occasionally lowering its head to eat a few bites of grass. LV-20 armored rhinoceros/ordinary. Gary, look, it's an armored rhinoceros. Sabrina pointed at the armored rhinoceros and said, she knew that Gary was going to capture the armored rhinoceros. This one is not very good. Gary shook his head slightly. The armored rhinoceros with ordinary potential could not evolve into Radon and had no value as a breeder. Radon can only evolve to Radon at level 42. For Pokemon with normal potential, it can only grow to level 30 at most, and for Pokemon with elite potential, it can only grow to level 40, which is 2 levels short of the evolution level requirement. Sabrina didn't say anything. After traveling with Gary for so long, Sabrina found that Gary's judgment of Pokemon's potential was very accurate, and he could almost determine the potential of a Pokemon at a glance. Sabrina attributed Gary's sharp eyesight to Professor Oak. After all, Gary grew up with Professor Oak and knew Pokemon very well. Let's go and talk to Radon, Gary said. Although this Radon has low potential, it doesn't mean that this Radon doesn't know other Radons. Hello, Radon. Gary stepped forward and greeted him. Radon just glanced at Gary, ignored him, and continued to walk slowly. Seeing that the armored rhino ignored him, Gary didn't care. He took out 2 green energy cubes and put them in front of the armored rhino. The armored rhino stopped and looked at the energy cubes in front of him. Although he didn't know what they were, the armored rhino could smell that the energy cubes had a very fragrant smell. Come and try it. Gary handed the energy cubes to the armored rhino. The armored rhino was not polite and ate it directly, because many people who came here would use food to seduce the Pokemon here to facilitate the capture. Advertisement. Roar. After the energy cubes were eaten, the armored rhino's pupils widened a lot. It was the first time for it to eat such delicious food. Do you want more? Gary asked. Roar. The armored rhino nodded. Such a small amount of energy cubes was not enough to satisfy his appetite. Gary took 2 more energy cubes for the armored rhino to eat. Obviously, such a small amount of food was still not enough. Iron Rhino, if you still want it, you have to do me a favor. Gary said. Roar. Food can make a cow work, and the Iron Rhino's indifferent attitude just now disappeared, turning into a real cow licking. The favor I want you to do for me is very simple, help me meet other Iron Rhino here, and I will give you 2 energy cubes for each one I meet. Gary said. Roar. The Iron Rhino looked up and thought for a while, agreed to Gary's conditions, and turned his body sideways to Gary. Do you mean for me to sit on it? Gary asked. Roar. The Iron Rhino nodded. The Iron Rhino can be ridden, because of its wide body, the riding process is very stable, and even many regions will hold Iron Rhino races. Gary and Sabrina sat on the Iron Rhino. The Iron Rhino ran at a very uniform speed, with almost no bumps. The edges and corners of its armor can be used as handles, and it is also very stable to sit on. Moo, moo. Soon after, a group of Tauros rushed over and passed by here deliberately. However, these Toros found that Gary and Sabrina were on the armored rhino, and they immediately showed disappointment, turned around and left here quickly. Not long after, the armored rhino carried Gary and Sabrina to a forest, where there was an armored rhino. LV21 Armored Rhino Male Sign/Ordinary. This armored rhino also has ordinary potential, and Gary will definitely not tame it. Let's find the next one. Gary said. Novel image. Roar. The armored rhino nodded, indicating that it was okay, and took the energy cube first. Gary also took out 2 energy cubes for the armored rhino to eat as agreed. After the armored rhino ate the energy cube, it continued to take Gary and Sabrina to find the armored rhino. They soon came to the rock region. Along the way, they also encountered 2 armored rhinos. Unfortunately, they were ordinary and elite potential, and they were definitely not subdued. Roar. After finding more than a dozen armored rhinos, the armored rhino suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Gary asked in confusion. The armored rhino said that there are no other armored rhinos here. Sabrina said. Gary put his hope for Radon in the safari zone, but there were only a dozen armored rhinos in the safari zone, which was really a small number. Gary was still a little unwilling to give up, and asked tentatively, then is there a Radon nearby? Roar. There is one, said the armored rhino. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a Radon? Gary was speechless. If he had known there was a Radon, why would he look for the Radon? Radon? You said you wanted to find the Radon, and you didn't ask if there was a Radon. What does it have to do with me? Then please take us to find Radon. Gary said, taking out 3 energy cubes and handing them to the Radon. The Radon was not petty. After eating the energy cubes, he took Gary and the others to the Radon activity area. Gary was lucky. Radon was active outside. Seeing Gary and Sabrina riding the Radon didn't care and just basked in the sun. LV45 Radon Male Sign/Quasi-Elite. Radon with Quasi-Elite potential. Gary decided to capture this Radon. After traveling for so long, it was the first time for Gary to capture such a high-level wild Pokemon. Gary jumped off the back of the Iron Rhino, walked to Radon, and said, Radon, how about being my Pokemon? Radon opened his eyes, looked at Gary, and shook his head with disdain. Don't rush to refuse, come with me, I can help you become stronger, it must be boring for you to stay here alone. Gary said. Advertisement. Radon was surprised when he heard Gary's words, and didn't understand how Gary knew that he would feel bored. Gary thought so because of Radon's level. This Radon's level is as high as 45. There are almost few who can upgrade to level 45 in the Safari Zone. In addition, there is no suitable rival here. If Radon wants to upgrade to level 45, he can only do it through diligent training. In particular, there are a lot of rubble nearby. I think these rubble are the product of Radon's training. Roar. Radon made a low growl. It asks you why it believes you. Sabrina helped translate. You can follow me first and fight outside. If I win, you will be my Pokemon. If you lose, I can give you a protector. Gary said. Radon, roar. It asked you what a protector is. Sabrina said. Gary. Pokemon that need to evolve with evolutionary items, in the wild, they don't know that they have an evolutionary stage. Protector is a prop specially developed by humans for Radon. When you wear it, you can evolve into a super iron Tyrannosaurus. Gary introduced. Roar. Radon was shocked. Hearing that he could evolve, he immediately agreed to Gary's request. This wild Radon does not reject evolution. Evolution means becoming stronger. This deal is not a loss for Radon. Okay, then come in. Gary took out a safari ball and threw it at Radon. Radon did not dodge at all. After the safari ball hit, it opened and took it in. The safari ball shook on the ground 3 times and then stopped shaking. According to the tasks issued by the system, the 6 Pokemon of the green team have all been gathered. All that is left is to evolve Pidgeotto into Pidgeot and Growlithe into Arcanine, and the task will be completed. Sabrina, do you have any other Pokemon to capture? Gary asked. I came to the Safari Zone to capture Radon, but I didn't expect there was a Radon here, which saved Gary the trouble of breeding. As for the battle with Radon outside, it is not easy to win. Blastoise can kill Radon in 1 hydro pump. Radon was also protected too well in the hunting area, and he didn't know that people were evil at all. Now that he has been captured, how can he run away? No, there are no Pokemon I want to capture here, let's go. Sabrina said. Advertisement. Okay, let's go. Gary didn't persuade much. There are some rare Pokemon in the Safari Zone, but none of them have psychic attributes, which Sabrina doesn't like. There is a Dragonair and a Dratini in Dragon Valley, and they are mother and son, but the Safari Zone is not considered wild, and the rare Pokemon here are not allowed to be caught. Even if Dragonair and Dratini are caught, the Pokemon Alliance will ask them to release them. Moreover, this Dragonair has lived for decades and has not evolved into Dragonite. Its potential should only be Quasi-Elite, which should be level 50. If Gary's Pokemon attack together, he has a chance to defeat them, but fighting is not allowed in the Safari Zone. Gary will not be wanted for 2 Quasi-God Pokemon. Although Dragonite is a Quasi-God, it is too weak among Quasi-Gods, far inferior to Garchomp and Salamence. Back to the reception hall of the Safari Zone. You only captured 1 Pokemon. When the Safari Ball passed through the conveyor belt machine, only 1 Pokeball showed transmission, and the rest of the Pokemon were in the box, which surprised Tommy. Ordinary people would not be satisfied if they did not use up all the 30 Safari Balls. We don't need many Pokémon, just capture one. Gary said. Then why don't you capture a few more Pokémon, beautiful lady? Tommy asked. There are no Pokémon I want in there. Sabrina replied coldly. Tommy was surprised. He didn't expect Sabrina to not even like any Pokémon in the Safari Zone. Then, Gary and Sabrina came to the teleporter and called Professor Oak. Gary, why are you calling me again? Professor Oak asked. During this period, Gary contacted Professor Oak a little too frequently, which made Professor Oak a little uncomfortable. Grandpa, I captured a Radon in the Safari Zone and just teleported it to you. I need you to teleport it to me. Gary said. Radon, that's a very powerful Pokémon. Professor Oak exclaimed. It's okay. Gary didn't fight with Radon, but just persuaded Radon in advance with his words. They still had to continue fighting later. Which Pokémon are you going to send over? Professor Oak asked. Crobat. Gary said. Crobat? Your Golbat has evolved. Yes. Okay, I just want to study how loud the sound of Crobat's wings can be when it is flying. Please send it over quickly. So, Gary sent Crobat to Professor Oak's laboratory and got Radon from Professor Oak. Gary picked up the Safari Ball and took a look at Radon's attributes first. Pokémon, Radon Male Sign. Attribute, Ground, Rock. Level, 4-5. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Lightning Rod, attracts electric-type moves to itself, does not take damage, but increases special attack. Skills, Tackle, Bulldoze, Smackdown, Horn Attack, Stomp, Rock Critical Hit, Drill Run, Takedown, Hammer. Intimacy, 115, max value 255. Why is it a Lightning Rod ability? This Radon has good data in all aspects, but the ability is a bit weak. Ground Pokémon itself is immune to electric-type moves. After the Lightning Rod absorbs electricity, it can enhance special attack. Radon is a physical attack-type fighter with extremely low special attack ability. Fortunately, the Pokémon Company was able to develop Ability Capsule later, so there is no need to worry too much about this ability. Sabrina, do you want to watch my fight with Radon? Gary asked. No, you guys fight. I need to take care of Eevee. Sabrina said. Sabrina's Eevee has now reached level 26. Because she wants Eevee to evolve into a sun Pokémon, Sabrina will keep an eye on Eevee during the day. Okay, I'll go out then. Gary waved his hand, went outside the Safari Zone, found an open space, and released Radon. Roar. Radon looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at Gary, signaling Gary to release the Pokémon quickly. Don't worry, my strength won't let you down. Gary took the Pokémon on his belt and threw it out gently. Great. Kami. Blastoise appeared from the Pokeball. Advertisement. Roar. Radon immediately became alert. Although it had never fought with Blastoise before, it also felt the thick water vapor on Blastoise's body. It must be a water Pokémon. A Pokémon that can grow to level 45 in the wild has naturally encountered Pokémon that restrain it and knows what its weaknesses are. Radon, do you still want to fight? Gary asked. Roar. Radon roared. How could he be afraid of fighting just because rival restrained him? A piece of rock condensed in front of Radon, and then Radon raised the rock with one hand and threw it at Blastoise. Flash Cannon. Blastoise's two barrels shot out two silver beams, instantly defeating the rock and shooting at Radon, with excellent results, but Radon still relied on his super high physical defense to resist the damage. Roar. Radon roared, and the drill on his forehead rapid spin up, rushing straight at him. You are brave, but it's a pity that this won't work. Gary praised secretly, and then ordered, Hydro Pump. Kami. Bang, bang. Blastoise's two barrels fired hydro pumps, and two water jets burst out, instantly forcing Radon back and flying more than 10 meters away before stopping. After being hit by the water bubble, Radon instantly lost consciousness. Not counting the 4 times weak water-type moves, the special defense is also very low, and water-type Pokémon is Radon's biggest nemesis. In the battle between the two sides, the scales of victory were tilted towards Blastoise from the beginning. Blastoise LV 41-42. Blastoise's level was also increased by 1 level at this moment. Come in. Gary took Blastoise and Radon back and came to the lobby of the Safari Zone. Assists treatment equipment here treated Radon. After that, he came outside and released Radon. Roar. After a battle, Radon also kept his promise and agreed to become Gary's Pokémon. I'll take good care of you in the future. You can carry this first. Gary took out the Soothe Bell. Radon didn't know what this thing was, so he followed Gary's instructions and put Soothe Bell into the carrying space. Then, Gary put his palm on Radon and taught him Thunderbolt, Stone Edge, and Mega Kick. Roar. Radon was shocked to suddenly master 3 new skills, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Advertisement. I said I would help you become stronger, now you believe it. Gary smiled. Roar. Radon nodded frantically. If you had said you had this ability earlier, would you still have to fight? Although Radon was taught 3 skills, Thunderbolt was not very useful because it was a special attack skill. Even if Radon used it, the damage it caused was not great. However, Radon's skill pool is very wide. He can learn skills of reverse attributes, and even Hydro Pump, Ice Punch, Blizzard and other skills can be mastered. Work hard, and I will let you evolve after a while. Gary said. Originally, Gary wanted to quickly evolve Radon into a super iron Tyrannosaurus, but he remembered that the task released by the system required him to capture and breed Radon, and it didn't say that it was a super iron Tyrannosaurus. If it evolved early, the task would be considered unfinished, and he would have to get a new Radon. So before the task was completed, Gary was not in a hurry to evolve Radon. Roar. Radon nodded, indicating that he would definitely work hard to train. Hehe, come in and rest. Gary smiled and took Radon back to the Pokeball. Next, it's Pidgeotto's turn. The green team only had Arcanine and Pidgeot left. Growlithe can evolve into Arcanine at any time. Pidgeotto is currently level 32, 4 levels away from the evolution level. Before challenging the Crimson Gym, Gary planned to breed the Pokemon he had, especially Pidgeotto, Growlithe and Eevee. Growlithe and Eevee were too far behind the team in level, so they had to be trained strictly. A week later, Gary and Sabrina came to Genhi City. Genhi City is a small city in Kanto region, surrounded by dense forests, which is very suitable for bug-type Pokemon to live. Gary and Sabrina can come here because there is a gym in Genhi City. In a week, Gary's Pokemon have grown to a certain extent. Blastoise LV42-43, Executor LV3638, Pidgeotto LV3233, Growlithe LV2530, Eevee LV2530. Gary, when do you plan to challenge the gym? Sabrina asked Gary when he planned to challenge the gym when they arrived at the Pokemon Center. Gary has collected 7 badges so far. As long as he gets one more badge, he will be eligible to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. No hurry, let's train for a while first. Gary said. It's not that Gary wants to train, but Gary is particularly concerned about the movements in Dasha Valley. According to the original plot, ancient Pokemon survived underground in Dasha Valley. Gary planned to capture Aerodactyl, but he might not be able to find it now. Because those ancient Pokemon were buried underground, the surface was very thick, and it was difficult to find the explosion site under normal circumstances. However, the Rocket Trio accidentally found the best explosion site and blew out a passage underground. So Gary wanted to wait here until Ash and the others arrived at Dasha Valley, and then he would go there. There are several roads leading to Dasha Valley, and Dasha Valley can also be reached from Genhi City. Okay, Sabrina had no objection. She also wanted to train Eevee and evolve Eevee into a sun Pokemon as soon as possible. 10 days of special training in Genhi City. The Pokemon on hand have grown a lot. Blastoise LV43-44, Executor LV3839, Growlithe LV3031, Pidgeotto LV3335, Eevee LV3032, Radon LV45-46. All Pokemon have grown. It can be seen that the potential is also related to the growth rate of Pokemon level. Blastoise with champion potential is different. It can basically upgrade 1 level in 7 days. Radon with quasi-elite potential only upgrades 1 level in half a month. The upgrade speed of Pokemon with quasi-elite potential is slightly sluggish after level 30, and it is even more obvious after level 40. Growlithe, come here. Gary waved at Growlithe who was training. Woof. Growlithe immediately ran over and stuck out his tongue at Gary, looking silly. It's time for you to evolve. Gary said. Woof, amazed face, woof. Advertisement. Growlithe jumped up happily. It had waited for a long time to evolve. It was finally no longer the smallest one in the team. Here, this is the evolution stone. Gary took out the top quality fire stone he had prepared before and handed it to Growlithe. Growlithe held the top quality fire stone in his mouth. The next moment, a hot breath burst out from the Kitey dog, and the whole body radiated incandescent light. Growlithe's body grew rapidly in the light of evolution. It was very tall and reached Gary's height, a head taller than Gary. The light of evolution faded, and Arcanine appeared with a majestic posture. It had fluffy flaxen mane, tiger-like hair on its body, hair around its feet, and a long tail. When running, its body seemed to merge with the wind. It was worthy of being the most contested land mount. Although Arcanine's potential was a little low, Gary still liked it very much. After all, he liked Arcanine very much in his previous life. Gary also took a look at the attributes of Arcanine after evolution. Pokemon, Arcanine male sign. Attribute, Fire. Level, 31. Potential, Gym. Ability, Intimidate. Intimidate rival when appearing, make it retreat, and reduce rival's attack. Skills, Leer, Ember, Odor Sleuth, Flame Wheel, Agility, Crunch, Flamethrower, Extreme Speed. Intimacy, 255, full value 255. Not bad, the Extreme Speed skill has been awakened. Gary nodded with satisfaction. After using the top quality evolution stone, Arcanine's potential has only reached the gym. Perhaps because of its low potential, it has awakened fewer skills during the Growlithe period. Gary also taught Arcanine the Solar skill, allowing it to have the skills to deal with water, ground, and rock Pokemon. Pidgeotto, come here. Growlithe has evolved, and it's Pidgeotto's turn next. Beat. Pidgeotto flew over immediately. Pidgeotto knew that he could evolve, but not by evolution stone, but Gary called it over, and Pidgeotto thought it might be teaching him new skills. Gary reached out and placed his hand on Pidgeotto's soft feathers, and used a mid-level rare candy on it. Pidgeotto LV3536. The level was immediately increased by 1 level. Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto immediately felt the cells in his body bursting with powerful energy, and the light of evolution shone all over his body. His body began to grow, and soon reached Gary's height. His body was more than twice as big as before, and the feathers on his head became longer, almost touching his tail feathers. When the light of evolution faded, a majestic Pidgeot appeared in front of Gary. Advertisement. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the space backpack. The surrounding Pokémon, except Blastoise, were shocked, because other Pokémon evolved mostly by props, and Pidgeotto evolved just by being touched by Gary, which was too scary. Among the Pokémon present, only Blastoise had experienced it once, and it seemed very calm. Gary touched Pidgeot's wings and checked the attributes after evolution. Pokémon, Pidgeot male sign. Attribute, normal, flying. Level, 3-6. Potential, quasi-elite. Ability, sharp eyes. Thanks to sharp eyes, the hit rate will not be reduced. Skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, twister, feather dance, wing attack, heat wave. Intimacy, 255, max value 255. Carried items, soothe bell. Not bad, it actually awakened the heat wave skill. Pidgeot can awaken the heat wave skill, but it all depends on luck. The heat wave skill is very helpful for Mega Pidgeot. Let's improve the potential. Pidgeot has a Mega Evolution form after all. Gary consumes a bronze crown to increase its potential to elite. Now there are 1 bronze crown, 1 silver crown, and 1 gold bottle cap each for items that increase the potential of Pokémon. Gold bottle cap can make Pokémon with champion potential reach the quasi-legendary level. Gary is thinking about whether to use it directly on Blastoise. Gold bottle cap can also be used on Pokémon with low potential, but the cost performance is too low. Gary only has 1 Pokémon with champion potential, Blastoise. After hesitating for a moment, Gary walked to Blastoise, put his hand on his shoulder, and used the gold bottle cap in the space backpack to make Blastoise's potential reach the quasi-legendary level. Gary kept the remaining bronze crown and silver crown for the time being. Arcanine, Pidgeot, get familiar with your new body in the afternoon. I will use you two to challenge the gym tomorrow, Gary said. Pidgeot. Woof. Pidgeot and Arcanine nodded. They must adapt to their new body in the afternoon. After all, their body size has become larger and their abilities in all aspects have been strengthened. The next day, Gary and Sabrina came to the door of the Genhi City Gym together. Ding! Mission released. Get the Genhi Gym badge/rewards, intermediate rare candy X10, signal beam permanent skill learning device, top quality silver powder, bug type skill power increased by 50%, X1. The system released the mission. The Genhi Gym is owned by a bug type gym owner. Judging from the rewards, this gym owner is quite powerful. The two pressed the insect-shaped doorbell at the door. After a while, someone came to open the door. Yes, it's you? The person who came to open the door was a boy who was normal to Gary, and he was a sturdy little fat boy. You are a warrior, Gary said in surprise. The little fat boy in front of him was none other than the insect-catching boy warrior that Gary met when he first entered the Changpan forest. You are Gary. The warrior also called out Gary's name. Why are you here? Gary asked in confusion. Changpan forest is far away from Genhi City, and this guy actually ran here. I was defeated by the 4 trainers from your pallet town, so I went out to train, and then came here and worshipped the gym owner as my teacher, the warrior said. After being defeated by the 4 rookie trainers from pallet town in a row, the warrior also had self-esteem. After being defeated by Ash, he planned to imitate the trainers from pallet town and embark on a journey. Along the way, the warrior deeply felt his own weakness. There were far more trainers stronger than him than the 4 from pallet town, which also hit the warrior hard. Finally, when he came to Genhi City, he knew that the gym owner of Genhi Gym was a bug-type Pokemon trainer, so the warrior came here to worship. Is that so? Then please take me in. I want to challenge the gym, Gary said. As a gym apprentice, the warrior knew his mission and took Gary and Sabrina into the gym. My master is very strong, you have to be careful, the warrior reminded. Really? That's really worth looking forward to, Gary Salation responded. Seeing Gary so calm, the warrior didn't say much. The gym battle later would make Gary regret it. The warrior didn't know that Gary's current strength was no longer comparable to that of the past. The warrior naturally knew that Gary had become stronger, but he didn't think about how strong Gary could become. Soon, the warrior brought the two to the support ground in the gym, where a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair at the end. Master, someone is here to challenge the gym, the warrior said respectfully. I know, you can go down, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Yes. The warrior immediately stepped aside to watch. Sabrina also stepped aside, leaving the venue to Gary and the gym owner. The gym owner stood up from the chair, walked to the command area, and introduced, My name is Takeo, and I am the gym owner of Genhi Gym. Takeo? Gary glanced at the exhibition area of the gym. The warrior also had the surname Takeo. The key point was that Takeo and the warrior looked very similar, just like a pair of father and son. Are you two sure there is nothing wrong with each other? My name is Gary, from Pallet Town, Gary said. The rules of the Genhi Gym are 3 vs 3. If there is no problem, we can start, Takeo said. No problem, we can start now. Takeo nodded and took out a Pokeball and threw it. Go, Beedrill. Great. A 1-meter tall bumblebee appeared, and its twine needle made people shudder. If you get stabbed by this twine needle, you're done. LV30 Beedrill _Gym. Level 30, the level can only be said to be normal, but Takeo saw that Gary was young, so the Pokemon he sent out was not strong. Your first gym battle, do well. Gary said to the Pokeball in his hand, and then threw it out. Great. A majestic Arcanine appeared. What? Arcanine. The warrior was shocked. As an apprentice of the Genhi gym, the warrior naturally knew that fire-type Pokemon were very restrained by his own gym, and Arcanine was also a very rare Pokemon, which was basically impossible to catch. Takeo was also stunned when he saw Arcanine. Being able to own Arcanine showed that Gary's identity was not simple. Flamethrower. Gary launched an attack directly. Arcanine's body was surging with flames, and a blazing fire gushed out of his mouth, turning into a fire dragon and rushing towards Beedrill. Rapidly rise. Beedrill quickly rose to a higher altitude to avoid the flames. Advertisement. However, Arcanine would not give Beedrill a chance to escape. Fireballs were ejected one after another, and followed closely. Beedrill's speed was not fast, and he was hit by a fireball after dodging a few times. What? Beedrill was killed in one hit. The warrior was shocked. He knew how powerful Takeo's Beedrill was, but he didn't expect that he was not a match for him. Beedrill was limited by its own species' strength, so its strength was not strong, and there was no outstanding point on its body, but not every Beedrill was the same as Itaki's. Besides, Takeo knew that he was a bug-type gym, and he didn't consider letting Beedrill learn Double Team or Agility. It would be very passive when encountering fire Pokemon, and there was no chance to approach rival. This Arcanine is very strong, and normal bug-type Pokemon is not rival, Takeo thought to himself. After taking back the defeated Beedrill, Takeo threw the second Pokeball. Great! A green shadow appeared on the field. LV35 Scyther _Quasi Elite. The second Pokemon sent by Takeo was Scyther. It looked quite strong, but it was a pity that it had not evolved. If it had evolved, it would be more afraid of fire skills. Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Arcanine spit up flames at Scyther. Use Double Team after you dodge, Takeo ordered. Scyther's dual wing beat on his back spread out, his wings vibrated, and he dodged the flames with a flash, while pulling out shadow clones and quickly approaching Arcanine. Arcanine, use extreme speed. Gary ordered. Ouch. Arcanine took a deep breath through his nose, and then quickly rushed in one direction, and there was a Scyther in front of him. No, use Cross Chop. Takeo Alliance shouted. All the Scythers made slashing movements. Bang! However, the next moment, with the sound of tackle, all the clones around disappeared, and Arcanine and the Scyther were seen tackled together, and both were bounced away by the collision force. But Arcanine, who had landed, sprayed out a mouthful of flames, and the Scyther, who was about to land, vibrated his wings and flew up to soaring in the sky to avoid the deadly flames. Although Scyther is not good at flying, it does not mean that they cannot fly, they just cannot fly for a long time. Flame Wheel. Gary ordered. Ouch. Arcanine howled, and flames burst out from his flaxen hair. The flames lingered around his body, completely covering Arcanine, turning him into a flaming beast. The next second, Arcanine rushed towards Scyther. Air Slash. Takeo didn't intend to let Scyther fight Arcanine. That was fire, and Scyther would be courting death if he rushed forward. Ja. Scyther swung his sickle, and Air Slash flew over. Arcanine moved flexibly, dodging all the air slashes, and then accelerated. Cross Chop. Takeo was helpless. The opponent was close to his face, and he had no choice but to fight back. Ja. Scyther rushed towards Arcanine, who was covered in flames, like a moth to a flame. Bang! The two sides collided, and the flames on Arcanine instantly spread to Scyther. Ja. Scyther screamed in pain, retreated quickly, and used the sickle to extinguish the flames on his body. But Arcanine would not give Scyther a chance. A jet of fire shot out, instantly engulfing Scyther. The fire whistled past, and Scyther's body was charred and fell to the ground. Although Scyther knew how to double team, it was useless to Arcanine, who had mastered Odor Sleuth, because double team had no smell. For Pokemon with a keen sense of smell, double team had no confusing effect in front of them. Of course, this also requires training to achieve. Arcanine took down 2 Pokemon of Takeo, and now Takeo only had the last Pokemon left. Has Gary become so strong? Seeing Scyther defeated, the warrior was shocked. The warrior knew that Gary was stronger than before, but he didn't expect that he was so much stronger. This Scyther was not weak among Takeo's Pokemon. How many badges do you have? Takeo asked suddenly. Although a little surprised, Gary still responded truthfully. 7. Takeo was embarrassed. His gym challenge privilege required the challenger to have 2 badges, but Gary actually had 7 badges. No wonder he was so powerful. It only takes 8 badges to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, so his own gym became Gary's last goal. In theory, with so many badges, he should challenge a stronger gym, but many trainers know that they are not strong enough, so they specifically look for a weak gym to challenge, so that they can successfully collect 8 badges and participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. No wonder it is so strong. Then my last Pokemon is it. Go, Pinsir. Takeo sent out the last Pokemon. Great. Karo. LV35 Pinsir _Gym. It must be said that Takeo is still quite powerful, stronger than the gym leaders that Gary has challenged, and the 3 Pokemon he sent out are also very powerful. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do when you encounter a fire Pokemon. Flamethrower. Gary continued to order. Advertisement. Arcanine spit up flames at Pinsir, but Pinsir didn't dodge and went directly into the ground with Dig. He actually knew how to dig. Gary was shocked. This Dig is a ground Pokemon, and Pinsir was born with this Dig. Moreover, Arcanine didn't have any means to deal with Dig, so it was really not easy to deal with. Arcanine, wrap yourself in flames. Upon hearing this, Arcanine's body burst into flames, covering his entire body. Bang! The ground under Arcanine shattered, and Pinsir broke out of the ground. The huge horns wanted to vice-grip Arcanine, but facing the flames on his body, Pinsir just pushed Arcanine out. Arcanine, who was thrown out, immediately stood up and spit up flames at Pinsir, but Pinsir went underground again to avoid the flames. Gary's frown suddenly relaxed, and he immediately ordered, Arcanine, use agility to run around the field. Arcanine immediately followed Gary's instructions and ran around the field at high speed. Pinsir, who was sneaking on the ground, was also confused. Although he could feel the vibration on the surface, Arcanine ran too fast and Pinsir could not catch up. Pinsir, stay underground and don't chase, let Arcanine run. Takeo ordered. Hearing Takeo's order, Gary was delighted. After waiting for Arcanine to run to the closest distance to the cave entrance, he immediately shouted, now, use the most powerful flamethrower on the cave entrance. The running Arcanine turned suddenly and ran quickly to the cave entrance. The flame energy in his body surged and sprayed out at once. Not good, Pinsir, get out of the ground quickly. Takeo said in panic. Bang! A piece of ground on the field broke, and Pinsir's big horn emerged first. However, just when Pinsir's head emerged, a column of flames shot up into the sky and enveloped Pinsir. What? Why is the flame so powerful? Takeo asked in confusion. The underground was also dug by Pinsir, so the speed of the flame chasing should not be so fast. Normally, the speed of the flame chasing is not that fast, but Arcanine is different. When Arcanine runs, the flame energy in his body will be circulated and generate more flame energy. At this time, using flamethrower, because there is too much energy in his body, the ejected flame will be more powerful. Although Gary just let Arcanine run around the field, he is also accumulating energy. People who don't know Arcanine naturally don't know this. Advertisement. Arcanine ended after all the flame energy in his body was ejected, and the column of flames from the hole also dissipated. Bang! The charred Pinsir fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles, and all 3 Pokemon were defeated. Master. The warrior couldn't accept it. He wanted to see Gary make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect that his master was beaten by Gary. Arcanine, well done. Gary encouraged. Woof. Arcanine looked very proud. They were just 3 bugs. There was no need for Brother Eagle to take action. I could defeat them all. The battle was over. Takeo came to Ash and took out the gym badge. This is the light green badge. It's yours now. Thank you. Gary politely took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. With the light green badge, Gary has collected 8 badges and is eligible to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ding. Mission release. Participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference and win the championship/rewards. Low-level rare candy X10, intermediate rare candy X10, high-level rare candy X10, bronze crown X1, silver crown X1, gold bottle cap X1. The system suddenly released a mission, which stunned Gary. Winning the first place in the Indigo Plateau Conference will get so many rewards, and you must win the championship. Gary and Sabrina also left the Genhi Gym and returned to the Pokemon Center to rest. The 2 will leave Genhi City tomorrow. Gary, you have collected 8 badges, do you plan to continue traveling? Sabrina asked on the way back to the Pokemon Center. I plan to continue traveling for a while, and if I encounter a gym, I will challenge it. Gary said. Okay. After listening to this, Sabrina nodded slightly, and it can be seen that she is in a much better mood. If Gary ends the trip, Sabrina has no good excuse to continue to follow Gary. She can stay, but Sabrina is a Stephanie and it is not easy to ask. Now that Gary said he wanted to continue traveling, Sabrina naturally didn't need to say anything, just follow him. Where are you going next? Sabrina asked. Let's go to Dasha Valley to have a look. I heard that ancient Pokemon fossils can be excavated. Gary said. Dasha Valley. Ancient Pokemon fossils. This is the first time Sabrina has heard about Dasha Valley. Yeah, there's nothing to do anyway, just go and have a look. Okay, I don't mind taking it away. Anyway, it's good to go out and play with Gary. The next day, Gary and Sabrina left Genhi City and headed for Dasha Valley. After a week of long journey, Gary and Sabrina finally arrived at Dasha Valley. As soon as they arrived, they could see many treasure hunters. They all hoped to dig fossils in Dasha Valley and become rich overnight. Because in recent years, many Pokemon professors have proposed to revive ancient Pokemon, which has led many companies to start research, and ancient Pokemon fossils have become an important prop for researching this project. This has also led to a surge in the price of fossils. Now as long as you can find a complete ancient Pokemon fossil, as long as you don't become a trainer, you can basically lie flat for the rest of your life. Gary and Sabrina came to Dasha Valley to look for ancient Pokemon fossils, so they naturally joined the excavation team. The two bought a pickaxe and went to Dasha Valley in broad daylight. On the way, they also met many people who went to dig fossils together. Gary was observing the people around him all the way. According to the time analysis, Ash and the others were almost here. After all, Gary had inquired about it. There was no collapse near Dasha Valley, so Ash and his team must not have arrived here yet. Gary, look over there. Just as Gary was observing the people in the team, Sabrina suddenly reminded Gary, pointing her finger in a direction in the distance. There was a three-way intersection over there, and 3 people were about to walk to the center of the three-way intersection. Those 3 people were Ash and his team. Advertisement. Here they come. It is better to come at the right time than to come early. Ash and his team came at the right time. It seems that Aerodactyl can be conquered today. It's Ash and his team. Let's go and say hello, Gary said. Sabrina nodded. She had discovered that every time she met Ash, Gary would inevitably go up to tease Ash, as if to encourage Ash. Fortunately, Ash was a man, otherwise Sabrina would definitely think too much. At this time, Ash and his team were curious about why so many people came to Dasha Valley. What's wrong with Dasha Valley? Why are there so many trainers? Ash asked in confusion. Don't you even know this? A familiar voice came. Ash immediately turned around and exclaimed, Gary. Hey, why are you dressed like this? Looking at Gary's new outfit, Ash was stunned. Because extinct Pokemon fossils were discovered in this place, there has been a wave of searching for Pokemon fossils. Pokemon fossils. Ash and his group said in unison. I don't have time to chat with you, the late king. I'm going to dig fossils first. Gary left a word and left with Sabrina. All that needs to be said has been said, and Ash will definitely come to join in the fun. What did you say? Hearing Gary say that he was the king of lateness, Ash was very angry. If Xiaogang and Misty hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed up to duel with Gary. Damn it, I must find the fossil before Gary and teach him a lesson. Ash immediately decided to compete with Gary to see who can find the fossil first. In the Big Silly Valley, Gary and Sabrina have arrived here, and there are clanging sounds around, and they are all digging with pickaxes. Because there are fossils nearby, it is forbidden to use Pokemon to dig, fearing that the fossils will be destroyed, so only manual digging is allowed. Gary, where are you going to start digging? Sabrina asked. She didn't know anything about digging fossils, so she could only ask Gary. Dig from a relatively flat place. The places where ancient Pokemon lived should also choose flat locations. Okay. Advertisement. So the two found a relatively flat place and started digging. Gary had no interest in digging fossils. He was always paying attention to the surrounding environment and dug a few times in the ground to pretend to dig. Ding! Not long after, Gary suddenly felt that the sound of knocking was a little different, so he looked down and saw a spiral stone in the pit he dug. Gary? A pile of defense. Seeing the spiral stone in the pit, Gary's eyebrows jumped wildly. In the original plot, Gary was the first to dig up a fossil, which was also a feces fossil. Gary found a random place to dig and actually dug it out. It seems that Gary was destined to dig out this feces fossil. But Gary didn't plan to show off. He pretended that he didn't dig it and prepared to continue digging somewhere else. Oh, young man, you found a fossil. However, just as Gary was about to leave, an old man from the Mediterranean appeared and picked up the feces fossil in the pit, observing, it's really a fossil, but it's a feces fossil. Gary, you old Biden, you are deliberately making me look bad, right? Gary, you found a fossil. Sabrina was also attracted and exclaimed, Gary, you know a lot, and you actually found a fossil on the flat ground. Gary blushed when he was praised by Sabrina. It's nothing, just a feces fossil, nothing to praise. Gary said embarrassedly. Sabrina just smiled and didn't say much, and continued to dig fossils. Gary saw Sabrina laughing secretly and felt that Sabrina was not as cold as he thought, and seemed to have a bit of a black-bellied attribute. Young man, although it is a feces fossil, it still has a certain collection value. Old Biden said. No, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Gary waved his hand and ran away. Thank you then. Old Biden was not opposed to it. After all, he was a fossil lover and had played with fossils all his life. He was not opposed to this kind of feces fossil. Gary Salation found a place, knocked on the ground a few times, and searched slowly. Boom! A blast sounded, and the whole Dasha Valley shook violently. A earthquake. Run. What happened? Why did it explode suddenly? The explosion caused a great commotion. Gary looked up in the direction of the smoke. It's finally started. Gary had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Gary, are you okay? Sabrina suddenly came to Gary's side. I'm fine, the explosion happened over there, let's go take a look. Gary said, took out a Pokeball and released Pidgeot. LV37 Pidgeot male/elite. Pidgeot, take us over there. Gary grabbed Pidgeot's foot with one hand and held Sabrina's hand with the other. Pidgeot. Pidgeot waved dual wing beat vigorously, and took the two of them directly to soaring in the sky, flying towards the direction of the smoke. Oh my, that boy is so handsome. Yeah, flying with a girl, so romantic. When the people around saw Gary's move, they all secretly praised him for being handsome. They also wanted to be carried by Pokemon, but unfortunately the Pokemon they had were not very strong. Pidgeot. Pidgeot quickly flew to the scene of the incident and saw Xiaogang and Misty in a pit, moving rock. According to the original plot, Pikachu detonated the Rocket Team's bomb, causing the ground to crack, and the Rocket Team trio and Ash fell down. Pidgeot, let's go down. Following Gary's command, Pidgeot quickly landed on the ground. That's Gary and Sabrina, and Pidgeot. Xiaogang, who was carrying rock below, also found Gary and the others. What's going on here? Gary asked. The rocket team wanted to blow this up, and Ash went to stop the rocket team and fell down with the rocket team. You guys come and help move rock away, Misty said hurriedly. All of you get out of the way, leave it to me, Sabrina said. Hearing this, Xiaogang and Misty immediately climbed out of the pit, and a Squirtle followed them up. This Squirtle was released by Ash to stop Team Rocket, and did not fall in with him. Advertisement. Sabrina's eyes burst into blue light, and the powerful confusion spread. Every stone in the pit was covered with a layer of confusion and automatically floated in the air. As Sabrina waved her hand, these stones moved to one side and landed safely on the ground. Ash. Misty immediately rushed to the edge of the crack and shouted, but the pit was pitch black and she couldn't see what was going on below. Sabrina, let's go down and take a look. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina put her hand on Gary's shoulder, performed time movement, and immediately came to the bottom of the cave. Under the cave is an underground cave, surrounded by many connected stone pillars, supporting the cave. Although there is no light source, the visibility is still a few meters away. You little brats, it's all your fault. Yes, it's because you came to hinder us that things turned out like this. What? In the final analysis, it's because you set the bomb. At this time, Uproar's voice came from not far away. Ash, are you there? Gary shouted. Ash, who was arguing with Team Rocket, was stunned when he heard Gary's voice and immediately responded, It's me, Gary, is that you? Stand there and don't move, I'll come to you. After Gary yelled, he asked Sabrina, Sabrina, can you teleport directly to Ash? I'll try. Sabrina closed her eyes and kept her hand on Gary's shoulder. Found it. Suddenly, Sabrina opened her eyes and released teleport directly, taking Gary away from the spot. Immediately afterwards, Gary and Sabrina appeared beside Ash. Ghost. What? Where is the ghost? Help, there is a ghost, meow. The sudden appearance of Gary and Sabrina scared Team Rocket, but when they saw that the two figures that appeared were people, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Gary, it's you, it's great to see you. Ash saw Gary and was touched. Why do you always cause trouble everywhere? Gary said with a headache. No, it's not me who caused the trouble this time, it's all Team Rocket's fault. Ash said. Although this time it is indeed related to Team Rocket, if Ash does not intervene, nothing will actually happen. Maybe the ancient Pokemon sleeping here will run out by themselves, and no damage will be caused. Advertisement. What are you talking about? If you hadn't interfered with us, how could it have become like this? That's what I mean. You are responsible for this. Jesse and James retorted. Didn't I send you to prison? Why did you run out again? Gary interrupted. The three members of Team Rocket were stunned for a moment, and when they saw Gary's face clearly, they all looked angry. It's you, you little brat. Damn, it took us a lot of effort to get out of prison. Jesse and James wanted to tear Gary apart. It was because Gary sent them to the police station that Jesse and James had records in the police station, and even their appearances were photographed. Although the jailbreak was successful, the two of them were also wanted. Every time they were active in the city, they dared not show their true faces. Okay, stop arguing. Now is not the time to argue. We should think about how to get out. Meowth stopped Jesse and James. Don't worry about getting out. I will hand you over to Miss Juncha again. Gary said. Stinky brat, don't. Jessie was halfway through her words when she saw that Gary was not looking at them at all, but was looking ahead. The three members of Team Rocket followed Gary's gaze and saw 6 Pokemon standing next to the stone pillar. The pupils of these Pokemon were full of bloodshot, and they looked like they were in an angry contest condition. Ash also looked confused. He had never seen these Pokemon before, so he took out the Pokédex to scan. Pokédex, Omenid, multiple Omenid, Kabuto, Kabutops, Pokemon that are believed to have become extinct tens of thousands of years ago. Their ecology is a mystery, and some people still believe that they may live somewhere. Everyone come out. Gary is not as stupid as Ash. He opened all the Pokeballs on his waist, and Pokemon appeared around Gary. Ah, what are these Pokemon? Ash was shocked. Although he had seen Gary's Pokemon once, now Gary's Pokemon have evolved, and when they are gathered together, they look particularly spectacular. Pidgeot. A cry came from above, and then a Pidgeot rushed out from the top of the cave. Sabrina, you leave the rockets to me, and I will deal with these Pokemon. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina nodded, her eyes emitting blue light, and the rockets and their Pokemon were all restrained. What? Psychic. Help? Meow. The rocket trio knew how powerful Psychic was, and they screamed and yelled in fear. Novel image. Be quiet. Sabrina used hypnosis. Instantly, Team Rocket and their Pokemon were all hypnotized. LV20 Kabuto male /Gym. LV20 Kabuto male /Gym. LV40 Kabutops male /Gym. LV40 Kabutops female /Gym. LV20 Omenit male /Gym. LV20 Omenit male /Gym. LV40 Omastar male /Gym. LV40 Omastar female /Gym. There are 8 Pokemon in total, and the potential of each one is no less than that of the Gym, and Kabutops and Omastar each have a female. You know, female Pokemon are very valuable, because female Pokemon can reproduce, and female Pokemon are not sold in the market. With female Omastar and Kabutops, and with the assistance of modern human technology, they can reproduce in large quantities. It is no longer a dream for ancient Pokémon to reappear in the world. At this time, the ancient Pokémons took action, and a Kabutops waved its sickle. Omastar, Omanit, and Kabuto rushed over. Blastoise rushes over with rapid spin. Radon uses drill run. Executor, Arcanine, you accumulate sunlight energy. Gary quickly issued instructions. Kami, roar. Advertisement. Blastoise and Radon rushed out immediately. Blastoise rapid spin charged, and the drill on Radon's head rapid spin also rushed out together. Even the ancient Pokémon were helpless in the face of two heavyweight Pokémon. The overconfident Omanit and Kabutops were both knocked away, and the multiple Omanit and Kabutops were also repelled. Gary immediately reached out to grab the Pokeball. Every time he grabbed a Pokeball, the Pokeball was automatically teleported away. The two Kabutops were very rage. Seeing their companions being taken away by Gary, they had no intention of running away. They simultaneously shot two water jets at Gary. Gary's Pokémon would not let the Kabutops succeed, and they all used skills to fight back. Blastoise used Hydro Pump. Pidgeot used Gust. Arcanine used Flamethrower. Radon used Smackdown. Executor used Bullet Seed. The 5 skills intersected and instantly defeated the water jets of the two Kabutops. The 5 skills bombarded the two Kabutops, instantly killing them. The two Kabutops lay on the ground, their eyes spinning in circles. Go, Pokeball. Gary threw 2 Pokeballs and collected the 2 Kabutops. Executor used Confusion to move the 2 Pokeballs on the ground to Gary. Gary grabbed the Pokeballs and teleported all the Kabutops away. Professor Oak must be very happy to have captured 8 ancient Pokémon. Gary, you actually captured them all. Ash realized it at this time and was envious. This is a precious ancient Pokémon, and he also wanted to capture one. This is the wild, it is allowed to capture, and even if I don't capture them, do you think Team Rocket will let them go? Gary pointed at the sleeping Team Rocket and said, well, aren't you going to hand them over to Miss Kunsha? Ash said, what's the use? They escaped from Junsha in the first place, and Team Rocket is not as simple as you think. Even if they are in prison, they can pass the news to Team Rocket headquarters. Gary said, Team Rocket also has Pokémon professors. The research of those Pokémon professors is prohibited. If they know that there are ancient Pokémon alive in Dasha Valley, they will definitely target them. Ash was confused. He had been traveling for so long, but he only knew that Team Rocket was a group of bad guys who snatched other Pokémon. He didn't expect that they could be so bad. A hoarse shout of growl came from the cave. Pidgeot. Pidgeot felt the flow of air and immediately looked in the dark direction. Not long after, a figure flew out and landed on a stone pier not far away. A grey pterosaur appeared and made a hoarse growl. What Pokémon is this? Ash immediately took out the Pokédex. Pokédex. Aerodactyl, because of its sharp fangs, is confirmed as a carnivorous Pokémon. It is imagined that it uses sharp claws to capture prey. Advertisement. LV45 Aerodactyl male sign/elite. Only level 45. Gary thought about the level of this Aerodactyl, but he didn't expect it to be only level 45. In order to deal with this Aerodactyl, Gary spent 5 intermediate rare candy to raise Blastoise's level to level 50. Aerodactyl looked at the strange creatures in front of him, and didn't know what they were. It only knew that it was very hungry and just wanted to eat something quickly. It glanced at Gary and the others, and immediately stared at Ash, and swooped down quickly. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Gary would not give Aerodactyl the opportunity to take Ash away, and immediately issued an order. Kami. Blastoise immediately sent out Hydro Pump to repel Aerodactyl. After being poured with cold water, Aerodactyl also smelled a little, roared, and launched Dual Wing Beat, condensing pieces of rock around his body, flying towards Blastoise. This is ancient power. High-speed water flow break. Blastoise retreated into his shell, performed water flow break, smashed all the flying rock pieces, and rushed towards Aerodactyl. As an ancient totem, Aerodactyl had never been subjected to such a taunt before, and did not dodge, but rushed towards Blastoise. Bang! The water blade in rapid spin chopped down and hit Aerodactyl's hard head, hitting it directly on the ground. Aerodactyl screamed in pain, and after being hit twice in a row, his physical strength was almost unable to support it. Aerodactyl had been sleeping for too long, and his physical strength was not good. In addition, he was very hungry, and the contest condition at this time was not suitable for fighting. The reason why the previous 8 ancient Pokémon were defeated so easily was naturally because of this reason. Water Pulse. Gary saw that Aerodactyl was about to die, and issued a skill command with lower power. Kami. Blastoise opened her mouth and spit up a water ball. Bang! The water pulse hit, and a ball of mist burst out. The mist dispersed, and Aerodactyl fainted. Go, Pokeball. Gary threw the Pokeball. Bang! The Pokeball hit Aerodactyl and successfully captured it. Under the control of Confusion, the Pokeball flew in front of Gary, and Gary reached out and grabbed the Pokeball. Ding! Mission released. Collect the Green Reserve Team, Macamp, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Heracross, Banjira, Magneton, /reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Advanced Rare Candy X10, Bronze Crown X1, Silver Crown X1, Gold Bottle Cap X1. Gary was stunned. He captured Aerodactyl and triggered a mission. The system has issued a collection task. The 6 Pokémon that need to be collected are indeed the backup team of Green. Among them, Banjura is the face of Green as the Alliance champion. Among the 6 Pokémon, the other Pokémon still said that the key is how to capture Banjura. Banjura is a precious Pokémon and cannot be traded. If you want to capture Banjura, you can only train her to capture it in the wild, but the strength of Banjura in the wild is very strong. Even if Gary's current Pokémon are combined, it is difficult to deal with it. As for young Kira and Pupitar, it is more difficult to capture, because young Kira will live underground after birth, eating soil every day, and rarely come out from underground. When young Kira eats a mountain of soil, it will evolve into Pupitar. Pupitar is a pupa contest condition, which does not need to eat and is buried underground until it is about to evolve, then it will come out from underground. So it's not a big problem to capture Banjura, but it's not as difficult as normal to capture baby Kira and Pupitar. Banjura is also very rare. Although there are many trainers with Banjura in the animation, wild Banjura doesn't appear many times. The Banjura Gary knows now is a female Banjura in the Silver Forest, and the child of that Banjura has been with Ash for a while. Advertisement. The key is that the Banjura lives in the empty Silver Reserve, and the rare Pokémon in the reserve are not allowed to be captured. Everyone come in and rest. Gary didn't think much about it. He would talk about this task later. Now he had to leave the underground cave quickly. Gary collected all the Pokémon, found the Pokeball from Jesse and James, and collected the Abra and Double Egg Gas. Sabrina used teleport to lead everyone to the top of the cave. Ash, are you okay? After coming up from the underground cave, Misty and Xiaogang came up to check if Ash was okay. Misty, Xiaogang, don't worry, I'm fine, Team Rocket has been dealt with, and we saw precious ancient Pokémon underground. Ash said proudly. Misty and Xiaogang were both confused. They didn't see the underground cave, but they heard a lot of noises from underground. If it weren't for Gary and Sabrina who went down, they would have planned to go down and take a look. Are those ancient Pokémon still down there? Xiaogang asked. When Xiaogang asked this, Ash, who had just looked proud, suddenly said depressedly, they were all captured by Gary. Xiaogang and Misty immediately looked at Gary. Gary, can you let us see the ancient Pokémon? Misty asked. Sorry, my Pokémon is full. The captured ones were teleported to Grandpa, so I can't show you for the time being. Gary said, rather than watching, let's call the police first. After that, Gary took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of the police station. After the call with the police station, Gary also called Professor Oak. After all, those ancient Pokémon had never seen modern humans. If Professor Oak released them rashly, they would definitely riot again. Hey, Gary, how come you have time to call me? The phone was connected, and Professor Oak's voice came. It seems that Grandpa has not opened the Pokeball yet. Grandpa, new Pokémon have been captured here, and they should all be teleported over. Gary said. Oh, you captured new Pokémon again, then I'll go and see later. Professor Oak was busy with research and was not watching the situation on the teleporter in real time. Advertisement. I captured a lot of Pokémon this time, a total of 9 Pokémon. So many, what did you capture? Professor Oak was shocked. Didn't he say that he would take the elite route, so why did he capture so many at once? Nothing, just 2 Omenid and 2 Omastar, 2 Kabuto, and 2 Kabutops, and 1 Aerodactyl. Gary said. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Gary, you are not kidding, those are ancient Pokémon, all extinct Pokémon, where did you meet them? Professor Oak questioned. I met them in the underground cave in Dasha Valley. They just woke up and are a little hungry. Grandpa, you should feed them before studying them. And they can't be left in the backyard, lest they eat the Pokémon in the backyard. Gary reminded. In the original plot, Aerodactyl used Ash as food, and it is obvious that they have not been exposed to modern society. If they are released casually, other Pokémon will suffer. Dasha Valley, I didn't expect that there are living ancient Pokémon in addition to fossils. Professor Oak exclaimed. I have said everything I should say. Grandpa, take good care of these ancient Pokémon. There should be females in Omastar and Kabutops. If Pokémon Alliance needs them, Grandpa can let them go. Gary said. Female? How can you be sure? Even Professor Oak doesn't know the ecological information of ancient Pokémon, so how can Gary know it? Because when I captured Omenid and Kabuto, Kabutops and Omastar didn't run away. In this case, it is likely that Omenid and Kabuto are their children. The egg groups of Kabutops and Omastar are both Water 1 and Water 3. There is no racial segregation between the two sides, and they can reproduce with each other. You are really careful in observation. I know everything you told me. I will pay attention to it. Professor Oak said. Then Grandpa, please take good care of them for me. At the same time, I am very puzzled as to why they can survive from ancient times. Although rock Pokémon can rely on long sleep to avoid disasters, it will not take tens of thousands of years. Gary said. What you said makes sense. Maybe they have been living underground all the time. Professor Oak said. Maybe. Gary had to agree with this statement. After all, sleeping for several years is impossible with just a few Pokémon. Even legendary Pokémon may not live for 10,000 years. Mr. Gary, thank you so much. Don't worry this time, I will never let Team Rocket escape from us. Kunsha was very grateful for Gary's help after learning what happened in Dasha Valley, and also promised that the police station would not make mistakes again. After all, the prisoner's escape is a serious dereliction of duty for the police station. This time, the Rocket Trio was arrested and will definitely be locked up in a prison with better protection. However, with the ability of the Rocket Trio, it will definitely not be a big problem for them to escape. After all, Ban Mu has connections with Interpol, and the relationship with Merdan is not clear, so it will not be a big problem to get the Rocket Trio out. Then I'll trouble Miss Juncha. Gary nodded. Afterwards, Miss Juncha announced to the public that Dasha Valley was at risk of collapse and no one was allowed to enter. Since it was forbidden to enter, the Pokémon Alliance would naturally send people here to investigate, mainly to see if there were any ancient Pokémon. At present, the fossil revival technology is not mature yet, so ancient Pokémon are naturally precious Pokémon. When the fossil revival technology matures, ancient Pokémon will no longer be precious Pokémon, but it will be at least 3 or 4 years later. Gary did not plan to travel with Ash and his group. Ash and his group continued to set off. Gary and Sabrina returned to the nearest city. After all, Gary planned to breed the Aerodactyl, an ancient Pokémon that had just been captured. Go back to the city. Gary and Sabrina came to the Pokémon Center, and Gary hurriedly called Professor Oak and asked Professor Oak to send Aerodactyl. Gary, you are too anxious, I just fed them. Professor Oak was very unhappy. He finally had the opportunity to study Aerodactyl. He had just fed 9 Pokémon, and Gary called to ask for Aerodactyl. Grandpa, didn't I leave you a few ancient Pokémon? I want to breed Aerodactyl myself. When I'm done breeding, I'll send Aerodactyl back to you. Gary said. Okay. After all, it was Gary's Pokémon, so Professor Oak couldn't say anything. He told Gary about his discovery. Gary, I just extracted some tissue samples from these 9 Pokémon and studied them. They are still very young, probably between 5 and 7 years old. They didn't survive from ancient times. Maybe they developed the habit of long sleep because of the lack of food underground. Professor Oak said. Advertisement. Is that so? Grandpa, please send Aerodactyl over. Gary said. I see, but your Pokémon slot is full. Which Pokémon do you plan to send over? Professor Oak asked. Executor. Just like that, Gary used Executor to exchange Aerodactyl. Grandpa, I got the Pokeball. Bye. Gary hung up the phone after getting Aerodactyl. Arriving at the public training ground, Gary looked at the Pokeball in his hand. Aerodactyl, let me see your attributes. Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Attributes, Rock, Flying. Level, 45. Potential, Elite. Ability, Hard Head. Even if you use a move that will be damaged by the reaction force, you will not be damaged by the reaction force. Skills, Bite, Wing Attack, Scary Face, Rock Slide, Crunch, Ancient Power, Iron Head, Fire Fang, Takedown, Rock Slide. Intimacy, 120, maximum 255. Intimacy is 120. It seems that this Aerodactyl still obeys the rule of the strong being respected. After being defeated by me, it will listen to me obediently. Gary thought to himself. Gary originally planned to use Rare Candy to upgrade Aerodactyl to improve intimacy, but now it is no longer necessary. Aerodactyl, come out. Gary released Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl made a hoarse growl and stared at Gary silently. Come on, put Soothe Bell in your shoelace space. Gary took out Soothe Bell and handed it to Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl lowered its head, held Soothe Bell in its mouth, and put it in its carrying space. Gary touched Aerodactyl with his hand. Aerodactyl's skin was very hard and rough, and it felt like touching stone. Gary taught Aerodactyl Stone Edge. Advertisement. Aerodactyl was stunned. It felt that it had mastered a new skill and looked at Gary with a suspicious look. This is a secret between us. Don't tell others. Listen to me carefully. I will help you become stronger. Gary said. Aerodactyl nodded. The resistance in his heart before was gone after experiencing the benefits of awakening skills. Come in. Gary put Aerodactyl into the Pokeball. It's time to consider teaching Pokemon to fly. Gary said. Although you can ride with Pidgeot, Crobat, and Aerodactyl, Pokemon cannot take people flying at full speed, because the human body cannot withstand high-speed wind resistance. Once Pokemon accelerates at full speed, people will be whirlwind, even if they wear protector. For example, the full speed of Pidgeot flying is Mach 2, which is 2,448 km per hour. Even if the physical fitness of humans in the Pokemon world is strong enough, they cannot withstand such a speed. If you want to ride a Pokemon and want it to fly at full speed, you must let the Pokemon master the flying skill. In the game, only by mastering the flying skill can you reach another city at will. The same is true in reality. If you want to ride a Pokemon and fly at full speed, you must let the Pokemon master the flying skill. Pokemon who master the flying skill can use the power of the wind to build an air shield around the body. This air shield can isolate wind resistance, allowing Pokemon to fly at full speed, and it is more labor-saving. The flying skill can be taught. There are teaching places in each region. The cost of learning each Pokemon is 30,000 yuan, which is not expensive. After deciding on the next route, Gary went to discuss with Sabrina. I have no objection, but unfortunately I don't have a flying-type Pokemon. Sabrina didn't object after hearing Gary's travel plan, but it was a pity that she didn't have a flying-type Pokemon, otherwise she could learn. Why don't you just breed a flying-type Pokemon? Gary suggested. There are psychic and flying Pokemon, but they are too weak and not very good-looking. The only one that is qualified is Braviary in the Jade Wash form. However, Braviary in the Jade Wash form can only evolve in the Jade Wash region environment, and can only evolve into normal and flying type Braviary in the modern environment. No, I plan to see if there is a chance to capture Beldum, Sabrina said. Gary just smiled. Beldum is too difficult to capture, it depends on Sabrina's own luck. Blue City. After a week, Gary and Sabrina arrived in Blue City, where there is a place to teach flying. The place of teaching is a driving school. In addition to teaching Pokemon flying, it also teaches people to fly airplanes. Hello, both of you. Is there anything I can help you with? A man in a blue work uniform came forward and asked when he entered the hall. I hope my Pokemon can learn flying. Gary explained his purpose. So you want to learn flying, go to window no 3. The man pointed to the window on the right. Gary and Sabrina walked in the direction the man pointed. There was a young lady sitting at window number 3. Hello, this is the window for handling flying learning business. Do both of your Pokemon need to learn flying? The young lady asked. It's my Pokemon that needs to learn flying. Gary said. Got it. The young lady nodded and asked, what kind of Pokemon needs to learn flying? Pidgeot, Crobat, Aerodactyl. Gary said. Okay, I'll record it. The young lady entered the name of the Pokemon, Pidgeot, and Crobat in the form. When it came to filling in Aerodactyl, the young lady was stunned for a moment, then turned around and asked, Sir, you just said Aerodactyl, right? Yes. The young lady. Sir, you are not kidding me, Aerodactyl is an extinct Pokemon. The young lady reminded. No, if you don't believe me, I can release Aerodactyl to show you. Gary said. No need. The young lady was surprised. Although Aerodactyl is an extinct Pokemon, it is still alive today. Currently, Lance, the champion of the Johto Region Alliance, has an Aerodactyl in his hand. Sir, what is your name? The young lady asked. Gary Oak. After filling out the form, the young lady briefly explained the course. The teaching time is 1 month. In the first week, there will be a coach to teach for 1 hour every day. After that, you need to train yourself to supervise Pokemon training. In the second half of the month, you also need to train yourself according to the lessons. Advertisement. If you can't master the flying technique after 1 month, the driving school will not be responsible. If you still want to continue learning, you only need to pay half the price for the second payment, but there is no guarantee that you will be taught. There will be no discount for subsequent payments, and it will still be half the price. I understand. Gary didn't say much and paid 90,000 yuan. There is also a Pokemon teleporter at the driving school. Gary also asked Professor Oak to teleport Crobat over, and Gary teleported Arcanine over. After paying the registration fee, the next morning, Gary came to the training ground of the driving school. When he came here, Gary saw that the coach was already here, and there was a Pidgeot as tall as a person next to the coach. LV40 Pidgeot male sign/gym. Hello, I'm Gary, I'm here to learn flying. Gary walked up to the coach and Pidgeot. Hello, my name is Jin, I'm the flying coach, please release your Pokemon. Jin said. Gary nodded. Come out. Great. Pidgeot, Crobat, Aerodactyl all appeared. Oh, Aerodactyl. Seeing Aerodactyl, Jin was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be an extinct Aerodactyl among the students this time. Coach, can we start teaching? Gary asked. It must be said that Aerodactyl is too famous, even more famous than the quasi-god Dragonite. After all, it is an extinct Pokemon. At present, Aerodactyl is much more precious than Dragonite. Okay, let your Pokemon fly to the sky first, and let my Pidgeot perform the flying technique for your Pokemon to see. Jin said. Hearing this, Gary let all his 3 Pokemon fly to the sky, and Jin's Pidgeot also flew up, performing the flying technique in soaring in the sky for Gary's 3 Pokemon to watch. The difficulty of learning the flying technique is not great, as long as the Pokemon can control the energy of the wind element. Advertisement. The first step is to assist the power of the wind element to build an air shield around the body for flying. Gary's 3 Pokemon are all of high level, and they are definitely up to standard for controlling the energy of the wind element. The first step is very simple. All 3 Pokemon successfully built an air shield around their bodies. The air shield was successfully built, but every time it flew, the air shield would break. Such an air shield could not withstand the wind resistance of full-speed flying. Yes, your 3 Pokemon are all very strong. Next, you just need to stabilize the air shield. It won't be a big problem to master it within a month. Jin said. Really? That's great. Gary nodded with satisfaction and looked at Jin by the way. This Jin is not just a flying technique coach, but also the owner of the Blue Gym. Gary came here mainly to learn the flying technique, but also to challenge the Blue Gym. Gary has also been paying attention to Jin's Pidgeot, which is very strong and better than Gary's 3 Pokemon in flying skills. It's time, you stay with your Pokemon, I'm leaving first. Jin looked at the time, it's been an hour, it's time to leave. Well, goodbye, coach. Jin waved to soaring in the sky. Pi. Pidgeot immediately swooped down and landed in front of Jin. See you tomorrow, Jin said, and left on Pidgeot. Pidgeot performed the flying technique, and the air shield surrounded himself and Jin, then flew into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. Not only is it fast, but it is also quite flexible. It seems that the gym battles in the future will be more troublesome. Gary murmured. Gary has investigated that the battlefield of the Azure Gym is open air, with a large range of activities. It is really difficult to fight it with Pokémon that can't fly. After all, flying Pokémon have the ability to control the air and can attack from the sky. Pokémon on the ground can only defend or dodge. Even if they have anti-air skills, they may not be able to hit the opponent. Especially since Ajin's Pidgeot is so fast, the speed of other flying Pokémon in his hand will not be much worse than Pidgeot. It seems that the future gyms can only rely on these three. Gary raised his head and looked at the three Pokémon who were practicing flying skills. Aerodactyl has rock type and restrains flying Pokémon. It will definitely be the main player in the future gym battles. Half a month has passed. Mr. Gary, the package you asked for has arrived, please check it. On this day, Gary came to the counter and Nurse Joy informed Gary that there was his package. The things in this package are naturally the protector for Radon's evolution. The task issued by the system has been completed, so Radon must be evolved. Novel image. Gary opened the package handed over by Nurse Joy. Inside were rectangular orange bricks. The corners of each brick were connected to each other. There were 4 bricks in total. This was the protector needed to evolve Radon. After confirming that it was a protector, Gary signed for it. Then, he rushed to the public area behind the Pokémon Center with the protector in his arms and released Radon. Radon thought that today's training time was up, but he found that he was the only Pokémon around, and his partners were not there. Your evolution item has arrived, Gary said. Radon was stunned, then ecstatic, and immediately looked at the paper box in Gary's hand. Gary took the protector out of the paper box. Don't mention it, this protector is quite heavy. This is the item for evolution. Take the protector and you can evolve, Gary said. Roar. Radon has been looking forward to evolution for a long time. He was willing to make a bet with Gary because Gary said he could help him evolve. Take it. Gary put the protector on Radon's body. Roar. When he touched the protector, Radon felt the cells in his body being activated, and the whole body was filled with the incandescent light of evolution. Radon's height increased rapidly, and in an instant he was more than 2 meters tall. His body became flatter and wider. When the light faded, a super iron Tyrannosaurus with a black and orange body appeared. After evolution, the super iron Tyrannosaurus was covered with black rock all over its body, and its skin was like rock normal. Its arms also grew arm guards like oriental sticks. There was a hole in the center of each palm, which could be filled with rock. By forcibly contracting the muscles, the rock inside could be fired out. Pokémon, Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus male sign. Attribute, ground, rock. Level, 4-7. Potential, quasi-elite. Ability, lightning rod, attracts electric type moves to itself, does not take damage, but increases special attack. Advertisement. Skills, tackle, bulldoze, smackdown, horn attack, stomp, rock critical hit, drill run, takedown, hammer arm, earthquake, horn drill. Professor skills, thunderbolt, stone edge, mega kick. Intimacy, 255, max value 255. Carried item, Sooth Bell. It actually awakened the horn drill skill. Gary was quite surprised. This skill is a one-hit kill skill. Even if it cannot be a one-hit kill in reality, it can definitely cause huge damage. Radon's level has also reached 47. Gary put his hand on Radon and used 3 intermediate rare candies to raise Radon's level to level 50. In the next half month of training, you should get familiar with your horn drill skill, Gary said. Roar. The super iron Tyrannosaurus was shocked. It had just awakened a skill, but Gary knew it before he even said it. What a terrifying trainer, he saw through him at a glance. Then, Gary released Blastoise and Eevee and asked them to do the performance training. Sabrina would come after they finished their training. Gary released Crobat and asked Crobat to take him to the driving school with the flying technique. At present, Gary's 3 Pokémon have mastered the flying technique. However, when they perform the flying at full speed, the air shield does not last long. The current flying technique can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. The passing standard of the flying technique is that the Pokémon can continue to fly for half an hour with the trainer under the fast contest condition. Half an hour is already very fast. After all, the physical strength of Pokémon is limited. It is very good to be able to maintain full speed flying for half an hour. When they arrived at the driving school, Gary released Pidgeot and Aerodactyl and continued to train the flying technique. This skill teaching is so slow. It takes a month to learn the flying technique alone. It is better to use the skill secret book directly. However, skill manuals are too precious, and they are consumables. 1 less each time you use them. The heart scale has a low production volume and a high demand, so it is naturally in short supply. Of course, if Gary is willing to spend money, he can still buy it, but he is not in a hurry now. Gary wants his Pokémon to grow for a while to see if he can awaken other skills. At least he has to wait until his Pokémon grows to level 60 before considering teaching skills. For example, the skill Stone Edge can be awakened by Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and Aerodactyl, but Gary taught it in advance. If he used skill manuals, he would definitely lose money. Fortunately, this is a permanent skill learning device given by the system, and there is no loss if it is used. Advertisement. It's time to capture the Pokémon that the system requires to be collected. Now everything is going smoothly according to Gary's plan, and Gary also plans to continue to complete the tasks issued by the system. This time, the 6 Pokémon collected required a Magneton to be captured, because the first generation Pokémon were rare, and the green electric Pokémon could only use Magneton to replace the missing electric Pokémon. Gary planned to breed Magneton first, because among the Pokémon Gary had captured so far, there was a lack of electric Pokémon, and he could capture one. Magnemite was not a rare Pokémon, and there were many of them. They usually gathered in places with electricity, so power plants were naturally the first choice. There were a lot of Magnemites gathered near power plants in almost every city. Gary decided to go to the power plant in Azure City in the afternoon, although he did not hope to capture a high-potential Magnemite. Sabrina, I plan to go to the power plant in Azure City in the afternoon. Do you want to go with me? Gary asked. Are you going to capture an electric Pokémon? Yes, I'm planning to capture Magnemite. Then go ahead. I still have to supervise Eevee. Sabrina has no interest in electric Pokémon, and Eevee has been a breeder for so long, and the intimacy is enough. Sabrina doesn't want to miss the process of Eevee evolving into a sun Pokémon. Okay, then I'm leaving. Gary waved goodbye. Arriving at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, Gary jumped onto Pidgeot and let Pidgeot fly with him. Although Pidgeot has not yet fully mastered the flying technique, it is still no problem to fly with people as long as it is not flying at full speed. Power plants will naturally not be built in the center of the city, but in a place a little outside the city. It is not uninhabited, but except for the staff of the power plant, basically no one will run here. After flying for a distance, Gary can already see the power plant, but soaring in the sky is suddenly covered by a layer of dark clouds. Is it going to rain? Looking at soaring in the sky which was suddenly covered by dark clouds, Gary was a little confused. The weather forecast clearly said that it would be sunny and cloudy today, so it shouldn't rain. I didn't expect that the weather forecast in any world would be inaccurate sometimes. Gary complained. Because he went to the driving school to learn the flying technique, Gary has been paying attention to the weather forecast recently, because the flying technique cannot be practiced in bad weather. Although the flying technique can increase the flying skills of flying Pokémon, it can't play any role in resisting bad weather. Pidgeot also stopped suddenly and turned back to yell. Is bad weather coming? Gary asked. Pidgeot nodded. Pidgeot is a bird, they can naturally feel the changes in the weather. Then let's go down. Gary said. When learning the flying technique, Ajin said that if the Pokémon on the bike gives a warning while riding, you must land and find a safe place to hide. Pidgeot performed the flying technique a little bit and flew a distance in the direction of the power station before landing. Why is there such bad weather all of a sudden? After landing, Gary looked at soaring in the sky, which was full of dark clouds. The weather will definitely be very bad, and it is very likely to be a thunderstorm. However, thunderstorms are not a bad thing for Gary, because electric Pokémon love thunderstorms the most. Before humans mastered the use of electricity, electric Pokémon in the wild would absorb lightning produced by nature, and thunderstorms are naturally a good place for electric Pokémon to absorb electricity. Because thunderstorms are too violent, ordinary electric Pokémon cannot withstand the power of a thunderbolt alone, so electric Pokémon will resist thunder in groups and absorb the electricity of lightning together. At this time, Magnemites will come out in groups, use magnetism to attract thunderstorms, and absorb lightning together. Once thunderstorms appear, nearby Magnemites and Magnetons will run out, so Gary doesn't have to look for them one by one. Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed in the dark clouds. A few seconds later, Magnemites appeared from the woods and flew towards the power plant. So many Magnemites. Gary looked at the Magnemites that appeared from the surrounding woods. There were more than 10 of them. This number was indeed too much, but unfortunately, the Magnemites near Gary were all ordinary qualifiers, and there was not even one elite qualifier. Crobat, come out. Gary released Crobat and let Crobat stay on his shoulder, so that when he encountered a high-potential Magnemite, he could directly use Black Eyes to prevent the other party from escaping. Advertisement. Even if these Magnemites stayed with Magneton, Gary could easily deal with them. Gary headed towards the power plant, constantly observing the Magnemites coming from all directions along the way. LV34 Magneton/Elite. Magneton. Gary saw a Magneton, but unfortunately it was only elite potential, and Gary now has higher requirements for Pokémon potential. Previously, the standard for breeding Pokémon was only gym level, but after exploring the system for so long, Gary found that the crown that improves the potential of Pokémon is very difficult to obtain. If Gary captures too many Pokémon with gym potential, he can only breed to level 49 at most, and cannot break through to level 50. His growth is bound to be limited. So now Gary captures Pokémon with at least elite potential, and Pokémon with quasi-elite potential is also okay, but this Pokémon must have a first-order evolution, and must evolve with an evolution stone. The key is the collection tasks issued by the system, among which there are also many Pokémon that Gary wants to breed, so the potential must not be too low. Quack, 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 quack. Soon, Gary came to the bottom of a group of Magnemite and Magneton. LV20 Magnemite/Elite. LV8 Magnemite/Gym. LV33 Magneton/Gym. LV33 Magneton/Gym. Alas, there is not a single one with quasi-elite potential. When they came to the bottom where the Magnemites gathered, they saw quite a few Pokémon with gym potential, but they did not see any Magnemites or Magnetons with quasi-elite potential. That's illiquid. Just when Gary was about to give up in confusion, a Pokémon with yellow and black patterns emerged from the woods. This Pokémon had a pair of plug-like horns on its head. LV31 Illithid male sign/elite. Gary's eyes lit up. Advertisement. An Illithid with elite potential must be captured. But Gary did not rush to do it, but wanted to see what this Illithid wanted to do. The Illithid came here naturally to be baptized by thunder and absorb a wave of electricity. Wow! Illithid 8 soaring in the sky, and the surrounding Magnemites scattered, leaving Illithid with an open space. So cool. Gary was surprised. Although Magnemites and Magnetans have the advantage in numbers, they are not united, and Illithid seems to be the king of the area, just like a little bully in a power plant. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, and the Magnemites that were attached together withstood the thunderbolt, and their bodies were bathed in golden thunderbolts, and their bodies began to absorb the thunderbolts. Boom! Thunderbolts fell one after another, and Magnemites and Magnetans all went to resist the thunderbolts in groups. Why are they all golden thunderbolts? Gary also knows about the electricity generated by nature. In the Pokémon world, lightning is also divided into levels. Ordinary lightning is white and blue, and the other colors of lightning are of high level. Yellow lightning is a little special. The yellow lightning released by ordinary Pokémon is not very powerful. Humans in this world can resist it with their bodies, but saffron lightning is different. It is very powerful and higher than ordinary lightning. But golden lightning is different. It is very powerful, and golden lightning is unlikely to appear in normal thunderstorms. Moreover, it takes time for Magnemite to absorb these golden thunders. The power of thunderstorms is still very violent and needs to be absorbed slowly. Boom! A thunderbolt fell straight down and landed on Illithid. Illithid is very domineering. 7 or 8 Magnemites gather together to absorb a thunderbolt, but Illithid wants to take it all by himself. Wow! The golden thunderbolt landed on Illithid and did not dissipate. It lingered around Illithid in the form of energy. Illithid forcibly absorbed the power of the thunderbolt into his body. Seeing Illithid's behavior, Gary thought of Pikachu. Pikachu was originally protecting Ash by resisting the thunder with his body, which eventually made Pikachu powerful. It seems that this Illithid knows that lightning can enhance its strength, so it deliberately absorbs thunder at this time. However, absorbing thunder alone is very dangerous, and Pikachu almost died at that time. Novel image. Wow! Illithid endured the pain and transformed the power of thunder in his body. He was absorbing the power of thunder bit by bit, and the lightning on his body was gradually weakening. Illithid absorbed thunder faster than those groups of Magnemites. In a few minutes, he converted all the thunder into his own energy, and arcs kept coming out of his horns. Boom! Then, another thunder fell and landed on Illithid. Illithid continued to absorb the lightning. Still coming, this Illithid is going to die. Gary was shocked. Illithid is not much different from Pikachu. It is good enough to absorb a thunder. If he wants to continue absorbing, his body will definitely not be able to support it. Wow! Illithid obviously can't continue to absorb thunder, but he is still forcing it to absorb it. The hair covering his body is standing up. The surrounding Magnemites and Magnetans are silently watching Illithid, and they don't want to help Illithid. Gary also came closer to observe Illithid. Illithid looked painful, and his body could no longer absorb electricity. The lightning around him kept spreading outward. Do you want to help? Gary considered whether to help. After all, he really liked this Illithid. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, come out. Gary was still a little worried, so he exposed the Super Iron and released it. Roar. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is a lightning rod ability. It enjoys thunderstorms very much. Every time a thunderstorm occurs, it can absorb lightning to its heart's content and feel the special attack being strengthened. Don't activate your ability. I'll let you activate it again and again. Gary reminded. Roar. Radon nodded. In fact, it didn't matter whether it absorbed lightning or not. After all, it didn't have special attack skills before, and absorbing lightning had no effect on Radon. Boom! A thunderbolt came down at lightning speed and instantly landed on Illithid. The second thunderbolt was not absorbed completely, and another thunderbolt came. Wow! Illithid was stunned for a moment. An unexpected situation occurred. Illithid could not withstand the power of 3 thunderbolts at once, but Illithid did not give up. It was still insisting on converting electricity, but the capacitor in its body could not accommodate so much electricity. Wow! The next moment, Illithid's whole body burst into golden light. It was the light of evolution, but because the body was surrounded by thunder, the light of evolution was dyed golden. Advertisement. Gary did not expect that Illithid would break through the shackles and begin to evolve in this thunder baptism. But this is also normal. When creatures face desperate situations, they will stimulate their potential in their bodies. Moreover, this Illithid itself is not low in level and has long exceeded the level that can evolve. In the light, Illithid's body gradually grew, and soon reached a height of 1.2 meters. His arms became more slender and his body became stronger. Wow! The light of evolution dissipated. Electabuzz was bathed in thunder, quickly absorbing the overflowing thunder power into its body, and at the same time, Electabuzz was also seducing the thunder in the thundercloud. Electabuzz can accommodate more electricity in its body. Compared with Illithid, Electabuzz can absorb the electricity generated by a large power plant. Boom! 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 Several golden thunders fell and headed straight for Electabuzz. The horns on Electabuzz's head kept flashing yellow lights, and all the thunders were absorbed by Electabuzz into its body. Wow! Electabuzz roared, and the electricity in its body burst out, generating a shock wave that spread around. Magnemite and Magneton saw Elikid evolve into Electabuzz and retreated. LV32 Electabuzz male sign/champion. After the baptism of thunder and lightning, Electabuzz's potential has been raised to champion, which is simply unbelievable. Gary was speechless. Could it be that Pokémon can also assist the power of heaven and earth to improve their own potential? Wow. Electabuzz looked towards the power plant. Electabuzz. Gary shouted. Wow. Electabuzz looked back at Gary, not knowing what Gary wanted to find him for. Anyway, he had no interest in Gary. Electabuzz, be my Pokémon, and join me on the world stage. Gary invited. Wow. Electabuzz waved his hand. He had no interest in becoming a trainer Pokémon and was about to leave. However, just as Electabuzz took a step, a dark purple beam of light shone on Electabuzz, and a fascinating power made Electabuzz unable to leave. Electabuzz turned around and saw a big purple bat looking at him with a captivating gaze. Advertisement. Black's eyes, where do you want to run? Since you don't want to be my Pokémon, let's decide by fighting. Gary said. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus walked out from Gary's side. Wow. Electabuzz's legs burst into electricity, and he quickly rushed towards the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and with the force of thunder, he hit the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus on the cheek. Bang! The thunder punch hit, but it only made the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus's head slightly tilted. The electricity on Electabuzz's fist was directly absorbed by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus's body. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus did not hold back, swung his right arm, and hit Electabuzz's belly with an arm hammer. Electabuzz felt the huge force, and his body flew backwards several meters like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground. Wow. Electabuzz, who was hit by the arm hammer, did not lose his ability to fight. He stood up with difficulty. Electabuzz felt the injuries on his body, which were very serious. He basically had no strength to fight anymore. Smackdown? Following Gary's order, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus raised his palm and a piece of rock was launched from his palm. Electabuzz was very unwilling to release the electricity in his body, trying to smash the flying rock, but the released thunder shock turned into pure electric current and flowed into the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Once the lightning rod ability is activated, it can actively guide electric skills to itself. Of course, Thunder Punch, a close-range electric skill, will not be guided, but special attack electric moves will be guided. Bang! The rock hit Electabuzz and knocked him out. Go, Pokeball! Gary threw the Pokeball in his hand and hit Electabuzz with one shot, and collected it. The Pokeball did not shake on the ground, and the red light on the switch went out directly, successfully captured. Fork. Crobat immediately flew over, picked up the Pokeball, and handed it to Gary. Gary got the Pokeball, and the Pokeball was not teleported away, but still in Gary's hand. Huh? What's going on? Gary was also stunned by this sudden situation, and hurriedly took out the Pokédex, trying to open the Pokédex, but found that it could not be opened at all. Pokédex can't be opened, what happened? Gary frowned, thinking that this should be related to the sudden thunderstorm. The Pokémon Pokédex developed by Professor Oak has a teleportation function. If you want to make the Pokédex invalid, it can only mean that the magnetic field near the power plant is disordered, causing the Pokémon Pokédex to be unusable, and the teleportation function will naturally fail. There is no signal for collection. Gary took out his mobile phone and found that there was no signal on his mobile phone. This situation was obviously not right. Kanglin City is a city. If a city can be built in this area, such a bad climate will definitely not appear frequently, otherwise it will affect the development of the city. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Gary looked in the direction of the power plant. Soaring in the sky was still covered by a layer of dark clouds, and the dark clouds were still expanding outward. Did something happen at the power plant? Gary thought that something might have happened at the power plant. Crobat, ask the Magnemites here, especially those near the power plant, if anything happened to the power plant recently. Gary said. Although there is no psychic Pokémon, and it is impossible to know what Pokémon wants to say, it is still possible to let Pokémon communicate with Pokémon. As long as you change the way of asking, you can get the answer you want. X. Crobat nodded and asked the nearby Magnemites about the power plant. Pokémon living near the city are relatively friendly to normal, and there is no hostility between Crobat and Magnemite, so the Magnemites are very generous to answer Crobat's questions. X. Crobat returned to Gary and told Gary what he had found out. Although he didn't understand what Crobat said, after spending so much time together, Gary still understood what Crobat wanted to say. As Gary guessed, there was indeed a problem at the power plant, but Crobat couldn't express clearly what happened. Crobat, I'll give you a task. You rush back to the Pokémon Center as quickly as possible and inform Sabrina that I'll wait for her here. Gary said. Swish. As soon as Gary finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him. Fork. Sabrina. Gary and Crobat were both shocked. Sabrina came over before they even went to look for her. Sabrina, why are you here? Gary asked. Advertisement. I'm worried about you, so I came to see you. Sabrina said worriedly. Did something happen in the city? Gary keenly noticed the problem in Sabrina's words. The power outage in the city, and I couldn't get through to the power plant. You said you were going to find a Magnemite near the power plant, and I was worried about you, so I came to see you. Sabrina said. After listening to Sabrina's words, it was certain that something went wrong at the power plant. Sabrina, ask these magnemites what happened at the power plant. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina also knew that the matter was not simple, so she ran to ask the magnemites wandering nearby. Although the thunderstorm weather has always existed, there has been no thunder. It's strange to say that after the thunderstorm weather appeared, there has been thunder, and not a drop of rain has fallen. Only legendary Pokémon can cause this kind of strange weather. Could it be that a legendary Pokémon has entered the power plant? But logically speaking, there are people in the power plant here, and legendary Pokémon are unlikely to actively approach. Gary, Magneton told me that a group of people came to the power plant recently, drove away all the wild Pokémon around the power plant, and controlled the employees in the power plant. Sabrina said. Gary was confused. He didn't expect that there was really an accident in the power plant. It seemed that someone had occupied the power plant. The power generation technology in the Pokémon world is more advanced. A power plant does not need too many employees, and it is not difficult for the other party to control the power plant. Sabrina, let's go to the power plant to take a look. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina did not object. So the two went to the power plant together. In the monitoring room of the power plant, two men and women wearing R-shaped clothes are staring at everything on the screen. Unknowingly, two strange figures appeared behind them. Hey, it's time to change shifts. A voice came from behind. The man and woman who were staring at the monitoring screen immediately turned their heads and saw a pair of shining eyes looking at them. In an instant, their eyelids drooped, revealing a sleepy look. Advertisement. Hypnosis is done. Gary, you can ask. Sabrina said. Gary walked up to the two men and women of Team Rocket, and did not rush to ask, but looked at the pictures on the monitoring screen. There were several pictures on the monitoring screen, all of which were monitoring the entrance and exit of the power plant, as well as some important places in the power plant. Zapdos. In one of the pictures, a Zapdos was seen being restrained by a cage made of iron pipes. Zapdos was constantly releasing lightning, trying to escape from the cage, but lightning had no effect on this kind of steel pipe. After being reminded by Gary, Sabrina also saw the lightning on the monitoring screen and was also shocked. This was the first time she had seen a legendary Pokémon in her life. Why is Zapdos here? Gary asked. Zapdos was attracted by us. The female Rocket member responded. What is your plan? The Rocket team said, assist Professor Silanu to capture Zapdos. Gary was shocked. Gary knew Professor Silanu. The research direction of this professor was very cruel. He wanted to replace legendary Pokémon with machines. In short, he wanted to let machines have the power of legendary Pokémon. In the Pokémon animation outer domain, Professor Silano wanted to transfer all the power of Raikou into a piece of purple crystal, but failed in the end. I didn't expect that before this, Professor Silano had even had his eye on Zapdos. However, with Gary here this time, Professor Silano's plan was doomed to fail. How many people are there in total? Gary asked. 4 people in total, including us, and 2 elite members, who are the main responsible persons for this operation. The two responded together. Gary looked at the surveillance camera and saw that there were indeed 2 members of the Rocket team at Zapdos's location. They were 2 men, wearing white Rocket team uniforms, which were completely different from the 2 men and women in the surveillance room. In the Rocket team, ordinary Rocket team members are only black team members, while elite members wear white or gray uniforms. There are no requirements for the uniforms of executives, only the Decorate Rocket team logo is required. What are the Pokémon of the 2 elite members? Gary asked. It's Marowak, Sandslash, and Magneton. Marowak and Sandslash are both ground-type Pokémon, which can be used to deal with Zapdos. The Rocket team is well prepared. This team where are all the power plant workers being held captive? Gary already knew the number of Team Rocket. The next step was to rescue the people in the power plant and then stop Team Rocket's plan. Team Rocket's minions, they are all held captive in the power plant warehouse. Sabrina, what are your plans? Gary looked at Sabrina. I'll listen to you. Sabrina knew that Gary would not let it go. Gary looked at the screen on the monitoring screen. The power in Zapdos' body had been absorbed a lot. If this continued, when the power in Zapdos' body was exhausted, he would die. This Silanu really had a problem with his brain. He didn't catch a good legendary Pokémon, but had to kill the other party. Sabrina, go to the warehouse to rescue the power plant workers, and I'll go to rescue Zapdos. Gary said. Can you do it alone? Sabrina said worriedly. Don't you still believe in my strength? And in order to prevent Team Rocket from taking the power plant workers as hostages, you are the best candidate to rescue them. Gary said. Okay, I'll come to help you after I save the people. You should be careful. Sabrina said. Well, let these 2 people fall asleep first. Gary said. Sabrina nodded, her eyes flashing blue, and the 2 Rocket team minions fell directly. Then, Gary and Sabrina acted separately. Sabrina went to save people, and Gary secretly came to the place where Zapdos was captured. This time, the Rocket team used the power plant to attract Zapdos, so the capture location was the open area of the power plant, which is a place dedicated to transmitting electricity to attract Zapdos. Lang Yan, this Zapdos has been flying for so long, and there is still so much electricity in its body. It deserves to be a legendary Pokémon. Ma Yuan complained. This Zapdos is far from the one in the Orange Islands. This time, we are just using this Zapdos for experiments. Professor Silena's final target is the Zapdos in the Orange Islands. Ma Yuan's teammates reminded. I hope it will be faster, otherwise the police will come. Ma Yuan said. No choice, we can only take one step at a time. If they really come, then retreat. Lang Yan waved his hand. This operation took a big risk. According to the original plan, the city would not be blacked out. However, Zapdos was too irritable and directly triggered a thunderstorm, which damaged the power supply device for the city. Now half of Kanglan City has been blacked out. The key is that there is a problem with the magnetic field nearby, which has caused communication problems. The police station knows the situation of the power plant and will definitely come to check. If it weren't for the thunderstorm caused by Zapdos, Miss Juncho would have brought people here long ago. LV40 Murwalk mail sign/gym. LV42 San/mail sign/gym. Advertisement. LV39 Magneton/Quasi Elite. LV50 Zapdos/Champion. Only level 50, no wonder it's so weak. Not far away, Gary was using a telescope to observe the situation here. When he saw Zapdos, he couldn't help but complain that this Zapdos was a bit weak. It was only level 50, no wonder it was caught by Team Rocket. It was also the first time Gary saw legendary Pokémon, and he immediately reduced the points of legendary Pokémon in his heart. Just 3 Pokémon, fight them casually. Gary secretly released Blastoise, Pidgeot, and Megaron, and secretly told them about the tactics. Zapdos made a shrill growl, and golden thunder continued to surge out of its body, frantically merging into a white crystal under the iron cage. The white crystal seemed to be a bottomless pit. No matter how much power Zapdos absorbed, it could not be filled. Even if Zapdos did not release the discharge force, the white crystal could also assist the device to forcibly absorb the electricity in Zapdos' body. It's screaming so loudly, it looks like it's almost over. Seeing Zapdos showing a painful expression, Ma Yuan was excited. After all, Zapdos fell into this situation, but they were the ones who caused it, which is not something that everyone can do. Gala. Suddenly, Murwalk, who had been alert all the time, suddenly called out. His eyes kept looking at soaring in the sky. Pidgeot. Ma Yuan looked up in confusion, thinking that it was nothing. Although Pidgeot was hard to see in the city, it could still be seen occasionally. However, as Pidgeot got closer and closer, Lang Yan suddenly ordered, Magneton, use Tri-Attack on that Pidgeot. 3 spots of light appeared in front of Magneton, and 3 beams of light of different colors shot towards soaring in the sky. Pidgeot. Seeing this, the Pidgeot on soaring in the sky immediately flapped dual wing beat, and a hot red storm descended from the air, blocking Magneton's Tri-Attack. We've been discovered. Ma Yuan immediately reacted. It was a thunderstorm, and bird Pokemon would not fly at this time. Pidgeot was flying at this time, and he came here, so he must not be a wild Pidgeot. Bang! However, at this moment, 2 hydro pumps shot over and hit Sandslash directly, knocking him down. Sandslash, who has ground type, was hit by a hydro pump, and his face was full of pain. He collapsed to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Advertisement. Who are you? Ma Yuan didn't have time to care about Sandslash's contest condition. He had already seen who attacked him. Not far away, Gary and Blastoise were standing there. The hydro pump just now was also fired by Blastoise. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you better surrender, otherwise you will die here today, Gary said, and opened the 2 Pokeballs on his waist. Roar. Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Aerodactyl appeared one after another. Ma Yuan and Lang Yan looked serious when they saw the Pokemon released by Gary. All the Pokemon that Gary released were Pokemon that had evolved to their final forms, and their strength was undoubtedly strong. Murwalk, use Brick Break. Magneton, use Tri-Attack. Ma Yuan and Lang Yan would not surrender, and immediately ordered the remaining 2 Pokemon to fight. Murwalk immediately threw out the Bone Club in his hand, and Magneton also launched Tri-Attack. Metal Tyrannosaurus, Aerodactyl, you use Stone Edge. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Pidgeot, use Heat Wave to attack the cage and help Zapdos escape. Gary quickly issued orders. Metal Tyrannosaurus and Aerodactyl used Stone Edge together, and Stone Blades condensed and flew out with Blastoise's Hydro Pump. The skills intersected, instantly defeating the skills of Murwalk and Magneton, and repelling Murwalk and Magneton. Pidgeot used Heat Wave. The Heat Wave blew on the iron cage, but was blocked by a barrier, and it was not hurt at all. It actually has protective capabilities. Gary was surprised. He didn't expect that the iron cage that bound Zapdos could also defend itself. This is too high-tech. It's useless. This is a capture device specially built for Zapdos. Even Zapdos can't destroy it, so your Pokemon can't do it. Ma Yuan Power Trip said. Gary didn't understand what Ma Yuan was Power Trip. Even if he couldn't save Zapdos, do you think you can escape? Bang, bang. However, at this moment, a huge machine came here. The machine had a pair of mechanical legs and 2 arms were huge drills, all connected to the cockpit in the center. Lang Yan was sitting in the cockpit. In the previous battle, Lang Yan had taken the opportunity to enter the machine. Boy, don't think that Pokemon is great because it is strong. Technology is the strongest. Lang Yan, who was sitting in the cockpit, immediately put the Magneton and Murwalk, which were almost exhausted, back into the Pokeball. I'm here. Ma Yuan jumped onto the robot and entered the cockpit behind the robot. It can be confirmed that these two guys are definitely elite members of Team Rocket. Every elite member of Team Rocket is a gold medal mechanic who can build any type of robot. Let me show you the legendary Pokemon's Thundershock. Ma Yuan entered the cockpit and pressed a switch. Gah! Zapdos screamed, and the current in its body was quickly sucked into the crystal under the iron cage. The crystal then fired another current and shot it at the machine. The machine absorbed all the current, the drill rapidly spins, an arc explodes, and a thunderbolt shoots towards Gary. Roar! The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus rushed up, and the lightning shot out by the machine instantly guided to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. What? Lightning rod. Ma Yuan was also confused when he saw Thundershock automatically attacking the Super Iron and was exposed. He was still thinking about letting Gary taste Zapdos's electricity, but he didn't expect that the other party also had a Pokemon with the lightning rod ability. This guy is not simple. He just used the drill to get rid of all its Pokemon. Lang Yan controlled the robot, and the robot's huge drill stabbed at the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus pound ground. Thick stone blades emerged from the ground, but these stone blades were drilled into large holes in front of Rapid Spin's drill. It's useless. Rock skills have no effect in front of our indestructible drill. Ma Yuan said proudly. Bye. At this time, Sky's Pidgeot shot a heat wave, and the hot storm swept over the giant robot, but the giant robot was not hurt at all. Gary could see that this robot was connected to the device that bound Zapdos, and could extract electricity from the crystal, and its kinetic energy could be said to be unlimited. Crobat, you also come out to help. Crobat, you and Aerodactyl attack the iron cage that trapped Zapdos together. Crobat uses cross poison, and Aerodactyl uses iron head. Gary ordered. Advertisement. Fork. Crobat and Aerodactyl rushed to the iron cage quickly. The iron cage seemed to sense that it was being attacked and generated an energy field for protection. Crobat and Aerodactyl both used skills to attack the energy field. No matter how strong the energy field was, it would have problems if it was constantly attacked. You annoying guys, get out of here. Lang Yan and Ma Yuan saw Crobat and the others attacking the iron cage, and they immediately became anxious. They quickly controlled the robots to drive Aerodactyl and Crobat away. Get out of here, Hydro Pump. Gary roared. Kami. Blastoise's barrel fired 2 water jets, directly hitting the giant robot's legs. The huge impact of the Hydro Pump made the robot retreat 2 steps. Bye. Pidgeot also took the opportunity to use Heat Wave to attack the robot. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus used Stone Edge to continue the attack. Lang Yan could only control the drill to crush the attacking rock. The 3 Pokemon cooperated with each other, and even the powerful robot was helpless. What is this thing made of? It's so hard. Gary looked at the robot that was constantly attacked by his Pokemon. Except for being a little dirty, it was still able to move. If it weren't for the fact that the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus could absorb Thundershock, the opponent could have released Thundershock and defeated all of Gary's Pokemon. Gary used to think that the ability of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was not good, but now it seems that this Lightning Rod ability is definitely T0 at certain times. Moreover, the energy field around Zapdos is gradually becoming unstable. If it continues to attack, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Kami. Pistoise. Blastoise and Pidgeot used Hydro Pump and Heat Wave again to baptize the robot. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus used the most powerful Stone Edge, carrying Hard Stone. The power of Stone Edge has reached 240, which is comparable to self-destruct. Bang! With a sound. The robot's drill bit broke. Advertisement. What? Ma Yuan and Lang Yan, who were sitting in the cockpit, were dumbfounded. This robot was made by Professor Solano. Finally it broke. Gary breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was constantly heated and cooled, and the collision with the Stone Edge made it break sooner or later. It took more than 10 minutes to break the drill bit, which showed that the quality of this robot was quite good. As the drill bit of the robot broke, the cables inside were exposed. The edges of the Stone Edge cut the cables, and the robot was short-circuited instantly, unable to move. Damn it, you forced me to do it, then we will die together. Start the black hole program. Lang Yan said angrily and pressed the command. Gah! Zapdos screamed, and the white crystal under the iron cage frantically absorbed the lightning in Zapdos' body, and even the electricity absorbed by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus flowed out of the body and was injected into the crystal. The crystal also changed from its original white to purple. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was also startled and immediately used his ability to guide it, but it was completely useless. Zapdos, hold on, I'll get you out soon. Gary shouted, and immediately ordered, Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex, use Horn Drill to attack the energy field. Roar. The drill on the head of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex rapid spin, running towards the energy force, and the ground was shaking with every step. Aerodactyl and Crobat also used Iron Head and Cross Poison to attack once again and retreated. Bang! The head horn of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex pierced directly into the energy field. Crack! The crystal under the iron cage shattered directly. What? The crystal is broken, how is it possible? Ma Yuan was shocked. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex used all its strength to rush forward, and the energy field was instantly shattered. Gah! Zapdos also immediately began to struggle. Without the crystal to provide energy, the iron cage had no restraints and was directly shattered by Zapdos' wings. Gah! The freed Zapdos released all the lightning in his body, and several lightning bolts fell from the thundercloud and hit the crystal fiercely. Boom! The crystal was completely shattered into slag. Zapdos also landed from the sky, and landed not far from Gary, staring at the malfunctioning robot with a bad look. During the imprisonment, Zapdos also saw what happened outside and knew that Gary was here to save him. Gary looked at Zapdos. After all, it was the first time to get close to the legendary Pokémon, which made Gary a little excited. However, now is not the time to get excited. Team Rocket must be dealt with first. Lang Yan, what should we do? Ma Yuan asked immediately. Just surrender. Lang Yan was very calm. If he went outside now, he would definitely be killed by Zapdos. It would be safer to stay in the cockpit, and it would not matter if he was caught, he would still have a chance to escape. The people of Team Rocket can be released from prison, but it also depends on whether they are loyal to Itaki. As long as the subordinates are loyal enough, even if they are less capable, Itaki will protect them. Although Itaki in the animation is not very capable, he is very tolerant to his subordinates. He will definitely take care of his loyal subordinates. However, Itaki in the special comic is very cruel. Team Rocket is dispensable to him, and the lives of his subordinates are not important. Even Team Rocket will disband if he says it will disband. Gah! Zapdos made a rage cry and wanted to release Thunder Shock, but because it had overdrawn too much power before and suffered serious injuries, it did not release the power and fainted directly. Why did you faint? Gary was a little confused. It would be a loss if he didn't capture the legendary Pokémon in front of him. Never mind, put it in the Pokeball first. If Zapdos wants to run, let it run. I've got the achievement of capturing legendary Pokémon. Gary took out an Ultra Ball and threw it at Zapdos. The Ultra Ball hit Zapdos and took it in. The Pokeball did not shake at all on the ground, and it directly prompted that the capture was successful. Ding! Issued task, capture the 3 sacred birds / reward. For each captured 3 sacred birds, reward gold bottle cap x1, collect the 3 sacred birds, reward God's crown. For Pokemon below the top God potential level +1, x1. Master rare candy, for Pokemon below level 90, level +1, x10. Ding! Capture Zapdos, the reward has been sent to the space backpack. Advertisement. The sudden prompt from the system made Gary stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that catching legendary Pokemon can also activate system tasks, but this task is a bit difficult, requiring the capture of the 3 sacred birds. Moltres still has a chance to be found, but Articuno is harder to find. Although they fly all over the world, Articuno likes to fly to cold places, and most of the time they move at night, so it is difficult to capture them. Gary thinks that this task is still up to fate. He is not very interested in capturing legendary Pokemon, and he would be satisfied if he could capture 6 or 7 in his lifetime. Gary immediately picked up the Ultra Ball and looked at Zapdos's attributes. Pokemon, Zapdos. Attribute, Electricity, Flying. Level, 50. Potential, Champion. Ability, Pressure, gives rival great pressure, causing rival to consume more energy when using skills. Skills, Peck, Thunder Shock, Agility, Magnetic Flux, Charge, Light Screen, Drill Peck, Roost, Discharge, Rain Dance, Thunder. Intimacy, 160, full value 255. The intimacy is so high, Gary was surprised. I thought it would be good if Zapdos had an intimacy of over 100, but it was 160, which is already very high, enough for Gary to command this Zapdos. And the ability of pressure is different from what Gary knows. In the game, the ability of pressure reduces the PP of rivals' skills. For example, a skill that can only be used 5 times can only be used 3 times when encountering a rival with the ability of pressure, which will be very disadvantageous. The ability of pressure in reality makes rival consume more energy when using skills, which is similar to the effect. Once the energy of Pokemon is exhausted, it will naturally be unable to use skills. For example, once the power of electric Pokemon is exhausted, it will not be able to use electric skills, and the same is true for other Pokemon. Should I increase the intimacy? Gary was tangled in his heart. This Zapdos has 160 intimacy with Gary. Gary has 10 high-level rare candies to use. Each Pokemon level up adds 5 points of intimacy. If all 10 high-level rare candies are used up, the intimacy can be increased by 50 points, which is 210. Gary knows that Zapdos can also learn Thunderbolt and Signal Beam. Advertisement. Teaching 1 skill can increase the intimacy by 10 points, and 2 skills are 20 points, which is 230 points of intimacy, which is already very high, enough for Zapdos to recognize Gary as its trainer. You actually captured Zapdos by yourself. Damn it, Zapdos was originally ours. Gary was thinking about whether to use the props rewarded by the system to increase its density, and a voice came from the robot. Ma Yuan and Lang Yan were so angry. Their original idea was to absorb all the power of Zapdos and then capture Zapdos by themselves, but they didn't expect that Gary would find out the loophole, which made them very angry. Do you really think you're safe in the robot? Gary looked at the robot with a bad look. Ma Yuan and Lang Yan, who were hiding in the cockpit, were both shocked. They were powerless now. The robot was broken and the Pokemon in their hands could not fight. The two of them were thinking, Don't come over. Gary, everyone has been moved away. At this moment, Sabrina appeared beside Gary. Gary was shocked and felt that Sabrina appeared too late. He had solved the problem on his side. Sabrina also looked at the surrounding situation. When she saw the broken robot and the broken iron cage, she asked in confusion, "Have you solved it all?" "Yes, it's all solved, but the 2 elite members of the rocket team are still in the cockpit of the robot," Gary said. "Do we need to get rid of them?" Sabrina asked. "Leave it to the police." Gary had no intention of killing them. He believed that the police would deal with them. After all, the crimes committed by these 2 people were too serious. Even if Banmi wanted to rescue them, he couldn't. Gary took out his phone and found that there was still no signal. He looked up at the weather. Soaring in the sky was still covered by a layer of dark clouds. It seemed that the dark clouds had to be removed. "Zapdos, come out." Gary released Zapdos. You captured Zapdos." Sabrina was shocked. She didn't see Zapdos when she came here. She thought Zapdos had left by himself. Unexpectedly, he was captured by Gary. "Zapdos is seriously injured and needs treatment, so I plan to put it in a Pokeball and take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment," Gary explained.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.